Haven't you all imagined it at least once? The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge to the reader's own aspirations. The protagonist, a young man with a determined look, stands in a dimly lit garage. The scene sets a melancholic tone, hinting at the difficult circumstances he faces. Sweat glistening on his brow, he strains under the weight, pushing his physical limits. This is more than just exercise, it's a desperate struggle for survival. His phone displays a substantial bank balance, the fruit of his relentless labor. The income, though significant, underscores the harsh reality of his situation. He must work tirelessly to make ends meet. He lounged in a beach chair, sunglasses perched jauntily, a contented sigh escaping his lips. That's a dream come true, he mused, the carefree atmosphere belying a deeper truth. The image shifted, the idyllic scene shattering like glass as he removed his sunglasses. A flicker of a memory, a life vastly different from the tranquil beach, surfaced. I had a life like. He began, the unspoken words heavy with unspoken trauma. A colossal dragon descended, lightning crackling around its clawed feet. Smaller, reptilian creatures swarmed around it, raining destruction upon the city below. This was no beach vacation, this was the stark reality he desperately sought to escape. The man's peaceful reverie shattered. Now, amidst the rubble and dust, a dull thud marked the impact of a falling debris, his face pale with shock and the sting of fresh injury. Or, to be precise. The unspoken words hung in the air, a stark contrast to the tranquility of the beach. A chaotic scene unfolds, monstrous creatures clash, their forms a blur of scaled hides and sharp claws. A colossal crocodile-like beast lies half-submerged in the ochre earth, its jaws agape. The air crackles with the raw energy of primal conflict. A young man, clad in golden armor, stands resolute amidst the carnage. He holds a spear, its tip stained crimson. After the hunt, don't miss out on any corpses, everyone, he commands, yet his words betray a hidden sentiment. Actually, I'm working really hard to get a more comfortable life than anyone else, he reveals, revealing a personal ambition that contrasts sharply with the brutal scene before him. The young man faces a colossal, earth-toned behemoth. It towers over him, a mountain of stone and grit, yet his resolve remains unshaken. He prepares to strike, the disparity in size only fuels his determination. A lone figure, armed with both a pistol and a sword, stands amidst a desolate, rocky landscape. The question hangs heavy in the air, aren't we all the same? This simple query foreshadows a deeper conflict, hinting at the moral ambiguities to come. A monstrous roar, a guttural grrrr, echoes as a shadowy behemoth emerges from the darkness. Its immense size is immediately apparent, this is no ordinary foe. A young man's face, etched with apprehension, is shown close up. His internal monologue reveals a stark contrast, but if I were to say the difference. This underscores his awareness of the impending battle and the difficult choices he faces. The command rings out, sharp and decisive, everyone, attack. The ensuing chaos is depicted in a flurry of motion as several warriors leap into battle, swords clashing against the monstrous threat. The fight has begun. He's not alone. A flash of light reveals a second figure, joining the fight against overwhelming odds. The battle rages, a desperate struggle for survival. Their combined assault pushes back the monstrous foe, but the threat remains immense. A desperate lunge, a clash of steel against bone, sends a tremor through the earth. The tide turns. He's no longer facing insurmountable odds. The combined strength, honed by skill, overwhelms the beast, sending its massive head crashing into the sand. Two figures, masked and cloaked in shadow, confront each other. Tension crackles in the air, their stances poised for action. One, slightly smaller, shows a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. The other, taller and broader, seems ready to strike. A burst of purple energy erupts from the larger figure, accompanied by a flash of light and the word cloning. This is no ordinary confrontation, advanced technology is at play, the larger figure replicating himself. The energy intensifies, a blinding white light obscuring the scene as a powerful force unleashes. The force of the cloning process is clearly overwhelming. The ease of having a substitute handle all the physical labor is a luxury he's come to depend on. But even this convenience cannot mask the growing unease. A monstrous surge of energy erupts in the city, a cataclysmic event unfolding before him. He watches, a silent observer, his world consumed by this raw power. The aftermath is brutal. The young man, clearly overwhelmed, is left amidst the rubble, a stark reflection of the destructive force he just witnessed. A group huddled together amidst the rubble of a collapsed building, a stark testament to the devastation surrounding them. Their expressions are a mixture of weariness and grim determination. Despite the overwhelming odds, a voice echoes with quiet defiance, "But of course, I haven't given up yet." This resolve, though seemingly small against the backdrop of destruction, foreshadows a tenacious spirit. The scene shifts dramatically, revealing the source of that unwavering resolve. A monstrous creature is being shattered, its massive form cracking under immense pressure, and a powerful energy surge is visible. The words, "It might seem funny to think that I am working so hard just to eat and play comfortably, but," hint at the high stakes and the sacrifices this character is willing to endure for simple pleasures. The sheer destructive power on display underlines the challenges overcome. Two figures, wielding blades, launched themselves at a colossal, monstrous beast. Its gaping maw threatened to swallow them whole, yet they pressed their attack with grim determination. A blinding flash of light erupted as the beast suffered a devastating blow. Its mountainous form shuddered violently before being sent hurtling into the sky. One of the figures, his face contorted with exertion, channeled a surge of energy into his weapon. Sparks crackled around the blade as he prepared for the next strike. A monstrous roar, a guttural kaya, ripped through the air as the creature lunged. Its skeletal form, jagged and unsettling, tore through the sky, a dark silhouette against the bright blue. The weight of responsibility settles heavily as he stares at his computer screen, a stark reminder, "I have to work." The glow of the monitor reflects in his eyes, illuminating the fatigue behind them. A simple breakfast sits before him, but the mundane task of eating is overshadowed by the weight of his obligations. "There are so many things I have to do," he thinks, yet a counterpoint emerges, a flicker of defiance, "but there are also many things I want to do." The internal conflict sets the stage for the journey ahead. A breathtaking vista unfolds, a sun-drenched Mediterranean coastline, the azure sea sparkling under a cloudless sky. The scene is idyllic, a postcard-perfect escape. A man, silhouetted against the vibrant backdrop, contemplates this paradise. "I want to play games," a thought, perhaps unspoken, hangs in the air. The scene shifts, abruptly contrasting the serenity of the coast. Now, the man sits pensively amidst a bustling Asian cityscape, a stark change in atmosphere. His unspoken desires continue, "I want to travel." The juxtaposition highlights a yearning for experiences beyond the mundane. The image changes to a group of friends raising their beer steins in a toast. The vibrant hues of the scene and the shared merriment represent a different aspect of the protagonist's unfulfilled longing, "I want to party with my friends." These images collectively paint a picture of a life rich in potential but currently unlived. A stark black background punctuated by a burst of radiating lines frames a central question: why can a person only do one thing at a time? This query hints at a fundamental limitation, a potential conflict, or perhaps a unique power at the heart of the story. A young man smiles confidently, a subtle glint in his eyes. The previous panel's unspoken desires are now framed within a new context. "That's why I always." His unspoken words promise a resolution to his predicament, hinting at a unique ability or a determined path he will take. Overwhelmed, he confessed a desperate wish, "I wished that I had two bodies." The weight of his burdens was evident. And then, impossibly, his wish was granted. His body duplicated. A dismissive sneer plays on the lips of one young man as he delivers a sharp retort to his companion. "Fuck you," he spits, "you could use a skill that can increase your intellect though." The other, a hint of a smile on his face, simply replies, "Fuck off." Overwhelmed, a young man amidst a bustling city crowd confesses to himself, "I want to go home." The weight of his unspoken burdens is palpable. The camera focuses on a man at a podium, a microphone in hand. The text clearly identifies him, a class hunter Park Won-tae. The reveal establishes a key figure in this world. Exposure to mana awakens individuals who pass through portals, a fundamental truth of this world. The raw power, potent and overwhelming, is visually manifested before us. Jong Sang-woo, anticipating his turn, finds himself approached by an official. The casual question, however, holds a bureaucratic weight. This isn't a simple inquiry. His identity is verified, a quiet beep signaling the bureaucratic process's start. This seemingly mundane moment foreshadows a far greater event. Confirmed. Jong Sang-woo, hand over all your gadgets and enter the portal before you. Jong Sang-woo hesitates momentarily before stepping into the vibrant blue energy field. The portal crackles with power, a tangible manifestation of the technology at play. The energy surges, engulfing him. His expression shifts from apprehension to surprise as the intensity of the transfer overwhelms him. A sharp TSK escapes his lips as the process proves unexpectedly jarring, tossing him violently to the ground. The system initiates a user identification sequence. The transition is complete. The next phase begins. Jong Sang-woo's registration is confirmed. Code 0x983ALKQAJDM76. System usage authority granted. Sang-woo's eyes widen, his face mirroring a dawning comprehension. A palpable tension fills the air. He finds himself amidst a bustling crowd, the whirring of drones a constant background hum. Am I at the bunker? He wonders aloud, his voice barely a whisper against the surrounding activity. The sheer scale of the facility, the controlled environment, solidifies the reality of his situation. A young man, his face etched with discomfort, confesses, I guess it's not just me that doesn't feel well. His malaise hints at a larger, underlying issue affecting more than just himself. A vibrant young woman, radiating joy, is engulfed in a fiery aura. This striking contrast emphasizes a stark difference in the character's experiences. While one suffers, another thrives with supernatural power. A scene shifts to a group of sharply dressed men from the Hell Guild approaching a girl with a small flame in her hand. One introduces themselves and extends an invitation. Excuse me, I'm from the Hell Guild. I'm from Dongjin Guild, if you come to our guild. This exchange establishes the existence of powerful guilds and their interest in individuals with demonstrable abilities. The young man from the first panel observes this scene, his envy palpable. I envy her. He mutters, revealing his desire for the power and opportunities seemingly available to those affiliated with guilds. A man in a suit approaches the young man, offering reassurance and a suggestion. No. I don't. You will feel better soon. Did you check your skill? This conversation hints at a system or mechanic allowing for the assessment and improvement of abilities, perhaps providing a path for the protagonist to overcome his current state. A young man, noticeably overweight, stares wide-eyed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He's clearly overwhelmed, a sense of apprehension hanging in the air. Jong Sang-woo's vital statistics flash across a screen. Reflexes, health, and endurance are all alarmingly low, below 0.7 in each category. He mutters to himself, I'm pathetic, seriously. The low scores underline his self-assessment. The screen displays his skills, highlighting cloning, LV.0, and clone strengthening, LV.0. Despite his low stats, the potential of his skills hints at a future strength. He seems to consider these abilities further, whispering, let's see. Sang-woo's eyes widen again, this time with a flicker of hope and cunning. He realizes there are no restrictions on using his cloning skill, immediately grasping its potential for mundane tasks. Wait, there is no condition for the usage of the skill. So I can use this for my daily chores? You must have finished verifying your status window. The young man looks concerned as the suited official observes his profile. His initial reaction suggests a problem with his assigned abilities. Don't feel so down, unless you are a rookie, most people have similar starting stats. The official attempts to reassure him, implying that low initial stats are common among new recruits. He then asks the young man's skill. Ah. Cloning. The young man reveals his skill, leading to a dismissive laugh from the official. This reaction hints at a low assessment of the cloning skill. Is it that bad? The young man's worry grows as the official explains that a similar skill, illusion cloning, proved ineffective. The setting shifts to a city street, further emphasizing his unease. But mine isn't an illusion. The young man counters, indicating his cloning skill is different and potentially superior. This sets up a turning point, suggesting a unique advantage despite the initial dismissal. Show your skills to the officials, their judgment will be accurate. A young man, apprehensive yet determined, prepares to demonstrate his abilities before a large, expectant crowd. A burst of energy erupts from his body. The demonstration is far from flawless. He stumbles, his control slipping. A strained "Iyap" escapes his lips. The officials observe the display with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. Their expressions reveal nothing definitive. The young man is informed that he must complete the exploration troop scanning and registration process before returning. Welcome, sir. Your skill is cloning, right? The question hangs in the air, a direct and purposeful inquiry revealing the speaker's awareness of the protagonist's abilities. This sets the stage for a transaction or an encounter driven by this unique talent. Awakened registration form is sent to the identification bracelet. The protagonist's newly awakened abilities are being officially registered via technology, a detail suggesting a system for monitoring and controlling individuals with special powers. It was quicker than I thought. The protagonist's internal monologue reveals a sense of surprise at the speed of the registration process, hinting at potential urgency or unexpected efficiency within the system. The protagonist, now outside on a sunny street, subtly reveals the identification bracelet's activation by means of a visual cue. The bracelet glows faintly. The scene shift suggests the registration is complete, moving the story forward. From a distant apartment building, a voice echoes, "My babies, have you been working well?" The question hangs in the air, tinged with a hint of paternal concern, yet also a subtle undercurrent of expectation. A young man sits hunched over his computer, his expression a mixture of frustration and disappointment. The screen displays a character's stats: Iron Shield, Defense, 15, Durability, 30/30, Normal Class. He scoffs, a single word escaping his lips: trash. The assessment is harsh, reflecting his low opinion of the apparent game progress, and a lack of further advancement in his character's status. Discouraged, he throws himself back onto his bed, muttering, "TSK. Forget it." The finality of his words suggests a temporary abandonment of his efforts, though his underlying ambition remains implied. Should he just hop to a new game? The young man lies on his bed, contemplating his options. Financial pressures weigh heavily, tuition and rent loom large. He needs a part-time job. The weight of his responsibilities is clear. The young man's internal monologue reveals his desire for someone else to shoulder the burden of his financial worries. Suddenly, a realization dawns: the clone. The young man sits up in bed, a look of dawning understanding crossing his face. A faint blue aura surrounds the young man, as he is overcome by an unsettling feeling, depicted by the Korean onomatopoeia signifying a soft, wavering sound. A surge of cyan energy erupts from the young man, his face alight with surprise and exertion. The power is clearly uncontrolled, raw. The energy overwhelms him, a pained cry escapes his lips as the force threatens to consume him. This is not a trained ability. He struggles to contain the outburst, a guttural "ko" escaping him as cyan tendrils lash out. He is fighting against this power, not directing it. The uncontrolled energy culminates in a blinding flash of golden light. The sheer power suggests a transformative event. A wave of heat washed over him as he stood, a towel hastily wrapped around his waist. The lingering steam hinted at a recent bath. The young man stared at his computer screen, the glow illuminating his worried face. The words "I have to study" hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the previous scene's heat and relaxation. The weight of his responsibilities settled upon him. The gamer, headphones on, eyes glued to the screen, is immersed in a virtual world where magical energy crackles around battling figures. His fingers fly across the keyboard, his focus absolute. A sudden shift in tone. Two hands clasped tightly, a symbol of connection. Below, a simple, heartfelt declaration: "I want to have a date." The contrast emphasizes the loneliness inherent in the protagonist's previous solitary existence. A naked young man stands amidst swirling vapor, confronting another figure. This is the moment of awakening, the transition from virtual reality to a far more tangible world. His thoughts are revealed: I am finally going to get awakened. I think I will get a super awesome skill. Anticipation hangs in the air, the potential of his newfound powers is about to be unleashed. Jong Sang-woo, a student at Jeonguk University, felt utterly drained. The weight of the day pressed down on him as he stood amidst the bustling campus. A hush fell over the crowd as a man addressed them, his voice cutting through the ambient noise. "Everyone, please pay attention." Hunter Park Won-tae, the leader of the 10th Portal Awakening program, stepped forward. His introduction signified the start of a crucial initiative to unlock latent human abilities. The Awakening Program, a government initiative designed to help citizens develop hidden skills, was explained. Its existence hinted at a world far more complex than it initially appeared. An official earnestly addressed the crowd, his words a mixture of hope and measured urgency. "We earnestly hope that our citizens will complete their awakening safely. Now, let's begin. First group, please come forward." The gravity of the situation, the potential for unforeseen complications during this mass awakening, hung heavy in the air. A line of citizens, a diverse group seemingly chosen at random, ascended the steps. Among them, a young man in an overload hoodie stood out, his casual attire a stark contrast to the gravity of the occasion. His participation highlighted the vast, unprepared population facing this unprecedented event. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the young man in the hoodie. A raw, untamed power, signified by crackling blue energy and the sharp piabaka sound, violently announced the start of his uncontrolled awakening. This uncontrolled energy suggested the potential chaos that lurked beneath the surface of the seemingly orderly process. A young man groans, clutching his head. "Ah! Did I pass out? Feels like my head is going to crack." He murmurs, the pain evident in his posture. This marks the immediate aftermath of a significant event, the awakening of his latent abilities. A vibrant, golden phoenix bursts forth, its fiery plumage filling the panel. The young man cries out, "Kya! I got an awesome ability." His excitement is palpable, signifying a powerful and unexpected transformation. A calm, collected man approaches, his words a stark contrast to the previous panel's chaos. "Hello, sir. Congratulations on awakening. Do you feel all right?" he inquires, offering a sense of order and guidance in the midst of the protagonist's newfound power. The young man, still slightly dazed, examines a glowing interface. The system's details, though unreadable to us, clearly detail his newly awakened powers. The image reinforces the reality and the ramifications of his transformation. Jong Sang-woo's stats are revealed: strength 0.7, reflex 0.51, health 0.643, endurance 0.539, mana 0.130. He possesses two skills: cloning, level 1, casting type, allowing him to create a clone using energy, with the number of clones dependent on his level, and clone strengthening, level 1, passive type, which determines the rate of stat transfer to his clones, currently at 50%. He can summon one clone simultaneously, with a 24-hour cooldown. Sang-woo confesses, "It's cloning. I'm not going to hide it." His admission reveals a significant development in his abilities. Another character reacts, "But it's better this way than to awaken without any skill." His relief highlights the precariousness of Sang-woo's situation and the importance of his newly acquired ability. Sang-woo's face twists in distress, he's clearly overwhelmed. The word pressured emphasizes his current mental state. He requested the next subject, a nervous energy palpable in the sterile environment. The large, glowing green containment unit held the next candidate within its depths. The results were in, a 73% probability of possessing one or more additional skills. The confirmation process was complete. A young man, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension, questioned the nature of cloning as a newly discovered skill. He stood before a wall of monitors, each displaying a different scene. The scale of the operation, hinted at by this control room, was vast. He awoke, a groan escaping his lips as he stretched languidly on his bed. The mundane morning was about to be anything but. A faint blue glow pulsed from a wristband on his left arm, a subtle hint of the extraordinary that was about to unfold. His eyes widened, reflecting the sudden, startling realization dawning within him as he mentally commanded the activation of a hidden power. Summon clone, the command echoed in his mind. A thought flickered across his mind, a revelation dawning. It seemed merely contemplating it was enough. The system confirmed his suspicion, his cloning skill had registered. A young man, nervously stammering, confronts a much larger, muscular figure. The encounter is tense, hinting at an unexpected and perhaps uncomfortable situation. The question hangs heavy in the air: are you a clone? A young man, his face etched with uncertainty, stares back, the query clearly unsettling him. His discomfort is palpable. "This is awkward," he mutters, sweat beading on his brow. The sheer realization of his situation dawns on him. The weight of revelation settles. This is a real physical body. This isn't an illusion, a voice confirms, the implications profound and unsettling. The young man's confusion deepens, his reality fundamentally altered. "Where something first," the unseen speaker commands, their voice cutting through the air as a young man, partially visible and seemingly just out of the shower, stands awkwardly. The scene is intimate, the tension palpable. A pile of discarded clothes lies on the floor, the unspoken question hangs heavy. "Do I just have to give you an order?" the unseen figure asks, the implication of authority clear. The young man, now fully clothed in a hoodie, nods silently, his expression a mixture of resignation and slight apprehension. His simple yes confirms the imbalance of power. "First, let's make him sit." A sharp thud echoes, the young man has been abruptly forced to the floor. The command is issued with a chilling finality. A thoughtful expression crosses the young man's face as he contemplates the next instruction. "I don't have to talk out loud," he wonders, a flicker of defiance perhaps hinting at his underlying strength. The command rings out, sharp and clear: "Stand up." A young man, his features identical to another standing before him, obeys, revealing a striking visual mirroring. This is not a simple reflection, but a confrontation between one and his duplicate, a clone perhaps? The clone's stamina is failing. He gasps, "Heek." Huff, his body betraying the exertion. The implication is clear: the physical capabilities of the two are surprisingly similar, a key indicator of the cloning process's accuracy, if this indeed is a clone. A phone appears, held by the original. He stares at it in disbelief, a single question forming on his lips and in the thought bubble above his head: is this Jiandu? This introduces a new character and opens the possibility of a complex narrative involving advanced technology or even a parallel reality. The question implies that this Jiandu is unexpected, possibly hinting at a deeper mystery. A text message exchange reveals KKD received 2 hunter skills. His friend inquires about their nature, but the initial response is delayed, hinting at a possible distraction. KKD's friend expresses frustration over the perceived poor quality of his received skill, likely due to his perceived inactivity within the game's world. The friend's subsequent message, suggesting a connection between the skill and his time spent at home, points towards a mechanic in the game world which rewards active participation. KKD is shown reacting to his friend's message with annoyance. He finds the friend's reprimanding and judgmental words excessive. This is Jinwoo, possessor of the Blink skill, an S-class ranker from America. A report reveals that 80% of America's 300 million citizens have awakened. Based on current participation rates in the Awakening program, complete awakening is projected within 5 years. Jinwoo considers this timeframe. 5 years, he muses, won't be long. A man in a sharp suit surveys the city from a rooftop vantage point. The cool night air carries the faint hum of distant activity, yet his expression remains impassive, a stillness that belies the power he wields. The camera sweeps upward, revealing the immense skyscraper he overlooks, a symbol of ambition and perhaps the very heart of his operation. Elsewhere, a young man, Heek, gasps for air, his face flushed with exertion. He is clearly struggling, his body strained by the effort. Heek continues to struggle, his breathing ragged. The heek sounds emphasize his labored breaths. This is a far cry from the cool composure of the man on the rooftop. 2 men sit on a park bench, observing a runner. "That man is running again today," one remarks, highlighting the runner's daily routine. The other agrees, noting the man's consistent presence. A sense of intrigue begins to build. The runner, a young man in a hoodie, suddenly stops, gasping for breath. The sound of his labored breathing is palpable, hinting at a physical exertion far beyond a typical jog. One of the onlookers approaches the runner, offering him a water bottle. The young man accepts it, his exhaustion evident in his flushed face and desperate need for hydration. The runner's face is close up, his eyes wide with distress, as he collapses in visible pain. "Oh my gosh," he gasps in clear agony. His sudden distress marks a significant turn in the scene. He fled, a blur of motion against the sun-drenched park, his form swallowed by the distance. Despite a voracious appetite, he'd lost 20 pounds. A puzzling phenomenon. A barely perceptible increase in stamina registered on his internal system. The implications of this subtle change remain to be seen. His endurance and reflexes subtly increased, a reflection of his subconscious desires. The system's notifications confirmed this. It was a small but significant development. Sitting in his kitchen, he contemplated the implications of his recent experiments with the clones. A revelation had dawned on him during these trials. He'd discovered two crucial facts about the clones: their pain and exhaustion wouldn't affect him, and if a clone was damaged or pushed beyond its limits, it would simply vanish. The urgency in his voice, "Run until you die, got it," underscored the newfound capabilities he intended to exploit. His clones perfectly mirror his every transformation. Even weight loss is instantly replicated. From afar, he mentally commands his clone. "Stop running, start push-ups." Observers question his sanity. The protagonist attempts to leverage the cloning skill, only to discover a crucial limitation: clones cannot use cloning. This limitation stems from the infinite cloning potential. It's a built-in safeguard against an army of clones creating more clones. He typed rapidly, the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of keys echoing in the silent room. His fingers flew across the keyboard, a frantic search for answers within the Hunter Wiki. A look of dawning disbelief spread across his face. He hadn't expected this day to arrive, certainly not while casually browsing the Hunter Wiki. A stat of 1 is the limit for an unawakened adult. This world operates on a system of stats, some normal and some special. Most people only unlock a few basic ones. Regeneration, resistance, vitality, these are examples of special stats. Unlocking them is incredibly rare, known only to a select few. Even with basic training, increasing stats is excruciatingly slow, a mere 0.001 increase per day at best. Zhang Sangua's stats are displayed: strength 0.7, reflex 0.51, stamina 0.643. A faint glow emanates from the screen, hinting at potential. Sangua's stats have slightly increased after training: strength 0.707, reflex 0.515, stamina 0.669, endurance 0.550, mana 0.130. He possesses the cloning, LV.1, and clone strengthening, LV.1, skills. The total increase is described as 39 stat points. Sangwo explains that because his clone trains tirelessly without rest, executing orders until reaching its limits, his stats increased rapidly. Sangwo contemplates if he could have achieved a total stat increase of 78 points had he trained alongside his clone. He dismisses this possibility as his clone's relentless training is beyond his own endurance capacity. Sangwoo looks at a flyer for Tough Body Gym, advertising a personal trainer, spinning, Pilates, and other exercise programs, raising the question, is he living the same life as yesterday? He sits alone, reviewing a gym advertisement and then, engrossed in a strategic video game depicting a battle unfolding across a fantastical landscape. His gaze is intense, focused on the digital conflict. A self-assured smile spreads across his face. "Then, I will be the head," he declares, his ambition evident. He continues, his plan solidifying, "and you be the limbs." The implication of his words hints at a larger scheme beyond the gym advertisement. He nodded, a slight blush rising on his cheeks. "Yes." Emboldened, he posed a question that hung heavy in the air between them: "Can I touch you?" A faint, almost imperceptible increase in his stamina registered on some unseen interface. 0.001. He stands atop a skyscraper, a figure shrouded in purple energy, the leader of the enlightened group. The text proclaims him the first to conquer the Odin's Tower dungeon, a feat previously deemed impossible. A young man, breathless, is offered a drink by a kindly older man. He's been working hard. He stands on a box, observing his physique. I haven't done anything yet, but my body gets fit each day. I also got a bit taller, he notes, a subtle shift in his posture hinting at newfound strength. His friend, Heek, collapses dramatically after a brief exertion, prompting the protagonist to exclaim, "That was too much." The visual emphasizes the stark difference in their physical capabilities. A Hunter wiki page opens, highlighting the stats section. This website provides basic information for hunters, specifically those who've participated. The focus on "what is a stat" indicates an upcoming explanation of the system's core mechanics. He stared at his phone, a dawning realization etching itself onto his features. Registration for the game was almost complete, but he was short on funds. A sigh escaped his lips as he admitted to himself, the truth obvious even without the empty account balance, he'd splurged on far too much food. Financial difficulties force a difficult decision. His workshop struggles, leaving him needing a part-time job. He searches online for employment, considering several options: pouring, part-time staff positions, delivery, and office assistance. A significant limitation is revealed: his clone can only perform tasks he's personally experienced. This restricts his options considerably. The job posting for Yukon Logistics Center offers a solution. It's simple delivery work, paid in cash, which he can reasonably duplicate for his clone. Isn't this perfect? He thought, a self-satisfied smile playing on his lips as he reviewed the job posting on his phone. He answered the call, his voice calm and professional. "Hello, I saw the announcement on your hiring website," he stated, initiating the conversation that would shape his near future. The lack of a formal interview indicated a certain level of urgency on the employer's part, which piqued his interest. The offer to start tomorrow cemented his decision. He ended the call, a worried frown creasing his brow. The screen displayed a number, unanswered. "Is there no one working there?" he muttered, a sense of unease settling in. A city street blurred past his eyes as he traveled. He spotted a familiar building in the distance. "I think it's here." A hint of relief in his voice. A figure, cloaked and masked, stood waiting. The number 1 appeared ominously beside him, hinting at a larger organization. Hesitation etched across his face. "I can say that I'm a twin, but this might go wrong," he confessed, revealing a risky plan. The masked figure simply acknowledged, "Okay," the meeting proceeding despite potential danger. "His name is Gyunsang, he's instructed to use this alias at work." Sangwoo stands before a large building, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "This building is bigger than I expected," he mutters, uncertain of his next move. Mr. Deokshil, a jovial man, appears, his voice a surprised greeting. "Aren't you Sangwoo? What are you doing here?" His friendly demeanor hints at a shared history. Sangwoo shakes hands with Mr. Deokshil, a smile gracing his face. "Thank you. I came here with my friend to do a part-time job," he explains, revealing the purpose of his visit. Mr. Deokshil's surprised comment, "Wow, I didn't recognize you at first." "Did you lose a lot of weight?" highlights a significant change in Sangwoo's appearance. A man points directions, explaining, "Is that so? Then go that way first. There will be an office." His casual demeanor belies the significance of this seemingly simple instruction for the young man beside him, who is about to embark on a journey of considerable consequence. The young man's surprise is palpable. He exclaims, "What a coincidence." "Thank you, mister." His reaction reveals the unexpected nature of this encounter, hinting at a pre-existing plan or a crucial piece of serendipity influencing his path. The man in the background is obscured, leaving his identity and role in the coming events shrouded in mystery. The masked figure's curt rejection, "No," speaks volumes. His refusal, coupled with the protagonist's visible anxiety, underscores the gravity of their situation and the potential dangers ahead. The young man's unease foreshadows imminent challenges. "Let's finish this quickly and go eat ramen at home." The hooded figure's desire for a simple meal highlights the mundane reality contrasting with his likely dangerous profession. "Delivery Nim, I was too arrogant." The young man's remorse, underscored by his physical exhaustion, suggests a recent failure with significant consequences. There's no end to this. The hooded figure, now shown in a different setting, expresses a growing sense of hopelessness, hinting at a relentless and overwhelming task. A fellow worker sighs, his weariness mirroring the previous panel's despair. This shared exhaustion underscores the grueling nature of their shared circumstances. He meticulously stacks boxes in the warehouse, the repetitive motions a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within him. The weight of his responsibilities is palpable. A brief moment of camaraderie with a coworker offers only fleeting respite. The young man's burdened expression reveals the heavy load he carries, both physically and emotionally. Alone, his guilt surfaces. I shouldn't have come. He is doing it all alone, he laments, the unspoken weight of his actions pressing down on him. The announcement of a break offers a chance for reflection, a temporary pause in the relentless cycle of work. The night sky mirrors the uncertainty in his heart. During the break, a ghostly apparition materializes beside him, a supernatural presence hinting at a hidden world that is about to fully intrude on his mundane reality. A hand offers a cool drink to a young man, sweat beading on his brow. Here, the giver says, the word echoing the young man's relieved awe. The older man's concern is evident as he continues, you should drink something as you sweat. I also got some food, so eat these. He offers food to two exhausted young men. One gratefully replies, wow, thank you. The young man, Sang-woo, quietly confirms, yes, it's quite tiring, while taking a sip from his can. The older man's words follow, highlighting Sang-woo's resilience, but still, both of you have the grit to see them run away this time. Three young men sit together, their conversation punctuated by nervous laughter. One confesses, if it wasn't for my bank balance, I would run away too. His companions react with understanding amusement. This reveals their shared financial struggles and underscores a pervasive societal pressure. The scene shifts to a later time. One of the young men, now engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man, is asked, "What university did you go to?" The casual setting hints at a comfortable familiarity between them. The older man, pleased, responds to the young man's reply about his university attendance, "Don't be modest. I wouldn't wish for anything else if my daughter could get into that university." His pride in the young man's achievement is palpable. This subtly emphasizes the societal value placed on higher education. Special admission? That's right, that's possible. The man exclaimed, a wide grin splitting his face as he pointed emphatically. The possibility of a special admission hung in the air, a glimmer of opportunity in the dimly lit industrial area. Another part-time job? Like what? The young man's question hung in the air, laced with apprehension. His expression clearly indicated a growing sense of unease at this unexpected proposition. Instead of tiring yourself out with another job, the man continued, offering an alternative, if it's okay with you, please tutor my daughter. His words implied a less physically demanding path, a shift in the conversation's direction. What? The young man's shock was palpable, his mouth agape in stunned silence. The offer, unexpected and peculiar, left him utterly speechless. The young man stares blankly, a question hanging in the air, me? A tutor? Doubt clouds his features, a stark contrast to the unexpected proposition. His gaze hardens, a contemplative frown etching itself onto his face. The weight of the decision begins to settle. The young man's internal monologue surfaces, then am I supposed to teach her all the subjects? The enormity of the task weighs heavily on him. A financial proposition is presented, 50,000 won per session, 1 to 2 hours a week. The potential reward is clear, adding a new layer to his contemplation. 50,000 won every 2 hours isn't bad pay, considering the time commitment. He's found a tutoring job. A handshake seals the deal. The arrangement is made. The father promises to discuss the matter with his daughter and will be in contact. He confirms that he will be using his old number for communication. A notification pops up, revealing a small but positive increase in his stamina and endurance stats. Securing the tutoring job clearly had unforeseen benefits. He reflects, satisfied, that it's a good job with positive side effects. He has another task to complete, but first, he decides to eat. He unbundles a package revealing its contents. A gasp escapes him as he discovers something unexpected within. His surprise is quickly overtaken by a wide, delighted grin as he shares his unexpected find with a friend. A furious accusation echoes in the twilight, "You fucking ate it all, you bastard." The speaker's silhouette is dark against the backdrop of a bleak industrial area, his anger palpable even without seeing his face. The transgression is clear, something precious has been devoured. The man checks his phone. His available funds, 123,801. A series of recent expenses, including medical bills and legal fees, are detailed. His financial situation is precarious. He contemplates his options, a determined look setting upon his features. "I gotta find construction labor that will help me train my body and earn me some money at the same time," he resolves, his gaze fixed on the computer screen before him. The need for physical training and financial stability underscores the urgency of his situation. A phone call interrupts his planning. The question posed is simple, yet heavy with implication: "Won't you be available today?" The tone suggests an opportunity, perhaps one that could solve his immediate problems. He nervously schedules a meeting, his voice strained over the phone, then come to the logistics center by 6:30 p.m. The weight of the impending event is palpable. Later, the young man arrives at the designated location, his companion, masked and watchful, stands nearby. The atmosphere crackles with unspoken tension. A subtle shift in demeanor. He reveals a surprising truth, a nervous chuckle escaping his lips. "Yes. I'm also an awakener now." A new power, newly found, yet the implications remain unclear. Exhausted, the young man collapses, his sweat-drenched face a testament to his exertion. He wonders aloud if those who moved the heavy objects possessed some specialized skill. His friends, seated on the ground, exchange knowing glances. One confesses to gaining admission to their current situation through licenses and a special dispensation, not through merit. The young man, now looking considerably more composed, explains that his admission was less than impressive. The implication hangs heavy in the air: he obtained a position he didn't earn. The next morning dawns, and we find our protagonist sprawled across his bed, arms outstretched in a pose suggesting exhaustion or perhaps contentment. A wry grin spreads across his face as he mutters, "Ha, this is killing me." The weariness in his expression suggests the previous day's activities were far from restful. He slumped onto a kitchen chair, a weary sigh escaping his lips. "I'm going to use number one for that part-time job from now on," he muttered, the decision clearly weighing on him. A voice, sharp and urgent, cut through his thoughts. "Come back home, number one." The weight of responsibility, it seemed, was not easily shed. The aroma of a freshly prepared meal wafted through the air. A small smile played on his lips as he gazed at the table laden with food, a stark contrast to his earlier weariness. The simple act of eating a home-cooked meal offered a brief respite from his burdens. He arrived home, sweat beading on his brow, a nervous energy clinging to him like a second skin. The young man's hoodie offered little comfort. "I'm back, master," he announced, his voice a low murmur. His master, unseen, issued a curt command: "Wash up and change your clothes." The young man's mission, though completed, was clearly far from over. The shower spray cascaded over him, washing away not just dirt, but the lingering tension of his recent assignment. The sound of the water was a temporary reprieve. Clean clothes awaited, a simple act, yet symbolic of the return to normalcy, a brief respite before the next inevitable call to action. A young man, apprehension etched on his face, stands in a kitchen. His brother, a figure of concern, observes him from the side. "Give me your hand," the brother requests, the tension palpable in the air. The younger brother hesitates, his unease growing. A small, needle-like object pierces the younger brother's skin. His face contorts in discomfort and fear as the reality of the situation sinks in. "No. I is a clone. And if it gets dismissed, it scatters into the light. This isn't a human or a living thing," the brother explains, revealing a profound and unsettling truth. The implications of this revelation hang heavy in the silence that follows. The brother carefully removes a small, dark red orb from his sibling's arm. The weight of the situation is underscored by the close-up of the removed object. A young man winces as another tends to a small wound on his arm. "Sorry, did that hurt?" "You endured well," the other says, his tone laced with concern. The slight injury and casual interaction hint at a greater context yet to be revealed. The camera focuses on the wounded arm, now bandaged, with the young man's voiceover urgently asking, "When will I get the regeneration stat?" His question reveals a hidden mechanic at play. A Hunter Wiki page displays. Regeneration, we learn, is a rare special ability, and crucially, its unlocking method is already known. This panel provides critical world-building information. The young man sits at his computer, thoughtfully considering the information he just learned. The scene suggests an upcoming search for the means to unlock this powerful ability. He receives simple instructions: eat ramen when hungry, and work out. A mundane, almost comical start. He's given a spare phone for gaming, a clear separation of work and leisure. This seemingly insignificant detail hints at a structured, almost regimented life. The gym is his destination. The panel's simple focus underscores the routine's importance. This is not just about fitness, it's a crucial element of his daily structure. Suddenly, Sangwoo is accosted. The peaceful routine is disrupted, introducing an unexpected element of tension. "It's been a while, bastard." Kim Jae-do is embraced by a powerfully built man, a reunion tinged with both affection and playful antagonism. The larger man's words reveal a history between them. The reunion continues. "I wasn't sure if it was you since you were so thin, but it was you. Hey, you lost plenty of weight, huh?" The observation reflects a significant physical change in Jae-do, suggesting a period of hardship or intense training. Jae-do explains his transformation: "I'm working out nowadays. Even now, I'm heading to the gym to work out." He holds a gym membership, underscoring his dedication to a healthier lifestyle. This shows a proactive response to his past. His friend's reaction is immediate and blunt: "Really? I got to work out too. Yeah, I can see there is a lot of fat all over your body." The humorous jab underscores their close relationship and contrasts with the more serious tone previously. The conversation shifts to practicalities. "Hey, this is all muscle. What's the name of your gym?" The focus now transitions from playful banter to information exchange. They discuss the location of a highly rated gym. He scrutinized the item, unimpressed. "Really? There's nothing special I could see except the price." His tone held a hint of skepticism. A sudden realization dawned on him. "That's what you meant." His eyes widened, understanding finally breaking through. A muscular man, sweat glistening on his brow, focused intently on lifting a dumbbell. The gym's atmosphere was thick with the exertion of bodies pushing their limits. A young man, seemingly new to the gym, stands outside with a friend, observing the interior. His companion remarks on how good it looks. Inside, a gym employee approaches the newcomer. He apologizes for the tough workout and inquires whether this is the young man's first time. The young man confirms it is. The employee explains a current 3-month introductory sale. The young man, unfazed by the price, declares that his clone will be doing all the exercises anyway. The young man strained, his face reddening with exertion as he performed an incline bench press. His muscles bulged visibly under the pressure. A gym instructor offered guidance: "Your posture is good. That's an incline bench press. Do it strong and faster when you put in force." The student, already pushing himself to the limit, responded with a powerful grunt and a surge of energy. With a resounding hi-ap, the weight lifted with surprising speed, blurring across the panel as the young man surpassed his previous limits. The effort resulted in a loud sound, echoing the exertion. The final push, a testament to his newfound strength, is captured in slow motion. The 50 kilograms weight ascends smoothly, illustrating his improved technique and strength. A young man, his face etched with worry, stands before a slightly older man, his expression one of concern. The older man's words, though unseen, clearly carry weight. The older man, now visibly straining, flexes a massive bicep. A puff of exertion escapes him, a single, surprised who is all the sound he manages. The younger man's jaw drops. Wow, that's amazing. Seems like you have been working out for a long time, he exclaims, awestruck. The older man laughs heartily, a booming sound that fills the gym, before replying, no, it's my first time. Curiosity etched on his face, he pondered. Ah, then did your strength increase as you got awakened? How high is your strength stat? A contemplative expression settled over his features as he mused, so the hunter skill he said he got that time must be the strength, I guess. The revelation hit him hard. There was a reason why people only talk about hunters. He answered the phone call with a polite, yes, mister, hello. The conversation continued. Did you reach home safe yesterday? I talked about the tutoring to my wife and daughter, so I wanted to ask, do you have some time now? He ended the call, a quiet yes his only response to the request for an immediate meeting. A face-to-face conversation at their house was necessary, it seemed. The man's words, laced with a hint of resentment, revealed the underlying tension. Jiang-du, it seems, had not registered, despite everything that had transpired. His friend's jealousy was clearly rooted in the attention the attractive fitness instructor was receiving. Relief washed over him as he boarded the elevator. This new arrangement, avoiding the gym, eliminated the need to worry about his clone's activities there. Is it here? A young man stands before apartment 603, a question hanging heavy in the air. The uncertainty hints at an impending confrontation. Why the hell would you decide that by yourself, Dad? The son's frustration is palpable. His father's unilateral decision has clearly caused a rift. The setting suggests a tense hallway encounter, the son's words revealing a family conflict. He's going to be here, so come and get him out. The father, ignoring his son's anger, insists on his course of action. The son is physically pushed, indicating the escalation of their argument and a lack of communication. Ha! The father's confused expression underscores his obliviousness to the gravity of the situation, highlighting a potential communication barrier within their relationship. A young woman, startled, utters a single, questioning "eh." Her wide eyes and slightly open mouth speak of surprise, hinting at an unexpected event just preceding this moment. A young man sits, his back to the viewer, reviewing his system interface. His endurance stat has subtly increased, a detail that, while seemingly minor, suggests a recent exertion of physical effort, or a passive training regimen. He meditates, his thoughts focused on a newly acquired ability. His internal monologue reveals his goal, to make himself disappear at will while leaving clothes behind. This suggests the power he seeks is connected to a form of spatial manipulation or illusion. The screen displays the unlocked conditions for a new skill, regeneration. The process is arduous, requiring self-inflicted wounds and natural healing without external aid, to be repeated indefinitely. This establishes a significant challenge and hints at a high reward for perseverance. He hesitates, his expression a mixture of apprehension and pity. It's scary to make the wound any bigger, it's so pitiful, he mutters, before adding, for now, let's just do this frequently. A large man carries a smaller, protesting companion down the street. Wait for me, the smaller man cries, while his friend retorts, but you aren't going there to exercise. The scene shifts to a gym reception desk. The larger man assists his friend with the payment. Okay, that's not hard. Let me help you with the payment, he says reassuringly. A young man, sweat beading on his brow, stares in disbelief. He's clearly witnessed something extraordinary within the confines of a brightly lit gym. A hand, adorned with a dark bracelet, clenches, emanating an aura of raw power. The accompanying sound effect underscores a sudden surge of strength. The man's casual remark, "It's nothing much, but about 2.1, reveals a casual disregard for a feat of incredible strength, setting the scene for the next panel. His expression shifts to contemplation as he voices his awe, and a vital piece of world-building information is revealed. If that ordinary strength-increasing skill is that strong, how strong are the other high-profile hunters? This establishes the power scale within a world of skilled hunters and foreshadows significantly greater threats to come. Zhang Diachil urgently calls Sangwoo, his voice laced with worry. Diachil arrives at his destination, the quiet hum of an elevator signifying his approach to an unknown encounter. He bursts in, finding Sangwoo subdued by a larger man, the scene heavy with unspoken tension and the sound of a pained grunt. Sangwoo, startled by his father's unexpected presence, receives a mumbled apology. The brief interaction reveals a somewhat strained but ultimately benign family dynamic. A plate of sliced apples is offered, a small gesture of peace and an unspoken acknowledgement of the earlier disruption. Anyway. The young man's dismissive comment foreshadows a shift in focus, away from whatever preceded this scene. Jong Sangwoo, the new tutor, introduces himself, his words causing the boy to blush visibly. The accompanying commentary reveals the student's rebellious attitude as the source of the earlier tension. The young woman's embarrassment stems from Sangwoo having overheard her earlier outburst. This sets the stage for a deeper exploration of their dynamic and the reason behind her tutoring sessions. Her sudden concern about her grades reveals a pivotal underlying conflict. Academic pressure, it seems, fuels the rebellious behavior. Sangwoo's academic report card reveals his remarkably high ranking, a testament to his exceptional abilities. He placed within the top 0.5% nationally. The family sits for breakfast, a scene of quiet domesticity, punctuated by the subtle sounds of contented murmurs, kiki and hohu, as they eat. However, Sangwoo remains unusually subdued, a stark contrast to the celebratory atmosphere. Sangwoo's father departs for work, expressing his gratitude for his son's assistance. A subtle shift in the atmosphere begins to emerge. His mother's immediate reaction exposes a hidden tension, a betrayal. Sangwoo, having witnessed this outburst, is left with a look of quiet contemplation, foreshadowing potential conflict. Dejected, she whispered, "Down." The weight of her disappointment was palpable. He confessed, "I didn't get a good score on the SAT either." His casual admission revealed a shared struggle, a subtle hint of camaraderie. He adds, almost as an afterthought, that he has tutoring tips. A shared resolve took hold. "Okay. But let's start tutoring from today," she declared, a newfound determination in her eyes. Their mutual challenge spurred them to action. A young man stands over a girl diligently studying at a desk. He observes her progress with a mixture of pride and mild surprise. The man, pleased, reflects on the girl's unexpectedly strong performance. He folds clothes, a quiet moment of satisfaction before returning to his own tasks. He stands before his computer, the quiet contentment now replaced by a thoughtful, almost pensive expression. The scene subtly hints at a shift in focus from the girl's accomplishments to his own upcoming responsibilities. The Hunter web homepage displays a digital marketplace for dungeon tips, party searches, skill buying and selling. This is the in-game hub for player interaction and resource exchange. He considers searching for a mining-related skill on the Hunter web. The options displayed include telepathy, whisper magic scrolls, and a familiar skill. A familiar skill is listed for 100 million won. This skill allows the user to share senses, even sight, with their pet or summon creature, facilitating solo dungeon runs and experience gain. A telepathy skill scroll costs 400 million won. It's a highly sought-after skill, useful for leaders to directly communicate thoughts to specific people within a range. He muses that with that kind of money, he'd rather buy a house than a skill. The vast price difference underscores the significant value and demand for such advanced skills in this world. Even the cheapest hunter skills cost a fortune. It would take forever to save enough. He checks his bank balance, a meager 233,200. A news report details the extravagant life of a top-tier hunter, owner of Korea's most expensive apartment. The accompanying interview reveals the incredibly limited number of high-level hunters. He stared at his hands, a newfound determination hardening his gaze. This skill, he resolved, deserved more than menial tasks. A grin spread across his face as he pulled on a yellow jacket. He was ready. "Let's try it, Hunter," he urged himself, anticipation thrumming in his voice. A series of beeps echoed, a subtle prelude to something extraordinary. A system message flashed, "Vitality is unlocked." A new power surged within him. In the year 2000, a cataclysmic event reshaped the world. Portals tore open across the globe, unleashing a torrent of monstrous creatures upon humanity. This invasion threatened the very fabric of human existence, bringing the world to the brink of annihilation. Powerful, horrifying entities emerged, their armies poised to extinguish civilization. Among them stood a figure of immense power and terrifying visage, a harbinger of humanity's potential doom. His very presence signaled the scale of the catastrophe. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming odds, resistance began to take shape. A desperate struggle for survival against impossible odds was about to begin. In 2023, an aged hunter sits amidst a verdant landscape, a crimson crystal clutched in his weathered hand. The weight of years and countless hunts is etched onto his face. The hunter's gaze is drawn to a fallen beast, its grotesque form a stark reminder of the dangers that persist in this world. There are those who actively seek out these remaining monsters, the hunters. A smartphone screen displays a diagram: agent, hunter, monster, and hunter exam, all interconnected. Passing the exam grants a nationally recognized license to hunt monsters legally. A young man, adjusting his glasses, prepares to receive instruction on passing the hunter exam. The path to becoming a licensed monster hunter begins now. The Hunter Center looms large against the azure sky, a testament to the city's burgeoning hunter community. A young man stands before the Hunter Center, a contemplative expression on his face as he surveys the bustling crowd around him. He seems to be assessing the environment. He stretches, a small smile playing on his lips. Anyway, I don't know if it's thanks to the vitality I unlocked recently, but I feel a lot better just by sleeping a few hours, he reflects, his improved physical state becoming evident. Inside, a seasoned hunter meticulously cleans his firearms, the practiced ease of his movements hinting at years of experience. A sense of preparedness hangs heavy in the air. A hardened man, his face etched with years of unseen battles, stands in the lobby of a modern building. His weathered features, partially obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, betray a quiet intensity, a predator observing his prey. A young man, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension, witnesses this scene. The word "wow" escapes his lips, a testament to the gravity of what he has just seen. The young man's apprehension intensifies as the words in the basement, "I'm getting nervous," form a silent confession of his growing unease. The weight of expectation presses upon him. The suspense culminates as he stands before a stark sign, Hunter License Test Room. This is it, the moment of reckoning. He entered the room, a wide, almost naive smile on his face. The sheer number of people present, however, quickly replaced his initial cheer with dawning bewilderment. The room buzzed with anticipation. A diverse group of individuals, some hardened, others apprehensive, awaited the proceedings. Among them, a particularly imposing figure, his face a mask of quiet calculation, observed the newcomer with undisguised curiosity. His bewilderment grew. The sheer scale of the gathering overwhelmed him, a silent question formed on his lips: why are there so many? The weight of the situation began to sink in. Whispers rippled through the crowd. A man nearby muttered, "Who is that idiot?" The tension in the room tightened, palpable and expectant. A hand, scarred and calloused, reached out, a subtle gesture betraying a simmering unease beneath the surface calm. The events about to unfold promised to be far more significant than the newcomer could possibly comprehend. Han Myong-won, a C-class hunter, introduces himself as the proctor for the licensing exam. The weight of his authority is palpable, underscored by the stern expressions of the two men flanking him. Myong-won explains the exam's components, a written test and an aptitude test, and the severe consequences of cheating, disqualification for the year. His warning is stark, leaving no room for misinterpretation. One of the examinees, his face etched with apprehension, silently acknowledges the immense pressure of the situation. His internal monologue speaks volumes about the stakes. The examination begins. The candidates sit attentively before the proctors, their individual anxieties simmering beneath the surface. The scene is set for the test to unfold. The hunter license test is about to begin. A young man, noticeably thinner than before, reunites with a woman he hasn't seen in a while. She remarks on his weight loss, prompting him to explain that he's been working out. The instructor, confirming the student's grade level, will review his academic record before starting the class. This suggests a formal process before the hunter exam itself commences. He grinned, a nervous sweat beading on his brow. The weight of his task was evident, even in his forced smile. Leaving his apartment, he acknowledged the long road ahead. The journey had only just begun. A pragmatic concern clouded his expression. Maintaining contact with his numerous clones would prove challenging. A young man lies in bed, a contemplative expression on his face. He wonders aloud, should I become a hunter? The question hangs heavy in the air, foreshadowing a world in desperate need of heroes. A cataclysmic event, dubbed the Great Disaster, is depicted. Its devastating power is illustrated, leaving more than half of the world's population dead. The scale of destruction sets the stage for the story's central conflict. The narration reveals that during the Great Disaster, superhumans with extraordinary powers emerged. Their timely arrival proved pivotal in humanity's struggle for survival. This introduces a crucial element of the world's power dynamics. With these powerful individuals at the forefront, humanity narrowly avoided complete annihilation, winning a hard-fought war. The young man's initial question takes on a new urgency in light of this revealed history. He realizes he's arrived at the hunter's center. A masked hunter purchases a new weapon from a salesman, taking advantage of a 25% discount. The purchase suggests preparations for an upcoming test. An announcement echoes through the building, hunter license test registration closes in 20 minutes. The test is located on the lower floors. He receives confirmation, the payment will be processed by month's end. The assurance is curt, businesslike. Driving, he explains his recent delays, citing the novelty of his current endeavor. The implication hangs heavy, he's pushing his limits. CEO Khan, eyes narrowed in concentration, gripped the steering wheel. A sharp rap on the car door echoed, "Tuck." As he glanced at his watch. The JM Agency logo is displayed, confirming the driver's identity. He's clearly in a hurry. 7:45 p.m. He mutters, it's about time for the hunter exam to end. The implication is heavy, he's anticipating the results. CEO Kang's car speeds across a bridge at sunset, the city lights twinkling in the background. The journey's urgency is visually reinforced. A young man checks a device on his wrist, the screen displaying the message on passing if level E hunter. A look of mild surprise crosses his face. He's clearly just completed some sort of test, and the result is unexpected. He reflects on the exam's simplicity, comparing it to the ease of obtaining a driver's license. His nonchalant attitude suggests a lack of appreciation for the gravity of becoming a hunter. The young man, now at a shooting range, confidently practices his aim. An instructor casually informs him there's no time limit for practice. This indicates a surprisingly lenient system for aspiring hunters. He passes the practical portion of his hunter's exam with apparent ease, showcasing an unexpected aptitude. The examiner's reaction confirms this surprising success. A looming skyscraper dominates the cityscape at dusk. The protagonist's suspicion solidifies, this feels orchestrated, a government-backed operation. He tries to dismiss his growing unease, urging himself not to overthink the situation. The weight of his suspicions, however, remains. A man in a suit, radiating confidence, cheerfully hands a document to a less formally dressed individual. This seemingly casual exchange is another piece of the puzzle, confirming the government's covert involvement. Congratulations are in order, you've passed the hunter license exam. A new chapter begins. The excitement is palpable. A business card appears, bearing the name JM Agency. Intriguing. CEO Kang Junmo introduces his agency, offering assistance with monster hunts and item acquisition for a small fee. A valuable resource for a newly licensed hunter. A detailed data screen reveals something extraordinary, clones capable of matching the user's level, a significant power boost for any hunter. The protagonist's cloning skill has leveled up. He can now create two perfect duplicates of himself simultaneously using energy. A distraught man, tears streaming down his face, pleads, "Okay. Please, don't forget to contact me." His desperation is palpable, hinting at a significant emotional stake in the events to come. A man hides his face in his hands, a low chuckle escaping him, Puihi, revealing a calculated amusement at the unfolding situation. This suggests a shift in power dynamics and a plan beginning to unfold. Number 2 eagerly awaits his assignment, the air thick with anticipation. Looking forward to your work, number 2, his superior states, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. This marks the official commencement of his new role. The trio stands ready. Their shared determination is palpable as one announces, "Now, we are all prepared to become hunters." The cards in their hands symbolize their official entrance into the ranks. A man sits pensively in a car, observing the city lights. His thoughtful expression hints at the weight of responsibility and the complexities of the operations to come. The quiet contemplation contrasts sharply with the excitement of the previous scenes. The businessman calmly explained the payment terms. "You just have to settle the amount according to what's written on the list here." The implication is clear: this is a transaction, business as usual, even if the items listed are unusual. A simple okay from the other man confirms the agreement. The nonchalant acceptance of the transaction, despite its unusual nature, hints at a level of normalcy surrounding this commerce of otherworldly goods. The detail of the transaction is revealed: slime liquid, Horhabit's horn, and troll's blood are priced in one, highlighting the mundane integration of fantastical resources into everyday life. The high price of troll's blood indicates its significant value and rarity. Junmo, a man of clearly established authority, sits in his office, a mug warming his hands. His colleague expresses concern over a transaction. The price of troll blood is unusually low, a detail that hints at potential market manipulation or a larger issue at play within their guild's operations. The colleague's words hang heavy in the air. Junmo's expression shifts, the casualness fades, replaced by a sharp focus. He's being subtly warned to adapt to the realities of their guild's business, hinting at a cutthroat, morally ambiguous environment. He receives a pointed reminder about the ruthlessness demanded by their profession. The casual placing of a hand on the other man's shoulder speaks volumes about their established dynamic, a balance of respect and unspoken threat. The implication is clear: Junmo needs to prioritize the guild's profit margins above any personal moral qualms. One man, his face etched with worry, is cornered by a more imposing colleague, a smirk playing on his lips. The atmosphere is tense, the implication clear: a power imbalance is at play. The camera focuses on a detail, a music note pin on a crisp suit. A subtle hint, perhaps, of the nature of this encounter's stakes. Zhang Sangwoo received a business card some time ago, and now he seeks answers. Sangwoo arrives at a Starbucks coffee, where he's met by a man in a suit. The man's expression suggests a degree of formality and anticipation. The man apologizes for the wait, implying Sangwoo's presence was expected. The casual acceptance of this apology from Sangwoo speaks to a certain level of comfort between these individuals. He's already here. They'll begin their transaction. The recruiter proposed a safe hunting ground, suitable even for a novice. The young man, quietly sipping his coffee, revealed his unique skill: cloning. Intrigued, the recruiter pondered the implications of a skill capable of creating realistic illusions. Despite the potential, the recruiter pointed out that a novice illusionist wouldn't be physically capable of handling a full hunt. A man presents a contract, stating, "What a good skill. Here is the contract. Please read it." The implication is that a deal is being offered, based on a demonstrated skill. The contract details are revealed: it requires masks and protective clothing for monster hunting, making the process inconvenient. The contract outlines two hunting options: horn rabbit hunting, which is easier but less lucrative, and monster hunting in a designated, safer zone. The man explains that while other low-class monsters exist, only the two previously mentioned locations guarantee hunter safety. This highlights the inherent risk of monster hunting. The client reviews the contract, satisfied with both hunting locations and the potential profits. The deal is implicitly accepted. A man's grateful words fill the air: "Thanks you, Hunter Zhang Sangwoo." His expression is one of sincere appreciation. Zhang Sangwoo forcefully stamps a document, the action emphasizing finality. The stamp, clearly visible now, seals the document. This is no mere formality, it marks a significant conclusion. He explained his predicament: the nature of his task necessitated hunting in two distinct locations. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow on the city streets as he drove, his destination unclear but his purpose resolute. A man sits in his car, a sheen of sweat on his brow, his voice barely a whisper, "He's killing me." The statement reveals a desperate struggle, likely financial, with the weight of his predicament pressing down. His worry deepens. The money's not coming in, but there are so many places the money has to go to. The unspoken pressures mount: debt, responsibilities, and the ever-present threat of ruin. The scene shifts to a stark interrogation, a man's face partially obscured in shadow. The question hangs heavy in the air, and the aptitude test is like a moral test in grade school. Have you ever thought of shooting a person? The implication is clear: this is no ordinary test, it probes the very moral core of those who would wield power. Doubt gnawed at him. Risking his life, using weapons, was this the right path? Two sharply dressed men exchanged business cards, smiles bright and confident. Their demeanor suggested a world far removed from the protagonist's internal conflict. The young man scrutinized the card, a question forming in his mind: were these recruiters for hunters' guilds? The implications of this encounter were slowly dawning on him. A confident agent, promising future contact, further solidifies the nature of the opportunity presented, a chance to join an elite agency. The hasty retreat of another figure adds a note of urgency to the scene. A young man, cloaked in shadow, muses, "Cloning is the best." His words hint at a clandestine operation, the success of which remains uncertain. The scene shifts. A man, his face partially obscured, sits in a car, quietly observing. He states, "I have finally distributed most of it." A sense of relief tinged with apprehension fills his tone. His task, seemingly concluded, leaves him awaiting an uncertain response. He anxiously adjusts his tie, a palpable tension in the air as he adds, "I hope they will contact me." The weight of his actions settles heavily upon him, the success or failure of his plan resting on an anticipated communication. The imposing Haesong Guild headquarters dominates the cityscape, a testament to its power and influence in Korea. This is the center of operations, the nerve center of the nation's most prominent guild. Inside, a man in a suit reviews documents, his expression etched with concern. "This is?" he murmurs, the weight of the information heavy in his tone. The documents hold a critical piece of news, one that will shake the foundations of the Haesong Guild. The man crumpled the incriminating documents in his hand, his knuckles white with tension. The weight of his actions pressed heavily upon him. He sat alone in his car, the regret evident in his weary posture. His confession was silent, but heavy with the implication of his predicament. "If I knew I would be having a hard time like this, I would have kept my mouth shut." The man's expression shifted to one of alarm as he answered the urgent call, "Yes." "This is?" The conversation's implications were clear, the consequences of his actions were catching up to him swiftly. The instructor recommends a slime hunting ground for its relative safety, but cautions that the creatures release poisonous gas upon death. A young man, seemingly unfazed, declares this poses no problem for him. He reviews a contract on his phone. A suited man, reviewing documents, asks the young man to choose one of the two hunting grounds mentioned. He circles a location on a document, a sly smile playing on his lips. "When I said I liked both places." His words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. The choice, it seems, is his to make. A man in a suit, beads of sweat clinging to his brow, stared in disbelief. The weight of the situation pressed down on him, the implications were far-reaching and deeply unsettling. His younger associate, calmly reviewing documents, proposed an audacious plan. "I would like to hunt in both of these places simultaneously," he stated, his tone betraying neither excitement nor apprehension. The ambition was breathtaking. The masked ninja confirmed, "That's right." His steely gaze, though partially obscured, held a hint of defiance. A sharply dressed man leaned forward, intrigued. "Can I take a look at your clone skill?" he asked, his tone both professional and expectant. Without hesitation, the ninja replied, "Of course," and extended two fingers, prepared to demonstrate his unique ability. A burst of blue energy erupted as the ninja unleashed his clone technique. Multiple images of himself appeared in a blur of motion, showcasing his remarkable skill.
The man's eyes widened in impressed amusement.
"Ooh," he exclaimed, clearly astonished by the display of power. A figure, clad in dark clothing, crashes through a window, katana in hand.
He impacts the ground, a swift and brutal landing.
Inside, a man in a suit stares in disbelief, his mouth agape. "Wait," he stammers, his eyes wide with shock.
The businessman's terror escalates.
He recoils, eyes bulging as he frantically tries to shield himself from the immediate threat. The man's face is a mask of pure terror. He cries out, "What the heck?" A calmer voice pleads, "Please calm down." His bewilderment is palpable, the situation is completely beyond his control. The ninja dismissed his surroundings with a wave of his hand.
All of this is just an illusion.
"Nothing is real," he stated, his voice calm despite the chaos surrounding him. Two identical figures stood behind him, their presence further emphasizing his claim. He shifted his stance, a strategic glint in his eyes. "But it's perfect to draw the monster's attention," he explained, his plan taking shape. The swift movement of his clones hinted at the deception to come. The plan worked. A man, clearly intimidated, nervously chuckled.
"I've seen enough of your skill."
He trailed off, acknowledging the ninja's prowess. The man's reflection was shattered, literally and figuratively. The illusion of the previous encounter solidified as he realized, the clone skill I saw at that time was definitely an illusion.
He reviewed the contract, a furrow in his brow deepening with each line. Confusion etched itself onto his features. The businessman's gaze sharpened, suspicion lacing his voice as he posed a question that hung heavy in the air. "Are you perhaps twins?" A wide, joyous grin spread across his face, illuminating his features. The revelation had brought him unexpected delight. A man sits, his clone beside him. "This guy here is my clone," he explains. "I know you might confuse my skill with someone else's, but this person is real." The implication is that the speaker possesses exceptional abilities to create near-perfect duplicates. He continues, revealing a surprising detail. "Actually, there's one more, but I sent him to the fitness center." This suggests a casual disregard for his clones, treating them as expendable resources. The man's face registers awe. "That's very amazing. This class of hunter's skills is not mere."
His incomplete sentence hints at the exceptional, possibly extraordinary, abilities of these clones. The narrative focus shifts to the potential threat or capabilities implied.
Back at the Hunters Association, a request is made.
The young hunter's potential is acknowledged, setting the stage for a further discussion.
A question arises concerning the system's limitations. Can one person be in multiple places simultaneously? This reveals a rule about the system's mechanics. The association representative explains that simultaneous entry is difficult due to existing records. A logistical hurdle is presented. Instead of addressing the logistical problem directly, a solution is proposed. The young hunter will demonstrate their skills later. This creates a new challenge. A cooldown period for the hunter's ability is revealed, impacting the timing of the skill demonstration. This creates a time constraint for the plot.
A meeting concludes with plans to convene at the Hunter Center in 2 days. The air is thick with unspoken tension. The younger man's apprehension is palpable as he nervously retreats from the imposing figure before him. The older man's authority is overwhelming. Despite the young man's obvious unease, the older man expresses his anticipation for their future collaboration with a confident smile.
A business deal is sealed with a handshake.
The air crackles with unspoken ambition. 2 days later, a towering skyscraper dominates the cityscape, a symbol of the burgeoning power shift. A young man, startled, lets out a single, quiet, "Ah."
His unease hints at a brewing complication.
The young hunter arrived promptly at the Hunter Association, meeting a representative who swiftly guided him inside, explaining that most of the essential facilities were located within the building itself. Inside, a large, bright hall displayed hunter numbers being called to various counters, a bustling hub of activity.
Hunter number 166 is called to counter E4, prompting the young hunter's concern. The visual context reveals this is not a simple administrative task.
A clerk's surprised expression underscores the unusual request. The hunter seeks duplicate access to the hunting grounds, a highly irregular and potentially suspicious action. The young man explains his predicament: he can only clone himself once due to a limited number of identity bracelets. His companion, a more seasoned official, notes the unique nature of this request, as it is the first time a duplicate access request has been made for a skill. The young man's impatience grows as he urges the official to locate the necessary application documents amidst a large stack of files. The official acknowledges the unusual nature of the situation.
The permit application is located.
The official instructs the young man to proceed to the civil service office and equipment room to process the necessary documentation before taking a permission test in the skill demonstration room.
The sheer volume of paperwork involved overwhelms the young man and his companion.
The official takes charge of the documents, leaving the young man to head to the skill demonstration room. A man in a suit reviewed documents while a woman worked at a computer nearby. The scene, though seemingly mundane, hints at the bureaucratic layers surrounding the protagonist's impending transformation. The young man, already showing signs of apprehension, entered a sterile laboratory. A scientist observed him from behind a glass partition, her expression a mix of professional curiosity and guarded anticipation. A surge of energy enveloped him. The intense blue light, along with the swirling vapor, signified a powerful transformation beginning. The man's bare back was illuminated, highlighting the physical changes about to occur.
Observed remotely, the transformation was far more dramatic than anticipated.
The scientist watched, aghast, as the young man's body underwent a violent shift, clearly exceeding the expected parameters. His wide eyes and the scientist's shocked reaction heightened the tension. The request for an identical identity bracelet has been completed. The clones can now enter the hunting grounds by having their fingerprints scanned. Considering the characteristics of the cloning skill, simultaneous entry and exit in different places are possible, and the place you've entered can also be re-entered by the clones. With a hearty laugh, the two clones prepare to depart, one expressing gratitude for the provided bracelet.
The authorization request is complete. Congratulations! A wave of anticipation washes over the scene as the announcement echoes through the hall. But why is the clone concealing his face?
A man in a suit inquires, his voice laced with suspicion, as he observes the two young men, one of whom is clearly a clone, and is masked.
The high stakes and potential risks become clear.
This clone is an asset of considerable interest, drawing unwanted attention. A palpable sense of unease grips the air as a man in a suit reacts with surprise, a wordless woe
escaping his lips.
The weight of the situation intensifies as he assesses the situation. Guildmaster Shin Haesung, a man whose amusement is as chilling as his power, reveals a knowing smirk. "I was wondering who it was, turns out to be our Junmo, huh?" His words carry the weight of a calculated move, hinting at a deeper game in play. The conversation shifts to a more serious tone. Across a low table, a figure in a dark suit sits opposite a young man with a katana strapped to his back. "I heard that your skill is cloning," the suited man states, his voice betraying no emotion, yet the statement hangs heavy with implication. The young man's skill is revealed in a sudden burst of blue energy. Multiple identical images of him flash into existence, each a perfect replica, confirming the man in the suit's information and hinting at a formidable power. The ninja leader, a fierce figure with a katana, gestures sharply to his squad, electrifying the air with a palpable tension. His silent command speaks volumes: the attack begins now.
Surrounded, the target is helpless, trapped amidst the ninja's deadly blades. Panic threatens to overwhelm him as their weapons converge.
A new threat emerges from the shadows, three figures clad in darkness, their weapons gleaming ominously. The situation has escalated dramatically, a secondary assault launched with chilling precision. The blade sliced through the air, a near-silent whoosh, yet it inflicted no actual damage.
This is no ordinary weapon.
A man in a suit, eyes wide with disbelief, witnessed the display of this unique skill. His astonishment is palpable. The revelation: the two young men are twins, a fact met with a casual chuckle.
This seemingly insignificant detail may hold unforeseen consequences.
The young man flexed, a confident smirk playing on his lips.
"Yes. If my clone gets stronger, then I get stronger too."
This wasn't mere boasting, It was a fundamental principle of his existence, a symbiotic relationship with his engineered duplicate. His face crumpled, tears welling in his eyes.
Hing. So there will be a problem.
The weight of his responsibility, the potential dangers inherent in his power, were beginning to overwhelm him. He smiled, a relieved expression replacing the previous worry.
I've stamped it already. I also already checked the proportion percentage in the photo that number 2 sent me before.
A crucial step in his plan was complete, easing his immediate concerns. The man in the suit adjusted his tie, a subtle hint of impatience in his expression.
You're here early. It's not the time yet though. The meeting, a critical juncture in their clandestine operation, was about to begin.
Sparks fly as the elderly craftsman meticulously welds a metallic component within a high-tech workshop. The whirring of robotic arms and the hum of machinery fill the air. He examines his work, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his weathered face. The close-up reveals the intricate detail of the piece, highlighting the precision of his craft. A quiet hum escapes his lips.
A wave of disappointment washes over him. It could have been an excellent test subject. What a pity.
He mutters, his gaze falling to the partially completed device.
The potential of the lost opportunity hangs heavy in the air.
A sharp contrast emerges as the scene shifts to a sharply dressed man in a well-lit office.
He asks urgently, "Yes. Are you going to the hunting ground right away?"
A voice, surprised and relieved, cuts through the silence. The speaker is clearly concerned about the recent events, their query revealing a need for identification and explanation. Mr. Kong Junmo is unexpectedly accosted. The abruptness of the encounter and the exclamation highlight a sense of urgency and recognition. A blur of motion, two figures clash, a crack of energy splitting the scene. The raw power of their confrontation is palpable.
A man, his face etched with a knowing smirk, observes the scene. It's been a while, we're meeting in this kind of place too.
He muses, his words hinting at a shared history and dangerous circumstances. The older man's expression shifts, a mixture of surprise and something akin to disappointment crosses his features. "I didn't know you were still doing hunter work," he states, revealing a previously unknown aspect of the younger man's past. The guild master of the Haisong Guild, Shin Haisong, is introduced. His presence alone speaks volumes of power.
A young man, seemingly out of breath, is shown.
He just leaped from several floors up. Shin Haisong greets the young man with a dismissive, mocking "Greetings, sir," revealing his disdain for the youth's audacious arrival.
The guildmaster's shocked expression hints at the young man's true identity, a significant revelation.
The encounter is far from over. A company representative informs his colleague, "He's a hunter associated with our company."
The implication is that they are about to meet someone of importance within the hunter organization.
The representative's reaction, a subtle "ah," suggests surprise or recognition, building suspense as to the hunter's identity and the significance of their presence.
Meanwhile, the young man remains unaware of this assessment.
The question, an F rank, reveals the hunter's low rank, a detail that contradicts expectations and foreshadows potential challenges or unexpected events related to this seemingly insignificant individual. The representative's final words, "Mr. Junmo, who used to supervise the C and B ranks, became like this," paint a grim picture of the harsh realities faced by lower-ranked hunters, highlighting the precariousness of their lives and the potential dangers lurking within the hunter system. The like this implies a drastic downfall or change in his appearance or state. A man in a suit collapses, his laughter echoing, a manic, desperate sound, as a dark orange glow erupts around him. His body is racked with unseen forces.
Another man, his face etched with grim concern, watches the scene unfold.
"You?" he begins, his voice laced with suspicion and a dawning comprehension of the catastrophe. The scene shifts. A young man in a hoodie places a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the concerned man from the previous panel. A voice, cold and calculating, cuts through the tension.
"Yeah? It seems like this F-rank hunter has something to say."
The implication hangs heavy in the air, the young man is about to face a powerful enemy.
He beams, a genuine smile lighting up his face. "It's not like that.
It's just that I'm honored to meet the guild master of the rank 1 guild in the country." His humility is evident, belying a potential strength yet to be revealed. The guildmaster, a man of sharp features and a shrewd gaze, studies him.
Oh, you don't have the eyes of an F rank. You have some sense.
His words hint at a perception of the young man's true potential, hidden beneath an unassuming exterior.
The guildmaster's eyes narrow as he reveals the extent of the guild's power. Ranks first in monopolizing dungeons in the country. Ranks first in restricting hunting grounds.
The sheer dominance of the guild is laid bare, highlighting the stakes involved. A nervous smile flickers across his face as he confesses his uncertainty.
I have no idea what to do now.
The weight of his unexpected encounter with such power begins to settle.
The man, a figure of imposing presence, leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips.
So you have some guts, he observed, his tone laced with a chilling amusement. This was a test, the first step in a dangerous game. His smile broadened, revealing a chilling intensity beneath the surface. The threat hung heavy in the air, unspoken but palpable.
The man's hand rested on the younger man's shoulder, a gesture that belied the underlying menace.
Shall we see if your skill matches your courage? He challenged, his voice dripping with anticipation for a display of strength. A look of stark terror consumed the younger man's face as he visibly recoiled, sweat beading on his brow. The weight of the impending confrontation crashed down on him. From a shadowed corner, a sharp cry cut through the tension, "Sir!" A desperate plea, a plea for intervention, yet whether it would succeed remained uncertain.
A young man, clad in a hoodie emblazoned with Venom Zephyr, is ushered into a lavish hall. Two men in suits trail behind, their expressions a blend of annoyance and apprehension.
"You're here," one of them declares, while the other mutters, "Oh my, the party pooper is here." The older man in the suit dismisses the young man with a chuckle.
"Ah, you're a funny guy, see you next time, Mr. Junmo."
His dismissive attitude hints at a larger, unspoken power dynamic. As the young man, Junmo, departs, the two men exchange worried glances. One whispers, his voice tight with concern, "If you just leave like that inside the association."
The implication of serious consequences hangs heavy in the air.
The young man, his gaze fixed out the car window, sat beside a masked figure and a stern-faced businessman.
The city blurred past, reflecting the tense atmosphere within the vehicle.
"Thank you for what you did earlier," the businessman acknowledged, his expression softening slightly, a subtle shift in the car's tension.
The masked figure remained silent.
A subtle smile played on the young man's lips. "I can't just stand by and watch," he explained, his quiet resolve echoing the unspoken understanding between him and the businessman. Frustrated by the lack of online information, the young man discovers a crucial detail: Agent Kong Junmo, an insider, was expelled from the Haisong Guild. This revelation suggests a deeper, more sinister reason for the dearth of information online.
Online comments corroborate the young man's findings. The Haisong Guild's reputation precedes it. Hunters are hesitant to join the JM agency due to the perceived repercussions. The thorny path for those who sign with JM agency is illuminated.
Despite the risks, the young man's decision is cemented by the agency's lucrative payment ratio, a stark 8-2 split in favor of the hunter.
His excitement contrasts with the older agent's amusement.
His final justification for choosing this path: trust. A quiet confidence in his abilities and the opportunities presented. Consumed by a conflict of loyalties, the man gripped the steering wheel, his face etched with worry.
He couldn't reconcile his trust with the realities of the industry and his commitment to the guild.
The scene shifts abruptly. A gym, quiet except for the rhythmic whir of treadmills, is suddenly shattered. A man, his hand wrapped in bloody bandages, clutches a weapon, his expression grim. He collapses, the exertion evident in his pained posture and the beads of sweat on his brow.
His injuries are far more severe than they initially appear.
This is no mere workout. Sweat beaded on his brow as he strained, a low groan escaping his lips.
The weight pressed down, testing his limits.
Concern etched itself onto the woman's face as she watched the man struggle. Her companion, equally worried, explained his futile attempts to intervene. The sheer danger of his workout was evident. A metallic ring echoed through the gym as the barbell clattered to the ground. He collapsed, his exertion finally overcoming him.
Zhang Sangwa's message arrived, a stark contrast to the previous scene's intensity.
Instructions for a meeting were concisely delivered, a shift indicating a new phase. He finishes his water, clearly exhausted. His workout partner expresses relief at the end of their session. A cavern collapses inward, revealing a vast, fiery chasm. A hazmat-suited figure descends into the chasm, wielding a large sledgehammer. The glow of the magma reflects in his mask. A soldier, his back to us, carries a canister filled with a viscous, crimson liquid. Splashes adorn the container's exterior, hinting at a recent, messy extraction. The soldier, now facing us, confronts a shadowy, electric entity. His colleagues stand guard as he prepares to use a heavy mallet, clearly facing a formidable foe. The soldier, now removing his gas mask, reports to a superior. He explains the discomfort of the mask, highlighting the hazardous nature of his work. His superior explains the dangers and low profitability of slime hunting, confirming the soldier's experience was far from ordinary. Hunt until your container is full, then, return it to the rented locker for replacement. The man in the suit explains that while a longer duration is possible, it requires high-quality equipment like the new gas mask and cooling equipment suit shown. He doubts he can manage even 2 hours, let alone the required 6. A gas mask is hastily put on, causing the cap to fly off. He ties his shoes and puts on his gloves, preparing for the hunt. A man in a suit bids farewell to a tearful young man, his fist clenched in determination. "Good luck, number 2, he calls out, as a figure in hazmat gear walks away into the apocalyptic sunset. The weight of the mission settles heavily on their shoulders. The young man, number 2, gestures confidently towards a large object within a warehouse-like facility. "With number 1 right here," he says to Mr. Hunter, the implication clear, they have the necessary resources ready. Number 2 admits, "I still haven't picked him up from the gym," revealing a surprising lack of preparation just as the mission is about to commence. A figure in a dark suit stands silhouetted against a brightly lit interior, hands clasped, a wordless exhalation escaping his lips. The air crackles with unspoken power. The Haisung Guild Master, Shin Haisung, is introduced. A sly smile plays on his lips as he casually adjusts his collar, a picture of calculated confidence. A powerful force impacts the ground, a shockwave throwing dust and debris skyward as the suited man is thrown backward. An unseen assailant voices their disbelief, the words sharp and laced with scorn, "I can't believe you're taking care of an F rank wearing a sweatshirt like that." The implication is clear, this is a display of shocking incompetence. A man's face crinkled in a sly grin, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He clearly relishes a secret. The young man before him was dwarfed by a towering, shadowy figure whose malevolent smile promised trouble. This imposing man exudes a chilling aura. Overwhelmed, the young man covers his face, his predicament clear. The weight of the situation is palpable. The man's smug expression returns. He reveals the young man's remarkable success in payment ratio within the Haizan Guild, a fact that clearly surprises and amuses him. His pride is evident, however misplaced. He had cracked the case, piecing together the truth about the JM agency through meticulous research. Sitting in his car, a sense of accomplishment mixed with apprehension clouded his expression. The weight of his discovery settled upon him. He understood the implications, but the long-term commitment felt daunting. Even the most patient individual would struggle to withstand the relentless pressure for 6 hours. The young man's resolve wavered. A sudden, unexpected twist. What if it wasn't just 6 hours? The implications of a far longer ordeal were devastating. The young man stands, expressionless, in the urban twilight. His casual attire belies the extraordinary abilities he possesses. A car pulls up, and a voice from inside calls out, "Get in, number 1." The young man, now identified as number 1, approaches the vehicle, a hint of weariness in his stance. His day of seemingly mundane tasks has led to this moment, a meeting with his clone. The setting shifts to the interior of a car. A young man sits, his expression a mixture of apprehension and curiosity as he's addressed. "So you are calling your clones number 1 and 2, huh?" the driver asks, his tone inquisitive. The young man replies, a slight smile playing on his lips.
Yes, well, they all look the same, so if I give them creative names, I will be confused.
His driver, a man wearing a mask and cap, is mentioned as number 2. The driver, number 2, explains, since your skill makes them, confirming the nature of the clones and their relationship to the young man's abilities.
A simple yes is the young man's curt response. A sudden thought strikes the young man. He asks anxiously, then, don't I have to prepare some kind of equipment?
The image shows him gesturing, his mind already picturing a gun or something.
Don't worry about equipment.
You can use your own, or rent it for the hunt.
Of course, it's not free.
But you should eventually have your own personal equipment. Rented equipment is only usable on the designated hunting grounds, making retrieval easier.
They've arrived at their destination.
A futuristic vehicle approaches a sprawling, technologically advanced city at dusk, a helicopter hovering nearby. 2 soldiers stand guard at a massive, imposing facility as dusk settles. The air crackles with tension, this is no ordinary military base.
Inside, chaos erupts.
A man wielding 2 glowing batons confronts a group, his aggressive stance signaling an imminent confrontation.
The scale of the operation becomes clear, this is no small-scale incident.
A young man, observing the scene from a nearby vehicle, marvels at the sheer size of the facility. This place is enormous, he observes, highlighting the immense scale of the unfolding events, vastly different from his previous experiences. A sharply dressed man, seemingly in charge, declares a significant breach has occurred. His urgency conveys the gravity of the situation. The narrative's focus shifts to the higher stakes now in play.
A lone hunter, knife and pistol drawn, stands defiant against a tide of monstrous creatures emerging from the shadows.
The sheer number of these grotesque beings speaks to the overwhelming threat they pose. Because of that, the caption reads, foreshadowing the imminent danger. The narrative shifts to explain the hunting grounds. Most of the hunting occurs after the hunters venture into the portal. However, a new threat is about to be revealed. A soldier, dwarfed by the sheer size and ferocity of the creature, faces a terrifying new predator, a massive, reptilian beast with glowing eyes, its maw agape in a silent roar. This encounter reveals a new layer of threat beyond the previous horde. A dark, gaping portal tears through the night sky above a ruined cityscape. Electrical energy crackles around its edges, a visual manifestation of the power and chaos that it represents. This marks a significant escalation in the scale of the threat.
We call this a monster break.
Only F and E-class monsters remain, making it a prime hunting ground for monster hunters.
Equipment rentals are available nearby.
The rental agreement details a night vision rifle, goggles, earplugs, and 400 rounds of ammunition. A significant amount of firepower for a seemingly mundane transaction. The young man, his face a mask of disbelief, stares at his credit card. The sheer cost of this arsenal is clearly impacting him. Even for this world's unique currency system, it is considerable. The price of a single horn rabbit, a creature apparently vital to this world's economy, is equivalent to a bucket of slime liquid.
This exchange hints at a strange economic system. They've arrived.
The young man and the man in the suit stand before an elevator, their destination implied. The tension rises as the transaction nears completion. A rooftop sniper nest.
Several mercenaries, armed and tense, scan the cityscape. Explosions punctuate the scene as they engage their targets.
One team member, further back, checks equipment, while a group of men in suits watch from the building's interior. The scene shifts. A man, his face etched with frustration, mutters, "It's a miss again, damn it." He holds a smoking cigarette, his weapon lying nearby. The previous engagement's failure weighs heavily on him.
A young man, slightly bewildered, is guided towards a specific seat, number 4.
The man directing him, a more seasoned individual, explains with a knowing smile, "Seat number 4, so I guess it's that seat."
The implication is clear, his destination is predetermined.
A sharply dressed man questions a young man, his casual attire a stark contrast.
"Are you confident in your shooting skills?"
The question hangs heavy in the dimly lit space, the weight of expectation palpable. The young man, a smirk playing on his lips, casually handles a high-powered rifle.
"Oh, who do you think I am?"
His tone drips with self-assurance, hinting at a skill far beyond the ordinary. The young man inserts earplugs, his focus intensifying. These bastards won't be able to escape from the aim of this Ajangsan eagle. His words, sharp as the rifle barrel, reveal his confidence is not mere bravado. He is known by a formidable moniker, the Ajangsan eagle, and he intends to live up to it. It's fortunate that people are wearing earplugs. The man's grim smile and clenched fist hint at a plan about to unfold, one that requires a certain level of discretion. Through the scope of a rifle, a seemingly innocent rabbit sits nestled in the tall grass. However, the predator's perspective reveals a potential target, cloaked in tranquility. The rabbit, now closer in the sights, becomes less innocent. The image highlights its unusually large teeth, a subtle detail hinting at a more dangerous reality. The hunt begins. Hunting start explodes across the panel as the rifle's blade-like projectile streaks towards its unsuspecting prey. Despair washed over him as he slumped to the ground, weapon discarded. His failure echoed in the silence, he couldn't land a single shot on his targets. The young man recounted his frustration. His aim was perfect, yet something inexplicable interfered. A powerful blast rocked the landscape. A seemingly innocent rabbit, its horn gleaming, was the source of the devastating attack. The BAAM reverberated through the air, marking the unexpected turn of events. Frustrated, the young man reflects on his latest failure. His weapon malfunctions, refusing to fire, and even his intended target, the agent, vanished. He encounters a superior, who curtly dismisses him, urging him to leave. The weight of his fruitless endeavor settles heavily. The young man's exhaustion is palpable, his face etched with despair. He's clearly reaching his limit. Silhouetted against the city skyline, he makes a weary decision, he's going home. The scene emphasizes his isolation and defeat. At least the slimes are proving beneficial for training. His mana slowly, incrementally increases with each kill. A system readout confirms a subtle, yet continuous improvement across multiple physical and mental attributes. His strength, reflexes, health, and endurance are all slowly but steadily rising. Despite the incremental gains, he notes a nagging uncertainty. The progress feels too slow. Is this all he can expect? Suddenly, a menacing figure looms over him, a cruel smile twisting his features. The peaceful training session has ended abruptly. He awoke with a sigh, the weight of his failure heavy on his chest. I still have a long way to go, he murmured, the words a testament to the arduous journey ahead. The young man's frustration was palpable. Catching the horn rabbits proved far more challenging than anticipated. Catching the horn rabbits was a complete failure. I didn't expect it to be that hard. He lamented, the image of a mischievous unicorn rabbit flashing in his mind. He drifted back to sleep, a faint buzzing from his phone barely registering. The weight of his unmet goals, a subtle pressure, remained. A casual conversation unfolds in a car. The younger passenger learns, almost incidentally, that people hunt horn rabbits with guns. This seemingly trivial detail foreshadows the escalating danger to come. Their destination is revealed, Ujangsan Field. The ominous, fiery sunset and the large, imposing structures hint at the scale and danger of the location, suggesting this isn't a simple hunting trip. The young man's reaction to hearing about a monster break confirms the gravity of the situation. His pensive expression underscores the impending threat and his dawning awareness of the danger he's walking into. The portal, a fractured tear in reality, is severed from the outside world. A volatile energy crackles around its edges, a silent testament to its unstable nature. Occasionally, however, a monster bursts through, wreaking havoc on its surroundings before the area is transformed into another part of the field. 5 years ago, during a massive monster incursion, most of the high-class threats were neutralized. A young man, dressed casually, voices concern about potential noise complaints from the recent monster activity. He seems more concerned with the mundane repercussions than the actual threat. A hardened man, his face etched with the weariness of countless battles, stands amidst an arsenal of weapons. 700,000 won is the total cost, a stark reminder of the resources required for survival in this harsh world. The price of bullets forms the bulk of the expenses, but skilled hunters who can bring down horned rabbits can mitigate these costs. The vast hunting grounds are sectioned off, even internally, as indicated by the current location, Building F, 3rd floor. This suggests a complex, possibly regulated system governs access and control. He only missed 3 shots on the hunter's license shooting test, highlighting a surprising level of ineptitude given the context. Despite his regret for the horned rabbits, he nonchalantly displays his weapon, suggesting a grim acceptance of the necessary violence. His skill, or lack thereof, will define his path through this world. He located his target, a grim expression twisting his face as he exclaimed, "I found one." "Already?" The urgency in his voice underscored the gravity of the situation. A hand, gripping the trigger of a firearm, prepared to fire. The subtle tension in the posture hints at the imminent action. A bullet hurtled toward its destination, the sound of the shot echoing in the aftermath. 3 hours had passed, and the man's face was now a mask of terror, his hands shielding his eyes. A palpable sense of dread permeated his being. Under the cloak of night, 2 figures sit silently, their faces partially obscured. One receives instructions: hunt the horned rabbit, collect the scattered firearms, and use the spear gun. A man in a crisp, light blue shirt stands by a window, arms crossed, gazing out at the city. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a hint of worry etched onto his features. The rising sun casts a warm glow across his face. A small, almost imperceptible tremor vibrates from his pocket. Musical notes, faintly glowing red, shimmer into view, a subtle yet undeniable sign of an impending event. A man answers a phone call, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern. "Hello, this is JM Agency," he states, the words clearly indicating a professional setting. The caller's urgent question cuts through the polite introduction: "Is this the agency that Hunter Jong Sang-woo belongs to?" The sudden shift in tone reveals an escalating situation. The agency employee's terse reply confirms the connection, setting the stage for immediate action. "Yes, that's right." The following instruction reveals the urgency of the situation. "This is Slime Hunting Ground Manager. Come here quickly and please stop Hunter Jong Sang-woo." The reason for the urgency becomes clear: he has been hunting for more than 24 hours. He isn't in the right mind right now. The extended hunting spree indicates Jong Sang-woo's state is critical, demanding immediate intervention. The agency employee, showing a sense of responsibility and concern, pledges immediate action. "I will be there as soon as I can." His determination to respond to the crisis is palpable. He awoke, a stretch and yawn betraying the restful sleep he'd just enjoyed. The lingering effects of slumber still clung to him as he rose. A contented sigh escaped his lips. "I had a good night's sleep," he murmured, the words barely audible above the quiet hum of the morning. His peaceful morning was shattered. A sudden jolt of anxiety flickered across his face as he read a message, his brow furrowing in confusion. From number 1. Did he run out of bullets? The sheer volume of unread messages overwhelmed him. He stared, aghast, at his phone. Wait, why are there so many messages? The weight of unanswered correspondence settled upon him, replacing his earlier serenity with a growing sense of dread. A young man stares, wide-eyed, at his phone, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. The glow of the screen illuminates his features, highlighting the intensity of his reaction. The man in the suit, his face etched with worry, stands amidst armed soldiers in a dimly lit corridor. The silence is heavy, broken only by his unspoken apprehension. Rows of large cylindrical containers, filled with a viscous, reddish liquid, dominate the scene. The sheer volume is staggering, hinting at a massive undertaking. The suited man, now in a different location, stares at something off-panel with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. His muttered question reveals the incredible speed of recent events. What? Did he fill all these storage bins within just a day? 3 soldiers, clad in military gear, react with stunned disbelief to something unseen. Their expressions and postures speak of a situation far exceeding their expectations. A man in a suit, overseeing a squad of soldiers in a high-tech facility, barks into his phone, "This isn't the time for it." The urgency in his voice underscores the gravity of the situation. His subordinates wait, tense, anticipating his next command.
The man on the other end of the call, identified as Hunter Sangwoo, receives an update. Good news. I'm in the slime hunting ground, and your clone storage is full within just a day. The sheer volume of monsters slain is revealed, hinting at the scale of Sangwoo's power in the ensuing cleanup operation. The ensuing request to halt the hunt highlights the logistical challenges this success presents. Sangwoo, hearing of the overflowing slime corpse storage, politely responds, but presses a crucial point. I'm glad to hear that, but can you also send the cleaners to Yujangsan? His request to extend the cleanup operation suggests a new, significant problem has developed in Yujangsan, which is about to unravel. The panel shows a grisly pile of what appears to be numerous, mangled rabbits. The implied horror reflects the understated what, from Sangwoo's contact, a question born from the shocking discovery of a new, unexpected, and violent incident at Yujangsan, demanding immediate attention. The path is blocked, a grim obstacle of corpses lies ahead. The sheer scale of the carnage is overwhelming. Hundreds of bodies, a macabre pile, are surrounded by onlookers, their faces a mixture of horror and morbid fascination. A man in a suit, seemingly in command, surveys the scene. Two reporters react to the sight. One marvels at the sheer number of bodies, while the other, apparently unfazed, comments on the impossibility of anyone noticing a single missing corpse amidst the chaos. A phone camera captures the disturbing scene in a live stream. The grainy footage emphasizes the scale of the tragedy, highlighting the disregard for individual lives in the face of such overwhelming numbers. A man, bandaged and bloodstained, sits alone in the darkness. The question hangs heavy in the air: was he responsible for this horrific scene? Impressed by the young hunter's exceptional skills, the recruiter comments, "Those were some incredible hunting skills." The masked hunter stands silently, seemingly unfazed by the praise. The recruiter extends a business card. It's from Team 2 of the Brown Bear Guild, offering a recruitment opportunity. The recruiter, seemingly pleased with himself, asks, "May I know if you already belong to a guild currently?" Another individual nearby mutters, "Disgusting," at the pile of slain creatures nearby. The recruiter chuckles, dismissing the hunter's silence with a dismissive, "Be patient. Most of the talented people are weirdos." His subsequent laughter suggests a certain understanding of eccentric individuals in his field. They've been trying to get information from him, but the man remains stubbornly silent. A group of sharply dressed individuals surrounds him, their faces a mixture of frustration and concern. Recruiters from the large guilds are circling, their interest piqued by this unusually quiet individual. His silence speaks volumes. Despite his reticence, they believe he should have said something. This unusual silence suggests something significant is happening. One of the men reaffirms his earlier assertion that the man wouldn't speak. More ammunition. The silent man, though wounded, is preparing for a continuation of the events. Instructions are given to continue the hunt, and once Agent Nim arrives, he will handle the disposal of the bodies. The silent man simply replies, "Okay." The weight of the unspoken hangs heavy in the air. Well done, number 1. A young man, clearly pleased with his accomplishment, exchanges a quiet word with a masked companion. The air is one of casual camaraderie, but the undercurrent hints at something more significant: a shared mission, perhaps, completed successfully. The masked man's expression shifts dramatically, his surprise is palpable. He's witnessed something unexpected, the return of a hunter. The scene abruptly changes, shifting from an urban setting to a more rugged, outdoor environment. The intensity increases, this is no longer a casual exchange. The tension mounts as a group watches, hushed, as the hunter prepares for another hunt, the word camera, a stark contrast to the growing anticipation and potential danger. This is not just a hunt, it's a spectacle, observed by a hidden audience. The hunter's return has significant implications, attracting eager onlookers and suggesting a heightened sense of drama. The clones possess half his capabilities. Initially, this was deemed sufficient, however, a deeper analysis reveals a more complex reality. His focus intensifies as he studies the clones' performance. Their machine-like efficiency and unwavering focus in executing tasks is noted. The young man is shocked. His expectations have been far surpassed. The clone's abilities exceed his initial projections, prompting alarm. A female voice interrupts his thoughts.
The implications of the clone's unforeseen capabilities and his own underestimated potential linger. He hands her the papers, a slight flush on his cheeks.
Ah, sorry. I'm done checking. You've definitely done better than last time. Right?
I used to hear that I could do it if I just try.
His casual demeanor masks a deeper thought. Hunting ground? You are a hunter?
Her surprise is palpable, his seemingly ordinary life belies a hidden truth.
The woman, his teacher, reveals a critical piece of information. Ah, teacher, do you know who this hunter is? Today, people were so noisy, talking about this person.
The seemingly mundane event hints at the hunter's growing notoriety. A young woman excitedly displays a video on her phone, the title proclaiming God of Aim Yu Jangsan Eagle Eye. Her male companion stares, utterly bewildered. The woman explains that the video, showing a man hunting numerous rabbits, is trending wildly. The sheer number of rabbits and the video's popularity indicate an extraordinary hunting skill. The video's popularity is further explained. The hunter remains silent amidst the public frenzy, creating an air of mystery and intrigue. Two men from a hunter's guild are seen in the video, approaching the hunter.
The guild members ask the hunter's name, revealing the Yu Jangsan Eagle Eye is a nickname.
The hunter's reaction suggests confusion or surprise, underscoring the unexpected nature of his newfound fame. A young woman reveals her dream of becoming a hunter, a profession clearly requiring considerable skill and risk. Her apprehension is palpable. She's obtained a license, but fears venturing into the hunting grounds. She proposes a deal. A good test score will earn her a trip to the hunting grounds with her companion. The subtext suggests a significant personal investment in achieving this goal. Her companion agrees, offering support contingent on her university entrance. This exchange reveals a deeper connection and mutual understanding, hinting at a shared future.
He confessed his knowledge of safe hunting grounds, a crucial detail given their current predicament.
A shared understanding flickered between them, hinting at a deeper bond. She smiled, her gaze unwavering, then extended a finger, demanding a promise. The scene shifted to a clear request for a commitment. A pinky swear sealed the deal, a childish gesture underlining the weight of their unspoken agreement. His determination was clear.
Her final condition was revealed: continue his studies to secure admission into Gyeongguk University.
The promise was not just about their present, but his future. A man's eyes narrowed, his expression one of shrewd calculation.
He subtly touches his temple, a gesture suggesting deep thought, as if weighing the implications of a recent development. Don't change your mind.
The weight of this decision rests heavily on him.
Okay.
A sigh of resignation, the quiet acceptance of a challenging path. A young man, having just finished a lesson, assures his mother that all went well. His casual demeanor belies a hidden urgency. The mother expresses relief, mentioning her earlier concerns about her daughter's aptitude. Her words reveal a world where inherent talent plays a significant role in success. The young man, already late, is urged to eat before leaving. He reveals he has a pressing appointment, adding to the sense of importance. The abruptness hints at danger or clandestine activity. The scene shifts to the young man's sister, excitedly revealing her appointment with a powerful hunter, adding significant context to the preceding panel's urgency.
Her relation indicates a positive, crucial development.
She credits her successful appointment to a recent conversation, implying a crucial interaction that facilitated this important event. The introduction of the hunter as a key figure expands the narrative scope. Initially hesitant because of his connection to her father, she found her tutor to be quite capable. A subtle magic emanates from her hands as she playfully interacts with her teddy bear. She stands, slightly flustered, her attention clearly elsewhere. A night scene of a futuristic port facility. A young man, casually dressed, wonders aloud if the recent corpse collection is finally over. His unease hints at the unusual scale of the operation.
A man in a suit, startled, exclaims "Ah!" His reaction indicates an unexpected turn of events. The young man, now identified as Hunter Nim, is surprised to find other hunters present at the same location.
This implies a convergence of independent operations. A hunter explains that while he's overseen numerous corpse collection teams in various hunting grounds before, the current operation for horn rabbits is unprecedented in its scale. The sheer number of teams involved, 352 in total, is revealed, underscoring the extraordinary nature of this horn rabbit hunt and its potential significance within the established world.
He'd already sent it.
A quick check of his phone reveals a deposit of 30,910,001 from JM Agency, significantly boosting his balance to 32,720,301.
This unexpected windfall, however, isn't without its unsettling undercurrents.
His eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at the screen, a sudden, sharp cook escaping his lips. A shadowy figure looms behind him, a masked face hinting at something ominous.
Is it really supposed to be this much?
He gasps, the sheer magnitude of the sum still failing to register.
His disbelief is palpable.
A slight smile plays on his lips as he murmurs, "But I'm still not an E-class, thank you."
Gratitude and a touch of bewilderment mix in his expression. He's clearly still grappling with the implications.
A sinister grin spreads across the face of a man, his eyes gleaming with a calculating intensity. He exudes a palpable sense of menace. The scene shifts.
A man in a suit confronts the grinning figure, suspicion etched onto his face. He demands an explanation. Yes, but who are you?
The question hangs heavy in the air, revealing a power imbalance.
The hunter, his prey stolen, explains his situation. I'm a hunter whose prey was stolen. His calm demeanor belies the simmering fury beneath the surface.
The stakes are clearly raised. The smug expression on the first man's face hardens. His response is a chilling assessment of the situation. "I think you have to pay for that."
The threat is implicit, yet unmistakable.
Cold sweat beads on the brow of the man in the suit. Fear, genuine and profound, is reflected in his eyes as he realizes the gravity of his predicament. He pondered, "I didn't know there was that kind of person." A revelation shifted his perspective.
A gruff voice interrupted their quiet contemplation. "What are you two whispering about?"
The tension ratcheted up.
The young man, urged by his companion, attempted to leave. But the older man's fury erupted. "I'm not done talking. Where are you going, you son of a bitch?"
The confrontation escalated into open conflict.
A calm suggestion hangs in the air. Shall we head to a coffee shop nearby?
The question, however, is met with anything but calmness in the following panels. The man's desperate plea, "Don't ignore me," explodes from him, a raw, visceral outburst against the indifferent world around him. His face is a mask of frantic fear and desperation. Ignoring the man's pleas, a young man issues a curt command, "Number 1, go."
The weight of unspoken urgency hangs heavy between them.
This is not a casual request, it's an order given with a chilling finality. A swift, brutal blow sends the man sprawling. The force of the impact is palpable, underscored by the visual burst and the implied violence of the action. He lies still, defeated and silent, his body a testament to the swift, decisive action taken.
The scene is over, almost anticlimactic in its abruptness.
A young man, his face partially obscured by a blood-stained mask, stared in horrified disbelief.
The previous attack was clearly more brutal than he anticipated. Another young man, witnessing the aftermath on his phone, exclaimed, "What? So brutal?"
He was recording the scene, oblivious to the gravity of his actions in the holy hunting ground. The horrified cameraman continued, "An act of violence in the holy hunting ground.
People won't just let this pass if they find out about this, right?"
He worried about the consequences of the viral video.
His fear escalated. "Go. It will really be bad if this video gets uploaded on the Hunter web."
The implications of the video's release on the Hunter web, a site infamous for its influence, were chilling. Terror etched his face, sweat beaded on his brow. He was clearly afraid. A young man handed an older man a phone, a nervous exchange. The older man coughed, clearly struggling for breath.
The younger man, now briskly walking away, urged, "Let us just be on our way now, okay?" The older man's face, though obscured, revealed silent acquiescence.
A man, his face etched with concern, explains that a hunter, affiliated with the Haisung Guild, initiated a conflict. The sheer size and diversity of the Haisum Guild are highlighted, adding context to the situation's complexity.
The ensuing dialogue reveals uncertainty. How did the speaker know the hunter's affiliation with the Haisum Guild?
This question underscores the mystery surrounding the hunter's actions and motivations. An urgent phone call reveals a significant escalation.
All collecting teams are mobilized, indicating a large-scale operation is underway.
The scene shifts to a man brooding on the repercussions. He claims that from the moment he entered the hunting grounds, the hunter kept an eye on him, setting the stage for a personal vendetta.
The target's contemplation reveals the likely motive: revenge.
This confirms the personal nature of the conflict, hinting at past grievances.
The conversation confirms a crucial plot point: the hunters employed by the JM agency are consistently mistreated.
This explains the underlying tension and justifies the potential for revenge.
The established mistreatment of hunters provides the fertile ground for the current conflict to bloom.
It's a grim situation. The young hunter, sipping his drink, learns that his agency is dwindling, leaving only a handful of F-class hunters, himself included.
The implication is one of precarity and impending danger.
He reassures his superior, Agent Nim, that he already knew about the agency's state, thus he won't be swayed and will continue his work.
A subtle defiance is shown.
The young hunter's resolve hardens.
He won't allow himself to be bullied by the powerful. His determination to fight back is clear. He reveals a plan to rapidly increase his strength.
This signals an escalation in the narrative, highlighting his proactive approach to the challenges he faces. His superior, observing him, shows a mix of concern and perhaps a flicker of hope.
The young hunter's initiative is notable.
A young man, brimming with confidence, proposes a plan. "What do you think?" he asks, his expression open and inviting.
The implication is that this proposal is significant and requires his companion's consideration. His older companion, a man of authority, is visibly shaken.
"I never thought about it that way," he mutters, a hand to his chin, his expression one of dawning realization and perhaps apprehension.
His reaction shows the weight of the proposal.
The scene shifts to a sprawling, modern building, the Hunter's Market, its vibrant facade under a bright blue sky.
This establishes a key location for the unfolding events.
"Let's meet at the Hunter's Market," the decision is made. The location, previously introduced, is now the agreed-upon meeting place, adding a layer of significance to this specific setting. A mother, seemingly pleased, offers a simple, "Oh." Her expression hints at a subtle understanding of a situation unfolding before her. The daughter's reaction is immediate: wide eyes, a hand to her mouth, tears welling.
Shock and distress are palpable. The daughter's expression shifts to one of quiet resignation, a subtle blush coloring her cheeks. Her silent response speaks volumes.
A young man, recently returned from a tutoring job, is questioned by two sharply dressed men.
His explanation is met with a calculated response. One of the men needs to verify the progress of a collection operation, showing the urgency of their undisclosed task. The tension ratchets up.
The question of a settlement, already sent, hangs in the air, implying a critical transaction or deal with serious consequences if not completed. The man in the suit reveals a significant detail: the young man's hunting skills are far beyond their initial assessment, surpassing what would be expected for someone of his assigned class.
This revelation leads to an adjustment in the settlement amount. Are you that son of a bitch's manager?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a challenge laced with barely controlled fury.
The speaker's aggressive posture leaves no room for misinterpretation. His hunting is ruined.
All the horned rabbits he was targeting have been stolen by a rival.
Today's hunt is a complete failure, he laments. The men realize their chosen location was a mistake.
A subtle shift in their demeanor hints at a change in plans.
One of them proposes a new plan, a whisper of an idea barely audible in the tense atmosphere.
The other reacts with a mix of surprise and curiosity. A scarred man, his face a roadmap of past violence, offers a chilling proposition: "I also have a conscience."
10%. Just hand over 10% of the total settlement.
His words carry the weight of unspoken threats. Two young men walk together, one in a hoodie, the other masked. The masked man assures his companion, "Don't worry. This man right here won't be coming here for a few days.
A sense of foreboding lingers, despite his reassurances.
A swift, brutal blow. The masked young man delivers a lightning-fast punch, the force of it captured in dynamic lines.
The masked man's strike is unexpected and decisive. The impact sends the suited man sprawling, a pained escaping his lips.
The swiftness and precision of the attack highlight the masked man's skill and resolve. The masked man crumpled, a low groan escaping his lips as the force of the blow sent him sprawling. His body convulsed.
What? I didn't hit him that hard. The assailant recoiled, disbelief etched on his face.
The unexpected impact of his strike revealed an unforeseen vulnerability in his opponent.
Panic seized the onlookers. And no, I
stammered the attacker, his eyes darting between his fallen foe and the others present. The situation had rapidly escalated beyond his control. A close-up of the fallen man's face revealed a chilling grin spreading across his features, despite the apparent pain.
This was no ordinary victim.
His response signaled a deliberate deception, and a much more dangerous game afoot.
A young man, startled, utters, "Haisung Guild?"
His surprise hints at the guild's unexpected involvement in his life.
Another man, his face partially obscured by a mask, reacts with disbelief. There is such a bastard among the Haisung Guild members?
The implication is that someone within the respected Haisung Guild has acted dishonorably.
A third man, older and in a suit, sits brooding.
His words, "This might be Haisung Guild's," confirm the growing suspicion of the guild's connection to recent events. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. The suited man continues, gravely, and even from now on,
I can't promise that there won't be any distractions from the Haisung Guild.
His statement foreshadows further complications and potential conflicts stemming from the guild's actions. A young man, brimming with enthusiasm, gestures animatedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He's clearly sharing an interesting piece of news. The scene shifts to an outdoor cafe at night. The young man sits across from two other figures, one masked, the other in a sharp suit, engaged in a serious discussion. The meeting carries weight. The suited man confirms a meeting time, 2 p.m, tomorrow. The gravity of their conversation underscores the importance of their upcoming encounter. Back indoors, the young man shares his assessment of the suited man with a young woman, deeming him kind. A hint of concern or intrigue lingers in the air. The hunter market, a place where hunters always acquired weapons, armor, and equipment, is shown. But the scene establishes a significant shift. A departmental store has fundamentally altered the industry. This shift is complete. A departmental store-type entity now dominates the hunter market, controlling the majority of the industry. The implications for the power dynamics within the hunter community are immense. He tested the titanium armor. It feels surprisingly light yet protective against E-class monsters. A man in a beige suit, flanked by a colleague, confidently inquired, "What do you think?" The armor's quality was clearly meant to impress. With a pleased expression, the young man declared, "It's comfortable.
It's very light too. I like this."
His approval solidified the armor's practicality.
His request was simple, yet significant. "Can you give me 2 more sets of this armor I'm wearing?"
The implication was clear. He anticipated future battles requiring enhanced protection. The man in the suit confirms their search for a specific skill, the familiar skill. The younger man agrees, acknowledging the potential difficulty in finding it. They enter a shop, the man in the suit suggesting they look around. The younger man complies. The familiar skill is revealed. It allows hunters to share senses and vision with their summons and pets.
The price tag? 129,890,000 won.
Agent Nim, a man of discerning business acumen, proposed a strengthening of their partnership. He requested an advance payment. The young man, clearly pleased with this development, readily agreed.
Reassured by the arrangement, the young man expressed confidence in his ability to manage future installments.
The agent's calm reassurance added to his confidence that all would proceed as planned. A confident smile spreads across his face as he envisions the swift repayment of the advance. His optimism suggests a lucrative opportunity lies ahead. He sat cross-legged on the floor, a curious dark orb resting before him, and intently studied instructions detailing a skill for mana-deficient users.
Let's see. He murmured, a hint of apprehension in his voice.
The document explained the process: pour mana into the skill ball, maintaining contact while activating it. This was a method designed for those lacking mana control. He glanced at the orb, a question forming on his face. Is this the on button? He wondered aloud, clearly still grappling with the concept of channeling mana. His lack of experience was palpable. With a determined expression, he reached for the orb, ready to attempt the skill. A faint tension filled the air as his fingers brushed its surface. A surge of energy erupted from the orb, causing him to stumble back. A sharp intake of breath, a choked coo, expressed his surprise and the unexpected intensity of the experience.
A new skill has been created.
It's called Familiar, an active type ability. The skill allows him to share senses with a chosen subject. The skill ball vanished, leaving him slightly bewildered but ultimately successful in his endeavor. He finished preparing the skill, a quiet satisfaction settling over him as he knelt on the floor.
Number 1 and number 2,
come here, he called out.
Two figures approached, their faces partially obscured. The anticipation hung heavy in the air. He turned to them, a hopeful yet slightly apprehensive expression on his face. What do you think about the result of the hunting, Agent Nim?
What do you think? He asked, his gaze searching their masked faces. He confessed his inadequacy, lamenting his inability to even catch a single horn rabbit despite the presence of over 300 in the area. This reveals a significant weakness that he intends to overcome. A brutal punch connects, the force depicted by a burst of white energy radiating outward. This showcases the protagonist's newfound power. The man in the suit explains that despite low stats, individuals can achieve exceptional body control.
This introduces a key element of the world's mechanics.
The protagonist outlines his training plan, requiring 2 distinct locations for long and short-range combat practice.
The visual reinforces his determination. A man in a GI greets a new arrival, hello. Did you come here to register? His welcoming expression hints at the rigorous training that awaits. The newcomer, a cloaked figure, stands resolute.
And of course, I will train the clones really hard to reach their limits. His dedication suggests a significant goal beyond personal improvement.
The instructor demonstrates a martial arts technique, emphasizing precision. Just like this, you have to attack the stick to make your opponent drop it. He cautions against the newcomer's unorthodox approach.
Despite the instructor's concerns, the newcomer remains unwavering.
Yes, I'm sure.
The exchange underscores the newcomer's confidence and unusual preparedness, hinting at a unique combat style.
The final instruction, get ready, signals the imminent start of a unique training regimen.
The instructor's words cut through the air, that is an actual pistol, not a dummy used for practice. His trainee, masked and focused, grips the weapon, a stark contrast to the other student practicing with staffs. The weight of the situation, this is no mere drill, hangs heavy.
A blur of motion. The masked trainee launches into a furious sprint, his form honed and deadly. The speed is breathtaking, a testament to rigorous training. The intensity escalates.
He confronts an opponent, a swift, brutal exchange of blows.
Staffs clash, a desperate struggle for dominance ensues. The masked trainee's skill is evident, his movements precise and deadly. The final blow.
A devastating impact shatters the target, not a person, but a solid structure. The sheer force is palpable, a testament to the trainee's power and control. The coach's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. A strange, unsettling energy pulsed from the field below. He needed the familiar skill, a crucial ability he hadn't anticipated needing so soon. His companion questioned the utility of a skill that allowed him to share his vision with a pet, highlighting its seemingly limited practical application in their current situation. The young man, clad in an orange hoodie, stood beneath a city overpass, the urban sprawl stretching behind him. A sense of unease hung in the air, a prelude to the events about to unfold. His eyes closed, a silent activation sequence initiated within.
The words familiar activate appeared, a stark contrast to the mundane setting. This was no ordinary young man. A surge of vibrant blue energy erupted, engulfing him.
This was his familiar, a powerful entity responding to his silent call.
The transformation had begun.
From the heart of the energy, a second figure emerged, a baseball player, masked and wielding a bat, ready for action. The transformation was complete, revealing the true nature of his familiar's power. The distance, the angle of his joints, the balance of his body, all meticulously calculated during the sparring match. He observes, analyzes, strategizes. A swift, precise movement.
He anticipates his opponent's attack. The masked fighter parries the blow, his counterattack a blur of motion.
A gunshot rings out, the bullet's trajectory a deadly straight line. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air, shattering stone into 1,000 fragments. The young man stood, his back to the viewer, a blinding blue energy surging behind him. The source of the devastating blast. He now faced the reader, eyes closed, a serene expression on his face. All the movements of my clones as a whole, he thought, a quiet understanding settling over him. This was the culmination of his unique power, complete control over his numerous clones. His face softened into a slight smile, a masterful control over his power had been achieved. The Hunters Guild provided them with every piece of equipment imaginable. He resolved to master the weaponry, deeming his current arsenal sufficient. His mentor correctly pointed out the need for further skill development. He readily agreed. A mystical orb, shimmering with an otherworldly green glow, rests on a dark, plush display within a glass case. Its aura hints at potent, untapped power. A young man, eyes wide with fascination, gazes at the same orb, now slightly different in color, its depths holding a captivating teal luminescence. His anticipation is palpable. A man in a business suit, his expression a mixture of apprehension and reluctant agreement, texts on his phone. He confirms the possibility of a significant loan, 50 million won, to be given at this very moment. The young man's hand reaches out, fingers brushing against the cool surface of the orb. A silent understanding passes between him and the artifact. He stared intently at the small device in his hand, a furrow in his brow. His expression spoke of apprehension and a dawning understanding of its power. A surge of energy erupted from the device, swirling around him. He reacted with surprise and a hint of fear, his hands instinctively rising to protect himself. Two figures in tactical gear stood before him, their faces obscured by masks. "Good," one declared, their voice confident and assured. The arrival of these unknown individuals signaled a shift from personal mystery to direct confrontation. A plan to rapidly increase strength is revealed. The unexpected success of the cloning experiment is discussed. The clones possess superior stamina, endurance, and reaction time compared to the original. Despite the impressive results, one clone's ability to perfectly time a counterattack highlights its limitations and the potential power of the original, hinting at a hidden strength. The protagonist intends to exploit this unexpected advantage to his benefit. A cheerful instructor welcomes you to the clay target shooting range. "You came here for clay target shooting? I will get it prepared right away," he grins, already anticipating the fun. Two men, clearly apprehensive, struggle to assemble a makeshift weapon from scavenged parts. Tension hangs in the air, foreshadowing the events to come. The scene shifts to an outdoor training yard. The instructor's jovial demeanor is replaced by a grim determination as he observes two armed and menacing men. The threat is palpable. A masked figure, armed with a pistol, steps into the frame. The dark clothing and serious expression speak volumes about his intentions. This isn't a simple training exercise. He's ready to act. A man in a suit, his face etched with concern, stared at a masked individual. The question hung heavy in the air, a familiar skill. The implication is that the masked man possesses a unique ability, one that's already been encountered. The suited man's worry deepened. His words reveal a chilling truth: no, it isn't just for sight. Even the senses, it's important to consider that even smell, touch, and all sensations will be connected. This suggests the skill allows for a complete sensory takeover, a frightening level of control. The masked man, now revealed to be training in a more open space, considers the implications of his power. Imagine if I use my familiar skill while my clones spar or practice shooting. The scene shows a box of energy drinks nearby, implying intense physical training. His ability enhances this already extreme regimen.
I can experience everything.
This declaration foreshadows the protagonist's unique ability, a power that will allow him to master any skill instantly.
The archer's bowstring sings, blurring into motion as he nocks an arrow.
His focus is absolute, every muscle tense with the anticipation of release.
Breathing during the shooting.
The text highlights the subtle yet crucial detail of controlled breathing, a technique critical for marksmanship precision.
This emphasizes the protagonist's mastery of fundamentals before demonstrating his exceptional talent.
The recoil control of the gun and all the others. The scene shifts to a marksman firing a handgun, the clay pigeon exploding in the distance. This shows the protagonist effortlessly mastering another weapon, instantly acquiring expert-level skill.
Energy crackled as he prepared, a surge of power visibly emanating from his form. This is no ordinary individual, this is a glimpse into the awakening of a latent potential, a power yet to be fully unleashed.
His eyes, wide and focused, reflected the inner turmoil and the monumental shift occurring within him. The weight of this newfound power is evident in his expression, a mixture of awe and apprehension. The command rings out, sharp and urgent.
A powerful figure, fueled by righteous anger, launches into action.
This is the catalyst, the moment that propels the narrative forward. He raised his weapon, the muscles coiling, a silent symphony of power poised to unleash. The flow of strength, palpable, promised devastating force. He contemplates the implications of his actions.
The protagonist realizes he has complete control.
A young man with a confident smirk.
He embodies the power he wields.
The weight of his power settles upon him.
He can command everything.
The young man, a smirk playing on his lips, reflects on his recent ordeal.
The experiences were intense, leaving behind a lingering fatigue.
He describes the sheer force of the air as a baton narrowly missed him, a testament to the incredible pressure he faced and somehow withstood. Despite this, he remained motionless. The residual effects of the encounter are evident in his slightly trembling hand. The truth is revealed, it wasn't his own actions that saved him, but the coordinated efforts of his clones. He merely reacted to the stimuli with an unconscious awareness. Having experienced firsthand the movements of his exact body clones, he now understands their capabilities.
This newfound insight is crucial.
A system notification flashes, his strength and reaction time have increased. The implications are clear, this is a direct result of the clone experience.
He considers his next move, weighing the options of connecting with the other clones first or focusing on sparring practice. The choice reflects his growing strategic thinking.
A surge of blue energy erupts around him as he prepares for his next course of action. It appears that he is choosing to harness this newfound enhanced power.
The masked figure, poised and ready, confronts a larger man wielding a baton.
The tension is palpable in the dojo, the onlookers watching with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension.
The fight's outcome is declared, Song Uk has lost.
A shift in power dynamics is subtly revealed, setting the stage for the next confrontation. The battle erupts. The clash of batons creates a flurry of motion, punctuated by the sharp impact sounds, a brutal dance of skill and force. Despite his aggressive stance, the man's attacks are clumsy, revealing a lack of experience with the weapon. His opponent's advantage becomes clear.
The masked figure launched a swift, brutal attack, his staff whistling through the air. The impact, a resounding quang, sent his opponent reeling.
The masked fighter pressed his advantage, his staff a blur of motion.
He deflected the retaliatory strike with ease.
His opponent, stunned, could only register the ferocity of the attack.
That attack was quite strong.
He copied my attack right away, he gasped, his breath ragged. The mimicry was unsettling. The man clutched his weapon, his eyes wide with dawning realization and a grim determination. His opponent's skill exceeded his expectations. The masked assailant moved with a blur of motion, his staff a whirlwind of deadly strikes against the larger man in the mustard yellow jacket. Each impact echoed with a sharp thwack as the staff found its mark. With a powerful swing, the assailant sent his staff rocketing towards his opponent's head. The force behind the blow was undeniable. The attack connected, sending the man reeling backward with a gasp of surprise. His eyes widened in disbelief as he staggered. A brutal clash erupts. One combatant, a powerfully built man in a tan shirt, is flung backward by a swift, precise strike from a cloaked figure wielding a staff. The force of the blow sends tremors through the brick wall behind him. Two young men watch in stunned disbelief as the dust settles from the fight. One, with vibrant blue hair, stares wide-eyed. His companion, masked, shares his astonishment, whispering, "What?" The masked figure continues their assault. A flurry of blows lands upon the tan-shirted man, each strike precise and devastating, culminating in a bone-jarring impact that silences his cries. Panic grips the blue-haired youth as his masked companion cries out in pain, My wrist!" The masked figure's grip is clearly too strong. The question hangs heavy in the air: do you want to continue? A figure, clad in a vaguely official-looking uniform, holds a baton, the decision seemingly resting on his next move. Concern etches itself onto the face of one young man as he asks his masked companion, "Number one, are you all right?" The urgency in the question speaks volumes, hinting at a recent, intense event. A blur of motion and a sharp tuuk. The masked man, number one, is thrown violently backwards, the force of the blow evident in his trajectory. A sudden, intense burst of action unfolds. The masked man's companion's eyes widen in disbelief. "You will continue?" The sheer audacity of the statement, coupled with the young man's shocked expression, suggests the stakes are exceptionally high and that number one's opponent is a formidable foe. A brutal strike sends the older man sprawling. The force of the blow is depicted in a violent burst of white against a blue backdrop, suggesting immense power. A younger man, masked and armored, holds two staffs. He requests, "One more time, please," implying a training exercise of significant intensity. The masked man prepares for another attack. A surge of bright blue energy erupts behind him, a visual testament to his growing power. The result of his attack is a devastating explosion of shattered brick, showcasing a significant increase in his destructive capacity. He's just been praised for his cool shooting skills. A young woman beams, her words overflowing with admiration, "I did. You were really cool, honey." He remains unmoved by the compliment, a flush creeping up his neck. He mutters, "I won't say anything." The instructor's voice cuts through the air, sharp and precise, "Don't move the body and only turn in the direction, following the trajectory of the clay." The focus shifts to a clay pigeon soaring through the air, a pistol aimed with unwavering focus. A handgun materialized in gloved hands, smoke curling from the barrel. The clear sky provides a stark contrast to the weapon's lethal potential. A masked figure, shrouded in shadow, braced for impact, red debris exploding around him. The context suggests a recent confrontation. A surge of vibrant blue energy engulfs the young man, his eyes closed, seemingly in a trance. The intensity of the light suggests a powerful, if uncontrolled, force at work within him. The energy subsides, leaving the young man visibly strained. He clutches his throat, a look of pained concentration etched onto his face. "Switching between number one and number two is killing me," he gasps, revealing a taxing internal struggle. This implies the existence of multiple, perhaps competing, entities within him. His exhaustion is evident. He slumps, hand to his head, clearly depleted. "Let's take a rest," he murmurs, the weight of his recent exertion heavy upon him. Sitting on a park bench, he reflects on the recent confrontation. The clone's movements are super crazy. They don't hesitate at all and don't fear anything, moving as needed, he observes, highlighting the remarkable agility and ruthlessness of his opponents. The casual mention of feeling the wind from the clone's swift movements reinforces this assessment. He stood alone, a nervous sweat beading on his brow, his gaze drifting uncertainly. The weight of unspoken words hung heavy in the air. From across the path, a young woman approached, her eyes fixed on the young man seated on a park bench. A subtle question hung in the air between them, a silent query awaiting an answer. The accusation hung sharp in the air. "Look at you, lying without even blinking an eye." He countered,
I'm telling the truth. I already finished my homework too. The tension crackled between them, a confrontation brewing.
The young man's desperate defense betrayed his anxieties, further fueling the suspicion.
Three men, their faces etched with weariness and a hint of menace, sit together.
The air hangs heavy with the unspoken weight of their shared experience, a palpable tension clinging to the scene like cigarette smoke.
One, larger than the others, chuckles, a low rumble in his chest.
A young man stands, eyes closed, his posture radiating a quiet intensity.
The stillness before the storm.
He turns, a surge of vibrant blue energy erupting from his back, the stark contrast of the urban landscape emphasizing the power he wields.
The smell of gunpowder fills the air, sharp and immediate. A handgun, still smoking, is the center of attention, the lingering echo of violence sharp against the blue backdrop. A young man, seemingly awestruck, observes something unseen. He mutters, "It feels like I can mimic those movements right away." An unexpected aptitude is dawning. His eyes widen. Another figure, masked and imposing, stands nearby. The observation is now clear, he looks powerful.
The young man's assessment marks a shift in focus and intrigue.
The masked figure engages in a swift, intense duel. The clash of staffs resounds, a sharp shook, showcasing remarkable skill. This is not mere observation, it's the unfolding of a practical demonstration.
The older man lunges, his staff whistling through the air, aiming a blow at his opponent.
But the younger man's defense is uncanny, he anticipates each move, flawlessly evading every strike. His opponent's attack is clearly read and countered with ease.
Another strike is launched, yet the younger combatant remains unfazed, his movements precise and controlled. The onlookers gasp, the younger man's skill is beyond their comprehension.
The older man's attack is met with overwhelming counterforce, a powerful blow impacting his body with bone-jarring force.
The martial artist, a seasoned veteran judging by his weathered face, braced himself, staff held firmly in each hand. A faint puff of smoke hinted at a recent, powerful blow.
He hissed, "Coup!"
A sound of strained effort.
A blur of motion.
A ninja, swift and silent, launched a devastating attack, his movements a whirlwind of lethal grace. The martial artist's face contorted in pain, yet his eyes burned with defiant resolve.
His breath came in ragged gasps, hip. A violent clash of power. The staff shattered, sending splinters flying as a shockwave rippled outwards.
The ninja, momentarily stunned, recoiled. Two bursts of blinding energy erupted from his opponent, leaving the area briefly alight. A man's face, etched with the strain of immense power, fills the frame. His eyes burn with suppressed fury, the very air around him crackles with barely contained energy. Two men converse, one a seasoned coach, the other his former student. The coach reflects on their close relationship, noting that the student, despite his exceptional skills, wasn't an ordinary man. The former student, now a formidable figure, carefully sweeps the floor, his movements precise and controlled. Yet, a shadow of unease crosses his face as he mutters, "That was dangerous." The weight of a recent, near-fatal encounter hangs heavy in the air. He is confronted by a darkly clad figure, a professional assassin, his weapon a sturdy staff held at the ready. The tension is palpable, a silent standoff commences. The assassin bows his head.
The impact of the confrontation is clear. A guttural roar rips through the air.
The master, muscles bulging beneath his GI, throws his head back, a silent scream of exertion echoing the intensity of his training. Sweat beads on his brow, the master stands, his expression now one of quiet satisfaction. The intensity has subsided, replaced by a calm acceptance of the physical toll.
Good, now to number 2.
A young man, his face pale with exertion, is addressed by a masked figure, the words a clipped order signifying the continuation of a rigorous test.
A man laughs, a gleeful ha ha ha. "Did you see that, honey?" escaping his lips as he watches something fly through the air. His amusement is palpable.
The scene shifts abruptly. A masked gunman, his expression grim, fires his pistol at a clay pigeon.
Next to him, a terrified bystander sweats profusely, witnessing the deadly accuracy firsthand.
The narrator explains, number 2 is even shooting the clay objects of the person beside him. This reveals the assassin's unnerving proficiency and disregard for collateral damage. The gunman maintains a steady posture, his upper body remaining still as he takes another shot.
The text emphasizes his stable upper body, highlighting his expert marksmanship technique.
The final shot finds its target with deadly precision.
And when the aim and the suspected trajectory match,
the narrator's words emphasize the cold, calculated nature of the kill, highlighting the assassin's skill in planning. A thunderous explosion shatters the sky, fragments of rock rain down from a collapsing structure.
A hooded figure watches the debris fall, a single word echoing in the silence: remember.
The weight of this command hints at a crucial task, a burden of memory.
The command is further clarified.
A soldier, amidst the chaos, meticulously gathers fragments, emphasizing the importance of seemingly insignificant details. All the little details, the caption reads, implying the crucial role of careful observation in a larger game.
The implication of the soldier's actions becomes clear.
A stark caption appears: I have to take in everything that my clones have. The narrative reveals a shocking truth: clones exist, and their experiences must be absorbed, hinting at a desperate quest for knowledge or power.
A fleeting thought crosses his mind: teacher? Haeyoung appears, surprising him. Haeyoung, he questions, clearly taken aback. Haeyoung's inquiry, "What are you doing this late in the evening?" reveals a budding curiosity about his late-night activities.
His response, "I was studying in the library," is a slightly defensive justification. A sinister grin stretches across the face of a man, a smoldering cigarette dangling from his lips.
He's the one they were talking about. The young man's eyes widen in disbelief. The coach is going to personally spar with him today? The implications are clear: this is no ordinary training session. A man on a phone call demands an explanation: "So you just let Kang Junmo go?" His tone suggests serious consequences for this decision. The response to the question is delivered with alarm: "What? Was the assault filmed?" The speaker's horror is palpable. A dismissive laugh follows, masking fear: "Ha! I'll figure it out." The speaker's bravado is unconvincing.
This suggests the filmed assault is a significant problem. Further instructions are given, emphasizing the gravity of the situation: forget it.
Don't say anything. Just shut up. Don't even go anywhere near the Ujangsan field. Even if something happens, you have nothing to do with the Haisung Guild, do you understand me?
A clear attempt to limit potential fallout, especially from the Haisung Guild, is evident.
The Ujangsan field is marked as a critical location to avoid.
A phone is violently hurled across the room, the force of the throw depicted by a burst of light and motion lines. A man, enraged, lunges forward, his expression a mask of fury. The intensity of his anger is palpable.
A second man, calm and collected, observes the first.
He remarks, in essence, that it has been a while since they last met. This casual observation hints at a deeper, more sinister context to their encounter. A heavy-set man sits dejectedly, his posture slumping amidst a group of similarly hardened figures. The scene unfolds in a brightly lit urban park, the contrast highlighting his isolation. This is Jangsan Field, and the air crackles with unspoken tension.
He speaks, his voice raspy with resignation: "So, is there still a job for me?"
The guild's recent directive weighs heavily on him: they've forbidden him from approaching Jangsan Field. The man's apprehension deepens as he's further interrogated, the weight of the guild's unspoken anxieties visibly pressing down on him. The details remain shrouded in mystery, but the air is thick with unspoken danger.
The scene unfolds in a dimly lit alleyway.
3 men, clearly thugs, surround a fourth, older man. Their aggressive posturing is punctuated by nervous laughter and the terse command: "Calm down."
One thug assures the others, "Sure." The tension hangs heavy in the air.
The perspective shifts abruptly.
A young man, observing from a distance, whispers, "Is that him?"
His voice betrays a mixture of surprise and apprehension. This marks a clear shift in perspective, hinting at a connection to the scene in the previous panel. A heavy boot descends, crushing a small object on the ground. The sound is almost inaudible, a quiet crunch. Above, a voice, calm but menacing, declares, "I heard my brother owes you something." The threat is unspoken, yet palpable.
The action suggests a sudden escalation of the conflict and impending violence.
A young woman anxiously asks her companion, "Teacher, who are these people?" Her concern is palpable. The boy, wearing a Venom hoodie, replies with a nervous, "I don't know." The setting suggests a school hallway, adding to the unsettling tension.
The tension escalates.
A large, menacing man confronts the students, his voice a growl, "If you don't now." His aggressive posture and the boy's whispered, "Wait a second," highlight the immediate danger. The ominous nature of the situation is made clear.
Delete the video, and we'll leave you in peace.
The threat hangs heavy in the air, a clear condition for the protagonist's release. That's right, I don't like tiresome work either. The captor agrees, revealing a shared dislike for unnecessary effort, a subtle hint of potential compromise.
Is there a guarantee that if I delete this video you'll let me go?
A crucial question, the protagonist seeks assurance before complying.
The stakes are high. You're not stupid, I see. You're right, I won't let you go unscathed though.
The captor's amusement is chilling, the protagonist's cleverness is acknowledged, but punishment remains inevitable. But you're not smart enough to delete that video right after you took it.
So what difference does it make?
The final blow, the captor exposes a flaw in the protagonist's plan, highlighting the futility of the attempted negotiation.
Of course, there is a difference.
Two hardened thugs, their faces etched with years of violence, smirk confidently. Their superior attitude speaks volumes, they are certain of their advantage.
A young man, his face tense with determination, clenches his fists.
Sweat beads on his brow, mirroring the pressure he's under. The contrast between his youthful appearance and the grim determination in his eyes is striking. The thug's laughter abruptly ceases. One of them, his eyes wide with disbelief, is about to be utterly humiliated.
The young man's sudden, unexpected confidence has shattered their smugness.
They will soon learn the true meaning of the difference he spoke of. A blur of motion, a swift, powerful blow.
The young man's attack is brutal, efficient.
The sound of impact, a sharp crack, underscores the force behind his action. The initial arrogance of the thugs is replaced by raw, surprised pain. A brutal strike lands, sending the younger man reeling. The force of the blow is evident in the sharp lines radiating from the point of impact.
The attack continues, a swift, precise uppercut sending him flying backward. The man's power is undeniable.
He crashes to the ground, groaning in pain. The impact leaves him breathless and vulnerable.
A young woman rushes to his side, concern etched on her face.
The scene shifts from violence to a moment of potential aid or intervention.
A high school girl, Heian, commands, "Everyone,
just stand back," a glowing orb forming in her hand.
The scene is tense, the yellow background highlighting the urgency. Heian's power has clearly intimidated her opponents. A burly man scoffs, "This fuckers, what, you're scared of a high school girl?" His disbelief is palpable. The man's bravado falters. He asks, his tone now apprehensive, "What are you going to do if I keep approaching you?" His initial aggression is replaced with fear. A young woman, her face contorted in concentration, unleashes a blinding burst of energy from her palms.
The raw power surges outward, a wave of white light threatening to engulf everything. The force of the blast throws the girl back, but she recovers quickly, a determined glint in her eyes. A pained gasp, kayak, escapes her lips as she braces herself for what comes next. The brutish man snarls, his face contorted in a grimace of barely suppressed rage. He's clearly been caught off guard. In the first place, the awakened are more common than the stones rolling on the streets. The words hang in the air, a dismissive statement that reveals the prevalence of individuals with special abilities in this world. A tattooed man, his smirk wide and arrogant, counters, "So you can't brag about that."
His confident demeanor suggests a deeper understanding of the awakened's place in this society.
A powerful blow sends the young man sprawling, a blur of motion and energy leaving a trail of vibrant light in its wake. The sheer force is palpable.
He sweats profusely, clutching his phone.
"I'm sorry," he stammers, "I was just trying to intimidate him a little, but it turns out that someone has recorded it. His voice trembles with apprehension. The recording clearly depicts the events of the previous panels. A phone call ends abruptly. The voice on the other end, clearly irritated, dismisses the caller as nothing more than a street bully. The bully's phone is sent flying across the street with a powerful kick. Rage fuels his explosive outburst, "This motherfucker." The bully's defiance is short-lived. His opponent reminds him, "Do you know who you're dealing with?" The threat hangs heavy in the air. Defeated and humbled, the bully is left breathless and speechless, his earlier aggression replaced by palpable fear. His final words, a desperate plea, "Name a person, Gun Suk Hyungnim." The name carries a weight of implied power and respect. What's wrong? A simple question, yet it hangs heavy with unspoken tension. Wahaha. The sound cuts through the air, a stark contrast to the previous panel's query. It's the sound of callous disregard, of triumph over someone's misfortune. The discarded cigarette butts only amplify this feeling. The older man's anger is palpable. "You punk, I know this would happen when you were so happy to join that #1 guild in our country," he scolds, his words a testament to the younger man's naivety and the harsh reality that has followed. The younger man's apology is a clear admission of failure. The conversation shifts. This punk is coming straight to the point. "Hey Changwon, do you have something?" The question hints at a clandestine activity, a side hustle, perhaps. The nonchalant way the question is posed indicates a level of casual corruption. Even if there is, huh? Doubt and skepticism cloud the older man's expression. The background shows a hint of the younger man's part-time job, a glimpse of a seemingly ordinary setting, suggesting a deeper deception. Hyung Nim is furious. He points an accusing finger, shouting about the bastard who ordered the video's recording. The stakes are clearly high, this is no casual dispute. A shift in tone. A chillingly calm response, "The guy you're talking about." The implication hangs heavy, the scene is poised for a significant escalation. A jarring change of scene. A student, concerned, asks her teacher, "Teacher, what are you doing here?" The unexpected juxtaposition hints at a connection between the previous violent scene and this seemingly innocuous encounter. A young woman, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity, addresses a boy who seems bewildered. The scene is unclear, but the atmosphere hints at a possible confrontation brewing. The boy's gaze is drawn to a group of imposing figures, a large man flanked by burly henchmen. The woman watches intently, her apprehension growing. The looming presence of these men signals trouble. One of the henchmen, his face contorted in anger, confronts the boy directly. The tension is palpable, violence seems imminent. A chilling accusation hangs in the air, "I heard that you have a video of our brother making a mistake out of excitement, is that true?" The weight of this statement, and the implied threat, is inescapable. The stakes are high. Hyung Nim nervously eyed his captors. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Suspended upside down, Hyung Nim pleaded, "Are you saying that you'll let me go if I delete the video?" His desperate question hung in the air. One of the thugs, a cruel smile spreading across his face, mused, "This guy." The unspoken threat hung heavier than any words. He advises her to wait for the right moment to escape. The urgency in her expression suggests a precarious situation. He boldly declares his intent to defeat everyone, his confidence a stark contrast to the apprehensive onlookers. The scene shifts to a confrontation. A powerful kick connects, sending him flying. The force of the blow is evident in the radiating lines and the man's reaction. He clutches his side, groaning in pain. The attack has clearly taken its toll. Terror grips the young woman as she cries out, "Teacher." Her desperation speaks volumes, something has clearly gone terribly wrong. A young man lies defeated, a trickle of blood staining his lip. His pained admission, "It didn't work out well in the first fight," reveals a recent, brutal encounter. The stakes are high, and he's already lost once. With a swift motion, a burst of energy erupts from the girl's hand, sending her opponent sprawling. This is no ordinary confrontation, she's wielding some form of potent power. Two men, their faces etched with surprise and apprehension, confront a powerful individual.
What? Are you an awakened? One of them demands, his voice laced with a mixture of fear and disbelief.
The other man simply mutters, "Damn it," a stark acknowledgement of the dire situation they now face. A young woman, radiating an aura of inner strength, holds a glowing orb in her hand.
Her expression is one of grim determination. The question hangs in the air: what if they don't back down?
The stakes are high, and her resolve suggests she's prepared to face the consequences of defiance. The young woman's resolve hardens, her voice sharp and commanding. "I said, not come any closer." The previously held orb pulses with increased energy, clearly demonstrating the threat she poses.
One of the men, clearly intimidated, makes a hasty retreat, blurring in motion as he flees from the immediate threat. His fear is palpable. "Hyung Nim!" The desperate cry cuts through the air, a plea for help amidst a chaotic scene.
A man, his face etched with worry, reaches out, his action highlighting the urgency of the situation. A cloud of dust and smoke erupts, obscuring the immediate aftermath of a violent impact.
The yellowish-orange hues suggest intense heat or energy released. The scene is one of disarray and sudden powerful force.
A brutal blow sends the man sprawling. His opponent, a young woman, stands poised, ready for the next attack. Undeterred, the man rises, eyes burning with fury. "It's not over yet, you piece of shit," he snarls, his voice dripping with rage. The fight is far from finished. With a burst of speed, he launches another attack. The force of his strike is palpable, the air crackles with energy. The young woman watches, her expression a mixture of surprise and apprehension.
The sudden escalation of the conflict has clearly taken her aback. "So you did nothing and just let him go?"
The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark indictment of inaction against a backdrop of a sprawling, industrial cityscape bathed in the warm hues of sunset. The implication is clear: a crucial opportunity was missed, the consequences of which remain unseen but undoubtedly significant. A brutal blow sends the protagonist sprawling. The force of the impact is palpable, a testament to his opponent's strength. His face, etched with exertion and a dawning fear, reveals the strain of the fight. Sweat beads on his brow. Rage contorted his features as he spat out, "This bastard." The intensity of his fury is palpable, a clear escalation of the conflict. This scene triggers a flood of memories for Darian. He observes, "What I see isn't another clone stick." The implications are clear: he recognizes a fighting style far beyond simple imitation. The narrator observes a refined technique.
From waist to the arm.
This detail highlights the precision and power behind the strike, contrasting with the brute force of a simple swing. A devastating blow lands, the impact rendered in a flurry of motion lines and light. The sheer force is undeniable, hinting at a critical turning point in the fight. A fierce blow connects, sending the young man sprawling. The force of the impact is palpable, the woman's power evident in the way he's flung back. Huffing and coughing, the young man struggles to his feet, clearly shaken but undeterred. His opponent watches, a hint of surprise in their expression. A smirk plays on the lips of a newly introduced figure as he assesses the situation. His words, "So you can fight, huh?" reveal a growing interest in the young man's unexpected capabilities. The young woman, now facing a larger opponent, unleashes another powerful strike. The question, is it a muscle strength enhancement skill, hangs in the air, suggesting a deeper mystery surrounding the source of her abilities. A swift, brutal blow connects. The young man, barely registering the impact, retaliates with a fierce counterpunch, sending his burly opponent reeling. The larger man grabs the youth, his grip like of ice. The youth struggles, his face contorting with effort. A guttural cough escapes the bound man as a powerful fist connects, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through the panel.
Hyun-nim, a desperate plea echoes, the speaker's labored breath a testament to the exertion and fear.
His desperate posture reveals the gravity of the situation.
The young man, his face a mask of grim determination, assesses the threat. "That's a big move. I have to dodge this,"
he thinks, the weight of the impending attack evident in his tense posture.
Surprise!
A young man, caught off guard, is suddenly confronted by an older, imposing figure. The older man's menacing grin hints at imminent danger. The young man, clearly outmatched, tries to defend himself, but the older man's strength is overwhelming. He curses in frustration, his words betraying his desperation. With a sudden burst of unexpected power, the older man is sent flying. His eyes widen in shock, revealing a hidden strength within the seemingly weaker opponent. The older man crashes to the ground, defeated. His final exclamation, a desperate no, underscores his complete and utter failure. A wave of concussive force slams into him, sending the young man to his knees. He clutches at his chest, gasping for air. The raw power of the attack is evident in the visible shockwave that ripples outwards. He struggles to breathe, his face contorted in pain. Sweat beads on his brow as he gasps, "I need to breathe." The sheer exertion leaves him drained. Suddenly, the tide turns. His opponent is thrown back, defeated. A triumphant smirk plays on the victor's lips as he declares, "It's over." The fight, brutal and swift, is concluded. A young woman, cornered, is confronted by a burly assailant. His sneering words, "You should have left, you fool," echo the gravity of her predicament, highlighting her desperate situation and the imminent danger she faces. The assailant's attack is met with unexpected resistance. A blinding burst of energy erupts, a violent counteroffensive that throws him back, leaving him momentarily stunned. The sheer force of the attack underscores the woman's hidden capabilities. A second, more imposing figure emerges, his tattooed arms a testament to his intimidating presence. His single word, "What?" betrays both surprise and a hint of apprehension at the scene unfolding before him. The unexpected turn of events has caught even him off guard. Finally free from his attacker, the young man wipes blood from his lip, breathing heavily. "Finally, I can breathe now, you shit," he spits, the words laced with barely contained fury. He launches a swift counterattack, sending his assailant sprawling. The force of the blow is evident in the blur of motion and the impact lines radiating from the point of contact. The young man stands victorious, facing his defeated opponent. A grim determination still etched on his features, he stares into the older man's eyes. The setting appears to be a public space, perhaps a park or schoolyard. The older man lies defeated, his face partially obscured. His defeat is absolute, the struggle is over. The thug's laughter echoed, a harsh, guttural sound that spoke of malice and impending violence. His face, a grotesque mask of cruelty, hinted at the brutal force he could unleash. A system notification flashed, his cloning skill had temporarily leveled up. Now, he could summon 3 clones, a significant increase in his combat capabilities. This temporary boost would prove crucial in the coming confrontation. A young man lies on the ground, a chuckle escaping his lips as he stares at a glowing screen displaying system information. His amusement is short-lived. The scene shifts dramatically. 2 figures in dark, tactical gear pursue a young woman through a park, their movements swift and determined. "Teacher," she cries out, desperation lacing her voice. The urgency of her escape hints at a serious threat. The perspective changes to a dimly lit palace interior. A regal hand, adorned with ornate jewelry, rests on a golden surface. The implication of power and authority hangs heavy in the air. The question posed, "And why didn't you run away when?" foreshadows a tense confrontation. The young woman from the park is shown, her face a mask of wide-eyed surprise. Her statement, "I was really surprised," suggests an unexpected turn of events, a revelation that has shaken her to her core. The contrast between her current state and the previous chase emphasizes the gravity of the situation. "Ahem. Don't go around telling people about it," he cautioned, a hint of nervousness in his voice. The girl, however, seemed unconcerned, her playful demeanor at odds with the seriousness of the situation. Her nonchalant response, "Why? You don't want to be famous," revealed a lack of understanding, or perhaps a calculated disregard, for the potential consequences. Concern etched itself onto the boy's features as he asked, "Is your hand okay? Can you hold a pen with that?" Her cheerful reply, "It's my left hand." "It's okay," coupled with a peace sign, suggested a minor injury at most, deflecting his worry. He sighed, muttering, "TSK, you only have a good memory at times like this." His comment hinted at her selective recall, a trait both endearing and frustrating. The weight of their shared secret, unspoken yet palpable, hung heavy in the air. She playfully plugs her nose, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The subtle blush on her cheeks hints at a successful negotiation. A promise is made. He agrees to buy her something, a concession to her playful demands. The scene suggests a casual yet meaningful exchange between the two. She heads inside, leaving him behind. The setting suggests they were near a building, possibly a store. This moment marks a brief separation, setting the stage for the next scene. He's being followed. Two figures in dark, tactical gear trail him, their faces obscured. The dialogue reveals the urgency, the late hour closes their options, forcing a confrontation. You can do it in the park, one young man suggests, holding a makeshift weapon. His masked companion, however, seems less than enthused by this casual suggestion for a potentially dangerous encounter. The tension is palpable. The masked young man's earlier apprehension is now replaced with furious determination. "It's not over yet, you piece of shit," he snarls, a raw intensity in his voice that reveals the depth of his anger and resolve. This is a personal conflict, and the stakes are high. A brutal, swift blow lands, the impact echoing in the sharp quang, as the masked youth delivers a devastating strike. The sudden, violent clash underscores the escalating confrontation. A young woman watches, her eyes wide with shock and a palpable sense of unease at the unfolding violence. Her reaction foreshadows the broader consequences of this conflict. One man groans in pain as another delivers a brutal blow. The scene is raw, a violent clash of bodies under harsh, yellow lighting. A young man, his face set in grim determination, stands ready to counterattack. His opponents, momentarily stunned, are caught off guard. He assesses his opponent's posture, analyzing their movement to anticipate his next move. A calculated strategy is forming. By looking at his shoulder, I have to move in advance to avoid that, he thinks. The panel focuses on a rippling display of muscle, highlighting the raw power and physical prowess of the man on the receiving end of the impending blow. From legs to waist, the thought continues, revealing his meticulous observation and rapid analysis. A brutal blow connects, the force radiating outward in a burst of motion lines. The impact reverberates, a visceral testament to the raw power unleashed. He braced himself for an attack, the words escaping his lips in a mixture of fear and resignation. "I can't avoid this one, he's going to hit me." The looming threat hangs heavy in the air, leaving the young man vulnerable. Double strike. The declaration echoes the swift, decisive nature of the attack, suggesting a two-pronged assault. The man's face twists in a grimace of self-disgust. His inner turmoil is palpable as he confesses, "I was hesitant to beat someone who can't even swing his fist." His internal conflict reveals a moral struggle, suggesting a complexity beneath his outwardly aggressive demeanor. The young man, still nursing the wounds from his last fight, tenses, his fists clenched. The pain is a tangible presence, a memory etched into his muscles. He braces himself, the determination etched on his face. A fierce resolve burns within him, he will not let his opponent land another blow. His opponent, a hulking figure in plated armor, grins, a predatory gleam in his eyes. The anticipation hangs heavy in the air, a prelude to violence. With a blur of motion, the young man unleashes a powerful strike. The impact is immediate and brutal, a resounding blow that sends the armored man reeling. The armored man staggers, the force of the blow momentarily stunning him. His eyes widen, reflecting surprise and a dawning understanding of his opponent's strength. He lunged, aiming for a devastating blow. "I need to hit him hard and deal some damage," he thought, his attack a blur of motion. The thug roared, "Motherfucker," his counterattack a wild swing. But the impact was deflected, sending him sprawling. A grunt escaped his lips as he crumpled to the ground. The fight was far from over, but the tide was beginning to turn. The hulking figure, muscles bulging beneath his golden chain, snarled, "You're dead." His eyes burned with a furious intensity, promising swift and brutal retribution. A devastating blow landed, a sound like tearing fabric accompanying a burst of light as the opponent's defense shattered. He coughed, a pained "ugh," escaping his lips as he crumpled to the ground, the force of the attack leaving him utterly defeated. The air hangs heavy, thick with the smell of exhaust and ozone.
It is hard to breathe. A man, gasping for air, struggles to catch his breath. His attacker, unseen but clearly present, taunts him with a cruel laugh. Ha ha, do you like it? A sudden, violent gust of wind erupts, a powerful force ripping through the scene. The man's attacker is revealed, launched backward by the force of the unseen attack. He coughs, a choked cook, escaping his lips as the force of the blow sends him sprawling. The girl unleashed a furious burst of energy, a whirlwind of power erupting from her outstretched hand. Her attack sent two men sprawling, their enraged curses echoing in the wake of her devastating blow. "Damn it, you bitch," one roared. A swift, brutal kick connected, sending another attacker reeling. The impact was deafening. Rage contorted the tattooed thug's face as he unleashed a furious, "You fucker." His attack was swift, a brutal display of unrestrained violence. A smirk played on the young man's lips, a grim determination etched into his features despite the blood smeared across his face. He was ready. With a blur of motion, the youth countered the thug's attack. A powerful blow, a resounding quang, sent the larger man sprawling. Catching his breath, the young man slumped to the ground, panting, huff. The fight, though won, had clearly taken its toll. A single, brutal blow sends the man sprawling. He crumples to the ground, unconscious amidst his fallen comrades. A system notification flashes, muscle strength, speed, stamina, and endurance have all been significantly increased. He lets out a triumphant ha, his face a mask of gleeful satisfaction as he reviews his upgraded stats. The sheer power surge is evident in his cocky demeanor. A young woman expresses concern for the young man, highlighting the danger of a recent event. It was dangerous, she emphasizes, acknowledging his involvement in a risky situation. The revelation drops, the famous rookie hunter is his clone. The shock is palpable as the young woman processes this extraordinary fact. The implications of this discovery are vast, promising further complications and intrigue. The young woman, her face a mixture of apprehension and resolve, promised to keep silent about the recent dangerous incident. The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air, unspoken but understood. The young woman, her concern palpable, suggested reducing the homework load to alleviate the boy's stress. He seemed visibly tired, the bandage on his cheek a testament to his recent struggles. The boy, a slight smile playing on his lips, acknowledged his victory was partly due to the girl's earlier intervention. The ominous presence of two masked figures lurking in the background hinted at further unseen dangers and unresolved conflicts. He accepts her offer of a meal, acknowledging the need to replenish his energy. "I see, so there's no other way," he mutters, a hint of resignation in his tone. A mischievous glint appears in her eyes as she declares, "I'll make sure you eat a lot of meat." Her intent is clear, to fatten him up, likely for some ulterior motive. Suddenly, three figures in dark, tactical gear appear, their presence immediately causing unease. Their approach is menacing, suggesting a potential threat. He deftly uses his enhanced agility to escape, scaling a low wall with surprising ease. His movements indicate a level of physical prowess beyond the ordinary. Terror widened her eyes as she gaped, her mouth agape in silent scream. The sheer shock of the event left her speechless. A triumphant grin spread across her face. "I did play an important role today," she declared, radiating self-satisfaction. This seemingly small contribution had unexpected weight. Night falls over a city street. The scene is set, Hunter Jung Sangwon-im is about to begin his operation. Two figures, identical but for subtle nuances, stand poised, their masked faces conveying focus. Their confident posture reveals the effectiveness of Sangwa's clone training. Even pistol-based tasks, like clay shooting, are now within their capabilities. Sangwoo reviews the clone's updated stats. A significant upgrade is revealed, the strength and agility improvements stand out, hinting at greater potential in his clone army. A cryptic, yet promising message precedes a surprising revelation: the clone's capabilities far surpass expectations. The implications are clear, Sangwa's project is evolving beyond its initial scope. A frantic call is placed. The man on the phone urgently requests 3 F-class hunting grounds for the following day, a request met with stunned disbelief on the other end. The request is clarified.
The caller assures his contact that his agent is reliable, before asking about scheduling.
The plan is for morning exercise followed by afternoon hunting. 3 figures, clad in tactical gear, stand at attention.
Their training regime is laid out: upper body, lower body, and cardio.
This is no ordinary exercise.
The training session is interrupted.
A voice shouts, "Hey!
Leave the guns," revealing a more playful and chaotic scene as the agents react with surprise and mild frustration.
Observing the clones' exceptional training, the protagonist notes their proficiency, a testament to their rigorous preparation.
The screen displays a Realm TV video about monster dog hunting strategies.
A pivotal question arises: what if the protagonist thoroughly studies these monsters and their hunting methods?
This suggests a calculated approach to mastering the hunt, implying a potential shift in strategy. The panel showcases a beginner's guide to weapon selection for monster hunting, highlighting a handgun and ammunition. The visuals emphasize the accessibility of materials, reinforcing the idea of preparedness.
He watched, awestruck, as the heavily armed soldiers continued their relentless training.
Even after a full day, their energy remained undiminished. "Take a shower and eat," he muttered, already feeling the pull of exhaustion in contrast.
His thoughts shifted.
He needed a break, a chance to investigate the ongoing events and familiarize himself with the combat skills he'd been developing. Most importantly, this respite would allow him to study mana usage.
A quick text message was sent: "I will be there in 10 minutes. June M.O." The soldier's imposing presence was undeniable.
Even he felt a shiver of unease. "They are quite scary now," he admitted, the tension palpable.
"Yeah, even I'm uncomfortable being with them." He delegated the task, a curt, "Great.
Take care of these guys for me," as masked figures bundled 3 men into a waiting car. The scene felt like a casual handover of unwanted baggage. The car sped away, exhaust fumes trailing behind, a quiet acceptance hung in the air. "If that's what you want, okay," the remaining man conceded, his tone suggesting a weariness with the situation. Alone, he focused inward, the instructions echoing: "Breathe out, slowly." A visible shift in his demeanor, a subtle internal struggle is underway.
A calming blue aura enveloped him as he followed the instructions: "Relax your body and concentrate on your senses."
This was more than simple relaxation, it appears to be an activation of some ability. He pondered the sensation, a lingering echo of his newly awakened power: "What I felt when using my skill."
The memory returned, a surge of energy coursing through his body.
"The energy I felt that time, cycling in my body." A sudden jolt, a visceral understanding, he gasped, the revelation hitting him with unexpected force. Darkness enveloped him, yet within the void, a brilliant light pulsed, emanating from his core. The power was raw, untamed, yet undeniably his. His eyes widened, reflecting the intense energy now coursing through his veins. Fear and awe warred within him as the truth dawned. A monstrous fish, its body like cracked stone, lunges from the dungeon depths. Terror grips the adventurer as he gasps, "Hiiik." The earth splits open, revealing a chasm of unimaginable depth and darkness. The scale of the creature is terrifyingly clear. "Shit," the injured adventurer groans, his face a mask of pain and disbelief.
"But this is an F-class dungeon, we just came here to hunt some alien fish."
The gravity of their situation, far exceeding their expectations, sinks in. The creature's gaping maw looms closer, its teeth sharp and menacing. He knows he must act, the adventurer's only thought now is to report this unexpected, terrifying threat to the authorities. Terror grips him as he collapses, a guttural cry escaping his lips: "There's..." His eyes, wide with a horrifying realization, betray a deep, primal fear. The creature looms, its grotesque features a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, its pallid skin scarred and mottled, a nightmarish vision of predatory intent. His screams intensify, tears streaming down his face as he grasps at the earth, the sheer terror rendering him helpless before his monstrous attacker.
This is the final hunting ground.
A vast, imposing structure looms against a bruised, twilight sky, hinting at the scale of the operation about to unfold. A young man, his face partially obscured by a mask, receives a package. "I got it," he confirms, a quiet assurance in his tone.
His superior offers a final word of caution: be careful. The superior, alone now, sends a message: all the clones are in their places, signaling the commencement of a complex, multi-pronged operation. He is clearly burdened by the gravity of what is to come. Our masked protagonist enters a building, flanked by 2 armed guards. The text above ominously warns, begin to get noisy. The scene sets a tense, expectant mood. The hunter is about to become the hunted. He slumped to the floor, a profound sadness etched on his face. The breathing skill, it was different from what he expected. Confirmation arrived via his phone: all the clones were in position. He was ready to proceed to the training grounds. A sudden, unexpected surge of power overwhelmed him, a guttural cry escaping his lips. The fuck? The familiar skill activated, manifesting as a monstrous rat, a shocking and violent transformation. A young man stands beside a cloaked figure, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. He seems resigned, accepting whatever is about to happen. I guess I'm about to find out, he muses, his voice a quiet acceptance of fate. The man with the cross-shaped scar on his forehead adjusts his glasses, a steely determination hardening his features. He is clearly preparing for something, his composure suggesting he anticipates a dangerous confrontation. A large, wolf-like creature lies partially visible behind him. Explosions rock the scene as a fierce battle erupts. The sounds of bang and bang echo through the air, highlighting the intensity of the fight. The action is chaotic, but it is evident this is a desperate struggle for survival. In close quarters combat, if you can't eliminate all targets with ranged attacks, aim for the spine. A precise strike there proves decisive. These creatures breed prolifically, mirroring the reproductive rate of common rats. One man, agitated, pleads, "Don't ruin my video." Another, calmly observing, retorts, "You always say they're just experience points." The callous disregard for life is evident. The masked gunman raised his weapon, the barrel glinting menacingly under the dim light. His gaze, sharp and unwavering, betrayed a chilling focus. A shot rings out. The bullet, a tiny projectile of destruction, hurtles towards its target, leaving a wake of disturbed air. The impact. A muffled thud, a fleeting spray of crimson, then silence. The target is down. A voice, crisp and demanding, cuts through the air, "How is the plan going?" The response is immediate, confident: "It was very successful." A man in a suit, his face etched with a calculating calm, holds a phone to his ear, the glow reflecting in his eyes. The operation, whatever it was, has met its objective. The young man on the other end of the line, his face animated by a mixture of triumph and apprehension, replies, "It's possible." "Who do you think I am? I will get you those grounds no matter what." He's clearly taken on a formidable challenge, but he's confident in his abilities. The young man, his expression now sharp and determined, points a finger, "Go to the park, now. Make sure to come back by 12. The urgency in his voice leaves no room for doubt. The next stage of his plan is already underway. A young man sits at his desk, a thoughtful expression on his face. He contemplates the remarkable abilities of certain beings. Unless physically impossible, they can perfectly copy and recreate any movement. The young man, addressing his viewers, announces his intention to demonstrate a monster hunting strategy. A video clip plays, showcasing a warrior expertly dispatching a monstrous wolf. This demonstration serves as a hunting guide. He explains that this detailed instructional video is not just for the viewers, it is specifically designed to be followed by his clones, ensuring their efficient participation in the planned hunt. This also serves as a method of detoxification for them. The scene shifts to an apartment building, the location of the upcoming operation, hinting at the scale and complexity of the planned hunt. It's already midnight? The young man stares, startled, at the clock on his computer screen, his late-night gaming session unexpectedly interrupted. He sighs, the weight of his recent monster hunting research heavy on him. He's reviewed countless guides on hunting giant rats, alien fish, and horned rabbits, all F-class monsters. Now, the real test begins. Can he successfully hunt them using the guides he's studied? A progress report flashes before his eyes. Hunting grounds 1 and 2 are complete, 3 remains. He's focused on mastering his familiar skill,
but its high mana consumption proved a major obstacle in his previous attempt.
Rest and mana breathing exercises are his only options for now. He's met.
A figure in a Venom sweatshirt is greeted by a shadowy agent. The arrival is acknowledged with a simple, yet weighty, "Ah, you came." The scene hints at a rendezvous of significant importance. The man in the suit confirmed the readiness of the training grounds, having secured 3 suitable locations. 2 younger men await his instructions. One of the younger men, brimming with confidence, outlines his training plan to utilize his familiar skill and master mana breathing techniques. He prepares to begin his training, asking if he should proceed. The young man initiates his mana breathing exercise, reflecting on the unusual sensation of energy flowing from his body when using his familiar summoning skills.
The instructions given are to breathe for 10 seconds, visualizing the mana cycling within his body.
The young man's attire, a crimson hoodie emblazoned with Venom Zephyr, hints at a rebellious spirit, a stark contrast to the events about to unfold. A searing light erupts from his chest, a radiant explosion of energy that seems to emanate from his very core. The raw power is palpable. A system notification appears, confirming the acquisition of a new skill, meditation. This skill offers crucial benefits, including improved mana regeneration and reduced mental fatigue, directly impacting his combat capabilities and overall resilience. He collapses, muttering, "Impossible." A monstrous, gaping maw looms over him. Sprawled on the ground, he cries out, "Why is that monster here?"
Damn it!
The sheer unexpectedness of the situation is clear.
Panic rises as he realizes that monster isn't supposed to be here. The creature's presence is a grave anomaly.
A man in a suit stands before a sewage treatment plant. The location is significant, this is where the hunter's trail leads. The man observes, a thoughtful frown etched on his face. One hunter, operating with uncanny efficiency, is simultaneously pursuing targets in 3 separate locations. This extraordinary ability hints at skills beyond the ordinary. Meanwhile, at Zhang Sangwa's house, a triumphant figure celebrates. He has just acquired a mana breathing skill, proclaiming himself a genius. This seemingly unrelated event subtly foreshadows a pivotal development in the larger narrative. He sighed, a touch of frustration in his voice. Acquiring the mana breathing skill proved unexpectedly difficult. His initial excitement had been misplaced. A subtle blue glow enveloped him, eyes closed, as he entered a meditative state. The mana around him began to visibly thrum. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, knife glinting. His companion, startled, realized they were being hunted. The hunter was the top-ranked player.
Looks like there wasn't any problem until now. Did the guild really help? One young man asks, concern etched on his face.
His companion, masked and armed, remains silent, his expression unreadable. The question hints at a recent shift in the situation, suggesting the guild's assistance wasn't as effective as hoped.
A monstrous rat lunges forward, its shadowy form a blur of movement.
The accompanying sound effects depict the creature's sudden, powerful charge. The sudden appearance of this creature highlights the escalating threat.
Giant rats are identified as particularly troublesome F-class monsters.
This seemingly insignificant detail provides crucial context, the danger level, implying the need for caution and potentially teamwork. The masked man, now ready for action, provides tactical advice. First, since their dash is straight, just keep your distance and shoot. This confirms the immediate threat and presents a direct, tactical solution, implying the masked individual possesses superior combat experience. A colossal rat, its maw agape in a silent scream, loomed over a lone figure. The creature's size dwarfed its surroundings, casting a long shadow of impending doom. The warrior plunged his blade into the creature, but its skull proved too hard.
The blow, though forceful, barely fazed the monstrous rat.
A pack of similar creatures emerged from the shadows, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. They advanced, a tide of teeth and claws. A man in glasses, his expression grim, offered a chilling piece of advice: if you have studied well, they will be just chunks of experience points. The implication of casual violence against overwhelming odds hung heavy in the air. A skeletal wolf, its ribcage exposed, thrashed violently.
Blood spattered the dark background as it struggled against unseen restraints.
The young man, hunched over his computer, muttered, "Dog's pattern," his fingers flying across the keyboard. He was analyzing data, attempting to understand the complex situation unfolding.
A monstrous rat, jaws agape, lunged forward, its teeth bared in a terrifying snarl.
The force of its attack shattered wood. A lone figure, clad in dark armor, traverses a desolate canyon carved from towering, ochre-hued rock formations. The sky above is a vibrant, clear blue, starkly contrasting with the arid landscape. The warrior encounters a monstrous scorpion, but shows no fear.
The creature lunges, but the warrior remains calm, their resolve unshaken. The hunter's clones, relentless and efficient, hunt without regard for the opponent's level.
A burst of energy erupts as the scorpion is quickly dispatched. The hunter stands over a defeated foe, a dark, crimson stain spreading across the ground.
The efficiency of the hunt is chillingly evident.
A surge of power courses through him. System messages flash, strength, reflexes, mana, stamina, and endurance all significantly increased. This power boost isn't just for him, his clones will also benefit, growing stronger as a result. He launches himself into the fray, ready to confront the monstrous creatures that infest these grounds. "We should have met several of them by now," a voice stated, laced with concern.
The unexpected sight before them, a creature resembling a large mole, prompted a quick, uncertain, "What is that?"
The hunt, while initially successful, presented a new challenge.
A figure, seemingly weary yet resolute, muttered, "The hunting is going well, but..."
The implication hung heavy in the air. The ease of the hunt thus far hinted at a larger, more troubling development to come. A young man, his face partially obscured by a mask, stands amidst a sun-dappled forest. A sense of unease hangs in the air as he muses, what is this feeling of something missing? The panel also shows a smaller inset of his unmasked face, a picture of youthful concern. The scene shifts to a group of hunters, their faces grim, hauling what appears to be alien fish corpses. A masked figure, clearly a leader, barks an order, "Stop hunting until you take all of them in your boxes." This is not a simple hunt, this is a systematic collection.
The masked man confronts his unmasked companion, pointing towards a pile of alien fish corpses.
His masked comrade remains impassive. The unmasked one protests, "Number 3, I saw corpses of the alien fish over there, but why aren't you taking it?"
"I didn't hunt those."
A subtle tension crackles between them, revealing a potential breach of protocol or a deeper mystery. One man, his face contorted in a grimace, clings to another, masked and impassive.
"Hey! I wake up." Each one of them is money, the only time to be a good guy is shoes.
The masked man simply replies, "Fine, I will take them," his tone devoid of emotion. The exchange reveals a callous disregard for human life, highlighting the brutal realities of their world. The scene shifts abruptly. A young man with vibrant blue hair stares at a horrific sight. His words, laced with disbelief and revulsion, "Damn it, it's not hunted by number 3. Why did someone chop them like this?" The gruesome state of the bodies underscores the brutality of the actions.
"They're torn to pieces."
His eyes widen, a visceral reaction to the unimaginable horror before him.
"The fuck?"
The stark expletive perfectly encapsulates his shock and disgust. A severed, bloody arm reaches upwards, a grim testament to the violence.
The desperate, final gesture speaks volumes about the victim's agony and the perpetrator's callousness.
He dragged the unconscious man, a desperate scramble across the rocky terrain. A chasm yawned before them, a sudden, perilous drop. A monstrous creature, a grotesque parody of a fish, emerged from the shadows. Its gaping maw revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth. The man in the gas mask, eyes wide, whispered, "Bait." Instantly, he reacted, raising his weapon and taking aim. The predator lunged. A swift, searing strike. The masked figure is thrown violently to the ground, a crimson streak marking the path of the unseen attack.
Disoriented, he gasps, "It's fast, it's hot, what happened?" "It hurts." The searing pain is evident, a fresh wound oozing blood.
A guttural cry of agony escapes him, "Arghhhhh."
The intensity of the pain is palpable. He collapses, gasping for breath. "Heek." The young man in the Venom Zephyr hoodie is clearly injured and in distress. He gasped, a pained expression twisting his features as dark tendrils of energy seeped from his hands. The connection was severed, but the pain remained unnoticed until now. The young man's realization dawns: the link was broken without him consciously experiencing the physical pain. The narrative implications suggest a deeper, potentially dangerous disconnect. A concerned voice crackles over the phone. Agent Nim. What is the hunting ground that number 3 went hunting to? The agent, clearly alarmed, receives the unsettling reply: it was the waste sewage treatment plant in Incheon. What is this about? The location reveals a significant clue to the events unfolding. He urgently phones: please bring number 1 and 2 there right now. I'm heading there too. I will explain everything when I get there. The situation demands immediate action, something critical is unfolding. A terse reply cuts through the urgency: there is a problem. The ominous tone foreshadows a significant threat. A warrior is thrust through with a monstrous, burning blade. Blood splatters. This is the problem. The warrior is flung back into the sea, a creature emerges from the water, its wounds bleeding. The scale of the threat becomes terrifyingly clear. He reached for the car door handle, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. The word hung in the air: oppression. The young man stood before a sprawling industrial complex, the scale of it dwarfing him. A sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air. Disconnected. The chilling realization struck him: his connection to number 3 was severed. The implications were ominous. Suddenly confronted by 2 figures in imposing black tactical gear, the young man is demanded to show his identification bracelet. The weight of the situation intensifies. Hunter Nim arrives to find Agent Nim already on the scene, flanked by armed agents in a dimly lit, institutional hallway. The situation is clearly urgent. 3 agents have vanished. The culprit wasn't an alien fish, but something far more terrifying: a powerful, unidentified monster. The official explains that they've alerted higher authorities and are temporarily closing the area due to the presence of Fishman, a D-rank monster. A chilling close-up reveals the Fishman's horrific visage, a monstrous creature with a fish head, but the limbs of a terrifying beast, its wounds fresh and bleeding. Its rank is confirmed as D. The young man in the orange hoodie rejected the older man's immediate request, stating that now was not the time. A subtle tension hangs in the air. Despite his trust in his clones, the older man's apprehension is evident. His concern highlights the gravity of the situation. A familiar skill activates, bathing the young man in ethereal blue energy, signaling a significant power surge and indicating a shift in the immediate conflict. A soldier, clad in dark armor, discreetly checks a pistol tucked into his chest rig. The slight sheen of blood on his hand hints at recent violence. 2 figures, similarly armored, exchange a fist bump. The sharp quack emphasizes their decisive, confident action. This is no casual encounter, their shared purpose is clear. Triumphantly, one announces, "We found it." The exhausted soldier collapses beside a large, bloodied creature, their mission successfully concluded. Unexpected luck. A single drop of sweat streaks the masked man's cheek as he reflects: I didn't expect to be this lucky. I have the opportunity to attack first. His plan is shifting from ambush to proactive strike. He isn't in a normal state. Considering the hunting ability of my clones. A hail of bullets erupts, tearing through the air. The creature collapses, a fatal shot piercing its head. Their bullets don't work? A stunned realization dawns on the team. A grotesque, bloodied creature, its gaping maw filled with rows of needle-sharp teeth, lunged forward. Its eyes, wide with primal aggression, reflected a horrifying intent. A figure, hidden from view, watched. His clones, it seems, had successfully mastered his fighting techniques, proving their effectiveness in the field. The earth trembled. A colossal scorpion-like beast, its carapace shimmering with an ominous purple hue, rose from the sand, dwarfing the lone warrior who stood defiantly before it. This was no ordinary creature, this was a formidable opponent, ready to test the warrior's mettle. He activates his familiar skill, a hunting technique that allows him to experience the hunt directly.
Suddenly, he's overwhelmed by a monstrous predator, its jaws snapping shut. The hunter, now on edge, vows to wipe out the creatures infesting this hunting ground.
Two other hunters express concern about the unusual silence of the hunting grounds.
Amidst a cavern littered with corpses, one mercenary remarks on the sheer number, questioning the overall cost of their grim bounty. His companion, armed with a submachine gun, stands ready.
The mercenary's partner, Heek, displays a look of dawning realization, foreshadowing a critical plot point.
Heek's horror is palpable as the truth dawns. They haven't collected any of the monster corpses, meaning they've missed out on a significant financial windfall.
A wave of panic washes over Heek as he grapples with the possibility that someone else has already claimed their hard-earned bounty. The weight of this potential loss is evident in his desperate expression.
A monstrous, bloodied creature lies dead at the foot of a figure in dark clothing and heavy boots. The scene is grim, hinting at a recent, violent encounter. Two young men, one wearing protective gear and a mask, react with disgust to the fallen beast. Their expressions reveal a mixture of unease and uncertainty about their next move.
The masked youth questions himself, voicing the internal conflict between his duty and his revulsion.
His hesitation highlights the moral ambiguity of his situation. Suddenly, alert, he draws his weapon. Something is there, lurking unseen. The threat is not over.
Tension ratchets up. He surveys the surroundings, the weapon leveled, ready to confront whatever danger remains. The wide shot reveals the precariousness of his position, the landscape itself feeling hostile.
A gunshot rings out, the sound echoing across the barren landscape. A monstrous, fish-like creature collapses, blood staining the dry earth where it falls. The shooter, a figure in tactical gear, remains poised, weapon still smoking. The creature's severed arm twitches. A guttural gasp, "My right arm," escapes before a pained wheeze. The young man, his face contorted in agony, clutches at the wound on his shoulder, blood staining his red jacket. Terror and pain are etched onto his features. A young man sits hunched on the floor of his kitchen, exhaustion etched onto his face. He exhales sharply, the word huff. Barely audible, a testament to his weariness. His phone buzzes, interrupting his quiet despair. He glances at the screen, his expression shifting from weariness to a grim determination. He declares, "This isn't the time for this." His focus is clearly elsewhere, a pressing urgency in his demeanor. He hastily throws on his shoes, the image highlighting his quickened pace. A message received demands his immediate attention. He assures the sender he is en route. A question follows: what happened?
Is there a problem with the hunt? The implied stakes are high.
A single, stark response, a really big one. The brevity underscores the severity of the situation.
The seemingly simple message conveys a grave threat.
The young man is now in a forested area, his expression fierce.
A bloody mask partially obscures his face.
He's prepared for a dangerous confrontation. A sense of immediate danger pervades the scene.
A wave of disorientation washes over him.
His eyes widen, reflecting a dawning understanding of the situation.
He reads the system message, a grim determination settling on his face.
Summoning a clone requires significant energy, but with 6 hours until the skill is available again, he still has time to strategize. "You can go now," the speaker says, a hint of urgency in their voice.
"I can only hope that Agent Nim is already here."
The weight of their words suggests a dangerous situation unfolding elsewhere, requiring immediate action from Agent Nim. Two figures in tactical gear arrive, reporting, "I brought number 1 and 2 too." Their arrival implies a prepared response team, reinforcing the seriousness of the impending threat. The grim reality of the threat is revealed. Even a party full of E-class hunters is not enough to hunt this monster. The sheer scale of the danger underscores the desperation of the situation.
"After my clones get inside the portal, a plan is announced, highlighting a desperate, last-ditch effort."
The urgency intensifies as Hunter Nim is called out.
He pleaded, "I want you to trust me."
His eyes held a desperate sincerity, a plea for faith in the face of unknown danger. Two figures emerged from a blinding green light, their armor stained with blood, evidence of a recent brutal encounter. One wore a mask, his features obscured, while the other stood grimly, weapon at the ready.
A sudden, brutal attack.
The sharp sound of tearing flesh punctuated the silence, a clear indication of the violence unleashed. A monstrous, fish-like creature, its gaping maw stained crimson, lunges. Its jagged teeth are bared in a terrifying grin. A lone hunter assesses the situation. His stats, while impressive, are significantly lower than the creature's. Even an elite-class hunter only possesses 33% of the beast's overall power. The odds are stacked against him. Two figures, clad in tactical gear, take aim. The order is clear: aim for the head. Precision is paramount. The hunters' expressions shift to shock as smoke trails from their pistols. Their attempt has failed. Their weapons are spent. A screech, a horrifying keek, ripped through the air as something large and dark was violently torn apart. He stood, chest heaving, a bloody mess. The young soldier's ragged breaths, huff, spoke volumes of the brutal battle he'd just endured. A grotesque, teal-skinned creature lunged, its gaping maw filled with needle-sharp teeth.
Its eyes, wide and vacant, reflected the desperate struggle for survival. From above, a dark silhouette plummeted. The impact, a heavy quang, threw the creature backward, silencing its savage roar. Three figures watched from below, their expressions unreadable. A monstrous creature, stitched together like a grotesque patchwork, is thrown back with a violent oof. The force of the blow sends tremors through its body. The creature, its gaping maw filled with unsettling teeth, is sent sprawling by a swift, precise strike. The attack's energy is depicted as a circular flash of light, clearly demonstrating its effectiveness. The masked figure, barely winded, assesses the damage.
A mere scratch from his sword.
He seems unconcerned.
The opponent's size presents a strategic challenge. Its sheer bulk makes wielding a sword difficult in close quarters. A monstrous figure, its face obscured by a grotesque mask, is sent sprawling by a swift, powerful blow. Blood splatters across the creature's teal skin as it crashes to the ground. Two figures, cloaked and armed with blades, strike with deadly precision, their attack causing a powerful tremor that shakes the forest floor.
One of the assailants unleashes a vicious thrust.
One of the attackers, his face partially obscured, groans in frustration, "It's not working."
His efforts against the seemingly unstoppable force before him prove futile. The monstrous figure lunged, its movements hampered by a deep wound across its shoulder. Blood splattered the forest floor as it struggled to maintain its assault.
Frustration etched itself onto the face of the masked assailant as he exclaimed, "Damn it!
How can we hunt this guy with these ineffective attacks?" Their current strategy was clearly failing.
One bullet glanced off the creature's tough hide, but the second found its mark, inflicting damage to its already injured shoulder. The effectiveness of this approach was becoming apparent. A renewed sense of determination filled the masked hunter. "If I aim for the wound again," he thought, his eyes focused on the beast's weakness. A decisive strike was planned. The soldier leveled his pistol, a grim determination etched on his face. "Let's feed him some bullets," he muttered, the words hanging heavy in the humid air. The creature lunged, a grotesque parody of movement, only to be met by a hail of gunfire. Each bullet found its mark, tearing through flesh and bone with brutal efficiency. The monster's death throes were short, punctuated by desperate, gurgling coughs, k, ick. The creature's life force ebbed away. Its eye, wide and vacant, stared into nothingness as the creature finally succumbed to its injuries. A wave of heat washed over the area as the monster's body began to disintegrate. The warrior launched himself, a blur of motion, striking the monstrous amphibian with brutal force. The impact echoed with a resounding pang. A searing blast of energy erupted as he connected with a powerful blow. The creature recoiled, its hide torn, a grim testament to the warrior's strength. Observing the battle from a distance, one of the men commented, "He must have been wounded. It also means that he's pretty hurt." The other nodded grimly, acknowledging the severity of the situation. The warrior delivered a final, devastating blow, a fiery torrent that tore through the creature's defenses. The impact was catastrophic, a final quang. A gloved hand, stained crimson, grips a bloodied blade. The implication hangs heavy: while bloodshed is unavoidable, the opponent will ultimately suffer far greater losses.
The attacker's swift action ends the creature's life, multiple wounds erupt as it collapses.
The creature's dying shriek, a guttural kiik, echoes through the forest as its massive claw scrapes the earth in a final, futile gesture. Blood splattered across the masked figure's blade as he delivered a brutal, decisive strike. The creature beneath him shuddered, its life force extinguished with a final, pained gasp. The creature erupted in a fiery explosion, a final desperate act of defiance. The force of the blast sent the masked warrior sprawling. He clutched at his side, a searing pain ripping through him. The battle was far from over, but the cost was already heavy. A blur of motion, the hooded figure is launched backward by a powerful blow, the force of the impact a visible shockwave. The assassin, his face contorted in pain, is impaled from behind by a swift, precise strike. He collapses, a silent end to his attempt. Another assailant is instantly dispatched with brutal efficiency, a single, decisive strike renders him incapacitated. A grotesque, stitched-together creature rises from the swamp, its gaping maw dripping with blood, a chilling testament to the assassin's prior victims. A monstrous figure crashes to the earth, its dark form stained crimson. The impact reverberates through the scene. Gasping for breath, the masked operative slumps to the ground, his exhaustion evident.
It's over.
He manages, a whisper of relief and utter weariness.
Two figures lie spent on the battlefield, their breaths ragged.
One groans, "I can't take another step." The brutal battle has left its mark. Despite his crippling exhaustion, a flicker of determination remains. He feels death's approach, but the need to report back to Agent Nim fuels his resolve. "I feel like dying.
I should better inform Agent Nim."
Disbelief etched across his face, the young hunter stared at the fading tracks.
"It didn't die," he gasped.
His companion, however, remained focused, replying, "No, I follow the tracks." The hunter's pursuit led him to a sudden, jarring stop. He tumbled to the ground, the direction of the tracks suddenly clear.
"Damn it, that direction!"
he muttered, his frustration palpable. A chilling realization dawned on him, the trail led directly towards the ominous portal.
Another hunter, concerned, questioned their leader, "What? So we can't go in?"
The leader responded calmly, explaining, "The hunters will be dispatched from the association soon, so we will inform you later as soon as we get some updates."
Soldiers, responding to their superior's urgent order to secure prisoners for their boss, prepare for action.
The scene crackles with anticipation.
A brutal attack unfolds. A foe is struck down, blood splattering across the scene. This encounter proves deadly and swift.
The enemy retaliates with fiery force, the soldier is caught in the inferno. Overwhelmed, the soldier is pummeled by a powerful blow from the monstrous foe, leaving him vulnerable and defeated. The hooded figure, already wounded, stumbled through the undergrowth, a desperate retreat evident in their frantic movements. The rustling of leaves and the heavy thud of their body against the earth spoke of their exhaustion. He collapsed, the dark stain spreading across the ground mirroring the life draining from his body.
The fight was over.
Elsewhere, a brutal melee raged. Two figures, driven by fierce determination, clashed amidst a monstrous, bloodied creature. One attacker moved with swift precision, the glint of a knife suggesting a desperate gamble against overwhelming odds. A crushing blow landed, a stark white burst radiating outward from the point of impact. The force of the strike resonated with the sheer brutality of the battle.
A monstrous figure unleashes a devastating wave of energy, sending soldiers sprawling.
The sheer power of the attack leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the blast throws a soldier against a hard surface, the impact leaving a dark stain as blood spurts from a grievous wound.
His attack proves far more potent than conventional weaponry.
Another soldier is violently thrown by a powerful blow, the intense force of the attack leaving him dazed and disoriented. The enemy's strength is overwhelming.
A surviving soldier, witnessing the carnage, sits in stunned disbelief, muttering, "Damn." The reality of their opponent's overwhelming power sinks in.
The remaining soldiers exchange worried glances, their weapons useless against such an opponent. The words "bullets don't work" hang heavy in the air, highlighting the desperate situation.
A monstrous creature, its maw agape in a horrifying shriek, KKEECK. Lunges forward, a wave of raw power rippling outwards. The creature's attack is met with swift resistance. A figure in dark armor delivers a brutal blow, the impact a violent splatter of crimson against the creature's sickly green hide. A monstrous, fish-like creature lies wounded, its teal scales marred by crimson slashes. Blood pools around its gaping maw. The creature lunges, its serrated teeth bared in a desperate attack. A flash of light and a resounding swish marks the precise moment a blade cleaves through the air. Two figures, clad in dark tactical gear, unleash a coordinated assault. Blades pierce the beast's flesh, eliciting pained roars. The creature's immense strength is evident in its struggle, but its demise is clearly approaching. The creature collapses under the weight of its wounds, its powerful form now broken. A final, desperate swipe misses its target, leaving a mere scratch on the forest floor. One of the soldiers laughs, admitting a miscalculation in their initial assessment of the beast's power. His partner urges him to forget his previous statement. The encounter's gravity shifts to a lighter, more comedic tone. A brutal clash ends with a spray of blood. The hooded figure, their foe vanquished, stands over the fallen body. The hooded figure leaps away, their movement blurring as they vanish into the trees. A sense of urgency is palpable. The figure pauses, a flicker of realization crossing their features. They recall the bullets fired moments ago. A sudden realization dawns. Perhaps. The masked figure thinks, a grim determination etched on their face. The implications are left ambiguous but heavy with tension. A monstrous creature, its flesh torn and bloody, lunges forward. A powerful kick, a resounding kick, sends it reeling. The creature collapses, a guttural kick, escaping its mangled throat as it crumples to the ground. From the shadows, a figure emerges, firing a precise shot that rips through the creature's body with a blinding flash. The final blow. A weapon pierces the creature's flesh, the red stain spreads across the blade. A grotesque, fish-like creature lunged, its maw open in a silent roar. Its teal skin, marred by wounds, hinted at a battle already underway. The masked warrior countered with a blazing strike, his sword erupting in a wave of fiery energy. The sheer force of the blow sent debris flying. He staggered, blood staining his mask, but a surge of power coursed through him. His strength, it seemed, had unexpectedly increased. The observer's voice echoed the question that hung heavy in the air: is the sword's reaction to his blood the source of this sudden power? The creature recoiled, the warrior's enhanced power now evident in the fear reflected in its monstrous eyes. The warrior lunged, his blade a blur, slicing through the monstrous creature's thick hide. A searing orange energy erupted from the wound as the beast roared in pain. A moment later, the warrior felt a sharp pain pierce his shoulder. His eyes widened in shock as he registered the impact. A guttural whisper escaped his lips, "Ku." Blood blossomed across his armor as he staggered, the monster's claws having found their mark. His vision swam, the world tilting precariously. With a burst of adrenaline, the warrior retaliated. He launched himself forward, desperation fueling his attack. A blinding flash of light and a thunderous quang signaled the monster's final defeat. It crashed to the earth, its form shattered. A blinding flash erupted from the shadowy depths, momentarily obscuring the monstrous form lurking within. The creature lunged, its massive claws slashing through the air, a terrifying shriek echoing through the darkness. The impact sent him flying, a blur of motion against the chaotic backdrop of the battle. A masked figure, clad in dark armor, delivers a powerful blow to his opponent, sending him sprawling. The force of the strike is palpable, the impact echoing in the sharp crack of the collision. The scene shifts, our masked warrior now faces a grotesque, monstrous creature, its form twisted and scarred. Another warrior, similarly armored, joins the fight. This new enemy is far more powerful. The masked warrior is thrown violently to the ground by a devastating blow from the beast, the impact leaving him stunned and vulnerable. His struggle is fierce but clearly failing. The beast stands victorious, its guttural cries echoing through the forest. The scene illustrates the brute strength and ferocity of the creature. Defeat for the warriors seems imminent. The beast collapses, defeated. The final, decisive blow is implied though not explicitly shown. The fight is finally over. Ammunition spent, the hunter, masked and weary, holsters his pistol. Today's hunt is over.
Footprints trail across the muddy ground, ending abruptly in a crimson pool.
News arrives: a D-class monster has infiltrated the hunting grounds, forcing their closure. A hunter's frustration is palpable.
The impact of the closure hits home. The effort spent assembling his team was in vain.
A businessman's face registers shock and disbelief.
His eyes widen, a silent what echoing his internal turmoil. The unexpected has arrived, disrupting his carefully constructed world. A monstrous, shadowy creature bursts forth, its emergence accompanied by a violent, earth-shattering quang. Two figures, dwarfed by its immense size, struggle to contain it. The battle has begun. The creature roars, a horrifying display of raw power and savagery. Its gaping maw, stained crimson, is a testament to its violent nature.
This is no ordinary foe.
Soldiers desperately open fire, their desperate attempt to hold back the encroaching threat, shouting, "Stop that thing from getting close to the portal."
The portal, a gateway to another world, is clearly in imminent danger.
The masked figure, already bleeding, received a brutal blow that sent him sprawling.
Two attackers, their faces grim, watched as he fell.
He gritted his teeth, eyes narrowed in fierce determination.
"With all my might."
The words resonated with a strength that belied his battered state. A surge of raw energy erupted from within him, a desperate, final stand against overwhelming odds. Two soldiers, eyes wide with terror, stared directly at the reader. Sweat beaded on their brows as their fear was palpable.
The imminent threat was undeniable.
A monstrous, gaping maw, seemingly part of some colossal beast, emerged from the shadows, its presence a chilling wave of dread.
A premonition of disaster hangs heavy in the air. He knew this wouldn't end well.
A surge of raw energy erupts, a violent blue flash illuminating the scene. The sheer power is palpable.
The protagonist, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration, wrestles with a powerful force, the strain evident in his clenched jaw and strained muscles.
He struggles to maintain control. Two soldiers, faces contorted in wide-eyed shock, stare in disbelief at the display of overwhelming power.
Their fear is undeniable.
The energy intensifies, culminating in a devastating blast that leaves a trail of destruction.
This is no ordinary power.
A report comes in: "Yes, we have arrived."
The confirmation is met with confusion. What?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. A monstrous creature, a grotesque parody of life, looms large. Its arrival is not merely a presence, it is a cataclysm. Soldiers, their weapons raised, stand frozen, their fear palpable. A man in a tactical vest, his face etched with suspicion, stares intently.
His inner monologue reveals his assessment: "Isn't this a fishman?"
Two startled officers stand beside a visibly shaken man. The man in the tactical vest approaches them. He asks, "Are you from the association?" prompting a nervous, "Why, yes, I am."
"What happened here?" from one of the officers. The investigation intensifies. One officer observes, "Isn't this an F-class hunting ground? Are you saying a D-class team was here?"
The authoritative figure refutes this, stating, "It wasn't a D-class hunter or a team of hunters." The man in the tactical vest explains, "We are investigating further, but, as far as we know, an F-class hunter killed the monster with his clones." This revelation highlights the unexpected nature of the event and points to an extraordinary hunter.
A gruesome close-up of the monster's wounds reveals the extent of the damage.
The narration comments, "All the attacks are focused on that wound. He must have done that to deal damage without special weapons."
This detail suggests remarkable combat skill and strength. A man's face, etched with deep concern, fills the panel.
His brow furrows as he grapples with a troubling thought: the monster's wound healed with unnatural precision. The close-up reveals a gruesome detail: a monstrous face, splattered with blood, its sharp teeth bared in a final, silent snarl.
Death's grip is evident. A system notification flashes: regeneration and a new smite skill are unlocked.
This newfound power significantly enhances his capabilities, hinting at a deeper, evolving system at play. The man, now relaxed, examines a small, dark object, he's oblivious to the magnitude of the skills he's just gained, engrossed in the hunt's aftermath. The sheer number of newly acquired abilities underscores the significance of his recent encounter. A man in a suit assesses the status of his clones. They're injured, but a cooldown period prevents immediate resummoning. He believes allowing them to heal autonomously will boost their regeneration. The young man, still recovering from his ordeal, confirms the issue was with the short sword. The short sword is revealed to be a cursed item, causing a violent reaction that nearly cost him his life. His eyes turned red during the encounter. The realization dawns on him: the cursed short sword is unusable. The agent, ecstatic, declares, "I love it." He then delegates, suggesting the collection team handle the remaining items. His superior's reaction is one of shocked disbelief. The implication is clear: the retrieved item is far more significant than initially perceived. The agent's innocent question, "Is it expensive?" highlights his naivete about the true value of the crimson gem he holds, a value his superior struggles to reveal. The rarity of the artifact is underscored. Despite a significant chest wound, the young man's expression shifts from pain to strangely placid. The low cost of the potion, he explains, comes with severe side effects. He requests the collection of the items, thanking his unseen companion. His demeanor is almost cheerful considering his injury. The young man, still bearing his wounds, announces his intention to summon number 3 again. He urges his companions to rest, implying a pattern of repeated summons and the strain of their task. "It's been a while, number 3. Here is your equipment. Go ahead and exercise." The instructor hands number 3 his gear, a clear indication that he's about to begin some form of intense training. The young man scarred back hints at previous rigorous sessions. Then, unexpectedly, number 3 collapses, his movement suggesting the sudden onset of extreme fatigue or pain. A sense of urgency is palpable. He discovers a meticulously crafted box containing a sword and a crimson crystal. The implication is clear: these are not ordinary items, they are powerful artifacts. The scene suggests the start of a larger narrative involving these objects and his capabilities. The panel displays a low-class strength jewel, revealing its properties and limitations, notably, its potential for dangerous side effects with overuse. The text foreshadows future consequences if these crystals are misused. Normally, wounds inflicted on his clones or other subjects wouldn't affect him. However, this time feels different. A disquieting premonition settles over him. A panicked voice interrupts his thoughts. It's Agent Nim, seemingly in distress, or perhaps more accurately, in a state of utter chaos. A monstrous, reptilian figure looms beside him. The reptilian creature roars, "Uaak! Die!" A man in a suit fires a weapon, the scene exploding with chaotic energy. He sits calmly, picking up a small, crimson object. He decides against using it for now, a calculated decision born from a careful assessment of the situation. His next course of action involves a sword. However, he concludes that a clone should be the one to make contact with it, a strategic choice aimed at mitigating risk. A young man lay on his bed, bandaged and clearly injured. A shadowy figure, clad in dark armor, stood over him. "Yes, sir," the injured youth mumbled, his voice weak. This scene establishes the power imbalance and the youth's subordinate position. The armored figure raised a small, crimson blade. The boy's eyes widened in alarm as he gasped, "Oh!" The sudden movement in the boy's reaction heightened the tension, foreshadowing a possible attack or a significant event. A blue light engulfed the boy's face. A system interface appeared, proclaiming, "Activating the familiar skill." The activation of a supernatural ability, seemingly triggered by stress or threat, hints at a larger world of magic or technology woven into this reality. Urgency crackled in the air as the young man, weapon in hand, urged his companion, "Hurry up." The intensity of the moment was palpable. The masked figure, clearly irritated, muttered, "Damn it, that was fucking noisy. Really loud." The immediate consequence of their previous actions was now clear. Observing his bandaged companion resting, the young man thoughtfully concluded, "Resting must be helping them regenerate faster, huh?" This observation hints at a deeper understanding of their abilities and limitations.
The instructor's words hung in the air. For today, all of us will meditate. Let's unlock the mana breathing. Keep meditating even when I'm not here.
This marked the beginning of their training, a crucial step towards mastering their inner energy. A surge of blue energy enveloped him as he initiated the meditation.
The system notification, activating meditation, confirmed the process had begun.
This is where his journey to unlock his latent potential truly starts.
His vacation over in an instant, he reflects, the vacation ended in a blink.
The sudden shift back to reality underscores the intensity of his training and the short time he had to prepare. A display shows significant stat increases across the board: strength, reflexes, health, endurance, mana, shooting, and regeneration. The accompanying text confirms this, stating, "I have increased a lot of stats for sure." A second thought bubble reveals, "Well, I never let the clones take a rest." This suggests a system of training or replication, using clones for enhanced physical and magical development. The protagonist reflects, "I didn't know I was a loner. No one is even at least pretending to know me." A sense of isolation and social awkwardness is palpable. This hints at a personality trait or past experience.
A muscular classmate surprises the protagonist, exclaiming, "What? You are in this class too?"
The protagonist, visibly taken aback, had been unaware of the classmate's presence. This establishes a new dynamic between them, revealing that these two people are part of the same social sphere without the protagonist's previous awareness. A female classmate observes the interaction, prompting a question about consistent exercise. The protagonist, in response to her, simply states, "Of course.
I'm not like you."
This seemingly casual exchange reveals unspoken competitiveness, potentially hinting at differing training regimes or underlying tension.
Two co-workers discuss a man, noting his transformation is so significant they barely recognize him. The conversation pivots to a proposition, a blind date.
The transformed man reflects on his changed appearance, questioning the extent of his transformation and why his former colleagues didn't greet him.
His co-worker confidently asserts that even his former colleagues wouldn't recognize him now. The co-worker proposes drinks after class, including other students, revealing a plan is already in motion. The transformed man, sweating slightly, reveals a prior commitment, politely declining the invitation.
A man, clearly distressed, begs for someone to explain the situation to others for him. However, he's cut short, the event has already spread, and there's no need for further explanation.
The scene shifts dramatically. A declaration rings out, "This day will be remembered." The ominous tone is underscored by the subsequent hushed whispers about the professor's arrival.
A brutal, close-up depiction of violent impact.
A figure is clearly struck with devastating force. A powerful figure, radiating energy, stands amidst fallen soldiers.
The aftermath of a fierce battle is evident, setting the stage for a significant confrontation. A figure, hurled with brutal force, crashes through a shattered plane of reality. The impact reverberates, a violent eruption of energy and debris. A man, his expression grim, speaks into a phone, "I will send you a detailed report right after we investigate." His tone suggests the gravity of the situation. The aftermath, a gruesome scene of carnage.
A body lies broken, its attacker's clawed feet still visible above it. The blue hue of the setting amplifies the chilling brutality.
A soldier, his face etched with a mix of surprise and dread, reveals a crucial piece of information. It was true that there was a D-class monster, but a hunter who went inside the portal before the lockdown hunted that D-class monster. This suggests a dangerous precedent, a hunter operating independently, possibly preceding and even instigating the D-class monster's emergence. His eyes widened, disbelief etched onto his face.
What? The implications hit him hard. An F-class clone hunter had managed to take down a D-class monster?
This was unheard of. He issued his orders, already strategizing.
"We will first go to check if there are any other D-class monsters left in the portal. Finish your investigation by then."
A low hum filled the air as a surge of energy emanated from the portal, a visible crack in reality itself.
He felt a cold dread.
The character's sprinting skill is upgraded, granting an additional buff while running. Simultaneously, a new shooting skill is acquired, its passive ability enhances weapon power. Two figures sit on a bench, one bandaged, the other in dark armor. The armored figure questions if the injuries were overcome due to the character's regeneration abilities. The bandaged individual, now praised for hunting a D-class monster, modestly attributes his success to diligent study. The monster wielded a unique, blood-absorbing short sword. The discovery sparked immediate interest and concern among the assembled group. The man in the suit suggested a cautious approach, recommending they use the clone to retrieve the potentially cursed weapon. It's a high-risk, high-reward proposition. Cursed items are rare, making this short sword potentially incredibly valuable depending on its properties. The man's excitement is palpable. Despite the risks, the reward for a D-class monster weapon warrants further investigation, at least in the man's opinion. He decides to wrap up for the day, however, mindful of potential media attention. The scene concludes with the exchange of the blood-soaked short sword. The implication is that the acquisition is complete and a new chapter begins. The appraiser dismissed the jewel as worthless, a low-class item of little value. His words, though dismissive, carried a subtle undercurrent of something else. He reiterated the point, emphasizing the cheap nature of the artifact. The implication was clear: while insignificant to him, it held potential worth elsewhere. The appraiser attempted to reassure the young man, suggesting that the item's low value shouldn't be cause for undue concern. There was a subtext of understanding, perhaps suggesting knowledge of a wider context. The young man, clearly weary, mumbled about the eventful day. The presence of a heavily bandaged figure behind him, however, hinted at a far more significant, untold event. A surge of energy erupts from the young man's hands, a raw power visibly crackling in the air. His expression is one of surprise and dawning comprehension. The scene shifts, revealing the source of the energy, a glowing jewel embedded in the young man's chest, radiating an intense light that illuminates his skin. He quickly wraps a towel around himself, the jewel's glow now subtly dimmed. The aftermath of the energy release is evident. He holds a phone displaying information about the jewel, confirming its nature. "So this is a strength jewel," he observes, his voice a mixture of curiosity and wonder. The implications of his newfound power are beginning to sink in. The young man muses aloud, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow as he reads his phone. The jewel, it seems, cannot be directly used on a person. This raises a crucial question: could it work on a summoned entity? The risk, however, is clear: transforming the being into a monster. A visual sequence unfolds, showing the consequences of using the jewel. First, there's overwhelming hunger, next, a full transformation into a heavily armed, almost monstrous figure, and finally, a wounded and weakened state. The cycle is clear, and the dangers profound. He's now presenting the sword to someone in a dark room, the apprehension etched on his face mirroring the other man's worried expression. The older man's assessment is blunt: it might be a cursed item. A gloved hand reaches into a display case, its fingers closing around a wickedly curved blade. The weapon's crimson and gold accents hint at its power, a relic of a forgotten age. A young man recoils in surprise as a figure in dark armor, wielding a long sword, sits before him. "I can hear a voice," the armored figure states, their tone both urgent and strained. A cacophony of desperate pleas erupts: "Kill me! Give me blood! Hurry up!" The sheer intensity of the unseen torment is palpable, a visceral scream demanding release. The young man clutches his head, his face contorted in pain as a system message flashes across the panel, deactivating familiar skill. The link to the source of the pleas has been severed. Relief washes over him as another message appears: regeneration increased. The strain is easing, his body is rapidly healing. He worried: "I have to take them hunting tomorrow, but they're in this state." The implication is that he is responsible for a group of individuals, likely his companions, who are currently incapacitated. This sets up the immediate problem that drives the scene. A young man checks on two figures, lying unconscious on a bed and on the floor. One is masked, the other appears to be covered in bandages. His casual response, "Okay," suggests a degree of familiarity with such situations, hinting at a life where such events aren't unusual. He walks amidst a bustling campus. The contrast between his ordinary school setting and the previous scene establishes a stark contrast, suggesting a dual life hidden behind a mundane facade.
The young man contemplates, is it because I was busy increasing my stats?
This internal monologue reveals the underlying cause for his companion's condition, hinting at a system of character progression likely within a game-like or RPG-style world. The scene's focus shifts inward as he begins to question the consequences of his actions. He paused, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. The weight of unspoken concerns hung heavy in the air. A young man, backpack slung over his shoulder, approached a powerfully built classmate. Confusion clouded his features as he initiated a conversation. The conversation turned to a shared class.
The smaller student explained his motivations, revealing a pragmatic approach to selecting subjects based on the professor's grading leniency.
Two young women whispered amongst themselves, their discussion centering on the powerfully built student.
They recognized him, revealing his identity and past reputation. Koku remarks on the protagonist's popularity, a casual observation that foreshadows the escalating events to come.
His friend's upcoming absence hints at a deeper, more pressing issue yet to be revealed.
The friend's explanation of his impending departure, a temporary return home, reveals a hidden urgency beneath the surface. This seemingly simple statement is laced with unspoken tension.
His subsequent comment highlights a noticeable change in the protagonist's appearance, hinting at a recent transformative experience.
The friend's sudden outburst reveals his intense emotional distress and confusion. This dramatic shift underscores a significant, undisclosed event.
His reaction suggests a surprising turn in the narrative, raising crucial questions about what caused his alarm. The friend's accusations of betrayal and his insistent focus on a girl create a mystery about the circumstances of this transformative change. The protagonist's attempt to calm him highlights the severity of the situation and the emotional stakes involved. The protagonist's surprised observation about seeing familiar classmates in his current class reveals a crucial plot development, indicating a significant shift in setting or time.
This seemingly minor detail adds a layer of intrigue, hinting at more unexpected changes to come.
A slight increase in his strength stat, a mere 0.005, proves tempting, yet a nagging side effect troubles him. Panic grips the control room. Two figures, silhouetted against the bright cityscape, scramble across the high-tech consoles, the urgency in their movements palpable. A scientist, hunched over his computer, meticulously monitors the situation, his focused gaze betraying the gravity of the unfolding events. Chairman Michael Harris, a seasoned leader with lines etched deep into his face, delivers the grim news: an imminent invasion, a portal opening to unleash hundreds of monsters. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. The scientist, absorbing the devastating news, registers the full horror of the impending catastrophe. The fate of the city, perhaps the world, hangs precariously in the balance. The location of the portal and the invasion date are confirmed. Intelligence indicates the highest-ranking monster will emerge, with a high probability of the portal opening within the next few days. South Korea is the target. A man adjusts his collar, his composure betraying a palpable tension. His bodyguard, impassive behind sunglasses, stands silently at his side, aware of the gravity of the situation. A woman in red delivers a swift, sharp blow to a man's face, sending him sprawling. The force of the impact is undeniable. The woman, her feline ears hinting at a unique identity, observes the scene with a knowing smirk. Something big must be going on, even you are here, she muses, her words underscoring the gravity of the situation. Park Wontae, the rank 3 guild master, acknowledges her assessment with a curt, "I could say the same thing." His presence confirms the significance of this gathering. An older man, identified as Shin Haesong, the leader of the nation's top guild, stares intently. His question, "Who is this? Isn't this Mr. Wontae?" reveals both his surprise and the high stakes of the unfolding events. A man in a suit grimaces, a woman beside him looks on with a hint of concern. His discomfort is palpable. The man, clearly agitated, announces his intention to return to Odin's Tower once his business is concluded, revealing a powerful position and a significant location in this world. He adds that he hasn't received any updates in days, a detail hinting at the urgency of his situation and implying a lack of communication is causing him anxiety. An older, powerful-looking man with white hair interrupts, his expression sharp. He dismissively states that the results were insufficient.
Another man in a suit nervously apologizes, claiming his memory is failing him. This suggests a cover-up or a deliberate obfuscation of critical information. A young woman with cat ears, her expression a mixture of apprehension and defiance, stares intently ahead. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Inside the Korean Hunter Association leader Oh Byung-hun sits calmly, but a subtle tremor in his hands betrays his unease. His subordinate nervously asks, Did something happen? The weight of unspoken events hangs heavy in the room. The camera focuses on Oh Byung-hun's face, now contorted in a mask of barely suppressed fury. His eyes burn with a cold, terrifying light, hinting at the catastrophic event that has just occurred. The intensity suggests a monumental shift in the balance of power. The older man's shoulders slump, his composure shattered. The weight of responsibility and the gravity of the situation are palpable. His young associate looks on with a mixture of concern and awe. The ramifications of the preceding event reverberate through the scene. The meeting commenced with a formal address. "First of all, I would like to thank you for responding to our call," the official stated, his tone grave despite the polite opening. The gravity of the situation became immediately clear. "We got information that a portal will break open, and a huge group of monsters will invade us," the speaker revealed, his words painting a grim picture of the impending threat. A sharp question cut through the tension. "Where is this going to happen?" someone demanded, highlighting the lack of crucial details. The response was equally concerning, "Except for the fact that it will happen in our country, we don't have any more specific details." A man's fist slammed on the table, frustration evident in his sharp retort, "Until we wait for the portal?" His incredulity perfectly captured the absurdity of the situation. A massive invasion was imminent with minimal information to prepare. The weight of the impending disaster pressed heavily. "We don't even have enough hunters to finish our own jobs. How can you expect us to stop a disaster without knowing when and where it can happen?" The words underscored the complete unpreparedness and the sheer scale of the approaching crisis. Each guild must prepare a rapid response hunter team. In the event of a disaster, these teams will immediately converge on the affected area, coordinating their efforts. Failure to cooperate will result in severe penalties. The council's determination is absolute. The proposal is deemed reasonable, and a vote is called for. The weight of responsibility rests upon the shoulders of these powerful guilds. A murmur of assent passes through the room. Even with the inherent risks, the necessity of cooperation is understood. The boardroom fell silent. Leader Park Wanti's decision hung heavy in the air, a pivotal moment shaping their future course of action. The first day of classes flew by. He was already leaving, the weight of a long day surprisingly light. A familiar voice interrupted his departure. He turned, a slight curiosity in his eyes as he encountered an unexpected face. A persistent admirer attempts to get the phone number of a young woman, only to be rebuffed. She reveals she already has a boyfriend. Suddenly, her boyfriend appears, surprising both the would-be suitor and the reader. His arrival is marked by excited and relieved exclamation. Reunited, the couple embraces, and she eagerly urges him to leave with her. The rejected admirer is left speechless, observing their departure with a mixture of surprise and bewildered disappointment. She vehemently denied having a boyfriend, her cheerful tone belying a hint of underlying anxiety. The implication hangs heavy, she's clearly hiding something. The scene shifts to a city street. The woman is out of uniform, prompting a question about a potential incident. This suggests her earlier denial was linked to her current situation. A notification on his phone reveals a significant financial transaction. 50 million clones have been deposited. This is a major plot development, signaling a sudden influx of wealth. His elation is palpable as he excitedly suggests celebrating with an expensive meal, showcasing his newfound financial freedom and a change in attitude. This marks a clear turning point following the previous financial update. The young woman and the man sit across from each other, enjoying a lavish meal at an upscale Korean restaurant. The atmosphere is relaxed, but the air is thick with unspoken tension. She comments on the exquisite taste of the expensive beef, but he immediately expresses concern about the cost. His worry highlights a disparity in their financial situations. He dismisses her apprehension,
urging her to enjoy the meal, and expressing only concern for her injured hand.
His words reveal a quiet generosity and attentiveness.
The woman's gaze lingers on her bandaged hand, her expression a mixture of gratitude and contemplation. The lingering silence underscores the unspoken depth of his gesture. A bustling cafe, filled with the murmur of conversation and the clinking of cutlery, is suddenly disrupted. A wave of unseen energy ripples through the room, causing patrons to flinch and glance around in alarm. A young man, his face etched with concern, stares at his phone. The screen displays a picture. It's Yerim, Sienwa's daughter. A national emergency alert blares across screens everywhere. A monster invasion has begun.
All of South Korea is now a disaster zone.
The World Hunter Association (WHA) headquarters loom over the cityscape, a testament to humanity's organized defense against the supernatural.
Inside, a tense meeting unfolds.
The analysts' faces are illuminated by the glow of countless screens, tracking anomalous activity.
A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air.
The Oracle has predicted a disaster. A grim announcement cuts through the quiet tension. The weight of this prophecy settles upon the assembled hunters. The suspected location of this impending catastrophe is revealed, a specific island chain.
A map will soon follow.
A satellite image shows the remote archipelago, a seemingly tranquil paradise that holds a dark secret, a place poised on the brink of unimaginable devastation.
A man in a suit, clearly unnerved, observes a large gathering. His unspoken question hangs heavy in the air: what could possibly warrant such a massive assembly?
The interruption comes swiftly, a woman with feline ears addressing the suited man as Mr. Wontae. The urgency in her voice is palpable.
Mr. Wontae visibly recoils, sweat beading on his brow.
Ms. Miho's casual mention of her recent, powerful feat, a feat that apparently left even her slightly shaken, sets the scene's tension. The introduction of Han Miho, Yolo Guild Master and holder of the 6th rank in the nation, reveals the caliber of the gathering.
The weight of her presence amplifies the mystery surrounding the large assembly. The woman, her feline ears a playful contrast to her sharp crimson dress, teased, "Did you grow that mustache to flirt with me? That's sexy." The man, stiff in his dark suit, responded flatly, "No. I was just busy recently." His rebuff hints at a deeper tension underlying their interaction.
Her expression shifts, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features. "Yuk, that boastful old man," she mutters, the frustration evident in her posture. This reveals a shift in her attitude towards the previously unseen man. He reclines wearily, the weight of unspoken words heavy in the air.
"What is it?"
he asks, his tone strained.
She continues, "Why are you so cold? I can at least greet you."
Her words suggest a deeper connection, or perhaps a past betrayal, fueling her frustration.
News of Keenest Guild's Team 1 recent activities spreads. A man, his face etched with knowing amusement, confirms their involvement. A woman, impatient, presses for information on Team 1's progress.
Her companion, visibly tense, reveals his inability to resist the pull of curiosity. Kim Ilgan, leader of the Taeyang Guild, the 2nd-ranked guild in the nation, is introduced. His presence hints at the significant stakes involved in Team 1's mission.
The association leader arrived, flanked by imposing bodyguards. A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air.
The leader's apprehension is palpable, something significant has clearly transpired. A disaster warning from the World Hunter Association has reached the country. The gravity of the situation is becoming clear. With the suspicion of an A-rank monster, the leader calls for the cooperation of all the best guilds within the nation.
The stakes are undeniably high. "Are you asking us to cover the whole country?"
The grizzled veteran's voice boomed, his face a mask of incredulity. The sheer scale of the request was staggering. The response was clipped, professional, yet heavy with unspoken urgency. "That is why we are here, to have a meeting about that. The only thing we know is that it will happen soon." The weight of impending doom hung in the air, a palpable tension.
Practical concerns surfaced amidst the looming threat. "And the hunters that will be dispatched, are you going to pay them?"
The logistical nightmare of mobilizing such a vast force was starting to come into focus.
A man in a suit, his face etched with worry, voiced the unspoken question hanging over the room. how about we do this?
His tone suggested a more measured, perhaps less drastic, approach. A cat-eared woman, her expression a mix of amusement and nonchalance, waves a hand dismissively.
Well, we've been patrolling our region anyway, she remarks, the implication being that their current involvement is hardly out of the ordinary. An older, weary-looking man sits at a table, beads of sweat on his brow.
He sighs, I guess we have reached a conclusion. The weight of his words suggests a difficult decision has been made, ending a tense situation. A formal request is issued, please defend your own region well, and please maintain a close cooperative relationship. This establishes the fragile peace and the ongoing need for vigilance and collaboration between different factions or regions.
A man's voice cuts through the air, why are you here?
The sudden question, coupled with the surprised reaction of a woman nearby, introduces a new element of unexpected conflict or intrusion. He stared, mouth agape.
Baby?
The girl, exasperated, explained, he was pressuring you to give him your number, and that's why we left in such a hurry.
She playfully scolded him, why? Can't you take your eyes off my civilian clothes? Do you want my number? He retorted, already possessing it, I already have it, you brat. She declared, it's fine. Let's eat beef. I want Korean beef. His concern was immediate, what? Isn't that too expensive?
But she dismissed his worries, don't worry about the cost.
Wow, teacher. This is delicious.
The student's exclamation punctuated the scene, highlighting the exceptional quality of the Korean beef they were enjoying.
Her enthusiastic consumption foreshadowed a larger gathering.
Excuse me, more beef, please.
For 4 people.
The student's calm request belied the impending chaos. Her teacher, visibly surprised, appeared unprepared for the sudden escalation in their meal scale. A television screen showed a man's exaggerated reaction to food, his face contorted in a way that mirrored the student's earlier enthusiasm, albeit more comically.
The repeated paithai onomatopoeia emphasized the sound of slurping, hinting at a shared cultural appreciation for food.
The threat is stark, a monster invasion, pouring forth from a newly opened portal. This is not the first such incursion.
A young man, clearly distressed, sits in a restaurant amidst the bustling lunchtime crowd.
His anxiety is palpable, foreshadowing the impending chaos.
The scene shifts dramatically.
Before a gathering of guildmasters, a mysterious figure speaks, his words laced with a chillingly calm demeanor, nice to see you, guildmasters. The casual greeting belies a sinister purpose, indicating a deliberate escalation of the conflict. Leader Park Won-tae, a man visibly sweating and flustered, nervously stammers, about that,
His apprehension speaks volumes. The urgency intensifies. A subordinate, impatient and demanding, interrupts, yes, Leader Park Won-tae. Tell me.
The weight of the situation presses down. 2 imposing figures in sunglasses stand silently behind him, emphasizing the gravity of the moment.
The screen blares an emergency broadcast, this is not a drill.
The announcement signals a catastrophic event, a crisis of unprecedented proportions. The portal's reappearance signals another monstrous incursion. This is not a drill, the threat is real and imminent. A nationwide emergency alert blares, urging citizens to seek shelter and prepare for the inevitable.
Jong Sang-woo, a figure of frustration and fury, unleashes his rage, his voice a testament to the escalating crisis.
Despite the chaos, a voice of calm reason cuts through the turmoil. There is nothing left to do but face the oncoming storm, as Sang-woo's plans are already underway.
A young man, his glasses askew, sits in a restaurant, a look of bewildered confusion etched on his face.
The thought bubble above him reads, meet a girl.
He mutters, a barely audible yes?
The scene subtly sets a nervous, awkward expectation.
Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts dramatically.
The young man's face contorts in terror, a crimson flush spreading across his cheeks as he hears a furious outburst.
I will kill you, you traitor, echoes through the air. A nearby patron nervously asks, what's wrong with him?
The immediate escalation signals a dangerous and unforeseen development.
Another man, his face etched with worry, observes the unfolding chaos. He whispers, a palpable fear in his voice, hey, I think something bad is happening. His apprehension serves as a chilling confirmation of the escalating threat.
A man confronts his friend, his voice laced with disbelief and urgency. The absence of any alarms or chaos in this otherwise catastrophic moment speaks volumes about the scale of the impending threat.
The friend's confusion is palpable. He and a woman are clearly caught off guard by the accusation, the gravity of the situation seemingly lost on them for now. Their casual explanation, punctuated by laughter, underscores the monumental disconnect between their perception of reality and the impending disaster.
The question about the woman suggests a closer look at their relationships is imminent. Jang Hae-yeon introduced herself to her friends, Jeongdu and Jeongsung, explaining that she simply treated them to a meal for helping her earlier. It was not a date. A man, presumably a teacher, gestures urgently, retrieving a dark garment. Jeongdu and Jeongsung, impressed by the man's teacher-like concern, note his responsible demeanor as he urges Hae-yeon to go home immediately due to a disaster alert.
Their parents will be worried. The man, clearly exasperated, shouts at everyone to go home amidst the chaos of a disaster alert. Hae-yeon hesitates. The young man, flanked by two friends, bids his teacher farewell.
"See you next time, teacher," he calls out, a nervous energy radiating from him.
The teacher simply nods, his expression unreadable.
A shift in scene. Three men, clearly intoxicated, stumble through the city streets, their laughter echoing.
Another man approaches, pointing at them in disbelief.
The young man from the earlier scene observes this chaotic tableau with a mixture of surprise and concern. All of them are acting so normal, he muses, the contrast between their behavior and the events he has witnessed starkly apparent. He checks his phone, a growing unease etched onto his face. Something clearly isn't right.
A concerned voice asks, "Have you heard about the disaster?" The reply is immediate, "Yes, I was gonna contact you about that."
The conversation hints at a significant recent event.
The question, 3 months? Isn't that too long, reveals a significant delay in addressing the disaster.
The following explanation clarifies that the uncertainty of the monster invasion's timing and scale is the reason for the lack of official action. The conversation shifts to the potential dangers. Faced with the severity of the impending threat, the suggestion is made that the association should warn citizens directly and take proactive steps. The idea of deploying hunters is raised. The reason for the association's lack of information becomes clear: to avoid responsibility for any damage caused by the monsters.
Liability is being prioritized over public safety. The call concludes. One man heads to his family, the impending danger creating a poignant sense of urgency. The other responds with a simple, yet meaningful "Okay, you take care." A cloaked figure stands over a bandaged man lying in bed. "I feel okay," the injured man insists, though his words lack conviction. "I'm not dead," he adds, a faint tremor in his voice, highlighting the precariousness of his situation. Elsewhere, a man examines a screen displaying a digital interface. The label, clone, LV.3/cast type, confirms the existence of a readily available clone. The system reports that it's ready for deployment. The cooldown is non-existent. Back in the bedroom, the man in bandages reacts with wide-eyed surprise. "Okay. Let's resummon number 1, he exclaims, signaling his decision to immediately utilize his clone's availability. A blinding flash erupts from the bed, signifying the arrival of the clone and indicating the potential for drastic changes in the immediate future. "Hey, wear this new cap so that I won't get confused," the masked figure instructed, his voice muffled by the fabric. The request, though seemingly mundane, underscored the importance of maintaining anonymity in their operation. The young man readily complied, placing the cap on his head. His expression reflected a blend of apprehension and acceptance, suggesting a degree of reluctant trust in this shadowy organization. The operatives stood by, silent but watchful, their presence a constant reminder of the risk involved. He carried a grocery bag, its logo barely visible, as he was escorted out. The scene, seemingly ordinary, highlighted the jarring juxtaposition of mundane life and clandestine operations. The young man's calm demeanor suggested the mission was completed. The organization's efficient retreat emphasized its professionalism, though not its morality. A young man, Sangwoo, stands before his mother, a wistful smile playing on his lips as he registers her lack of recognition. He's clearly changed. The mother's surprised exclamation, "Yes, it's your son, Sangwoo," reveals the extent of the transformation, a testament to the passage of time or perhaps even a more significant change. Sangwoo's sister bursts in, her energetic announcement, "Appa is here," highlighting the familial reunion and offering a playful sibling dynamic. She urges him to visit his sister soon. Jeondu's assertion proved correct. The transformation was so complete, his own parents wouldn't recognize him now. The command to unmask was issued, a moment of revelation approaching. A casual "well, yeah," belied the gravity of his admission, participation in the awakening program a month prior. This seemingly simple statement foreshadows significant developments. The young man confirms his dual role. He's not only a student, but also a hunter, prepared for the unexpected threats their world faces. A disaster warning interrupts their conversation. The urgency is clear, they must seek shelter immediately. The man's worried expression reflects the ever-present danger. These disasters, potentially monster attacks, can strike at any time. The young hunter's thought underscores the inadequate warning system. The lack of specific information about monster invasions highlights a critical weakness in their society's preparedness. He announced, "Okay, then, I will stay here with you guys from today." His friend, clearly surprised, countered, "What? What about school?" The first boy smirked, revealing a lie, "I got a message saying that the school got suspended." The scene shifts. A different boy exclaims, "What? Is that meat?" He's reacting to a bag of takeout. The boy explains that he was eating at a restaurant and had to leave abruptly due to a disaster warning. A lavish spread of Korean beef dishes fills the table. The visual detail emphasizes the abundance and quality of the food, a stark contrast to the previous tension. Three masked figures, clad in dark tactical gear, sat around a bowl of rice, their expressions a mixture of exhaustion and quiet contentment. The scene speaks of shared hardship and simple pleasures found in unexpected moments of peace. A woman's voice, laced with concern, cut through the quiet. Her brother, one of the masked figures, is being teased about his eating habits. The implication is that despite their dangerous work, they maintain a warm, familial bond. The scene shifts to a family dinner. The brother's family joyfully enjoys a meal together, reinforcing the idea of the importance of family amidst the dangers he faces. The warmth of this contrasts sharply with the previous scene. Suddenly, a violent energy erupts. The brother is thrown back, the tranquil family dinner shattering into chaos. This abrupt shift marks a return to the life of peril he inhabits. A wave of dizziness washes over him. He runs a hand through his hair, sweat beading on his forehead. The weight of recent events is evident in his strained expression. The aftermath. A scene of utter devastation. The scale of destruction speaks to the raw power unleashed only moments before. A jagged bolt of emerald lightning rips across a blackened sky, arcing down towards a churning, inky sea. The energy crackles with terrifying power, a prelude to something far more destructive. A monstrous claw emerges from a swirling vortex of green energy, dwarfing the buildings of a city in the background. A young man, his back to us, stares in stunned disbelief at the approaching horror. Emergency sirens blare. A stark, official announcement screams across a television screen, "This is not a drill. Danger! Monster invasion by the portal break." All of South Korea, including Seoul, is a disaster alert area. The gravity of the situation hits with brutal force. Outraged, a man confronts his friends, accusing someone of harassing women on the street. His anger is palpable, the injustice fuels his righteous fury. Suddenly, their phones buzz simultaneously. The man's fury is momentarily interrupted by this unexpected disruption. A message appears, "You trash." The escalating tension hints at a larger, unfolding event. A flurry of panicked messages floods a group chat. The casual banter is replaced by alarm, the world outside is descending into chaos, indicated by mentions of a shelter and school suspension. A sense of impending doom permeates the air. One of the men, his expression a mixture of apprehension and bewilderment, stands at a doorway, the sudden disruption of their normal lives now unavoidable. A young couple strolls down a city street,
the man's expression a mixture of amusement and slight nervousness as his girlfriend, beaming, whispers the word girlfriend.
The scene is filled with the warmth of a burgeoning relationship.
The scene abruptly shifts. The man from the previous panel is now supporting an injured woman, surrounded by concerned onlookers. A voice cuts through the chaos, questioning, she's your student. The urgency of the situation contrasts sharply with the previous panel's serenity.
The setting suggests a public place, possibly a commercial building. The man hands the injured woman a takeout bag.
He explains that since their meal was interrupted, he's collected the food they ordered. He urges her to eat with her parents. The subtle shift in focus reveals his concern and protectiveness. The dialogue hints at an impending danger, suggesting they need to get to a shelter. The injured woman looks concerned, questioning if that is all that needs to be done for the day. Her worried expression underscores the gravity of the unspoken threat.
Back on the street, the young man overhears a conversation about a cliché, revealing a casual but tense atmosphere.
This suggests the wider context of the situation and how common events like this appear to be. He chuckled, a nervous sound, muttering next to himself before a sudden wave of unease washed over him. The anticipation was palpable. Doubt clouded his features. Was he overreacting? The question hung heavy in the air, reflecting his internal conflict. A phone call brought grim news. Unofficially, the association plans a 3-month lockdown due to the disaster, underscoring the gravity of the situation. A young man, his face etched with worry, speaks on the phone. They even said Class A monsters are expected. If the portal opens in the capital, there will be massive casualties. The weight of the potential catastrophe hangs heavy in the air. The conversation continues, shifting to logistical concerns. The man on the other end of the line voices his apprehension. The problem is the 3-month duration. A prolonged portal will cripple the economy and essential services. The potential for widespread societal collapse looms large. A new voice, perhaps a colleague, offers a sliver of reassurance. They can at least give the people warning even if something happens immediately. However, the grim reality remains: a major crisis is inevitable. The young man, now standing in his home, is asked, "How do you feel?" The question is simple, yet it underscores the immense pressure and impending doom he faces. His silent contemplation speaks volumes. A concerned assessment: number 2 is recovering well, but number 1's injuries are far more serious. The severity of his wounds is a critical factor. 2 figures, one wielding a club, the other armed, are shown catching their breath after a struggle. Their heavy breathing indicates the intensity of their recent confrontation. The night scene shifts to an urban setting. Apartment buildings rise under a dark blue sky, hinting at a larger world beyond the immediate conflict. A hand, slightly calloused, reaches for a digital keypad. The numbers are blurred, but the action is clear: someone is attempting entry. A woman, her face etched with mild surprise, utters a single word, "Ah." Her expression suggests uncertainty and a hint of anticipation. The woman's uncertainty transforms into recognition. She tentatively inquires, "Are you perhaps Sang-woo?" The question hangs in the air, revealing a connection to the person arriving. Sang-woo stands before his mother, visibly thinner. Her immediate reaction is alarm. "Oh my God, why did you lose so much weight? Do you starve?" Her concern is palpable, revealing the depth of their bond. A woman's eyes widen in surprise as she demands, "Why are you standing there like that?" Her expression hints at a growing unease. The scene shifts. A young woman, seemingly caught off guard, is questioned about her masked companions. The implication is that these individuals are not who they appear to be. Their masks conceal a hidden agenda. The woman's mother expresses further confusion and alarm as she notices something amiss. The situation is escalating rapidly. The narrative climaxes with a startling revelation: the woman's companions all share identical features, their true identity shrouded in mystery. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air as the young woman prepares to explain the inexplicable. "So, you mean?" He reveals his involvement in a dangerous activity, explaining that while most young people participate, he hadn't expected his son to be involved.
The son's nonchalant demeanor hints at a hidden skill or preparation.
The mother expresses concern over the inherent danger of his actions. The son's attempted reassurance is cut short, revealing a hidden element that further complicates the situation. He calmly explains that his advanced skill mitigates the risk, revealing he uses clones to perform the dangerous tasks.
This showcases his ingenuity and detachment from direct participation in the danger.
The father, seemingly aware of the situation's deeper implications, advocates for caution and observation before acting, prioritizing a measured approach to the unfolding events. A young man and woman discuss their immediate plans, the woman expressing excitement while the man voices concerns about work and the suddenness of their current situation. His apprehension highlights the unexpected nature of their circumstances. The man internally grapples with the impossibility of convincing others, concluding that staying put is his only viable course of action, leading to a quiet resignation in his decision. The scene shifts to a more relaxed setting. A suggestion to share a meal underlines a subtle shift in atmosphere, suggesting a temporary peace or acceptance of the current situation, despite the earlier tension.
A quiet reflection reveals the man's regret at not having acted sooner.
This unspoken remorse foreshadows the weight of his past inaction, adding emotional depth to his character.
The clones eat too, but this meat is too good for them. Just give them some rice.
A superior officer, overseeing his masked subordinates, makes a dismissive but ultimately kind judgment on the meal before them. The inherent inequality reveals a world where even small acts of kindness highlight existing power structures.
You guys must be hungry. Let's eat.
The scene shifts to a plentiful meal, the atmosphere changes to one of warmth and togetherness as a family sits down. The contrast with the previous panel underscores the differences between the officer's world and the more intimate one he shares with his family.
Anyway, it's been a while since our whole family had a meal together like this, isn't it? A reflective observation, carrying weight beyond simple nostalgia.
It hints at the demanding nature of the officer's work and the sacrifices made to maintain a sense of normalcy. A violent impact shatters the scene. Debris explodes outwards in a chaotic spray as the force of the blow sends a figure hurtling through the air. He lies broken amidst the wreckage, his breath ragged, sweat beading on his brow. The aftermath of the attack is clear, defeat is absolute. His eyes widen in a fresh surge of terror as he scrambles back, surveying the devastation around him.
The extent of the damage amplifies his fear. A city crumbles. Buildings collapse, debris rains down on terrified civilians scrambling for safety amidst the chaos. One man stares up, mouth agape, his question hanging heavy in the air.
The cause of the devastation becomes clear. A colossal, green dragon descends from the heavens, its roars shaking the very foundations of the city.
Smaller, vicious dragons swarm around it, lightning crackling in their wake.
A nationwide emergency alert blares. As of the current time, a disaster alert has been issued across the country.
Danger of monster invasion.
The gravity of the situation is undeniable.
The internet explodes with news, yet at school, an unsettling silence hangs in the air. A man, sweat beading on his brow, checks his phone, his question hanging heavy: is our class suspended?
An urgent call interrupts the quiet contemplation. A man, his face etched with worry, answers his phone, the name Hunternim ringing out sharply.
The phone call continues, the man's voice rising in disbelief. What? Sang-woo is here?
The implications of this sudden revelation are unclear, but his shock is palpable. He clutched his head, disoriented.
What happened?
The question hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the sudden chaos that had clearly unfolded. A scene of devastation.
Crumbling buildings, twisted metal, a landscape reduced to rubble.
The sheer scale of destruction hinted at a catastrophic event. The camera pulls back, revealing a family trapped amidst the wreckage of their home. Their fear was palpable.
The
word was barely a whisper, a testament to their shock. A bolt of raw, untamed energy crackled across the sky, the source of the destruction now revealed.
Its power was terrifying, a destructive force of nature unleashed.
A monstrous creature, its claws tearing through the cityscape, loomed over the young man. The city crumbled around him, a testament to the beast's raw power.
The beast roared, a fiery breath scorching the buildings below.
Its shadow consumed the urban landscape, painting the night sky with a terrifying crimson hue. A blinding flash of light erupted from the beast's chest, a concentrated blast of energy. The sheer force of the attack hinted at the scale of the impending devastation. A wave of searing energy, a blinding flash of light, obliterates a city block. The force is devastating, the very air crackles with residual power. The young man, his face etched with shock and awe, clutches a knife. He's grappling with the implications of what he just witnessed. Number 1 sacrificed himself, using his own body to shield them from the explosion. Amidst the rubble, 2 figures emerge, one shrouded in a dark cloak, the other wearing a mask. They survey the scene. The masked man's expression is grim. The weight of their loss is palpable. A wave of despair washes over the scene. Agents number 1 and number 3 are down, severely injured, leaving a void in the operation. Amidst the chaos, a young man frantically searches for his mother, his voice a desperate plea in the ravaged house. His mother, though clearly shaken, displays resilience, urging immediate escape. The situation is far too dangerous to linger. He prioritizes his mother's safety above all else, a house of forgotten concern in the face of immediate danger. Their escape is paramount. The scene shifts dramatically. A monstrous dragon unleashes its fury, fiery destruction raining down upon the city. The scale of the threat escalates drastically. A monstrous creature, its maw a terrifying display of jagged teeth, lunged. Panic etched itself onto the young man's face as he scrambled away, another figure fleeing in the background. The scene is chaotic, the creature's shadow engulfing everything. The aftermath, a crushed car, smoke curling from the wreckage. A man kneels nearby, surveying the damage, the weight of the destruction evident in his posture. A powerful energy crackles, a creature with reptilian features unleashes a searing blast of green light. The intensity of the energy is almost palpable. Concern etched onto his face, the young man anxiously asks, "Did you wear it properly?" His question hangs in the air, highlighting the gravity of the situation. The older man beside him, a bat casually held in his hand, seems less than reassuring. The question of the clone's well-being follows swiftly. "Is your clone all right?" The apprehension in the young man's tone underscores the potential risks associated with this unknown technology or process. The clone, despite an injury, offers a reassuring "he is okay, don't worry." A blur of motion, a powerful strike. The visual conveys a sudden, violent act, leaving the exact details obscured. The aftermath is brutally clear, a body lies broken among shattered rocks, blood staining the ground. The violence of the previous panel is underscored by the grim reality. The young man's face reflects shock and perhaps guilt, a single, stunned, encapsulating his overwhelming reaction to the witnessed carnage. The impact of the events unfolds, leaving the reader to contemplate the consequences. He surveys the scene, a smirk playing on his lips. "I think these monsters fell because they can't fly. Guess we got lucky with this part." The battle, it seems, has taken an unexpected turn in his favor. A muffled quack sounds as a small amount of mana is gained. A minor victory, a small increase in his power. He receives a battered wooden staff, his expression questioning. A hesitant, okay, escapes his lips as the scene shifts, foreshadowing an imminent confrontation. A strike skill activates, a surge of purple energy engulfing him. The battle resumes, his power amplified. He lunged forward, a desperate scramble, eyes wide with a furious energy. The man, cornered, faced his pursuers. 2 figures in tactical gear, one wielding a baseball bat, closed in on him and a horrified group of onlookers. His breath hitched, the man's fear was palpable. The weight of his situation pressed down on him. A tense silence hangs in the air as the 2 men navigate a desolate, ravaged landscape. The crumbling earth speaks of recent upheaval. A violent eruption of crimson liquid explodes onto the parched ground, followed by a dark, viscous ooze that spreads ominously. The earth shudders. One man proposes utilizing a network of underground tunnels, revealing the existence of a hidden shelter beneath their own home. The other expresses surprise, but the gravity of their situation makes the proposal undeniable. He grips a makeshift weapon, his grim determination etched on his face, as he pushes through a crowd of fleeing civilians. Panic is palpable. Trapped beneath the rubble of a devastated cityscape, a figure cries out, "Anyone!"
The scene is one of utter chaos, fire engulfing the debris where he lies.
From beneath a monstrous, clawed mass of earth and rock, a voice rasps, "I got trapped under this." The creature's eye, visible in the shadowed darkness, is unnervingly large and reptilian. A hand, powerful and earth-toned, bursts from the debris with a tremendous crack, quang. The sheer force of the break is evident in the shattered stone and escaping dust. The creature emerges from the rubble, a behemoth of grotesque features and terrifying maw.
Its angry roar echoes the devastation around it.
Observing the unfolding catastrophe from a distance, a man urges another, "Sangwoo, you have to think rationally.
We aren't in a situation where we can afford."
The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on his anxious face.
A man's worried gaze, magnified by his spectacles, reveals a deep concern.
He is burdened by the weight of a situation beyond his immediate control. He knows he must find another way to help.
His assessment is grim.
Number 3 is ineffective in combat, leaving them critically short-handed in a dire situation. Saving the life at stake requires a more powerful intervention. A powerful, visceral image dominates, a heart, violently pulsating, seemingly on the verge of exploding.
The raw energy is almost palpable.
Overwhelmed with grief and desperation, a young man cries out, "Mom," his voice choked with despair amidst the chaos. His mother's face below, blurred with anguish, mirrors his distress. The weight of their shared pain is crushing. Inside, a woman urges Sangwoo to close the door and wait, her worry palpable. Her younger companion cries out, "Appa," adding to the growing sense of urgency.
Outside, chaos reigns. A figure in armored gear frantically warns Sangwoo of the danger, shouting, "Are you crazy? Haven't you seen what's happening outside? Get down here."
The sister's desperate cry, "Appa," punctuates the scene as Sangwoo finds himself cornered, facing two attackers wielding a baseball bat.
The imminent threat is undeniable.
The armored figure watches, tears streaming down their face, as the stark reality sets in, hunters only hunt. This single statement underscores the grim, unavoidable nature of the situation.
With a burst of speed and power, Sangwoo retaliates, launching a fierce counterattack.
The visual impact suggests the ferocity of his response to the escalating threat.
A guttural croak
escapes the creature's lips as its hands claw at its face, a single, malevolent eye glowing within the darkness.
The implication hangs heavy: if they are hunters, then this monstrous being is their prey. A young man, armed with a baseball bat, stands defiantly amidst the chaos. He points aggressively, confirming their role: kill the monsters, right?
His question, though seemingly straightforward, betrays a nervous energy, hinting at the uncertainty of the situation.
A hulking monstrosity bursts from the debris, its immense strength evident in the shattered stone and earth surrounding it.
This is no mere beast, this is the target, powerful, dangerous, and ready for a confrontation. A shadowed figure, eyes glowing ominously, looms. The air crackles with barely contained power. The man lies gasping, injured and dazed amidst the rubble of a destroyed building.
The aftermath of a violent attack is evident.
A colossal dragon, surrounded by a furious storm of smaller, winged creatures, descends upon the city. This is no ordinary beast, a surge of raw, chaotic energy emanates from its very being. A monstrous maw, filled with jagged teeth, erupts from the darkness, its fiery breath engulfing the scene.
Terror grips him as he cries out, "Mom! Dad! Jai-woo!" The immensity of the threat, a horrifying beast, is undeniable.
A fierce struggle unfolds, two women grapple amidst the ruins of a crumbling structure. One, clad in red, appears to be overpowering her yellow-shirt opponent. The scene is charged with tension, the weight of the conflict palpable. Concern etched on his face, a man in a white shirt rushes to aid a fallen comrade. The bleeding has stopped, a sign of immediate intervention. His worried inquiry, "Number 3, your arm, are you all right?" underscores the urgency of the situation and their close bond. Alone now, the man sits, his brow furrowed in thought. "I didn't expect the portal to open this fast," he mutters, revealing a critical unforeseen development. The unexpected speed of the portal's activation suggests a larger, potentially dangerous shift in the established order. Chaos erupts around him as a portal's sudden opening has shattered the normalcy of the scene. The woman in yellow from the first panel, clearly shaken, is being tended to, adding a layer of immediate consequences from the unexpected event. Terror grips the man as he witnesses the devastation. "My God, the house," he gasps, his face a mask of horror. A vibrant green energy surges, a portal rips open, and monstrous creatures emerge from the swirling chaos. One witness observes, "I think the portal opened." A colossal, winged beast descends, its shadow engulfing the scene. It swoops down, snatching one of the two men from the rooftop, leaving the other stunned and vulnerable. The battle erupts in a maelstrom of chaotic energy and primal fury. Creatures clash, spells flare, and the ground trembles under the weight of the conflict. She nervously admits, "Yes, it's a little big though." The scale of the situation dawns on her, revealing a task far greater than anticipated. A chaotic struggle erupts. The sound of kia pierces the air as figures are thrown about in a whirlwind of motion, the raw energy of the clash leaving a trail of destruction. A monstrous figure crashes to the ground, its guttural coo, "Keg," echoing the severity of its defeat. The scene showcases the brutal effectiveness of the preceding attack. Further chaos reigns as another figure is thrown back, the sounds of impact adding to the pandemonium. The question, "Did the portal?" hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a precarious connection to another realm. Trapped inside, a desperate plea echoes, "Why isn't this opening? Appa, help us." The door, stubbornly unyielding, resists their frantic efforts. A powerful blow shatters the obstacle. The impact, a resounding quang, clears their path. The aftermath reveals devastation. A colossal creature, crushed beneath a mountain of cars, lies defeated. The scale of the destruction is immense. Concern clouds their faces as a critical question arises: how far away is the nearest shelter from here? The answer, stark and urgent, follows: about 2 kilometers. Skeletal figures, burning remnants of some cataclysm, clawed their way out of a flaming building. The air crackled with the energy of devastation. A young man, his face etched with grim determination, surveyed the scene. "Damn it, there are still quite a number of monsters unaffected by the fall," he muttered, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. Civilians looked on, fear palpable in their expressions. His gaze sharpened. A new target identified. "Then, let's go there," he declared, his resolve hardening into action. A monstrous figure, half buried in rubble, cried out for help. The young man, now seen from a different angle, raced towards it, a surge of adrenaline replacing the initial grimness. The scene was a chaotic blend of destruction and desperate pleas. A man lies injured amidst rubble, coughing weakly, "Hic! Hic!" Panic constricts his face as he struggles to breathe, the remnants of a D-class troll attack clear in his surroundings. The text box identifies his attacker, a D-class monster troll. His desperate plea echoes, "Somebody, help me." His situation grows increasingly dire. His cries intensify, filled with despair, "Is no one there? There is a person here." His hope dwindles as he faces imminent death. His inner monologue reveals a grim acceptance, "And I'm not a clone that I used the familiar skill on. If I die, I die." Resignation settles over him as he prepares for the end. Sangwo, a man in glasses, urges others to flee as a cloaked figure descends the stairs, a clear threat looming. The urgency in his voice speaks volumes. This is no ordinary situation. A masked young man issues swift, decisive orders. One person follows him, while another protects the family. The tone is one of grim determination, suggesting a dire and immediate threat. The masked man's resolve is underscored as he reveals his identity, a hunter. His words, "I'm a hunter, you know," are not boastful but a stark statement of the nature of the danger they face. The gravity of the situation is emphasized, monsters are raining down. The young man's protective action, coupled with this context, highlights the immediate and extreme peril they face. A colossal foot descends, crushing stone and sending a man sprawling. He barely escapes being flattened. The beast roars, "Kuo," its attack continuing. Number 2, a masked operative, receives orders, "Take this man to safety." The urgency is palpable. Number 2 stands over the injured man, his weapon held ready, facing the still dangerous beast.
The battle is far from over.
A creature of shadow, eyes burning red, landed silently on a crumbling rooftop. Its gaze was fixed on its unseen target, a silent threat hanging heavy in the night air.
The words, "At me," echo in the desolate urban landscape.
A young man, his face etched with disbelief and a touch of fear, stared upward.
The question formed on his lips, "A monster fell from the sky?"
The implications of this unexpected event begin to dawn on him. A figure in tactical gear, his face obscured by a gas mask, sits calmly in what appears to be a high-tech control room. "Opening the hatch now," he states, the words carrying a chilling sense of purpose.
The hatch opens, revealing 3 figures emerging with swift, deadly efficiency.
They are members of the keenest guild, their movements honed to a lethal precision. The scene is tense, the air thick with anticipation.
Park Won-tae, identified by the text, stands out among the keenest guild operatives.
His expression is grim, a mixture of determination and barely contained aggression. The focus shifts to him, highlighting his key role in this operation.
A colossal, fiery bird descends from the heavens, its shadow engulfing the city below.
The air crackles with anticipation.
Anti-aircraft fire erupts, tearing into the beast's wings as it plummets towards the ground. The impact will be devastating.
Amidst the chaos, a hardened commander assesses the situation. "With multiple guilds already engaged, diverting our forces would be a waste of manpower," he states, his voice grim. The focus shifts to civilian evacuation.
A towering, skeletal figure clad in golden armor emerges from the ruins. Its presence radiates an aura of immense power and palpable menace. This is no ordinary foe.
A soldier, bloodied but defiant, surveys the carnage. He kneels beside a fallen comrade, the flames of battle still licking at the surrounding structures. The cost of war is brutally clear. A muscular man clutches a handful of shimmering beads, his face a mask of crazed glee as he looks down at a woman lying unconscious at his feet. The golden light surrounding him hints at a dark magic at play. The scene shifts abruptly. A soldier, his face grim, receives a system alert detailing the location of several survivors. The urgency in the message is palpable. His words, "fucking bastards," reveal the depths of his rage and despair at the unfolding catastrophe. A lone swordsman stands defiant against a horde of monstrous creatures, his blade a blur of motion amidst the chaos. The sheer number of enemies underscores the desperation of his situation.
Observing the scene, a soldier shakes his head, confirming the grim reality: the outnumbered survivors are facing overwhelming odds.
The comment, "the number of monsters is too much to handle by just those 2 people," highlights the scale of the threat. The order is given: group yourselves and begin the rescue. The urgency in the command is palpable, the weight of lives hanging in the balance. A lone figure, silhouetted against the fiery orange of a devastated cityscape, plummets from a great height. The air whooshes past as he falls, a testament to the desperate speed of the descent. He deploys his wings, a burst of controlled chaos as he cuts through the night sky, a small spacecraft barely visible in the distance.
The rescue mission is underway. 2 goblins, armored and menacing, emerge from the ruins, weapons drawn. The rescue mission has encountered its first obstacle. "Get to the basement floor of that apartment now," he urged, brandishing a baseball bat as monstrous figures pressed in from behind. Panic etched itself onto the faces of the 2 civilians beside him. A heavily armored soldier, facing a similar threat, simply stated, "Got it." The ensuing battle was implied by the sudden, powerful strike. A guttural "kuack" echoed as a powerful blow landed, followed by a gruesome spray of blood. The sheer violence of the moment was undeniable. Exhaustion etched his features. "I can't use the strike skill anymore because of the energy consumption," he groaned, his body weary from the relentless battle. A desperate cry, "Queek," pierced the night as a large, ominous bird descended into the fray, introducing a new, unexpected threat. The man, swinging a makeshift weapon, furiously drives it into the monstrous creature's exposed chest. "This bastard stood up again," he snarls, his voice filled with grim determination. The creature retaliates, a fiery burst erupting from its beak as it rises, seemingly undeterred.
The intensity of the blast suggests a formidable power, far beyond what the man could have anticipated. The man is thrown back by the force of the blast, his face contorted in pain and surprise. The sheer power of the creature's attack is evident in his pained grimace and unsteady posture. He's surrounded, a mob closes in, but their intentions remain unclear. The scene is chaotic, a swirling vortex of panicked movement amidst the fiery chaos left by the creature's attack. The man, weakened and vulnerable, is clearly in danger. One figure, obscured in the chaos, seizes the weakened man in a brutal grip. The act is swift and ruthless, the intent is unmistakable. A cloaked figure, his face obscured by shadow, collapses, leaving a trail of dark residue on the golden-hued ground. The impact is felt, a powerful force suggesting a significant struggle.
No way. No?
A young man, battered and bruised, clutches a baseball bat, his disbelief palpable.
The scene is one of chaos and destruction, mirroring the internal turmoil of the young man's unexpected confrontation.
A monstrous tiger, eyes blazing with malevolent energy, materializes from the swirling chaos. Its presence commands fear and awe, the sheer power of the beast hinting at a supernatural force at play.
The young man's terror is raw and undeniable.
His eyes widen, reflecting the overwhelming horror of facing such a creature. This is a desperate situation, the sheer scale of the threat evident on his face. The man, his suit torn and stained, watched in horror as a monstrous creature was torn apart before him. A wave of dark energy washed over him, leaving him reeling. Grimacing in pain, he clutched his side, the agony evident on his face. A fierce determination hardened his gaze. A colossal tiger, eyes blazing with malevolent light, materialized before him, its roar of physical force. The man braced himself, facing his imminent danger head-on. A monstrous tiger, eyes blazing with malevolent purple energy, descended upon the scene.
Its roar shook the very foundations, a terrifying prelude to the chaos to come.
Amidst the wreckage, a man in tactical gear frantically assessed the situation. "Is everyone all right?" he asked into his comms, his voice laced with concern and urgency. The tiger's shadow loomed behind him. Another survivor, a young man covered in grime and shock, stared wide-eyed, his voice barely a whisper, "You are?" The question hung heavy in the air. The tiger's reign of terror ended abruptly. A dark, bloody mess marked its final moments. The ferocity of the unseen attack was evident. The scene opens on a group of injured men huddled together in a dimly lit room. One, bandaged and clearly in pain, stares with wide, fearful eyes. The atmosphere is heavy with despair and the aftermath of violence. A young man, desperate and fueled by a brotherly bond, struggles against his restraints. His voice, sharp with urgency, cuts through the silence, "I will go to save my brother." The weight of his resolve is palpable, a stark contrast to the surrounding despair. The young man's struggle is futile. His opponent's overwhelming strength leaves him helpless. A desperate whisper escapes his lips, "Why is he so strong?" The raw power imbalance is laid bare. Another man, overcome with grief and fear, collapses, his face buried in his hands. A single word, choked with emotion, escapes him, "Sangwoo." The name hangs heavy in the air, a symbol of the devastating loss he is grappling with. Reassured by Sangwoo's skill, the woman expresses a lingering unease. While acknowledging his clone's apparent safety, a knot of worry remains. A man urges patience, advising against immediate intervention. Their premature action might hinder Sangwoo's efforts, thereby jeopardizing his success. A desperate plea for help echoes through a dimly lit corridor, punctuated by the frantic repetition of a distressed sound. The camera angle suggests imminent danger. The woman's apprehension intensifies. She recognizes the voice calling for help, but something is profoundly amiss, the tone is unfamiliar. The group cautiously approached a dark doorway. One, holding a pistol, voiced a suspicion, "Maybe he's the man Sangwoo saved a while ago?" Another commented on the poor visibility, while a third declared, "I'll open the door." The tension was palpable. The door swung open, revealing a horrifying sight, a man, his face marred by brutal injuries, his eyes vacant and dark. Blood stained his clothing. The scene spoke volumes of the violence he had endured. He hurried down a shadowy corridor, the scrape of his shoes against the grimy floor echoing in the silence. His companion followed close behind, their footsteps a softer counterpoint. A woman's face, half obscured by a disturbing, patterned mask, registered a mixture of fear and dawning horror. The mask seems to be growing, consuming her features. A blur of motion and a violent impact. A figure is sent flying, a powerful quang, shattering the momentary calm. Gasps for air and a choked plea for mercy escape the creature's lips as it writhes on the ground, and no. The creature is identified, a B-class scream firefly monster. A faint, grateful whisper follows, "Thank you." A gunship sliced through a chaotic sky, a swarm of infected figures clawing at the earth below. The vessel's path carved a temporary, desperate escape route through the relentless tide. The order echoed, sharp and urgent, "Everyone, get ready to jump." The weight of imminent danger hung heavy in the silent aftermath. "Sir! Megalosaurus is getting farther away from here," the soldier shouted, his voice laced with urgency. The command center's golden light cast long shadows as his superior officer's grim expression confirmed the worrisome news: their target was escaping. Missiles streaked across the night sky, leaving fiery trails as they pursued the retreating Megalosaurus. The desperate pursuit highlighted the gravity of the situation. The officer's face, etched with concern and a hint of failure, reflected the dwindling chances of capturing their prey. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily upon him. A man, his eye injured, endures despite the pain. The unspoken question hangs in the air: is this resilience the mark of a seasoned hunter? He issues a concise order: "I will go to the north side." The decision, while seemingly simple, carries the weight of a strategic plan, his determined gaze hinting at a crucial objective. His subordinates respond instantly with a sharp, "Yes, sir," their unquestioning obedience showcasing the man's authority and the gravity of the situation. They prepare for immediate deployment. The man, now equipped for his mission, sets off, his silhouette disappearing into the purple-tinged depths. The visual suggests the perilous nature of his undertaking. Damn it! He'd planned to return and finish off that monstrous creature immediately after the initial encounter. The weight of unfinished business, and the exhaustion etched on his face, speaks volumes. The immediate threat: a panicked crowd amidst the chaos of a goblin raid. A desperate plea for resilience hangs in the air, just a little longer until they can escape. The scene paints a picture of overwhelming odds. A new order is barked out. The situation is escalating. The urgency is palpable: a comrade must secure their retreat while the others fight. This is not just about survival anymore, but controlled withdrawal. A goblin lunges. This is a close-quarters brawl, all savage instincts unleashed. The threat is immediate and deadly. The man faces a desperate struggle for survival. Explosions of energy erupt as he counterattacks, striking with fierce determination. The fight for survival intensifies, a dance of desperate blows under the pressure of a horde. The aftermath of a devastating battle is revealed. A landscape of shattered rock and billowing smoke paints a scene of utter destruction. A lone figure, wielding a makeshift weapon resembling a baseball bat, delivers a powerful blow to a colossal, monstrous creature. The impact sends debris flying. The monstrous creature, now partially obscured by the force of the blow, reveals itself to possess a grotesque, avian-like face. It writhes in pain, the word bulge appearing in speech bubbles near it, suggesting an internal rupture. A cloaked figure lunges, a blur of motion against the city skyline. Two women below, their faces etched with alarm, brace for impact. Explosions erupt as the cloaked figure unleashes a devastating attack, sending screams echoing through the night. Flames engulf two men nearby, their cries of agony barely audible over the roar of the blast. A low, guttural screech pierces the air, followed by a flash of intense light. The source, a monstrous, fiery beast now emerging from the wreckage. The beast's fiery maw opens, revealing rows of jagged teeth and an incandescent glow within. This is no ordinary creature, its power is palpable, terrifying. A colossal tiger, muscles rippling, descends, its massive paw poised to crush the man below. The earth trembles under its weight. The scene shifts abruptly. Goblins brawl amidst the ruins of a city, a sleek, armored figure unleashes a blast of blue energy, silencing the conflict.
The man, battered and bruised, sits amidst the rubble, his expression one of disbelief and dawning realization.
The ferocity of the previous attack is evident in the dirt and blood staining his shirt. His eyes widen, a question mark forming in his mind. The weight of what he's witnessed settles upon him. A towering figure, clad in dark armor and wielding a massive sword, stands before a startled man in a suit.
The scene pulses with raw power, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Panic erupts in the streets as civilians flee from a monstrous tiger, its eyes glowing menacingly. The chaos is absolute. Two armored figures, their faces grim, confront each other. One, a young woman, is clearly distressed. The other, a man, his face partially obscured by a mask, speaks decisively, "I can't allow it." The weight of his words hints at a coming conflict. A clone, eyes wide with defiance, rejects his creator's plea. "I prioritize my master's family," he declares, his loyalty unwavering despite the unsettling implications of his existence. His sister and another masked individual react to a concerning situation. The masked figure urges caution, "It's more dangerous to go outside now," revealing a perilous external environment. The sibling is clearly distraught, yet trusts in their absent father's imminent return. A tense exchange unfolds, unspoken worry hangs in the air as a subtle sound punctuates the scene. The siblings' shared concern about the situation outside intensifies. A man, glasses perched on his nose, announces, "There is a person outside." His daughter, peering from behind him, inquires, "Is that perhaps Appa?" A sense of anticipation hangs in the air, tinged with uncertainty. Inside the apartment, two individuals discuss the stranger at the door. One worries, "Is he from another apartment? Looks like he doesn't know the password." The other questions, "Shouldn't we open it for him?" Their hesitation reveals a cautious nature, suggesting a potential threat outside. A fleeting glimpse through a security monitor shows a shadowy figure collapsing, a whispered plea escaping their lips, "Someone, please, help." The urgency of the situation becomes crystal clear. The young woman's worry intensifies. She exclaims, "There is someone beside him. I'm sure Appa is here too." Her tone is urgent, fear mixing with a growing sense of dread. A dark hand reaches into frame, its menacing presence palpable. The woman cries out, "Appa." The impending threat is inescapable. Terror grips the man as a monstrous presence consumes him. His desperate plea, "Help me," hangs heavy in the suffocating darkness. The creature's dark form rises, its grip tightening. The man's orange tunic is already stained with blood. A grotesque, monstrous face looms closer, its multiple eyes wide with a hunger that chills to the bone. Another desperate whisper, "Help," escapes the man's lips. He muttered, "EU," a tremor in his voice barely audible beneath the mask concealing his identity. Dust motes danced in the faint light filtering through the grimy window, highlighting the tension etched around his eyes. Terror grips the onlookers as a monstrous figure looms, its shadow engulfing the young woman before it. She stands frozen, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. A desperate attempt at intervention fails. The monster strikes, its attack sending the would-be rescuer sprawling. The woman lies helpless on the ground, her fate sealed. With brutal efficiency, the creature's attack connects, a swift, decisive end. The sound of tearing flesh echoes as the monster's hunger is satisfied. A retaliatory strike. A powerful blow lands, splattering blood across the panel, ending the monster's reign of terror. Justice, albeit violently delivered. The masked soldier stood defiant, inches from the grotesque insectoid creature. Its mandibles clicked, a prelude to violence. A woman in armor, her eyes wide with shock, clutched at the wound in her abdomen, a brutal impalement. A faint "ha" escaped her lips. The soldier reacted instantly, drawing his pistol, the weapon a blur of motion as he aimed to fire. A shot rang out. The insectoid creature was struck, the force of the bullet visibly impacting it, sending the creature reeling. A television explodes in a shower of sparks and shattered glass, the system issuing a stark warning, "Fatal damage detected." The destruction signifies a critical breach in the system's integrity. Park Wontae, of the Keenest Guild, announces his presence.
This introduction sets the stage for a confrontation, revealing his affiliation and foreshadowing conflict. A shadowy figure, his hand outstretched, confronts a young man, Jong Sang-woo. The figure observes, "I'm sure this man is the one who hosted the Awakening program." This confirms the young man's unexpected connection to a powerful, potentially dangerous technology.
Jong Sang-woo, still shaken but alive, expresses gratitude. "I'm Jong Sang-woo. Thank you so much for saving me."
His relief is palpable, highlighting the gravity of the situation he just survived.
The shadowy figure's strength is further emphasized by the young man's reaction.
The shadowy figure downplays his role, stating, "I didn't do anything much. I saw that you saved all these people. You are great." This subtle deflection suggests a level of humility, or perhaps a deeper, hidden agenda.
The focus shifts from the figure's power to Sang-woo's heroism. Sang-woo, surrounded by relieved survivors shouting "We are saved," modestly questions his own contribution. "Well, how can I do that when there are so many people here?"
His humility contrasts with the chaotic joy around him, highlighting his self-awareness amidst the celebratory atmosphere.
Sang-woo lets out a relieved laugh, saying, "This feels really good."
The final panel showcases his genuine happiness and the successful resolution of the immediate crisis. The lingering ellipsis hints at further developments.
He scoffed, "I didn't do that to get a compliment."
The man in the gas mask, clearly worn down but still defiant, glared at his unseen interlocutor. With a blur of motion, he vanished, leaving only a swirling vortex of blue energy in his wake. A fiery explosion erupted, the sound of kayak echoing amidst the screams of Yua as the man was violently blasted away.
A hushed whisper followed, "Shoo."
The stunned onlookers could only stare in disbelief as they witnessed this impossible feat. The man had seemingly dissolved into thin air, his clothes the only remaining evidence of his recent presence.
What manner of power could achieve such a thing?
A colossal tiger materialized, a roar shaking the very ground as it landed in the midst of the astonished crowd, its raw power palpable.
A warrior, arrow spent, cries out in desperation, "No, new monsters."
The sudden emergence of new creatures marks a significant escalation of the threat. Observing the aftermath, a man muses, "I wonder what that person was. He turned into mana, perhaps." This suggests the existence of a unique power source or transformation within this world. His question, "Are you perhaps a hunter?" introduces a new character and profession, hinting at a specialized role in combating the threats. The young man's response, "My skill is," hangs heavy with unspoken potential, leaving the audience to anticipate his abilities and the role he will play in the unfolding conflict.
A subtle aura of power emanates from him. Communication with operative number 3 is lost. His family is in danger. He's attacked, a desperate cry escaping his lips as he fends off his assailants.
A dire emergency, he demands immediate backup, locating him to rescue his family and any other survivors. A lone operative stands amidst a devastated landscape, the aftermath of a violent conflict is apparent. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion as he activated his sprint skill, a surge of adrenaline propelling him forward. A desperate gasp escaped him as he unleashed a fireball, the incantation barely audible above the roar of battle. The fireball exploded in a blinding flash, engulfing his target in a maelstrom of fire and debris. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through, issuing a crucial instruction: focus on one spot.
The implication is clear: precision, not brute force, will be key to survival. Spread out, support team. Their attack range is wide.
The commander's urgent order highlights the immediate danger, indicating a powerful, wide-ranging enemy attack.
Damn it, the skin is too thick for my poison to penetrate. The poison user's frustration reveals the enemy's unexpected resilience, raising the stakes of the battle. This isn't the time to compete with each other. We have to work together.
A crucial call for unity amidst the crisis underscores the need for cooperation to overcome the overwhelming threat.
What?
The sudden, shocked exclamation foreshadows an unexpected development, dramatically altering the ongoing conflict's trajectory.
Shin Haesung. Why are you here?
The arrival of an unexpected figure throws the situation into further disarray, injecting an element of intrigue and potential betrayal. A sneering face, bathed in an ominous yellow light, fills the panel. The words, "and you won't ever know this, but," hang in the air, heavy with unspoken secrets. This is a pivotal moment, a foreshadowing of a hidden truth that will soon shatter the established order. The word absolute power looms large, while a man's face registers shock. The implication, absolute power doesn't require collaboration, it functions independent of alliances and partnerships. This challenges any assumptions about the balance of power in this world. A chaotic explosion of energy erupts, obscuring details but signifying a catastrophic event. The raw, untamed power is a visual representation of the previously stated concept, absolute power, unchecked and unconstrained. Desperation fills the scene. A man cries out, "Stay awake!" Jaiwoo, as he desperately attempts to revive a collapsing young woman. The urgency of the moment underscores the high stakes involved and the fragility of life in the face of overwhelming power. Jaiwoo, a young man, desperately clutches a bloody bandage, tears streaming down his face as he urges someone to hold on. His desperation is palpable. A monstrous creature, its form barely visible in the shadows, shrieks in pain. The sound is guttural, primal. Its agony is a stark contrast to the previous scene's desperate plea. The source of the creature's pain becomes clear. Jaiwoo's companion witnesses the horrifying scene, their own terror mirroring Jaiwoo's earlier distress, but now amplified by the sight of the beast's suffering. A horrifying connection is implied. A colossal form, its metallic surface scarred and cracked, groans in defeat. "I can't." It whispers, its voice a rasping echo of its former power. A fiery blade erupts, a searing red streak cutting through the gloom. The attack is swift, merciless. Sangwoo, his face contorted in pain and exertion, collapses, a guttural huff escaping his lips. The victory, however hard won, has left him spent. Terror grips a father and son as they desperately plead for help, their cries echoing in the night. The scene shifts, revealing the aftermath of a brutal attack. A woman cradles a fallen victim, her face etched with grief and despair, as a concerned bystander watches helplessly. A man's face contorts, eyes blazing with furious rage. His inner turmoil is palpable, a silent scream trapped behind a clenched jaw. The man unleashes his fury, a torrent of raw emotion erupting as his eyes glow, blood staining his face. He's transformed, consumed by rage. A monstrous claw, dripping with ichor, descends from above. The impact is immediate, a brutal crushing blow. He crumples, a pained gasp escaping his lips as a grotesque, insectoid creature looms over him. The fight is over. Panic explodes. Monsters, the terrified scream echoes through the dimly lit corridor, painting a picture of chaos and desperate flight. Another victim is thrown aside, the force of the unseen blow evident in the splayed limbs and the dust cloud kicked up by the impact. The onslaught continues, relentless and merciless. His eyes widened in disbelief as the device in his hand shattered, the fragments scattering like shrapnel. A wave of energy washed over him, leaving him stunned. The onlookers gasped, their faces etched with terror as the destructive force rippled outwards. The scene was a chaotic maelstrom of fear and uncertainty. A desperate cry pierced the air, "No! Jaiwoo!" The desperate plea echoed the escalating danger, highlighting the gravity of the situation as a monstrous creature lunged at a fallen figure. Emergency lockdown initiated as a monstrous creature, its maw agape in a silent roar, lunged. A warrior, their face obscured, met the onslaught with a whirling, desperate strike, a desperate attempt to fend off the beast. A figure in tactical gear, his respirator obscuring his features, arrived on the scene, his words heavy with apology, "Sorry, I'm late." The weight of his lateness underscored the urgency of the situation. A man, his face etched with relief and exhaustion, confesses, "I almost died though." The setting, a post-apocalyptic cityscape burning in the distance, underscores the gravity of his near-death experience. The man's gratitude is palpable as he observes a group of civilians huddled together. He reflects on the fragility of human conscience in dangerous situations, noting that their compassion was truly exceptional. He murmurs, "Thank you." A man's face, etched with worry and weariness, fills the frame. His gaze is distant, haunted by unspoken burdens. Another man, younger, kneels, reaching for a sword, its hilt stained with blood. He mutters, "Yes,
but it hasn't been a long time since I became one.
Revealing a recent, significant change in his life. The implication is that he has acquired this sword and its power recently, and he is not entirely comfortable with it. His expression shifts. A tremor of determination replaces his earlier uncertainty. He confesses, "Well, he saved my life. There is no need to hide this." His newfound resolve suggests he's ready to acknowledge a debt, and perhaps a secret, he was previously keeping hidden. His face is contorted in a grimace of immense shock and fear. The visual intensity suggests a sudden, unexpected event. The young man, his hand bloodied, clutches the sword as he cries out, "I'm sorry." The apology, coupled with the bloody weapon, signifies an act of violence or accidental injury. His earlier resolve has been shattered, replaced by regret and despair. A lone figure flees through a crumbling, dimly lit passage. The words, "It's dangerous to go alone," echo the inherent peril of his situation.
Team Bravo's arrival is confirmed. "This is Team Bravo. We will be on our way right away," a voice assures, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the danger. A desperate struggle ensues. A bloody sword flashes, accompanied by the brutal cries of "Die! Stab! Stab! Fucking die!" The intensity of the fight is palpable. He dodges a fatal blow, the force of the near miss sending him sprawling. A fiery trail marks his escape, reflecting his fierce determination to survive. A devastating blast levels a city block, the force of the explosion radiating outward in a fiery wave of destruction. Buildings crumble, reduced to rubble. Amidst the chaos, a man, his face etched with worry, shouts, "I think we need more firepower." The ongoing assault clearly overwhelms his current capabilities. A warrior, moving with deadly grace, unleashes a powerful, dark-tinged strike, a swift arc of energy cutting through the air. This is a decisive counterattack. The situation is far more dire than anticipated. A heavily armed warrior, his face grim, announces the grim reality: "This is worse than they expected." A sharply dressed man, appearing amidst the chaos, reveals his motivation: he's there searching for a rumored cache of money. His nonchalance in the face of potential danger hints at either extreme confidence or reckless disregard. A monstrous figure emerges, its presence instantly escalating the tension. The sheer scale and ferocity hinted at in its silhouette promise a devastating encounter. Explosions rock the scene as the monstrous creature unleashes its power, a chaotic display of fiery destruction. The initial nonchalant pursuit of wealth now gives way to a desperate struggle for survival. Panic grips the scene. A small, damaged device lies discarded on the floor, its fate mirroring the urgent plea, "My daughter got hurt. Someone get us an emergency kit." The desperation in the words paints a picture of a dire situation. A child's voice, barely a whisper, cuts through the tension, "Mom. Dad. It hurts." The simple words speak volumes of pain and fear. A desperate plea escapes his lips, "Please." The monstrous figure looms, its shadow engulfing him as a brutal blow sends him crashing to the earth. Severely wounded, he gasps, urging someone to flee, "Go, run, away, hurry." His words are choked by pain, highlighting the dire situation. The monster's chilling declaration cuts through the air: "Die, like this." Its gaping maw, filled with sharp teeth, inches closer. A woman, her face etched with grief, weeps uncontrollably. The scene underscores the profound loss and despair caused by the preceding violence. The old man's face, bloodied and tear-streaked, contorted in silent agony. His lips barely parted, whispering only "Sa." A young man, his breath ragged, gripped a glowing crimson sword, the aftermath of a brutal battle evident in the fiery streaks across the panel. A young woman, her armor marred, face streaked with grime and tears, collapses under the weight of defeat. Her despair is palpable. A brutal blow sends the man sprawling. His face is contorted in agony, blood staining his crisp white shirt. The ferocity of the attack is undeniable. The scene shifts to a desperate struggle. A woman, clearly outmatched, is thrown against a wall, the impact echoing in the confined space. A chainsaw whirs ominously nearby, a clear threat to her survival. Accusations hang heavy in the air.
You didn't run away until the end, a voice states, the implication clear. Escape was an option, yet a choice was made to face the consequences. This could have been avoided, the speaker implies, had the other party wanted it. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely arachnid, looms, smoke swirling around it as it advances. Two individuals cower in fear before it, their terror palpable. This is the end referred to previously. The brute's approach signals immediate, grave danger.
A crimson stain blooms across the pale yellow backdrop.
A bloodied axe, gripped in a leather-clad hand, tears through the frame, the weapon's trajectory suggesting a brutal, swift strike. A grotesque creature, its multifaceted eyes glowing with malevolent intent, loomed over Jaiwoo. Its long tongue flickered, a prelude to an attack. The creature hissed, Jaiwo, a name spoken with chilling familiarity. Jaiwo reacted instantly. He grasped his sword, its surface igniting with an inferno as he prepared to strike. The heat radiated outwards, a visible testament to the power he commanded. A clash of steel and monstrous flesh. A guttural scream, a raw, pained arg, echoed through the confined space as the creature recoiled from Jaiwo's attack. The creature, wounded and enraged, scuttled away into the darkness of a shadowed corridor. The sounds of its retreat, heavy and desperate, suggested a swift, decisive battle was to follow. A monstrous creature lunges, its shadow engulfing a man whose face contorts in a grimace of defiance. The air crackles with tension. A woman expertly maneuvers, executing a takedown on her opponent with practiced efficiency, the impact a blur of motion. The woman secures her foe, a triumphant grin spreading across her face as she exclaims, "Nice catch." The battle, for now, seems won. The creature, seemingly unharmed, roars and attacks again, unleashing a wave of destructive energy. The conflict reignites with ferocious intensity. A woman, blood staining her dark clothing, gasps in pain. Her face contorts, sweat beading on her forehead as she cries out, the sounds of agony echoing her distress. The woman unleashes a brutal attack, a torrent of crimson erupting from her opponent as he staggers back. "What is this?" "Berserk," she exclaims, her voice a mixture of shock and grim determination. The raw power in her assault is undeniable. A man lies on the ground, his body convulsing, as a blue energy surrounds him. He coughs weakly, the sound barely audible above the crackling energy. Another woman, observing the wounded man, urgently asks, "How is he?" Her companion, sword drawn, grimly replies, "To be honest, he isn't good. Kill that monster quickly, please." The urgency in their voices underscores the gravity of the situation. A man lies bleeding, barely alive, his breath hitching as he whispers, "Kiahiak." A woman in black tactical gear kneels beside him, her expression a mix of concern and urgency. "Over there. Hey! Stop talking. Your wound will open," she commands, her voice firm but laced with worry. The woman's hand glows with a brilliant blue energy, she's wielding a sword that crackles with the same power. "Don't worry," she assures him, her words a calm counterpoint to the chaos brewing. A monstrous creature bursts forth, a horrifying screech, kike echoing as it lunges with bone-like claws. The air crackles with a dark, malevolent energy. Blades of blue energy crackled as the warrior moved, a whirlwind of motion against the backdrop of a crumbling building. Multiple monstrous creatures swarmed him, but he held his ground, a grim determination etched on his face. "This will be over soon," he muttered, his voice barely audible above the clash of steel and the screech of the beasts. The fight was fierce, but he seemed confident in his imminent victory. The scene shifted. An older man, a guild leader, sat behind a large desk, his expression grim. The situation outside, the chaos of the battle, was rapidly escalating while the guilds remained largely uninvolved. The guild leader, his face etched with worry, concluded the meeting abruptly. "Then, that's all for this meeting," he declared, then, almost as an afterthought, added, "I want a consultation." His concern for the worsening situation was palpable. A powerfully built man in a suit, sunglasses obscuring his eyes, sharply admonishes an older, more frail gentleman beside him. "You arrogant, watch your manners," he commands, his tone brooking no argument. The older man, seemingly unfazed, simply replies, "It's okay." This exchange establishes a power dynamic and hints at a tense situation about to unfold. The scene shifts, focusing on the older man.
The question hangs heavy in the air: are you going to evacuate the people right away? The imminent threat is palpable.
The older man's response reveals the gravity of the situation. An invasion is impending.
Yes, we will announce the expected damages from the invasion and evacuate the people.
We have to minimize the loss, he explains, revealing the strategic decision made in the face of overwhelming odds.
The subsequent question, "You are gonna tell them everything," underscores the immense risk inherent in this disclosure.
His answer, "We don't even know when it would happen," and the following description of the impending invasion by an A-class monster only amplify the precariousness of their position.
The escalating tension is palpable.
The weight of responsibility crushes the older man, his worried expression speaks volumes.
And in this situation, you handle what could happen next. The unspoken question, how, hangs heavily.
The panel ends with an ellipsis, leaving the reader with a sense of impending doom and uncertainty. "I doubt your head will remain on your shoulders next month, let alone 3, the man sneered, his words dripping with menace. The threat hung heavy in the air, a stark warning against any perceived defiance. He turned, his back to the other man, a picture of controlled anger.
"I'm telling you to make them blame themselves for not evacuating."
The implication was clear: the consequences of their inaction were not his concern. The other man's face contorted in frustration.
"Why did you have to call that meeting? Now all the guild leaders know."
His outburst underscored the disastrous consequences of this leak of information.
"Portal? Let it open. People will die, the more they die, the more we will be needed."
The speaker's chilling pragmatism revealed a terrifying strategy: to allow the deaths caused by the portal to escalate, thus justifying their own actions and strengthening their position.
The armies can't do anything.
It's only the hunters that those low people can depend on eventually. This statement revealed a cynical yet insightful view of the power dynamics, highlighting the hunter's role in this world.
And there is something you're misunderstanding.
The tone is ominous, foreshadowing a crucial piece of unknown information. A bead of sweat trickles down the older man's temple as a shadowy figure looms behind him, a hand resting firmly on his shoulder.
The weight of unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air.
The Megalosaurus Guild's current activities are revealed: they raid monsters. A fragmented background underscores the chaotic nature of their operations. A man pushes himself up from the floor, his strength building, though at a slower rate than before. He's working out, his trainer urges him to push harder.
The rate of strength increase has slowed.
A young man, clearly pleased, munches on chips. He revels in the ease of his situation. His clone skill provides money and physical labor for him.
He proclaims, "Long live the clone skill."
Number 1, jolted awake, is urged to get to work. "Wake up.
Let's go get some money." The scene sets the stage: a bright, sunny day in an unremarkable city neighborhood.
The urgency of the call to action hints at a desperate need for funds. Number 1's superior inquires about the whereabouts of Number 2, learning he's off exercising. This exchange subtly introduces a hierarchical structure and the existence of others involved in this money-making operation. The casual mention of Number 2 suggests this is not the first time they've worked together. The superior suggests Number 1 delegate the work to clones, highlighting the existence of advanced technology and hinting at the dangerous or demanding nature of their jobs.
Number 1's reluctance reveals a personal commitment and perhaps a lack of trust in the clone's capabilities.
Number 1, despite his capabilities, chooses to handle things himself. He expresses contentment with his current abilities, and a certain pride in his self-reliance.
His laughter suggests a degree of youthful bravado, perhaps masking underlying anxieties.
A young man, his face etched with distress, clutches his side. Blood stains his jacket.
The question hangs heavy in the air: so is that why you ended up like this?
A powerful figure in a suit looms over the injured youth, his expression cold and menacing.
He declares, "This is enough for you." The implication of violence is palpable.
Surrounded, the young man looks up at 3 figures, their faces obscured by shadows, their eyes vacant.
A chilling question echoes, "Right?"
Their menacing presence intensifies the sense of impending doom. The young man's friends, their faces similarly distorted, confront him.
Accusations fly. Sangwoo, did you become a hunter? So you eventually abandoned us and left. Their betrayal is evident. A desperate plea echoes, Appa, save me, please. As a figure lies wounded, a dark stain blooming across their torso. The urgency is palpable. A young man, his face contorted in pain, collapses with a guttural, "Iuazuke." The sound reveals the extent of his exertion and distress. He gasps for air, huff, sweat beading on his brow. The aftermath of intense physical strain is evident, underscored by the bandages on his face. A calm but firm voice cautions, "You shouldn't be moving around too much." The implication is clear, he is injured, and further exertion is dangerous. His eyes blazed with a furious, crimson light as a guttural scream tore from his throat. The raw power within him was palpable, a tangible force threatening to consume him. A monstrous insect, its chitinous limbs a blur of motion, slammed into him, sending him sprawling. The impact, a violent collision, left him momentarily stunned. He coughed, blood staining his lips, his body trembling with the effort to regain his footing. The fight was far from over. The man's sword, once a gleaming blade, now lay shattered, its one sharp edge broken and stained crimson with his blood. The weapon's destruction mirrored his rapidly fading strength. A guttural cough escapes the man's lips, his face contorted in pain as dark tendrils writhe around him, clawing at his flesh. He retaliates with a furious burst of energy, blood splattering his shirt as he unleashes a brutal counterattack. The raw intensity of his rage is palpable. With a swift, precise movement, he cleaves through his opponent with a sharp weapon, the air filled with the sound of tearing flesh and bone. Another figure enters the fray, his arrival marked by a flurry of motion, the cold blue light of the setting reflecting in his eyes. A grotesque creature, its multifaceted eyes bulging, lunges forward with a guttural kigeik. Its attack is brutal, a raw display of primal force. The figure, quick and precise, delivers a devastating kick, the impact sending the creature reeling. This is no ordinary blow, it carries the weight of honed skill and practiced precision. A system message flashes, mana transfer skill is activated. With a surge of energy, a wave of power emanates from the figure, a potent display of transferred magical energy. The tide of battle shifts decisively. A hand reaches, fingers brushing against a fallen blade, the weight of the moment hangs heavy. The battle's outcome is not yet certain. His face, half obscured by a grotesque, patterned scar, contorted with anguish. "My sister is hurt." The words hung heavy in the air, a desperate plea barely audible above the rising tide of dread. Tears streamed down his face, a testament to his despair. "Please, please. Save her." His voice cracked, choked with emotion, a raw vulnerability stark against the harsh backdrop of impending doom. A monstrous creature, its multifaceted eyes gleaming with malice, loomed before him. "Neither you nor your sister are going to die today." The words were a chilling promise, delivered with a cold certainty that sent a shiver down the spine. An urgent evacuation is underway. The ominous nature of the announcement is underscored by falling, metallic objects against a dark, stormy backdrop. Two men in suits discuss preparations for the impending crisis. The smaller man seems apprehensive, his uncertainty palpable. The larger man, exuding authority, is clearly in charge. A tense confrontation unfolds. One man, clearly a subordinate, nervously asks his superior, a powerful figure in a maroon suit, to step outside for a private discussion about an urgent matter. The implications are grave. 3,750. The weight of that number hung heavy in the air, a grim accounting of losses. The man's smirk widened, revealing a chilling calculation. Locking down the entire country for 3 months? A drastic measure, but he clearly saw it as necessary. His words dripped with cynical justification. "Everyone will blame the association, those who lost something will try to dismantle it." His perspective was cold, prioritizing the organization's survival above all else. The older man's question crackled with barely contained fury. The younger man's response, "Hide the truth of the A-class monster and the true scale of the invasion," revealed a conspiracy of terrifying proportions. "If I were you, I wouldn't have opened the meeting nor made an announcement about it." The man's warning hangs heavy in the opulent, dimly lit room, a stark contrast to the casual confidence in his posture. He knows something the other man doesn't, and the stakes are high. How can you say that? Do you have any idea how many people could die? The older man's protest is cut short by the younger man's chilling reply. That's the good thing about that. The younger man's laughter echoes as he shatters a nearby glass surface with a punch, a display of callous disregard for the potential consequences of his actions. His disregard for the deaths to come reveals the true nature of his plan. Starting with the D-class monsters, the army is powerless against the approaching threat. Do you think I'm requesting you or something? The younger man's arrogance is palpable, underlining his complete control of the situation. The military's high command is in disarray. A high-ranking official sits at his desk, hands clasped over his face, overwhelmed by the unfolding events. The fractured image behind him speaks volumes of the chaos that has already erupted. Elsewhere, a young man, Agent Nim, experiences a sudden surge in his abilities. His stats increase without effort, a revelation that leaves him both surprised and relieved. He receives a message: Junmo has arrived. Junmo's arrival is confirmed. The scene shifts to an apartment building, his destination, implying a meeting or rendezvous is imminent. Good morning, the hunter greeted the young man, a hint of urgency in his voice. I need this guy to be in the horror rabbit hunting grounds today, too. He gestured towards the youth, highlighting the importance of his presence. The older man, a seasoned hunter, offered encouragement. Why don't you do that too? If you do, I think you will get a lot stronger faster. Since your strength is twice as much as those clones? His words hinted at a hidden agenda, a strategic manipulation. The young man's response revealed a lack of enthusiasm. Actually, I wasn't serious when I said I would become a hunter. I earn enough by catching the horn rabbits and... Do we really need these physical strength these days? It's just my opinion. He expressed his doubts about the necessity of enhanced physical capabilities in the current situation. A look of intense fear contorted his face as he cried out in alarm. You walk! What is this? The sudden, unexpected event shattered his complacency, plunging him into a terrifying ordeal. He gasped for air, his eyes wide with terror, the red glow of the surrounding environment reflecting in their depths. The man was clearly exhausted. The source of his fear became chillingly clear. A gruesome sight met his gaze, the attacker's mouth, stained with a dark, viscous substance. His labored breaths turned into a strangled cry, "Hugh!" The terror etched upon his features intensified. He awoke in a sterile hospital room, a wave of disorientation washing over him. The events leading to this moment remained frustratingly elusive. A sharply dressed man stood in the hallway outside, his arms crossed, a picture of controlled power. His presence hinted at a deliberate orchestration of events. The words, "You came, Hunter Nim," hung in the air, a confirmation of his purpose. His arrival was anticipated, his role already defined. She awoke with a gasp, the lingering chill of a nightmare clinging to her. A concerned voice cut through the darkness. Seems like you had a nightmare. Are you all right? A concerned voice asks, Are you all right? The young man, bandaged and clearly recovering from injury, can only manage a pained huff. His condition is precarious, the concern palpable. A sharply dressed man, likely his rescuer, observes, You shouldn't be moving around too much. The young man, his gratitude evident despite his exhaustion, protests, But, you're the one who brought me here. His rescuer's calm demeanor hides a potential deeper involvement in the events that led to the young man's injuries. The man's warning is firm, Be careful. The doctor said that you were in bad condition. The young man's pained expression underlines the gravity of his situation. The immediate danger might be past, but the recovery promises to be long and arduous. Expressing his profound relief, the young man murmurs, Thank you so much. You saved me not just once, but twice. The man replies simply, It's nothing, but the gravity of his words and the undercurrent of unspoken complexities in the young man's statement foreshadow future implications. A frantic cry pierces the sterile atmosphere, Sangwoo. The urgency is palpable, hinting at a critical situation unfolding within a hospital corridor. The camera focuses on a worried face, eyes wide with concern and fear. The man mutters, "Mom."
Dad, revealing the severity of the situation and the personal stakes involved. A doctor, holding medical files, delivers reassuring news. "First, I would like to say that the surgery was successful."
The relief is immediate, but the context remains tense.
The scene shifts to a hospital room. 4 days have passed since the portal opened. While most of the large monsters have been dealt with, a lingering threat remains. There are still some monsters left. The relief from the successful surgery is overshadowed by a larger, ongoing crisis. A worried father anxiously inquires about his son Jaiwa's well-being, his question hanging heavy in the air, laced with unspoken fear.
Jaiwo, his face bearing the faint marks of recent trauma, remains silent, his silence amplifying the growing unease.
The question hangs unanswered, fueling a palpable tension.
The unspoken dread explodes into a desperate cry, "What the hell is going on?"
The question underscores the severity of the situation, a stark recognition of the mystery unfolding. The answer lies in the final, heartbreaking image: Jaiwa's younger sister, lying unconscious in a hospital bed, connected to a respirator, a silent testament to the crisis that has befallen their family. Most victims contract the infection from monsters that crossed through the portal.
It's a mana-absorbing virus that decomposes the host's mana.
However, in rare cases, if the host's mana perfectly matches the virus,
the virus synchronizes with the host's mana.
Healing magic is ineffective, the only option is continuous mana supply to keep her alive. The doctor explains the dire situation, leaving the brother and sister embracing in distress.
Regret gnaws at him. If only he hadn't been so involved in others' affairs.
The weight of his choices crashes down. His family, now threatened, his young son, tears streaming down his face, held captive. A ferocious tiger, eyes blazing with supernatural power, rises. This is the cost of his failure.
He must become stronger. Much stronger.
A grotesque creature, its skin a sickly brown, leers from the shadows. Its large, bulging eyes gleam with malicious intent.
Its clawed hands twitch. Panic grips the scene.
Blood stains the floor.
A desperate cry rings out, "Sangwoo!"
The blood.
Nurse Kim.
The camera focuses on Sangwoo's neck, where a crimson wound throbs, a fresh wound that bleeds freely.
Sangwoo, tears streaming down his face, clutches his injured throat.
He whispers, defeated, "If I just worked a little harder." A young man, his face bearing the marks of recent injury, sits in a hospital bed, his gaze heavy with unspoken weariness.
The sterile environment amplifies his solitude.
A woman, her expression bright and concerned, approaches him, her voice soft but carrying a hint of relief. "Hey-eon."
Her presence offers a fragile counterpoint to his distress.
He offers a weak smile, gratitude etched into his tired features.
"No, thanks for coming to see me. Are your family members all right?"
His concern extends beyond himself, revealing a depth of character. His parents contacted his tutor, Heian, because they couldn't reach him, he'd lost his phone.
A wave of unease washes over him. Heian expresses concern that his current situation is inappropriate. She urges him to prioritize his comfort. Heian's concern is palpable as she addresses him by name, Heian. The tension in the room is thick.
He has something to say about the situation, signaling a significant development in their conversation.
2 weeks have passed.
A doctor holds a report, his face etched with worry, as a nurse beside him gasps in disbelief. The gravity of the situation is palpable. A young man, his physique hinting at hidden strength, prepares to don his lab coat, a subtle tension in his posture.
He is clearly concealing something.
The question hangs heavy in the air: your sister.
The implications of this revelation are left unspoken, yet powerfully felt.
The tutor delivers the news with a mix of firmness and regret. She cannot continue tutoring him. His response is immediate, a simple, pained "I'm sorry." He's in a hospital bed, she stands over him, her words conveying a forced reassurance that belies a deeper anxiety. "It's not like you won't contact me anymore." The subtext is clear, she anticipates a parting, a growing distance. A confident smile plays on her lips as she makes a bold declaration of independence: she'll find a boyfriend in college. This shows a shift from the previous scene's apprehension to a forward-looking optimism. This panel functions as a resolution to the previous emotional beats.
Don't take your words back when that happens, okay? The weight of unspoken consequences hangs heavy in the air. Regret, huh?
A man and a woman sit together, their shared silence speaks volumes of unspoken remorse. He stares ahead, a man wrestling with a decision, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension.
The man reviewed his phone, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow.
He muttered to himself, the significance of his discovery dawning on him, so that man was a guild master, huh?
He was someone important.
He exited the vehicle, the city's towering buildings looming before him, their imposing presence mirroring the weight of his unexpected mission. He approached the reception desk, his purpose clear.
A woman, poised and professional, inquired, "Do you perhaps have an appointment?"
He replied calmly, "No, I don't have one, but he told me that he wanted to talk to me."
A receptionist, politely but firmly, explains the building's policy. "Sorry, but if you don't have an appointment."
Her words hang in the air, a clear indication of restricted access. Suddenly, a large, imposing man appears, silencing the receptionist with his presence. His interruption suggests he holds significant authority, overriding normal protocol. A younger man watches, wide-eyed, clearly surprised by the turn of events.
The receptionist, though momentarily startled, smoothly assures the younger man he is a guest. Her calm demeanor implies this powerful man's presence is expected, possibly even anticipated.
The man, now alone, sits before a computer screen, his expression serious. A message appears, "The captain is waiting for you." This seemingly confirms the man's purpose, an urgent meeting with someone of considerable importance. He awoke in a hospital bed, a disoriented look on his face, the events leading to his current state still hazy in his memory. A doctor, his expression grave yet tinged with relief, informs him, "The wound was deep, but you were lucky." The implication hangs heavy, he'd narrowly escaped death. The doctor's next words, "It's not my turn yet," hint at a larger, more sinister plot at play, suggesting that this was not an isolated incident but part of a deliberate plan. His worried family rushes in, their concern palpable. The woman's tearful expression speaks volumes, further highlighting the gravity of the situation and the risk he had faced.
The man's anxious questioning, "Are you all right?"
"This is why I told you not to do something like that," reveals a premonition of danger that the man had previously sensed, and underscores their profound relief at his survival.
The scene ends with the man walking away, his back to us.
He is likely leaving to deal with those who caused this injury. We must continue monitoring him, but his recovery is progressing rapidly.
A full return to normal life is expected within a month. What happened to the portal? How many days has it been open?
The question hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the urgency of the situation and the patient's unclear connection to it.
"I don't really remember anything before I fainted."
His amnesia is a significant obstacle, concealing crucial information about his involvement in the portal incident.
Jaiwoo. What about Jaiwoo?
The frantic cry reveals a deeper connection to the events surrounding the portal, adding another layer of mystery and urgency. The name Jaiwoo is clearly significant. A young woman lies unconscious in a hospital bed, hooked up to life support. Her abdomen bears the mark of a serious injury. The attending physician's words hang heavy in the air, "We have treated her abdominal region, but..."
The doctor explains the nature of her affliction. Most of the time, the virus causing her condition presents minimal problems, as each person's unique mana traits prevent the virus from absorbing or decomposing their mana. The physician, gazing at the woman, asks a critical question: "Is there a way to cure this?"
His concern is palpable. A glimmer of hope, though faint, there's a small chance of a cure if she receives help from a high-class healer. Acquiring the necessary items, however, would require obtaining rare and extremely expensive resources from beyond the portal. The scene shifts. A man, his face streaked with grime and sweat, crawls through the debris of a shattered landscape, the glow of a nearby fire barely illuminating his desperate struggle. Terror gripped the doctor as he witnessed the impossible, his eyes wide with disbelief. The lines of code before him pulsed with an unnatural energy, a raw power far beyond human comprehension.
"Sir!" The doctor's desperate plea echoed, a stark contrast to the monumental event unfolding before him.
His fear was palpable, a desperate grasp for order in the face of chaos.
A colossal tiger, its form rippling with savage power, descended. Its massive paws cracked the earth, the impact a cataclysmic tremor that shook the very foundations of reality.
Before it, a man stood defiant, but hopelessly dwarfed by the beast's might. A doctor's urgent voice cuts through the air, "Calm down, your wounds are opening up." The man's hand, clutching a makeshift weapon, trembles, blood staining his grip. He lies in a hospital bed, the pale light highlighting his exhaustion. The man's breathing is ragged, his injuries are evident.
A subtle shift in his eyes reveals a dawning awareness.
His eyes, narrowed and focused, reflect a determination that belies his weakened state. The aftermath of the battle is settling, but the fight is far from over. A young woman, in a yellow dress, greets a man with a simple "Hi, teacher." The casual greeting, despite the context, hints at a pre-existing, close relationship. The woman explains that her house was damaged, but they found shelter safely. The man expresses relief, highlighting his concern for her safety, given her proximity to the danger zone. He also questions whether Dukchila Juicy revealed her location to him. This suggests a network of care and concern within their community, alongside hints of potential dangers still lingering.
The woman, slightly embarrassed, acknowledges the man's observation about her addressing him casually as teach. The brief, understated moment reveals a developing familiarity, hinting at a deeper bond beyond a formal teacher-student dynamic.
The camera focuses on a modern, multi-story hospital building, a stark contrast to the fantastical world we've previously witnessed. Inside, a hospital room holds an empty bed, the implication clear: our protagonist is absent.
A lingering thought hangs in the air: are hunters involved in this?
A nurse, her expression a mix of weariness and gratitude, speaks, "Thanks for everything until now."
Her words hint at a complex past, an unspoken debt settled.
A quiet sense of resolution settles in.
"You'll regret letting go of a pretty student like me," she declares, a glint in her eye. This isn't a threat, it's a promise.
Her ambition is clear: she intends to use her education to surpass those who underestimated her. His gaze is unwavering, a subtle scar visible on his neck, hinting at a past struggle. He appears both determined and burdened by a heavy weight. A woman lies in a hospital bed, hooked to a respirator. Her shallow breaths paint a grim picture: time is running out.
The urgency is palpable.
Park Won-tae, Guild Master of Keenness, the top hunter guild in South Korea, is introduced. His image, a portrait showcasing a confident and composed man in a suit, sets the scene for the events to follow. Arriving at their destination, a man cheerfully announces, "We are here." The setting, a car's interior, suggests a journey culminating in this specific location. Intrigued, a younger man, presumably the one accompanying the driver, observes the building, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "So this place?" His silent contemplation foreshadows the significance of their arrival.
Jong Sang-woo, overwhelmed, confesses,
"Yes, that's me," a single tear tracing a path down his cheek.
The word "huge"
whispers beneath his admission, hinting at the gravity of his situation. A large man in a suit gestures towards the stairs, briskly inviting Sang-woo upward. "Let's go upstairs," he commands, his tone suggesting urgency. A doctor, his expression grim, delivers a stark assessment: "With our current medical technology, there isn't one." His words carry the weight of a hopeless diagnosis. She gazed up at the towering Keenness Guild headquarters, a question forming on her lips.
Is that the Keenness Guild office building?
She wondered, the sheer scale of the structure hinting at the organization's immense power and influence within the city. A figure is ushered into a brightly lit room.
The command, "Ah!
Bring him in," echoes, followed by a simple, yet expectant, "Hello."
The scene is tense with unspoken anticipation. Two men converse in a modern office.
One expresses relief at the other's early hospital discharge, noting it was well before the expected date. The subtext hints at a complex relationship, perhaps one involving significant risk and reward. Gratitude is expressed, but deflected with a quiet assertion of duty. The exchange reveals a level of respect, implying a prior shared experience or unspoken understanding. This establishes a bond of mutual trust despite the gravity of their situation. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the younger man confessed his inability to express his thanks adequately to the older, distinguished gentleman. His words carried the weight of profound appreciation. The older man, however, shifted his gaze, a contemplative expression etching itself onto his features. He voiced his curiosity about the lengths the young man had gone to for their sake. The older man's hand clenched into a fist, a subtle but powerful reaction to the young man's actions. The unspoken weight of their shared history hung heavy in the air. The young man's worry deepened, his reaction mirroring the gravity of the situation. The quiet tension between them spoke volumes. He feels indebted, yet he questions why the other man sought him out so quickly after his recovery. The undercurrent of suspicion is palpable. The man reveals the truth: the clones possess bodies capable of incredible feats, as demonstrated by the rescue of a civilian, a task the original man would have been unable to accomplish. This highlights the clones' unique capabilities and the ethical implications of their existence. He confirms his understanding, underscoring the crucial information: the man's skill lies in utilizing the clones. A sense of foreboding settles in as the implication of this revelation dawns. The request is made directly: help is needed to rescue the Keenest Guild's first team. The urgency of the situation is clear, demanding immediate action. He clarifies that this is not a favor, but a transaction based on past support. The relationship is transactional, not based on goodwill. A man in a suit hangs his head, his face etched with worry and defeat. The weight of unspoken pleas hangs heavy in the air. Another man, his face grim, confesses, "My sister got hurt." The urgency in his voice is palpable. Overcome with grief, he pleads, "Please, please, save her." His tears reflect the desperation of his situation. The first man, his hands clasped, quietly states, "You already saved my family once, so?" The implication of his next request hangs in the silence. His resolve hardening, he accepts the burden. "Yes, I will do my best." A promise is made, the weight of responsibility settling upon his shoulders. He pleaded, "Just tell me what I need to do to rescue them." Desperation etched his features, a stark contrast to the calm composure of his surroundings. The man was informed, "The interiors are quite sturdy, so you can use your skills however you want." This seemingly innocuous comment hints at the preparations underway for a dangerous mission. Another man, impatient, interjected, "Shouldn't we be getting ready to rescue them?" The urgency of the situation is becoming increasingly clear. "There are two important things," a voice explained. First, that they have at least 8 months before their supplies run out. Second, is the level of the dungeon. The precariousness of the situation is fully revealed, time is of the essence, and the mission's difficulty is emphasized. He nervously grips his staff, his face etched with apprehension. "So you're saying it's too dangerous for me to proceed?" The weight of the mission clearly burdens him. A surge of energy crackles around the man, his eyes blazing. Momentary strength released during an emergency situation is enough to rupture muscles or break bones. It's reflected in the growth of stats. "What you lack right now is the stats," the instructor explains, the gravity of the situation palpable. Until now, his instincts and skill alone had carried him through, but this mission would test his limits. The instructor's tone softens slightly as he observes the man's clear distress. "I also feel sorry for you, but this is the only way." Despite his empathy, the mission's necessity leaves him with no alternative. A powerful figure emerges, their face obscured by shadow, radiating an aura of immense power. "You can resist as much as you want," they sneer, the challenge a stark reminder of the formidable opposition that awaits. Sangwoo, a hunter, reassures a contact via text message that he's okay and at the hospital, taking a break from hunting. The concern expressed by the recipient suggests Sangwoo's profession carries significant risk. A man, seemingly connected to Sangwoo's situation, anxiously reviews the text message, his worried expression highlighting the gravity of the news. The setting appears to be a formal office or waiting area. The man's contemplation is interrupted. The single word, Agent Nim, spoken by an unseen individual, signals the arrival of a significant figure, likely an authority figure within the organization Sangwoo is part of, creating a palpable sense of anticipation. A bruised and battered man, his nose sporting a fresh bandage, stares blankly ahead.
A single tear traces a path down his cheek. He stands in an office break room, addressing a superior. Well, a lot of things happened, he explains, his voice betraying the understatement. The implication hangs heavy in the air, he's clearly not telling the whole story. The superior's face is a mask of stunned disbelief. His wide eyes speak volumes, reflecting the gravity of the unspoken events. He assures his interlocutor that he's fine, explaining that the family's mana traits vary widely. This reveals a hereditary aspect to mana, a crucial piece of world building. The young man explains his inability to contact others due to a lost phone, resorting to a clone phone and requesting a contact change. This highlights a practical problem stemming from the previous panel's revelation: he's cut off from key people due to the loss of his phone. His contact's concern underscores the seriousness of the situation. The inability to retrieve the lost contact numbers causes significant disruption and highlights the lack of easy backup systems. A quick glimpse of a woman contrasts sharply with the man's distress, suggesting a potential connection or a contrast between personal and professional life, adding an undercurrent of complexity. The man also has a bandage on his face, revealing potential prior injury. A man in a suit, his expression a mixture of concern and bewilderment, questions, "Come to think of it, what's with those wounds?" His unspoken query hangs heavy in the air, foreshadowing a deeper issue at play. The scene shifts to another man, clearly agitated, erupting, "What? How could you end up like that? I will complain about this to the guild officially." His outrage underscores the severity of the situation, hinting at consequences and potentially significant rules within their organization. The first man's face is etched with worry, as he murmurs, "Hunternim." The title, Hunternim, indicates a level of respect and familiarity, possibly highlighting a power dynamic or a close relationship between the two men. This respectful address further emphasizes the gravity of the injured man's situation. A hand reaches out, grasping at something unseen. The man, defeated but not broken, states, "Today, I only got beaten, but..." His words suggest a resilience amidst defeat and hint at a hidden strength or a larger, unsaid consequence that is yet to be revealed. He presented a gift, a simple paper bag, to the towering figure before him. The weight of the unknown lay heavy in the air. The next day dawned. His training complete, he expressed gratitude, a simple "thanks for training me," echoing in the martial arts dojo. His teacher, a man weathered by years of discipline, looked on with a mixture of pride and perhaps a touch of melancholy. The student's journey had only just begun. A man, radiating confidence, strides forward, his weapon at the ready. "Today will be different," he declares, the air thick with unspoken determination. "This is no ordinary day, the stakes are higher." Two injured men, clearly part of the same team, limp down a corridor. Their battered appearance speaks volumes about the intensity of the recent conflict. The scene shifts, three more opponents stand ready, their weapons poised. "It's 3 today," one observes grimly, acknowledging the escalating threat. The battle lines are drawn. Another day dawns. The simple words, "another next day," mark a significant passage of time, hinting at the cyclical nature of the conflict. The respite is temporary, the fight continues. 3 masked figures roughly carry a bound man, one of them grunting, "Hold him well." The urgency of the situation is palpable, their actions suggest a kidnapping or forceful abduction. A man in a suit, clearly concerned, checks on the bound man, asking, "Are you all right?" The scene shifts to a more formal setting, an office, perhaps. The bound man, his face partially obscured by bandages, grimly observes, "The gap between our stats is too huge." This reveals a power disparity, suggesting a significant difference in abilities between him and his captors. The comment hints at a larger conflict or game. One of the captors tends to the injured man while another drinks something from a bottle. The injured man mutters to himself, "I need to think of a way to fill in that gap." He's strategizing, looking for a way to overcome the significant difference in strength. A close-up on the injured man's eye reveals a sudden flash of determination, a spark of inspiration. The focus is on his gaze, hinting at a plan forming. "Well, I can try to get this, but is this safe?" The question hangs heavy, a clear indication of apprehension regarding the impending action. The camera sweeps across a training hall, a space designed for rigorous martial arts practice. Wooden practice dummies and spears stand ready, hinting at the intense discipline within. A sudden interruption.
Sir, a subordinate's voice cuts through the tension, signaling a shift in focus and potential danger.
A close-up on a man's face, etched with worry.
His expression mirrors the escalating tension, foreshadowing an imminent and serious development. A young man, his grin barely contained, stands proudly amongst a band of unconventional companions. Flanking him are three figures clad in dark, almost menacing attire, their faces partially obscured by shadows, to bear demonic features. The air crackles with anticipation. A stern, older man in a business suit observes the young man from a previous panel.
His expression is one of deep concern.
The weight of the situation hangs heavily in the air. The young man, now seemingly more apprehensive, is escorted by a large, imposing figure. Their shared expression hints at an uneasy alliance, a delicate dance between ambition and looming danger. He arrived here thanks to the kindness shown to him after his discharge. The man reflects on the fact that his benefactor's generosity was far from commonplace. The speaker wonders aloud if the expenses covered, his parents' temporary housing and Jaiwa's extensive medical bills, are somehow connected to the information he's about to receive.
He reveals he has a missing sister, whose disappearance is linked to her teammates.
The man explains his initial connection to the listener was due to recognizing a reflection of his own troubles in the listener's situation, despite their personal feelings being intertwined. However, he maintains that his acts of kindness weren't solely motivated by obligation. The man's eyes, etched with worry, fix on the other. He speaks, a tremor in his voice, the ability, "You couldn't tell me the last time. Just like how you saved the other survivors without wanting something from them."
The speaker leans forward, his desperation palpable.
"But the only man who has the chance of saving my sister and the other members of the first team is you."
His gaze is intense, unwavering. The weight of his plea hangs heavy in the air. The man's face is grim. "I guess it's my turn." He accepts the burden, resignation etched into his features.
A young man, eyes wide with surprise, stands in a dimly lit training hall, clutching a long, wooden staff. The air hums with unspoken tension. "Where is this place?" he stammers, his apprehension palpable.
The answer comes swiftly: "This is the training ground of the Kinas Guild."
The weight of the words hangs heavy in the air. His superior explains the urgency of their mission.
Time is of the essence, they must act quickly.
The stakes are high, made clear by the gravity of the situation. Despite being our guild's elite team with an overall B-class combat capability, Team 1 suffered injuries and failed to escape the dungeon.
The words deliver a chilling revelation of the danger they face. Now, do you understand what it means?
The question hangs in the air, a stark reminder of the peril ahead.
Yes, but there is a way around it.
A glimmer of hope flickers in the face of insurmountable odds.
Humans show unbelievable strength when they are about to die. The speaker observes a fundamental truth about human resilience in the face of mortality. Wait for a second.
A desperate plea interrupts a fatal blow, revealing a potential last-minute intervention.
Recognition dawns on the man's face. "Hunter Zhang Sangwu," he exclaims, a mixture of shock and disbelief coloring his tone.
His bewilderment intensifies.
"W.H. what? W.I.
How?" he stammers, his voice barely a whisper, the questions hanging heavy in the air.
The revelation hits like a physical blow.
"Your sister got infected by the MA virus during the portal disaster." The speaker's voice is sharp, filled with a grim urgency. The weight of this information settles heavily, foreshadowing the difficulties to come.
"So, did you also get a mission from the Kinas?"
The question hangs heavy in the air, the unspoken tension palpable between the two men.
One, sharply dressed and clearly unnerved, is questioned by his more relaxed, yet equally shrewd counterpart.
The answer reveals a debt of gratitude, a life saved, and the acceptance of a mission born from this salvation. The refusal is stark. "I won't back it up," the younger man states, his resolve hardening against the implied pressure. The older man's concern deepens, the stakes are clearly high, and the refusal suggests a level of risk the younger man is willing to bear.
"Ah, it's for the mission I was talking about," the younger man explains, the context shifting.
He said I needed better stats for the mission, so we did some training. The revelation of clandestine training, hinting at skills far beyond the ordinary, underscores the perilous nature of the mission he's undertaken. Leader Park Wanti's younger sister is trapped in a dungeon. His desperation is palpable, he'll stop at nothing to save her.
He plans a daring rescue, utilizing clones to overwhelm his adversaries.
A masked operative, knife drawn, prepares for a covert assault, his partner close behind.
The day of reckoning arrives. Wanti's determined expression hints at the perilous mission ahead. The next day dawns. 3 figures, battered but resolute, limp along a city street.
One uses crutches, another has a sling, and the third is nursing a bloodied nose. Their leader, a man with a determined expression partially obscured by his mask, addresses his team. The implication is clear: their previous 4-man team dynamic has changed permanently, significantly impacting their plans. The team sits before a stern-faced man in a suit. Their hushed admission, "He's too strong," underscores the overwhelming power of their opponent. Agent Nim stared, incredulous, at the phone's contents. "Is this possible?" he breathed, his voice a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. His colleague, clearly unnerved, could only stammer a hesitant reply.
The man's apprehension was palpable.
A single bead of sweat traced a path down his temple as he attempted to reassure his companion. "You don't have to worry about that," he stated, the words offering little comfort.
A chilling laugh echoed.
The man's shirt ripped apart, revealing a gruesome injury. His pained expression reflected the agony he endured.
The news arrived, delivered with a stark simplicity that amplified its gravity. "Mr. Jong Sang-woo came to see you."
The implication hung heavy in the air: a significant and dangerous figure had arrived. A young man, sweat beading on his brow, stares wide-eyed, a mixture of fear and disbelief etched onto his face.
His internal monologue echoes the question, "About to die?"
The immediate danger is palpable. The scene abruptly shifts.
A concerned voice cuts through the tension. "How about you? Are you all right?"
This unexpected query suggests a rescue or intervention is underway, shifting the immediate narrative focus from impending death to a new, uncertain situation.
Agent Nim efficiently reports his day's work to his superior.
The sheer volume of completed tasks surprises his superior, suggesting Nim's exceptional capabilities. Nim anticipates the captain's reaction to his impressive results, highlighting the significant accomplishment.
2 menacing figures, cloaked and masked, growl menacingly.
Their presence introduces a new, ominous element, hinting at potential conflict or a significant plot development. He forces the clones to ingest crimson jewels. Since clones are considered summon creatures, they can absorb the jewel's power.
The jewel's function for the clones is questioned. Any weapon, be it gun or sword, will suffice. The instruction is clear: attack with lethal intent. A fierce clash. One warrior drives his staff into another, a blur of motion punctuated by the sharp crack of impact. The force of the blow sends the second combatant reeling. The monstrous clone's power is a terrifying spectacle. Its enhanced strength, a direct result of the jewel's influence, is undeniable. However, a significant trade-off has occurred. Despite the increased strength gained through the jewel's power, a critical weakness has emerged: the clone's accuracy has plummeted. This unforeseen consequence dramatically alters the battlefield dynamics. "At least I didn't turn into a monster." The fighter, though bruised, breathes a sigh of relief, his words confirming a near-miss transformation during his recent battle.
His opponent, acknowledging the close call with a curt "That's right," prepares for the next move. The opponent's assessment, "That's a good attack," is delivered with chilling calm, a stark contrast to the intensity of the previous exchange. This measured praise hints at a formidable opponent and a battle far from over. A flurry of motion, depicted in a whirlwind of blue and black, signals a sudden, brutal shift in the battle's momentum.
The initial fighter is now overwhelmed by multiple attackers, the rapid succession of blows suggesting a desperate struggle for survival. Pour your mana into your arms and your sword as if you are one with the mana. Master this, and you will be able to cut even monster tree branches.
This crazy bastard, his wooden sword feels stronger than a steel one.
You've definitely gotten stronger.
To think you even have the ability to increase your stats by consuming the jewels.
But it's still not enough.
He effortlessly deflected a flurry of attacks, his weathered face betraying no emotion as he moved with practiced precision. A simple wooden staff was his only weapon, yet it danced like a viper, parrying blows that would have felled lesser men. His opponent, momentarily stunned, could only utter a grim acknowledgement that might be the case, for now. The words were laced with a bitter understanding of the power he faced. The young man's gaze burned with ambition. "I have no intention to stop at C-rank," he declared, his voice firm, his resolve unshakable. This was not mere ambition, it was a declaration of war against his limitations. "Where have you seen that angular nose and sharp chin before?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge. The desperate cry, "Whoever eats him first wins," echoes through the shadowed chamber as grotesque, red-faced creatures lunge forward. The stakes are clear, survival demands swift action. Blades clash, sparks fly, a whirlwind of motion as two figures engage in a desperate duel. The fight is fierce, a blur of motion under the dim light, suggesting a struggle for survival.
To be honest, let me tell you. The words promise a revelation, a turning point in this tense narrative. The weight of unspoken truths hangs palpable in the air.
His gaze hardened, a flicker of grim determination in his eyes.
My decision to become stronger wasn't solely due to your request.
He continues, his voice laced with a quiet intensity, it was the feeling of helplessness I experienced when I awoke in that hospital bed. The image shows a figure lying vulnerable in a hospital bed, connected to machines. The scene underscores the profound sense of helplessness he felt. The crushing weight of entrusting the lives of my loved ones to others during a catastrophe.
A panoramic view of a devastated cityscape unfolds. The extent of the disaster is breathtaking.
The city lies in ruins, submerged beneath a tide of destruction.
A monstrous entity, impervious to attack, looms over the ravaged landscape. Its presence is a testament to overwhelming power.
A man, etched with the weight of defeat, reflects on his past struggles. The futility of his efforts against the insurmountable monster fuels his resolve. He vows to never experience such powerlessness again. He sneered, a fierce light in his eyes, "You don't have to worry about my current capability." The man's confidence borders on arrogance, a stark contrast to the simmering power radiating from him. He stands, a powerful silhouette against the dark background, his hand gripping what seems to be a katana's hilt. The energy crackling around him hints at the destructive force he commands.
6 months have passed.
The passage of time marks a significant shift, promising a change in the narrative's focus.
Sinsealdon Station. A designated hunting ground, patrolled by heavily armed guards.
The air crackles with barely contained tension.
A brutal attack unfolds.
A man is sent sprawling, the force of the blow depicted in a burst of white energy.
The attackers, powerful and merciless, stand over their victim. The aggressors, challenged by a woman and a man lying wounded, arrogantly dismiss their complaints.
The woman's defiance is met with a curt dismissal, they already have their permits.
The hunt continues.
The guards, unmoved by pleas, coldly order the hunters to move elsewhere if they wish to continue their hunt.
The scene underscores the raw power dynamics at play.
"Hey, stay put. We'll take you to the hunting ground," they instructed the apprehensive woman, her wide eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and uncertainty.
The urgency in their tone hinted at the danger lurking ahead. "Shut up, you punks.
You're scaring them out," a gruff voice cut through the tension, silencing the nervous chatter. The speaker's annoyance was palpable, revealing a disregard for the delicate situation. The soldier's worried expression was mirrored by the hooded figure's grim assessment.
Look at this.
"Can't you see the situation?" he stammered, highlighting the gravity of their predicament amidst the urban sprawl. The soldier's horrified gasp echoed the realization dawning on the hooded figure.
"This hunting ground,"
he whispered, the words heavy with the weight of impending doom. The location, far from idyllic, presented an ominous challenge.
The Silvermoon Guild is using it.
The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a shocking disclosure that speaks to a far-reaching conspiracy. A brutal blow lands, a swift, decisive strike that silences the man's panicked outburst.
The hooded figure's strength is undeniable. A guttural cough punctuates the scene, the sound of pain and defeat. The previous attack has clearly taken its toll. Oh no, what should I do when you punch me out of the blue?
The hooded figure's apologetic words, though delivered after the fact, reveal a surprising level of remorse, hinting at a possible misunderstanding. A hooded figure, his face partially obscured, stands amidst the chaos of a nighttime alley. Fear is etched into his expression, mirroring the terrified soldier visible in the background. The scene pulses with a palpable sense of danger. Relief washes over the man's features as he announces, "Hunter Nim. I got it." He holds a large package, signifying the successful completion of a dangerous mission. One man anxiously asks if the resources are sufficient, while his companion confidently confirms, "Yes, this is enough." Their shared urgency hints at a critical operation about to commence. The scene shifts. A man is interrogated about the fate of the clones. His apprehensive expression and hesitant response, their status, reveal a potentially dire situation. A powerful, demonic entity emerges, its red skin and sharp fangs striking. The young man in front of it boasts about 60 jewels, seemingly empowered by their acquisition. He defiantly states, "Get out of my face." The demon attacks, but the young man's enhanced stats, derived from the jewels, protect him. He states, "The added stats are also applied to me," showcasing the power he now wields. A determined young man, armed with both a staff and a pistol, declares, "I'm going to go all out today," signaling a decisive and potentially dangerous confrontation. A weathered man, his face etched with concern, grips a staff, his gaze unwavering. The weight of the situation presses heavily upon him. Suddenly, a swift attack. A masked figure, agile and lethal, lunges forward, blades flashing, toward the man, who barely manages to brace himself. The man observes the attacker, his expression hardening. Their abilities have certainly improved, he notes, a grim realization dawning. He explains, recalling previous encounters, they said that the clone's abilities are usually lesser than the main body, but now it's become more or less the same. A tense moment hangs in the air, punctuated only by the man's tightening grip on his staff. "But," he begins, a hint of dawning dread in his tone. A demonic figure, its face obscured by a skull-like mask, recoils violently. The force of some unseen blow sends it sprawling. An older man, his face etched with weariness, observes the scene. "It looks like you ate too many jewels," he remarks, his tone laced with a knowing cynicism. The statement implies a connection between the jewels and the demon's current, weakened state. A younger man, armed with a pistol, points it at the older man's head. Tension fills the air as the older man's fate hangs in the balance. A sudden burst of energy erupts as the older man is struck. The force of the blow is visually devastating. The younger man, despite his apparent advantage, finds himself frustrated. "But you can't hurt me without a mana bullet," he states, revealing the limitations of his conventional weapon against the older man's enhanced abilities. This highlights the existence of mana bullets, a specialized ammunition, suggesting a system of magic or enhanced weaponry within this world. A powerful blow connects, sending the man sprawling. The force of the strike is palpable, a testament to his opponent's raw strength. The instructor observes, his words cutting through the dust and debris, "Just holding a sword and swinging it with raw power doesn't make your attacks any stronger." He highlights the critical flaw in the student's technique. Defiance flares in the student's eyes, glowing with an inner fire. "Not yet," he growls, a promise of greater power to come. The instructor assesses, his judgment firm, "I can't consider you a C-rank at only this level." His words convey both disappointment and a hint of expectation. Undeterred, the student prepares for the next attack, a fierce determination hardening his features. "But it will be different soon," he vows, brimming with confidence. A fierce clash erupted. Two figures, one clad in dark robes, the other more muscular and bare-chested, engaged in a brutal exchange of blows. Dust and debris flew as their weapons met. "Guys, look at this!" One of the observers, wide-eyed with astonishment, drew the attention of his companion to the unfolding fight. The sudden urgency in his voice hints at a surprising development. The second observer's gaze shifted, concern etched on his features as he questioned. His focus is now entirely on the captain's reaction, foreshadowing something significant about to happen. The truth was revealed. Stripped of his human guise, the captain stood revealed, his true form a powerful, armored warrior. The dramatic reveal, accompanied by the words, "The captain is actually a jewel," highlighted his unexpected strength and the monumental stakes involved in this unexpected battle.
The command echoes, sharp and urgent, "Everyone! Bite him off!" A desperate, frenzied attack is underway. A flurry of blows. One warrior expertly deflects a barrage of attacks with a staff, sparks flying as he counters his opponents. The battle's aftermath is a desolate, shattered landscape. Two figures, clad in protective gear, begin the grim task of searching the debris. "Let's start the search," one states, their voice resolute despite the devastation. A monstrous corpse lies amidst the wreckage, a chilling reminder of the conflict's intensity. "Calm down, that's just a monster's corpse," a voice attempts to reassure, though the sight remains deeply unsettling. "Damn it!" The two warriors, battered and bruised, could only watch the devastation unfold. Their failure weighed heavily. From a rooftop overlooking the city, a man in a sharp suit surveyed the scene. The scale of the destruction, buildings crumbled, fires raging, spoke volumes of the battle's intensity. A swift, deadly strike. One warrior lunged, his blade a blur, aiming to deliver a killing blow. His opponent, caught off guard, braced for impact. "Because I never intend to stop." The words hung in the air, a chilling declaration of unwavering resolve. The fight, it seemed, was far from over. A brutal blow sends the man sprawling. Blood spatters across the scene. A woman kneels beside him, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay?" she asks, her voice laced with worry. The man's injuries are severe, hinting at a recent violent encounter. Three men observe from a distance, their amusement evident. One scoffs, "Is it so hard to understand that the Silver Moon Guild is using the hunting ground at the moment?" Their casual disregard for the injured man highlights their indifference and likely complicity. The woman's face hardens with anger. They are even pretending to not see this situation. Her frustration reflects the blatant disregard shown by the Silver Moon Guild, foreshadowing potential conflict. The team leader's unexpected kindness is met with disdain. One subordinate snarls, "You trash," while another, witnessing this display of mercy, remarks, "Our team leader is indeed a sweet guy." This juxtaposition highlights the leader's unusual nature and hints at a complex dynamic within the group. The leader, unfazed by the harsh comments, calmly declares, "Let's go to the hunting ground." The shift to action underscores the imminent danger and his resolve to confront it directly. The casual tone belies a serious intent. A confrontation ensues. Someone questions the leader's actions, prompting a curt response, "HM? What is it?" "I paid for my entry." This reveals a transactional element to the situation, suggesting the hunting ground is not a spontaneous event but a carefully planned operation, perhaps with monetary implications or some form of controlled environment. The hulking soldier, his armor marred by battle, grips the young woman's shoulders. His face, though obscured, speaks volumes of suppressed rage. She trembles, her eyes wide with fear. With a guttural roar, the soldier unleashes a devastating blow. The force of the impact is palpable, a shockwave ripples through the air. Three onlookers, their faces etched with horror, witness the aftermath from a distance. The scene's brutality has clearly shaken them to their core. A figure, winded and clearly injured, coughs weakly, his body partially obscured. The sounds of struggle and exertion echo in the air. The young man, having subdued his opponent, questions the situation. His confusion is palpable, the events unfolding make no logical sense to him. He directly challenges the man, questioning the relevance of his presence to the guild's hunt. The implication is clear, his intrusion is unwarranted and suspicious. The man's stunned silence is broken by an outburst of disbelief and barely concealed anger. His reaction confirms the young man's suspicions. A grunting assailant clutches his stomach, pain etched across his face. He barely manages a choked, "Ugh," before collapsing. The young man, clad in simple clothes but now sporting advanced armor, stares in surprise and slight alarm. His initial attack proved unexpectedly effective.
Outraged, a member of the Silver Moon Guild confronts the aggressors. Their audacity in picking a fight with such a powerful organization is not lost on him. The guild members' warning is clear: there will be no easy escape. Retribution is swift and unavoidable. Two figures, one in military attire, the other cloaked and masked, survey the scene. Their presence suggests a larger conflict brewing beneath the surface. Hyung Nim, a figure in the shadows, urgently points towards a commotion. His warning is clear: danger is close. A burly man, caught completely off guard, stands defiantly amidst a group of shadowy assailants. Their blades glint menacingly under the city's harsh lights. The sudden escalation is palpable. Mr. Park Won-tae, a man of apparent high standing, looks shocked and concerned. The sudden interruption to his night is clearly unsettling. The interruption is explained: a man, impeccably dressed despite the late hour, stands before Park Won-tae, katana at his side, apologizing for the disturbance. His formal demeanor suggests an important, if unexpected, matter. One man, clearly agitated, confesses his oversight: "I should have come to see you instead." His companion, equally serious, counters: "No, the one who needs something has to come. The thing I wanted." The exchange sets a tone of urgency and clandestine dealings. The second man explains: "Just like what I said earlier, since this is personal information, you can't take a picture and it has to be returned to me. Of course, I just needed to check something." His concern underscores the sensitivity of the information. He stares intently at a document, his thoughts audible: he increased all these stats in just 6 months, right? Obsessed with hunting and exercising. Would those stats be enough for him to execute the plan? The question reveals a meticulously crafted plan, dependent on the subject's physical capabilities. The man dismisses further concern: "There is no need to mention that. Actually, I had another plan just in case he fails to make it in time, but there was no need to worry about it." A final set of numbers is shown: it's a monster-like growth. The implication of a contingency plan and remarkably accelerated progress hints at a high-stakes operation with significant risk. Jong Sang-hwa's stats and skills are revealed. His capabilities significantly surpass the expectations for a D-class hunter, nearing C-class. An assessment confirms Sang-hwa's strength is deceptively high, particularly due to his cloning skill, which elevates his actual combat effectiveness beyond what his numerical stats indicate. Two soldiers watch, stunned, as Sang-hwa unleashes a devastating attack, the impact echoing with a resounding quang. The force of the attack sends his opponent sprawling, highlighting Sang-hwa's raw power and mastery of combat. A desperate plea rings out: "Stop it now." A young man in tactical gear confronts a scene of chaos: a soldier lies wounded, gasping, "Cook," while another soldier stares, wide-eyed, at the unfolding violence. The young man, clearly distressed, faces a powerful, shadowy figure. His voice trembles as he protests: "That's too much, you can't." The weight of the situation crushes his resolve. The brutal aftermath is clear: a bloodied and battered face, a testament to the ferocity of the preceding conflict. The scene speaks volumes of the young man's struggle to control the situation. Despite the horror, the young man makes a grim decision. A single word escapes his lips: "Okay." This acceptance carries within it a chilling implication, a dangerous choice. The scene opens within the Sinseildong Station hunting grounds. A ghostly figure, its face a chilling mask of bone, lunges from the shadows, its presence marked by flickering flames and a palpable sense of dread. A man, his face obscured, retrieves a glowing crimson stone from a worn canvas bag. The texture of the stone hints at immense power, a potential catalyst for something significant. He holds the stone, examining it closely. The man's features, partially visible, suggest a mixture of apprehension and reluctant fascination. The weight of the artifact's potential consequences is evident. His hesitation turns to defiance. "Why should I do this?" he mutters, the words reflecting an internal conflict born of duty, risk, and perhaps a touch of self-preservation. Close up on the man's eye, now filled with a chilling resolve. The sounds of impending action, denoted by repeating jiok, Korean onomatopoeia for a sharp, metallic scraping sound, punctuates the growing tension, foreshadowing a decisive action. A man, burdened by a heavy sack, glances nervously towards the entrance. His whispered anxieties are clear:
an inspection is underway.
He's caught off guard by a young man's sudden appearance. The youth's casual greeting, "Who are you?" hangs heavy with concealed purpose.
The young man's calm assurance, "Are you sure it's taken care of?"
is met with unconcealed worry from the older man, while two armored figures silently loom in the background, highlighting the gravity of the situation. His shock is palpable. How did he bypass the Silver Moon Guild's vigilant guards at the entrance? The weight of this unexpected breach becomes startlingly clear.
A D-class dungeon.
Two burly men sneer at a young hunter, his armor gleaming faintly in the dim hallway.
"You are weak," one of them scoffs. "What are you doing here?" The hunter's retort is barely audible, "I muttered this asshole," hinting at simmering resentment. The scene is set, a confrontation is brewing.
The young hunter, his face etched with concern, checks his phone.
He receives a grim update, a choked cook
escaping his lips as he processes the news.
The urgency is palpable. He needs to understand what transpired.
The image shifts to reveal a horrifying scene, a group of muscular figures, all kneeling, their bodies visibly broken. The implication is horrific, confirming the extent of the incident.
The young hunter's shocked utterance, "How the hell, those people were all D-class hunters," reverberates the scene's gruesome discovery. The scale of the tragedy is undeniable. A grotesque, decaying monster, its flesh melting and blackened, writhes in agony.
The sheer horror of its form speaks volumes about the brutal reality of this world. A man holds up a crimson jewel, explaining, "These jewels remain in the bodies of D-class monsters and above, even after death." The implication is clear: these gems are valuable resources, harvested from slain creatures. The man continues, revealing a crucial system mechanic: D-class hunters find these jewels worthless, so they're gathered and trapped inside the dungeon until quotas are met. The system exploits low-level hunters to collect these otherwise discarded gems.
A man in sunglasses, clearly troubled, observes a group of captured hunters, muttering, "How did those people end up getting dragged into this?"
This raises questions about the circumstances surrounding their imprisonment and the larger implications of this ruthless system. The grim reality of the Hunters Guild is laid bare. Many are either in debt to the guild or were sold off to it, often working to pay off their dues. The dangers are amplified by the ever-present threat of monster encounters. A man, burdened by sacks, hurriedly collects scattered, glowing fragments.
The scene suggests a clandestine operation amidst a backdrop of urban decay and fire.
The weight of the situation crushes him. Witnessing such events firsthand shatters his preconceived notions of reality. A desperate plea is cut short by the chilling assurance from a figure in Silver Moon Guild armor: the gate will not stop him. The looming threat underscores the urgency and danger of the situation. He hands over a sack of jewels, the weight of them heavy in his grasp. "Leave the jewels," he commands, his tone leaving no room for argument. The thief, a smirk playing on his lips, comments, "You gathered a lot," as he watches his pursuer scramble away, muttering, "Tisk, fucker." Frustration boils over as a single word escapes him: "Damn it."
A grotesque, decaying creature roars, "Qua fucking bastards."
Its ragged flesh and gaping maw speak of brutal violence, the very air around it shimmering with a malevolent energy.
The creature is identified as a C-class monster abomination.
Its size and ferocity are clearly evident, the sheer power it wields palpable even from a distance. The scene intensifies. This is no mere skirmish.
Kim Yoo-hyun, a Silver Moon Guild laborer, his face contorted with rage, seethes, "Those damned fuckers."
His red-rimmed eyes burn with fury. He's clearly a witness to the creature's brutality.
Yoo-hyun reflects, "As I was thinking about this, it didn't make any sense."
The panel shifts to reveal a man he is grappling with, a situation more complex than the monster fight.
This suggests Yoo-hyun's anger may be directed at something other than the abomination.
A hand, calloused and strong, reaches out, fingers splayed as if grasping at something just out of reach. The air crackles with barely contained power. The man lies defeated, a trickle of blood staining the ground beneath him. His adversary stands over him, fury etched onto his face as he spits out, "You bastard." The sheer contempt in that statement is palpable.
The defeated man's eyes widen in disbelief. He gasps, "You think you can handle us all alone? We are all D-class hunters."
His words carry a mixture of fear and defiance, underlining the desperate situation. A heavy boot crushes the ground, leaving a small crater. The impact is sudden, the silence broken only by the faint thud. Two men, clearly distressed, are roughly shoved forward by unseen figures in dark, tactical gear.
The scene is tense, a sudden ambush unfolding in the city night.
The man in the tactical gear, momentarily revealed, is furious. "What the? Who are these bastards this time?" he demands, his voice strained with barely controlled rage. The question reveals a pattern of harassment, a clear escalation.
He located the file, a satisfied, "Ah, yes, here it is," escaping his lips. Concern etched his features as he noted, "Recently, it feels like he is a completely different man."
The change in his subject was profound.
A mission briefing commenced. The statistics flashed: low magic defense, but surprisingly high poison and ice resistances. "Let's start the Team 1 rescue mission," the command rang out. A worried whisper trailed off, "I wonder how strong he is right now." The weight of the unknown hung heavy. A brutal attack unfolds.
A man is violently thrown back, his pained expression clear even as blood splatters. The force of the blow is palpable.
A young man, seemingly unfazed by the preceding violence, asks, "Stop what?"
His question hangs in the air, revealing a disconnect between his perception and the gravity of the situation. The youth is reprimanded for his inaction. He was expected to react to the hunter's defeat, but remained passive. His silence now speaks volumes. Despite the criticism, the soldier offers a tacit forgiveness, ordering the young man to continue his guard duty as usual. The order hints at a deeper understanding, or perhaps, resignation to the situation. A sudden change in atmosphere.
The suggestion of escape hangs heavy in the air as three individuals, a man, a woman, and another man, flee the scene, illustrating the precariousness of their situation and the urgent need to find safety. A monstrous figure, its flesh decaying and its eyes burning with malevolent energy, loomed over the fallen. Its guttural roars shook the very foundations of the ancient hall. The man, his back to us, stumbled, the impact of the beast's attack echoing in his ragged breath. He was clearly overwhelmed. He collapses, defeated. "Fuck, I can't do this anymore," he gasped, his final strength spent. The fight was over. Recognition dawns on the man's face.
He remembers the rabbit horn, a chilling realization washes over him.
His observation is astute.
The stranger's appearance betrays his intentions. This is not a hunter, but something far more significant. The scene shifts to a grim discovery, a lifeless body, torn apart, left amidst the rubble of a recent struggle. A small, crimson object clutched in the fallen man's hand hints at the brutal nature of the encounter. Reassurance is offered, a stark contrast to the carnage. The focus shifts to a group of men, visibly shaken but still alive, signifying a larger, ongoing struggle and a potential reprieve. A gruff man, clutching a bag, confronts a young man in what seems to be a dimly lit alleyway. He demands answers, the implication clear: cooperation or severe consequences. The threat hangs heavy in the air. The young man, now seated with the gruff man, learns a crucial piece of information about D-class monsters: they sometimes drop jewels upon death. This is not guaranteed, however, adding an element of risk and uncertainty to the situation. The scene shifts to a different location, showing the brutal aftermath of a monster fight. A fallen creature lies smoldering, illustrating the harsh realities of the world. The narrator emphasizes that in dungeons, monsters frequently fight each other, creating a complex and dangerous environment. A harsh wham sound effect reinforces the violent nature of the event. The young man contemplates a diagram explaining a new strategy for acquiring jewels. Two D-class monsters fight, resulting in dropped jewels. Subsequent battles generate additional jewels. This reveals a tactical method for maximizing gains in the dangerous world of monster hunting. Even death in a dungeon holds less significance than a hunter's natural end. The gathering of jewels pales in comparison. A figure, clad in plate armor, wields a pickaxe, showering sparks as plus 10 gold pieces appear with each swing, revealing this to be a virtual reality game. The man's face is contorted, his hand covering his mouth as he mutters, "This bastard." His suppressed fury speaks volumes. A younger man's wide-eyed expression contrasts sharply with the older man's rage, as he innocently asks,
why did you get all emotional? It's not like we're in a good relationship. The tension between them is palpable.
He sneered, a chilling threat hanging in the air. I'll take them all. His masked face, barely visible in the dim light, betrayed nothing of his intentions. A young man, observing the masked figure from a distance, muttered, collecting jewels, huh? The thief, oblivious, continued stuffing his ill-gotten gains into a burlap sack. With a burst of speed, the masked thief fled, a breathless ha! Escaping his lips. His escape was swift, a blur against the twilight cityscape. A guttural sound, a strangled kruk aak kaak, echoed in the suddenly silent street. The chase was far from over. Panic surged as he sprinted, the words echoing in his mind. They didn't mention anything about C-class monsters showing up. The situation escalated. A masked figure barked an order, break all their phones, so that they can't contact the others. A phone shattered, the sharp crack punctuating the urgency of the moment. The man's eyes widened in sudden realization. The Silver Moon Guild, it seems, has set a trap. A guttural cough racks his body. The word fuck escapes his lips, a testament to the pain. A horrific creature explodes from the shadows, its ragged form a horrifying symphony of decay. A choked, guttural kaack rips through the air as it attacks. He grits his teeth, cursing the unseen assailants. The raw fury in his eyes betrays his pain. Damn bastards! He growls. A skeletal monstrosity, its multiple limbs contorted in a grotesque parody of movement, lunges forward. A dark blade slices through the air, leaving a trail of chilling energy as it cleaves through the creature's arm. The young man in the brown jacket, narrowly avoiding the creature's grasp, cries out in exertion as he scrambles away. The chaotic energy of the battle swirls around him. He's flung backward by an unseen force, the impact sending shockwaves through the air and leaving a crater in the ground below. Panic grips the young man as he cries out, not in a place like this, his distress palpable in the dimly lit, unfamiliar environment. His fear speaks volumes, this is no ordinary situation. A figure in armored combat gear abruptly grabs the young man, the rough action escalating the tension. The location appears to be a cold, metallic corridor, implying a clandestine, perhaps dangerous, setting. A monstrous creature materializes, its skeletal form hinting at dark magic or a warped reality. The armored figure's question, "You threw them away?" reveals a critical piece of prior action and hints at the stakes. The mention of the Silver Moon Guild further establishes the context within a larger, organized world. The monstrous creature looms before them, its terrifying visage filling the panel. The urgent warning, "Hey! Front! Look at the front," underscores the immediate and overwhelming danger they face. This encounter is no longer a simple confrontation, survival is now the ultimate objective. A monstrous figure, crimson and horned, attacks. Two figures, one in armor, brace themselves, the armored one stating, they said they were from the Silver Moon. This reveals the origin of the attacking creature and sets a tense scene. One of the men, clearly unnerved, asks, "I just asked you, what's the thing about Haisung Guild?" This introduces a new element, the Haisung Guild, suggesting a deeper mystery or conflict beyond the immediate monster threat. The armored man, clearly frustrated, scoffs, tisk, and shoves his companion away as they flee amidst the ongoing chaos. The urgency of their escape is amplified. Surrounded by more ghastly creatures, the armored man confronts his fleeing companion, incredulously questioning, "How can you act that way with monsters surrounding you?" This highlights the escalating danger and the difference in their reactions to the situation. A brutal clash leaves one combatant bloodied and battered, a testament to the ferocity of the fight. The sheer force of the blow is palpable. A young man watches the scene unfold, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. His question hangs heavy in the air, are they a team? Or is he a summoner? Who the hell are these guys really? His apprehension underscores the escalating danger and the mysterious nature of the combatants. The fight intensifies, a monstrous creature grapples with a crimson-clad warrior. The power of the clash is evident in the dynamic energy lines. The desperate struggle hints at the dire situation. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through the din, "How can you lose even after eating so many jewels?" The question reveals a crucial element of the world's magic system, highlighting the unexpected weakness of the seemingly powerful creature. A grotesque, decaying creature, its form barely humanoid, lets out a guttural, pained krr.
K-ah. The sound speaks of immense agony and a struggle for survival.
A young man, clad in practical, armored clothing, watches the creature from a distance. His expression is one of grim determination, his gaze fixed on the monster's horrifying struggle.
He assesses the situation, readying himself.
The young man lunges forward, his movements a blur of motion. A crimson energy erupts from him as he strikes, his weapon a powerful axe that cleaves through the air with a destructive force.
The creature's demise is swift and brutal.
A final, desperate sound, a muffled AK, escapes its broken form before it collapses, ending its suffering.
He plunged down a corridor, a blur of motion against a backdrop of shimmering blue energy.
Cornered, the man braced himself as two skeletal figures, their hollow eyes burning, lunged.
A guttural kr echoed through the metallic passage as they attacked.
His face contorted in grim determination, he fought back, the urgency evident in his words, "As fast as I can."
The man unleashed a powerful blow, sending one of the attackers reeling.
The intensity of the fight was palpable. A monstrous skull, gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, erupted from a swirling vortex of bone and shadow.
Its silent scream vibrated through the very air.
The warrior braced himself, his eyes burning with a feverish intensity as the creature's influence washed over him. The warning cry caught in his throat, a strangled gasp. A wave of agonizing pain racked his body, blood welled in his eyes as the ghastly presence threatened to consume him. He cursed, the single word a testament to his struggle.
"Be careful!"
The urgent warning sliced through the air just as a massive, skeletal hand lunged from the void, aiming to crush him. He barely managed to evade the fatal blow, tumbling helplessly.
The battle intensified.
The warrior, despite his injuries, fought with desperate fury against the creature, its skeletal form a horrifying embodiment of the encroaching darkness. The clash of steel against bone filled the air with the echoes of a desperate fight. Terror gripped him as a blade slashed across his face, the searing pain a stark contrast to the chilling emptiness of his eyes. The blow connected, a resounding impact sending the figure sprawling. His form dissolved into shadows, the remnants dissipating into the dark abyss. He stood, breathing heavily, the exertion evident in his strained posture. Before him, monstrous claws scraped the ground, a clear indication of the battle's intensity and his opponent's lingering presence. News of the victory spreads quickly. "You defeated the abomination," one man observes, clearly impressed by the feat. His companion, however, seems less thrilled.
The second man's reaction is immediate and sharp. "You told me not to."
His tone suggests not just disapproval, but a deeper concern.
He had clearly warned against the confrontation. The defeated abomination lies inert, its body strangely unresponsive.
"That's weird, he should have regenerated by now," one of the men notes, highlighting an unexpected anomaly. The creature's failure to regenerate signifies something unusual has occurred. A critical revelation emerges: the bone sword of abomination, there is a curse of corruption cast on that.
If we don't get a healer.
The implications of this newly discovered curse are far-reaching and ominous, suggesting the consequences of their victory might be far more complex than initially imagined. When they eat a lot of jewels, they tend to just get hit instead of dodging it. This peculiar creature, a summon, possesses an unusual appetite for gems, often resulting in direct impacts rather than evasive maneuvers.
Is he human? I thought a troll was wearing a hat.
The speaker observes the individual, questioning his true nature. Is he human, or something else entirely, disguised in seemingly ordinary attire? The uncertainty highlights the unusual circumstances.
Let's just say that I'm a summoner. But don't blame me for anything.
A dismissive declaration is made, identifying the speaker as a summoner while deflecting any potential responsibility. The subsequent action reveals the nature of this responsibility. A dark, viscous liquid is poured into the creature's mouth, causing a pained gurgle. The summoner's earlier disclaimer regarding blame hangs heavy in the air as the creature suffers. The effect of the medicine is remarkable, prompting immediate wonder about its composition and capabilities. Relief washes over the observer, noting the patient's improved state, although only temporarily. A crucial detail is revealed: the apparent cure comes with a significant drawback. The patient's life energy will be depleted as a side effect. The source of the seemingly miraculous medicine is identified: a skill involving poison. The user's grim acceptance of their abilities underscores the moral ambiguity of the situation. The grim pragmatism of the poison user is fully revealed. The patient's fate is sealed regardless of the intervention, making the action a calculated decision rather than a true act of mercy. I even told you what my skill is. Now it's your turn. The man in the cap, his expression a mixture of challenge and weariness, puts the onus on his younger companion. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. Who the hell are you? The question, sharp and laced with suspicion, is a direct response to the earlier demonstration of power. Uncertainty and defensiveness color the younger man's features, stark against the cool blue background. You have monster-like pets, and they are all super strong individually. This statement reveals a hidden strength, a critical piece of information that immediately raises the stakes. The implications are profound, implying a significant power imbalance. Of course you haven't, because I'm an E-class hunter. The revelation of his E-class hunter status, coupled with his prior demonstration of power, introduces an element of surprise and sets up a clear power dynamic. The younger man's shock is palpable. He was obviously unaware of his partner's true capabilities. I have some questions for you. The older hunter's calm demeanor contrasts sharply with the events unfolding, setting the scene for an interrogation. The looming shadow of the monstrous appendages adds a chilling visual note, hinting at the potential danger. A young man, grinning mischievously, leans against a larger figure, his cheerful demeanor hinting at an unexpected familiarity. His companion's voice cuts through the air, a question laced with suspicion: why are you talking to me as if I'm your friend? The casual interaction is thrown into sharp relief by the undercurrent of distrust. Kim Siana, the Wyolo Guild manager, eyes the young man with a mixture of concern and confusion. Her expression is a silent question: is this enough? The weight of her unspoken worry hangs heavy in the air. Her concern deepens as she voices her observation, highlighting a change in his behavior. Why did you suddenly start collecting those things? You weren't like that before. The casual collection becomes a clue to a larger, perhaps more troubling, change. A woman, her expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension, inquires about the number of pets a certain individual possesses. Her question hangs in the air, unanswered, as the man hesitates, his response a mumbled, uncertain, about that. A fiery, chaotic scene unfolds. A vast pile of glowing embers, possibly remnants of a recent conflagration, is revealed. The intense heat is palpable. Frustration boils over. The word "damn it" explodes from a man, his face contorted in anger, betraying a mounting sense of failure or defeat. The scene suggests a sudden, violent setback. A C-class monster abomination roars, "Gaah fucking Heising Guild." Its rage is palpable, a testament to the betrayal it clearly feels. Kim Yoo-hyun, a Silver Moon Guild laborer, sprints away from the creature. His panicked expression reflects his surprise at encountering a C-class monster, a threat far beyond what he expected. He didn't expect this. The panel introduces Kim Yoo-hyun, identifying him as a Silver Moon Guild laborer. This establishes his affiliation and sets the stage for his subsequent actions and their implications within the guild's power structure. A flurry of motion, Yoo-hyun's desperate attempt to evade the monster leaves a trail of debris, indicating the brute force of the creature's attack and the narrow escape. The impact of his landing is muted, a single AH. This quiet moment follows the previous frantic escape, underscoring his exhaustion and near miss. The man fought desperately, a ghostly figure looming over him. No, he gasped, his effort clearly failing. A sudden blow sent the man sprawling, a pained kook escaping his lips as he crashed to the ground. His savior, standing over him, casually inquired, "By the way, don't you have any jewels? Weren't you collecting some?" The implication of his words hung heavy in the air. Overwhelmed by shock and confusion, the man could only stammer, "What?" A young man in a hooded jacket is startled by an unexpected question, "Excuse me?" The questioner,
wearing a cap and seemingly out of place, looks utterly bewildered.
Their interaction is set in a dimly lit, possibly underground passageway. The hooded man's surprise turns to suspicion.
He mutters, "Who the hell is this guy?" The scene emphasizes his confusion and growing unease, suggesting a looming threat. The cap-wearing man is suddenly attacked. He yells, "My clothes!"
The action is fast and unexpected, highlighting the attacker's stealth and aggression.
The man's distress is palpable. Chaos erupts.
The hooded man is now fighting several assailants, his movements precise and efficient.
The scene is a flurry of motion, showcasing his combat prowess. He calmly dismisses the cap-wearing man's plight with "Don't mind them."
The hooded man's expression shifts to one of mild annoyance. His effortless victory and the continued obliviousness of the cap-wearing man to his situation create a comedic contrast amidst the violence, suggesting a larger, perhaps absurd, context to the events.
News of defeat spread like wildfire.
"He lost," one of the men exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Panic seized the other man. "I should run," he muttered, eyes wide with terror. His companion, however, remained strangely calm, instructing him to wait.
A monstrous roar, a guttural kaah, shattered the silence.
The creature, a horrifying skeletal figure, lunged. The calm companion reacted instantly, his movements a blur as he met the creature's attack head-on. The clash of steel against bone echoed through the corridor. A young man, his eyes wide with dawning comprehension, stands in what seems to be a sterile, brightly lit corridor. The apprehension etched on his face foreshadows the events to come. Suddenly, he's thrust into a whirlwind of action, his form a blur as he wields a sword, red and gold slashing through the air.
This abrupt transition signals his entry into another realm, a far cry from the mundane corridor.
A monstrous creature lunges, its gaping maw filled with rows of jagged teeth. The young man's peril is palpable.
A moment of desperate struggle is implied by the violent motion lines.
The young man's face is now a mask of pure terror, his earlier apprehension has morphed into stark, visceral fear. The scene cuts sharply back to his subjective experience, emphasizing the overwhelming nature of the threat he faces. A grotesque, skull-like creature, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, lets out a deafening shriek.
Its gaping maw threatens to consume all before it. The monstrous figure lunges forward, its decaying flesh barely clinging to its skeletal frame.
A sickening purple tongue protrudes from its mouth, adding to its horrifying visage. He heaved, a ragged breath escaping his lips as the monstrous claws of his opponent swiped past. The air crackled with the near miss.
"Oh, you didn't run away," a voice cuts through the tension, laced with surprise.
The young man, sword still drawn, stands panting over his vanquished foe, a hulking, red-skinned demon. The demon groans, exhausted.
A wave of relief washes over him.
"Fuck, really? This would have been bad if I got hit by his sword."
He realizes his incredible luck. How unlucky.
He mutters, still shaken. A young man, his face etched with worry, examines a vial of dark green liquid. "If he takes this," a voice explains, "he can live a little longer." The urgency of the situation is palpable, time is running out. The young man's expression shifts to one of cautious skepticism as he holds the vial. "What is this?" he asks, noticing a skull etched into the bottle.
The response, "Meds," the grim reality of their circumstances understated.
A guttural cry pierces the air as the medication is administered. A gaping wound, torn flesh, and searing pain are brutally depicted. The desperate measure is clear: this is a fight for survival. The large, red-skinned orc sits heavily, groaning, while the young man watches with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. A single word hangs in the air: "Oh." The immediate crisis is averted, but the long road to recovery lies ahead. The in-game menu displays the crafting options available to the player at level 5, creating poison-based items, with recipe proficiency increasing the item's effectiveness. A low-level regeneration potion utilizes life energy to heal injuries, consuming less energy the higher the crafting proficiency, although it slowly drains the user's life energy as a side effect.
There's also a low-level strength potion that enhances strength using poison. A fellow hunter urgently warns our protagonist, he says, "You're gonna die soon. Start hunting already."
The protagonist mutters to himself, acknowledging the need to resummon the summoned being.
A guttural growl echoes.
The hunter's incredulity is palpable. He stares at the protagonist, stating, "You even killed an abomination. I never heard about someone like you among the B-class hunters in our country."
The protagonist's exceptional skill is clearly unexpected.
The hunter's astonishment intensifies.
He questions, why is an E-class hunter in a D-class dungeon?
Forget that, how is it possible for you to hunt so easily in this dungeon? The disparity between the protagonist's rank and his capabilities is startling. Worried, eyes welling, the young woman with cat-like ears displays clear distress.
A silent plea hangs in the air.
Han Miho, guild master of the Yolo Guild, is introduced.
Her posture and expression suggest a calculated move is underway.
Miho explains that her actions are a favor for Mr. Wonte, who also offered a good price for the goods in question.
This hints at an underlying transaction. A question arises, was the individual involved called Zhang Sangwu?
The panel's darkening atmosphere and the piles of what appears to be coal or charcoal fuel suspicion. The narration confirms suspicions. Zhang Sangwu is using all of these materials. The implication of scale and potential danger is significant. He sprinted, a blur of motion against the vibrant blue streaks of his afterimage.
A single, strained ha
escaped his lips. I have abandoned those things long ago already. The declaration hung heavy in the air, a defiant rejection of his past as he stood amidst the chaos.
A blinding flash erupted as the figure unleashed a devastating blow. The impact, a violent, earth-shattering quang,
sent his opponent reeling.
A young woman, her face partially obscured by her hand, stands in a dimly lit subway station, a tense atmosphere clinging to her like a shroud.
The subtle tremor in her stance hints at the weight of a recent, unsettling experience. The scene shifts abruptly. A man, sweat beading on his brow, emerges from a storage facility marked Yolo Guild Storage, carrying a large box. His worried expression suggests the contents are of significant importance, and perhaps, a source of his unease. A seasoned hunter, witnessing the aftermath of a D-class dungeon raid, marvels at the unbelievable feat. He's never seen such efficiency, especially from a B-class hunter.
The young man's skill is extraordinary.
The hunter's astonishment deepens.
He expresses disbelief at the hunter's classification, an E-class? In a D-class dungeon?
The sheer impossibility of it dawns on him.
The hunter's bewilderment escalates.
The young man's casual demeanor is jarring. The familiarity of his tone is unexpected given their circumstances.
The question hangs heavy in the air, what is going on here? A young man, his face obscured by shadow, wrestles with a moral dilemma.
He questions his course of action, troubled by the potential for harm. The weight of his uncertainty is palpable.
Another man, wearing a cap, offers reassurance and suggests a conversation to ease the tension. The opportunity for open communication is presented.
The cap-wearing man shifts the conversation, revealing his own curiosity about the protagonist's activities while he was away.
This unexpected question introduces a new layer to their interaction. The young man, now visibly startled, reveals his ignorance of an internal conflict between two guilds.
This disclosure indicates a critical plot point, highlighting his unawareness of significant events. Silvermoon, a seemingly independent organization, secretly acts as the Haisung Guild's enforcer, handling their dirty work. This revelation underscores the complex power dynamics at play within the hunter's world. He's just received his hunter's license, and his casual demeanor shifts as he's pressed about his recent capture.
His reluctance to divulge details hints at a dangerous encounter.
The sudden, horrifying glimpse of dangling feet and a terrified child lurking in the shadows adds a chilling layer of mystery to the narrative, abruptly shifting the mood.
The scene is brutal and stark.
His refusal to elaborate further intensifies the suspense.
His reticence suggests a serious threat, one he's unwilling or unable to discuss. The tension escalates.
Overwhelmed by regret, the young man lamented, "I must have gone crazy. I even told him about my skill."
His companion, clearly bewildered, questioned, "Why did you get mad so suddenly?"
A figure, clad in worn armor, delivered a curt farewell, "Goodbye." The tense atmosphere shifted.
You can go out now. There is no one at the gate, a voice announced. The young man, visibly relieved, added, the Silver Moon bastards are gone too. A surprising twist. By the way, I think your skill is really great, the other man remarked, revealing a previously unshown appreciation. My skill? Are you bullying me? You will die if you drink one, the man in the brown jacket sneered, a hint of defiance in his eyes. He nonchalantly added, as you just saw, I don't really care about the side effects. His words revealed a dangerous confidence, a disregard for consequences. The man in the darker jacket, seemingly unfazed, offered a proposition: if you don't have a place to work, or if you are afraid of Haisum Guild's revenge, contact me here. This is where I stay, and the agent in this place also really hates the Haisum Guild. He offered refuge, highlighting a conflict with a powerful organization. A different scene unfolds. A young man, his expression thoughtful and calculating, observes, I think his skill would be useful for the clones. His words hint at a larger plan involving human duplication and the strategic use of the previously mentioned man's abilities. The scene shifts to a violent confrontation. A spectral, skeletal creature lunges, and the man in the dark jacket swiftly counters the attack, the impact resonating with a powerful quang. This reveals his proficiency in combat. A hulking, monstrous figure, a grotesque parody of humanity, snarls, its guttural growl echoing the raw, untamed power within. Gore escapes its lips, a prelude to violence. The beast lunges, its jaws clamping down with ferocious speed. A sickening crunch punctuates the scene, the struggle is swift and brutal. A wave of energy explodes outwards, a chaotic burst of power. The aftermath leaves the scene awash in a dazzling blue light, briefly masking the horror of what transpired. The narrator's inner thoughts ring out, this must be the side effect. A young man, clearly distressed, clutches his side, falling to his knees in the midst of the chaotic scene. A dark object lies nearby, evidence of the transformation's intensity. He stands again, donned once more in his armor, the monstrous form momentarily subdued. The gruff command, "Were these again?" reflects the precarious nature of their situation and the necessity for immediate action. The response is swift and resigned, okay. The hunt resumes. One man, masked and gloved, prepares to rejoin the chase, his companion watching with a grim expression. The air crackles with anticipation, a sense of urgency hanging heavy between them. A muscular figure, previously believed to be human, reveals a monstrous, otherworldly strength. The sheer power displayed underscores a terrifying truth: their quarry isn't who they seemed. Despite their victory, a lingering unease settles in. The hunters, shaken by this unexpected revelation, now understand that the situation is far more complex than they initially perceived. They must investigate further. Fortunately, their clandestine laboratory remains undiscovered. The location's seclusion is a strategic advantage, materials can be readily supplied from nearby hunting grounds, minimizing risk. The low probability of discovery further enhances its security. The operation's true prize is revealed: densely refined jewel crystals, far more valuable than any illicit drug operation. The side effect of transforming into a monster is far greater than even the most loyal pets can control. Consequently, the WHA has restricted the sale of these creatures. You are right, there weren't enough people willing to take that risk. That's why they were cheap. But recently, a story emerged that changed everything. Word spread of a place capable of processing these creatures to create a product usable on humans. Because of Project DEP, the Tron Company has been buying these jewels frantically. Since producing them is illegal, their price has skyrocketed. Who would have guessed this trash could become so valuable? We can make millions with these. We might get scolded a little, but not with this one, the man mused, deciding to postpone their confrontation. Let's leave it here and come back tomorrow. A heavy wooden panel crashed to the ground as two men stumbled, one muttering an apology. The tension crackled in the air. Peeking from behind a large, dark object, a man's eyes widened in fear. A man in a brown jacket gestures angrily towards a hooded figure, whose stubborn silence only fuels his frustration. So damn stubborn. He mutters, the words hanging heavy in the air.
The man, clearly agitated, stands in a dimly lit kitchen, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His concern is palpable.
A woman appears, a predatory grin splitting her face.
Her sudden emergence suggests a shift in the immediate threat. "There are a lot," she states, the implication chillingly clear, the danger is far greater than initially anticipated. Hefting a heavy, unwieldy object, the young man muttered to himself, concerned about how conspicuous he looked.
In the background, a chase unfolds, figures fleeing down the brightly lit corridor.
Panic grips the fleeing civilians as armed figures close in, the atmosphere thick with fear and desperation. His eyes gleaming with newfound determination, the young man observes the scene, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. The thought of joining the others fills him with excitement. The young man and his companions now find themselves face to face with a formidable-looking armored soldier, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. A masked figure emerges, giving a thumbs up, a mischievous glint in his eyes. The implication of camaraderie and shared purpose is palpable. A chaotic escape unfolds on a ship's deck. Figures scramble amidst a flurry of motion, their desperate flight punctuated by a triumphant yell, "I escaped!" The immediate danger is overcome, but the tension remains palpable.
A young man, sword at his side, breathes a sigh of relief. "I think the people have escaped safely. The monsters are taken care of."
His words suggest a battle just concluded, the immediate threat neutralized.
The tone, however, is not entirely one of victory, and underlying uncertainty lingers. The aftermath of the conflict reveals a darkly humorous turn. Two figures stand, one clutching a large sack of something, the other watching with a gleam in his eye. A troubling question hangs in the air: should I eat them all? The implication of their loot is grimly comical given the recent battle.
A text message arrives on a phone, a request from Kang Junmo to meet at the Keenest Guild the following day to discuss a mission.
The next day dawns, but the scene is one of disarray.
Two men stand amidst the chaos, one visibly distressed, questioning the whereabouts of individuals who were present just the previous day.
Their absence speaks to a sudden, significant development. A furious outburst follows, accusing security personnel of negligence.
The implication is a breach of security, a serious escalation hinting at a larger threat, possibly related to the mission mentioned earlier.
There is no way to stop other hunters from entering if they buy a ticket.
The only person who gained entry was the man who defeated you.
This revelation throws the injured hunter into a despairing realization of the precarious situation he now faces.
The hunter's despair intensifies. He curses his fate, lamenting that it had to be those specific individuals, those bastards, who entered. The sheer hopelessness of his situation becomes palpable. His fear manifests physically, he is sweating profusely, overwhelmed by the impossibility of retrieving the stolen items from those described as monsters. His predicament is dire. A sudden, sharp question cuts through the hunter's internal turmoil: who the hell are you? The implication is that a new, unknown player has entered the scene, adding another layer of complexity and danger to the situation. The young man scoffed, his words laced with a defensive bravado.
"Of course you haven't, I'm only an E-class hunter. I was an F-class just half a year ago."
His expression betrayed a hint of insecurity beneath the bluster. The other, more experienced hunter, remained calm amidst the chaos of shadowy figures emerging from the darkness behind them. "Calm down," he said, his voice steady.
"I also have some questions for you."
His tone suggested a measured approach, a sharp contrast to the younger man's defensiveness. His confidence momentarily faltered. A nervous, almost whispered, "eh," escaped his lips as the weight of the situation began to settle in. He mumbled, "That bastard was sensitive about." His voice trailed off, the unspoken implication heavy in the air. He attempted to regain his composure, offering a weak but determined affirmation.
"Let's be confident." The statement was more of a self-encouragement than a genuine declaration of assurance.
One man observes another, a younger fellow with a somewhat vacant expression, muttering, "This is good, looks like he is just an idiot."
The assessment is clearly dismissive.
The scene shifts, revealing a fiery chaos. The narrator's voiceover informs us, "I'm sure that quite a lot of people who are here were caught by the Haisung Guild. This confirms the presence of significant conflict and establishes the Haesum Guild as a powerful force. The younger man, seemingly unfazed by the preceding events, concludes, "Anyway, I got the information I wanted, so." His nonchalant tone hints at a deeper game at play. The information obtained outweighs any concerns about the violent chaos witnessed earlier.
"What? You aren't done yet," the impatient man demanded, his question hanging in the air. His companion, clad in armored plating, countered calmly, "What are you saying? I just started."
The urgency of the situation was palpable.
A grimace twisted the man's features as he examined the card.
"That's a really dirty business card,"
he muttered, the implication clear.
The card held a dangerous secret. He turned to leave, a decisive air about him.
"I'm really going to leave now."
Number 5 escort him to the. His words trailed off, but the unspoken directive was understood.
The mission was underway. Two skeletal figures, wreathed in ethereal blue energy, launched themselves at an unseen target.
The force of their attack is palpable, a raw, destructive energy crackling in the air.
A young man, his expression one of dawning horror, witnesses the brutal attack.
The impact reverberates through the scene, shown by the motion lines exploding outward from the point of impact.
He cries out, "Number 1."
The young man's worry deepens. He observes, "I thought he would be able to bear it with his regenerating skill." His concern highlights the severity of the situation and the unexpected nature of the damage. The young man is shown struggling against the overwhelming force of some unseen power, his armor now stripped away. His body is partially submerged in a vibrant, aquamarine liquid.
The scene demonstrates his desperate attempt to counteract the relentless force, showing the extent of his predicament.
Two figures, powerfully built, escape across a rooftop. Their hurried retreat speaks of danger close behind.
A third, heavier figure, observes from below, his silhouette dark against the electric blue glow of the city. Yes, he left.
The confirmation hangs heavy in the air, the speaker's relief tinged with apprehension. The scene shifts to a locker room, tension hangs between the two men.
Concerns mount.
One man reflects, "I thought he died, but he came back to life. I wonder what his skill is, and judging by the way he talks, I think there are several others like him."
"Are we in danger?" The other grimly agrees, lamenting their lack of equipment.
Frustration boils over.
"Idiot, don't you know what's in this place? The reason why we've been restricting this hunting ground?"
The speaker's anger underscores the gravity of the situation. A hidden room, tucked away within the wall, is revealed. The space resembles a manufacturing facility, prompting immediate questions about its purpose and the nature of its operations. The discovery of a tray of crimson stones leads to speculation about the facility's involvement in drug production. However, this is quickly dismissed. The stones are identified as having significantly enhanced properties compared to ordinary jewels, capable of boosting stats by 0.5 points each. Despite their potent capabilities, the long-term implications are questioned. The risk of transformation into a monster casts doubt on their true value. A man, his face etched with apprehension, stares intently to his side. The unspoken tension hangs heavy in the air. Another man, powerfully built, questions, "We aren't going to take this now?" His concern hints at a looming confrontation. A young woman, eyes wide with triumph, declares, "Found it." Her discovery signifies a crucial breakthrough. A young man, visibly strained, breathes, "It was hard getting those bastards off my tail." He's clearly relieved, but his exhaustion speaks of a dangerous chase.
He adds, "It's okay, so just go."
This is enough, so go, urging others to move onward, despite the lingering peril. The protagonist confirms his strategic decision to remain in the hunting grounds, attributing his presence there to the Silver Moon Group's actions. A curious aside reveals his bewilderment at the naked state of his pursuers.
He opens a heavy door.
A powerful sound accompanies the protagonist's discovery of jewel crystals. He expresses gratitude, indicating a successful acquisition or exchange.
The escort mission is complete.
A man, face masked and hooded, stands before us, the weight of his task evident in his posture. He successfully guided his charge to safety. Relief washes over the escorted individual as he bursts into the open, breathless but safe. His triumphant cries of "Good! I got out safely, and I survived" echo the successful conclusion of a dangerous undertaking. The man, now revealed to be carrying a substantial bag of jewels, reflects on the recent scarcity of these items in the marketplace. His words, "I was wondering why the jewels have been lacking in the stores these days. This is the best," reveal his successful heist. A voice, likely belonging to a mentor or superior, issues a warning about the risks of his recent actions. The clone's skills cooldown underscores the limitations of his abilities, creating a sense of controlled risk-taking and a hint of future consequences. If you become a monster, people will get scared. The clone's skill is on cooldown, so take it tomorrow, the voice cautions. A young man, his expression a mixture of apprehension and anticipation, stares at his phone. He's clearly awaiting something significant. The phone displays a message, "It's time." The weight of this message is palpable, a long-awaited moment has arrived. Panic grips a man as he exclaims, "What are we going to do now? The due date is tomorrow." His desperation is evident, revealing a looming deadline and a pressing problem. A sudden, violent attack. A guttural "ugh" escapes the victim's lips as he's struck, the raw force of the blow depicted through dynamic lines and his contorted features. The assailant's actions are swift and brutal. "Hey! We only agreed to let you in." The guard protested, his voice strained, his face a mask of anxiety and panic. His words, however, betray a deeper truth about the situation. His eyes widen further. "And those who escaped were the very people you trapped inside." The implication hangs heavy in the air, a grave accusation. "I'm telling the truth. You can ask the other guards," he pleaded, desperation etched onto his sweat-streaked face. His insistence only amplifies the suspicion. Anxiety hangs heavy in the air. A sharp question pierces the silence. "Are you going to stop those bastards if we get caught with these things? Do you even think?" The speaker's doubt is palpable, highlighting the precariousness of their situation and the sheer amount of risk they're taking. Their limited concealment, even the boxers they wear, emphasizes the desperation of their plight. Rage explodes. A furious outburst cuts through the tension. "Silver Moon and Haesung Guild, fuck you." The raw emotion reveals the depth of their resentment and the stakes involved. This is not a mere disagreement, it's a declaration of war against powerful adversaries. A guard, eyes wide with disbelief, reveals a crucial detail: the only person who could defeat the man who was just beaten was the one who released the monsters. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts to three injured guards, their pained coughs echoing the gravity of the situation. One urges his colleagues to confirm the truth with other guards. The implication is clear: the escape of the monsters is far from a simple mishap. Panic etched onto his face, a guard despairs, "I'm doomed. How can I get them back?" His fear speaks volumes. The situation is far beyond his control, underscoring the immense threat posed by the escaped monsters. He clutched a dark bag, a grim expression etched on his face. "I would have died if it wasn't for that weird guy," he muttered, the weight of his near-death experience heavy in the air. A young man with dark hair appeared, his words surprisingly calm amidst the lingering tension. "By the way, I think your skill is pretty good." His assessment hinted at a deeper understanding of the events that transpired. A figure, back turned, walks away. The cool blue light casts a somber mood. A blizzard rages within a cavernous, ice-filled dungeon. Immense power is unleashed, a spectacle of frozen fury. Baek Hwan, the strongest hunter of the first generation, is introduced. He stands before the icy dungeon, a formidable figure ready to face the unknown. The narration shifts. Contact with Baek Hwan was lost immediately upon entry, and he remains missing. The image of him is crossed out, marking his fate uncertain. Countless hunters have attempted to conquer it, yet all have failed, unable to penetrate beyond the lower levels. The challenge is formidable. Only one individual has succeeded. Except for the jumper, a notorious figure named Georgie Lucas's success highlights the difficulty of the challenge. This is where Team 1 is trapped. The speaker reveals that his sister, the team leader, is among those trapped. The mention of the Tower of Odin elicits immediate concern. One man's worried expression reflects the gravity of the situation. A group of hunters is trapped within. The urgency of the situation is highlighted. The ability to clone is crucial for hunter survival, ensuring others can escape if things go wrong in a dungeon.
The older man's question underscores the escalating crisis. If cloning is vital for escape, why haven't the trapped hunters already used it? A masked figure sits, ready to reveal all. The scene's cool blue tones add a layer of mystery to the impending revelation. 5 years have passed.
A monstrous howl, a guttural keek, echoes through the ravaged landscape, painting a scene of chaos and devastation.
A young man, 16 at the time, deflects a swift, brutal attack with practiced ease.
The speed and force of the blow suggest a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds.
Park Won-tae, then just 16, is shown amidst the carnage, his grim determination evident.
This is a pivotal moment, showcasing his resilience in the face of unimaginable horror. Amidst the chaos, a younger sister, Park Yuna, then only 9, offers her brother a small piece of candy. The gesture, seemingly trivial, underscores their profound bond and her unwavering hope amid despair. He assures her, "I didn't get hurt," despite the swirling vortex of dark energy still dissipating around them. The sheer power contained within this subspace dimension is evident. A young girl, clearly shaken but unharmed, speaks with surprising nonchalance. It just came out. I can put a lot of things in here, hee." Her casual description of controlling such immense power hints at extraordinary abilities or a unique relationship with this subspace. He urges her to rest. "Let's go and sleep. You must be tired," as they stand amidst the devastated landscape, a stark reminder of the power they wield.
Her immediate agreement, "Yes.
I'm sleepy," underlines her exhaustion and perhaps a deeper connection to the subspace's draining energy. The man, carrying a large game animal, comments on the mundane. "It's been a while since we last hunted a horned rabbit," while the girl beams, revealing a more normal aspect to their lives amidst extraordinary circumstances.
His following statement, "We could put items and even the people in that subspace dimension," solidifies the immense potential and unsettling implications of the power they control. A sudden, violent attack.
"Hey!" Park Won-tae, a voice shouts, as a hand connects with the back of a man's head, sending him reeling.
Yuna, her face etched with worry, exclaims, "Long face?"
Her expression reflects the gravity of the situation.
The guildmaster's been hit.
The news ripples through the group, as concerned murmurs fill the air. The serious discussion turns to the dangers ahead. The Tower of Odin presents a significant threat. They need a teleportation skill user to navigate the perilous ascent.
Yuna's urgency is palpable.
"If it's not now, it's never," she insists, her determination hardening against the looming challenge.
The need for immediate action is clear. A young woman, cloaked and apprehensive, stares into the middle distance. Uncertainty hangs heavy in the air. Is this the place?
Inside, a woman in a business suit confidently dismisses the idea of knowing the guildmaster's identity with a dismissive laugh.
Her nonchalance suggests a deeper intrigue. A scene shifts.
A man carries a box, while another man, bald and jovial, laughs, warning him of the potential consequences of revealing information.
The atmosphere is one of tense secrecy. A man in a suit, his expression heavy with regret, utters a silent promise: he will return.
The weight of his unspoken words speaks volumes. The cloaked woman from the first panel reappears, now with self-reproach, admitting she should not have been convinced.
Her regret underscores a hidden power dynamic.
A young woman, a mischievous glint in her eyes, scribbles something down, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. And also, she declares, the implication clear, she's about to add another crucial element to her plan. A sudden surge of dark energy erupts, a chaotic wave that leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. Her earlier confidence falters, a new worry appears: I shouldn't have gotten relief by something like emergency supplies.
Her reliance on temporary solutions has now become a critical vulnerability. The woman, now addressing someone named Won-tae, waves confidently. "Won-tae, this Nuna will get going now."
She is deploying her plan, but the casualness masks a serious, urgent situation. A large group of cloaked figures advances across a desolate landscape,
their movements deliberate and ominous. The scale of the threat she faces becomes starkly clear. Inside a sleek office, two figures engage in tense conversation. Did you think they wouldn't? They have been preparing for years. The revelation underscores the long-term planning and strategic depth of the opposing force, heightening the stakes.
Resigned, the man accepts the situation. You are right, since they left already, I guess I will trust them, he mutters, his hands clasped together, a weariness etched onto his face.
His assistant urges him, Sir, you have to go soon.
The weight of responsibility presses heavily on the man's shoulders. A solemn resolve settles on his features.
Yeah, it's my turn this time.
He acknowledges, his gaze hardening with determination.
A younger man, seemingly surprised, chimes in, I was there that time. His words hint at a shared past, relevant to the impending action.
A man, his expression a mixture of weariness and concern, inquires about contact with Team 1.
He reveals that even if seen, his disguise would have prevented recognition.
The underlying tension suggests a crucial mission underway, and the lack of communication is a worrying sign.
He explains the team's current protocol, mandated by the inability to connect outside the guild, remaining at Odin's tower entrance. The enforced proximity implies both urgency and inherent danger in their work. The man's posture slumped, his hands clasped tightly together. He notes the initial report was without incident, creating a sharp contrast with the upcoming events.
The scene foreshadows impending trouble. A journey report shows no issues initially, but a stark contrast follows. There was a problem after a month. This concise statement highlights a significant, unexpected shift, signaling that the initial success was short-lived.
The scheduled report is imminent.
The visual shows a desolate, icy landscape with a temporary guild tent near the entrance to the Tower of Odin. The setting amplifies the sense of isolation and impending danger. He obeyed promptly, his tone respectful.
Yes, ma'am. I will use the scroll now.
The weight of the mission was evident in his posture as he prepared to activate the powerful artifact. With practiced precision, he tore the scroll, unleashing a surge of potent energy. A torrent of brilliant blue energy erupted, a visual manifestation of the scroll's power.
News arrived swiftly, we got a report. Progressed 700 m after getting through the latter part of the first floor.
The update, though brief, conveyed the significant progress made, highlighting the effectiveness of the scroll's deployment. A grim report arrives, most of the team is engaged in fierce combat with the monster, suffering injuries in the process. The weight of the situation is palpable on the faces of the two individuals witnessing this news.
A monstrous roar, a guttural kaah echoes, underscoring the intensity and danger of the unfolding battle.
The visual chaos suggests a desperate struggle. Panic grips the reception team. One member gasps, KUK, as they witness the disastrous situation firsthand, adding another layer of urgency to the unfolding crisis. The narrator's perspective shifts, turning, anticipating the worst, they brace themselves for the grim reality of the situation. The desperate measures taken by the team are revealed. They employed a teleportation scroll, a significant escalation of the situation indicating the dire circumstances they faced. Blood splattered across his face, the old mage slumped, the very picture of defeat. His failure to intervene weighs heavily. The weight of his misplaced trust manifests. The man before him, once a beacon of hope, has crumbled.
Hey! The only thing we agreed on was to let you guys get in.
The speaker's frustration is palpable as he realizes the implications of his earlier decision. Other hunters are now likely to exploit the situation.
He continues, so those are the only people who went in and out, huh? His tone suggests a dawning realization of a critical security breach.
Why did it have to be those bastards? The question hangs heavy with resignation and a hint of anger, revealing a clear disdain for the individuals who entered.
Damn it! I didn't expect them to put us in a dungeon meant for C-class hunters.
The speaker's despair reveals the perilous nature of their situation. They're woefully underprepared. At least I earned something, he thinks, a smirk playing on his lips as he clutches a mysterious bag. Silvermoon will suspect me if I sell this right away, so let's hide this for now, he decides, placing the bag behind a rock in a dimly lit alleyway. He examines a slip of paper, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. The information it contains is dangerous.
He doesn't know anything.
He mutters, a sudden surge of anger consuming him, culminating in a furious outburst, "Fucking asshole." The unexplored S-Class dungeon loomed, a frozen wasteland of jagged ice formations under a bruised, dark sky.
A blinding, icy energy surged forth.
A bloody scene of carnage followed, the remnants of a brutal battle scattered across a ravaged battlefield. Severed limbs and a discarded blade, stained crimson, spoke of a recent, merciless fight. A man, his face etched with grim determination, revealed a critical piece of information: the Tower of Odin is a dungeon of special structure.
There is an entrance, but no exit. The implication hung heavy in the air, a one-way trip into the unknown.
The only way to connect to the outside world from within the mana-infused dungeon is through telepathy. Escape is similarly limited, one must either complete the dungeon or utilize a teleportation skill. This explains why a hunter is needed.
The question arises, can Team 1 escape using only their own strength?
The conversation shifts to the events of the Odin Tower incident. 5 years after the devastating 2005 disaster. My sister unlocked her ability in a dark age not long after the disaster ended.
Yuna. I told you not to come outside. Are you hurt?
He finds his sister, Yuna, amidst a swirling chaos, concern etched on his face. My sister had a skill similar to subspace storage. The brother's awe is palpable as he witnesses Yuna's newly revealed power, a skill echoing ancient, forgotten abilities.
Yuna, how did you do that?
He urges Yuna to eat, acknowledging her hunger. Her hesitant refusal reveals a resilience born of hardship, a skill honed by necessity. You got a really good skill, Yuna, he observes, highlighting her resourcefulness. Yuna's brother recounts their shared past, emphasizing the value of her skills, which proved crucial in navigating perilous situations during their youth. The scene shifts, revealing the physical toll of their recent adventure.
Yuna's proud smile underscores her contribution to their recent success in clearing a dungeon.
Her statement, "I thought it was the best for clearing a dungeon," reveals a strategic mind and a surprising competence. A frustrated grunt escapes him, "Uck."
Why the?
Park Yuna, Team 1 leader of the Keenest Guild, is introduced. Her name and title are displayed, hinting at her importance within a structured organization.
A woman, seemingly exasperated, exclaims, "Ha, here we go again.
Why did we buy a teleport scroll then? There are less than 100 teleportation skill users in this whole world, we haven't got one until now.
How will?"
This reveals a scarcity of a crucial skill and the context of their current predicament.
He continues, voicing his doubt, "Is it that you can't trust me with this task?
Even until Team 1 left for that dungeon, I wasn't sure that they could clear the Tower of Odin." His words reveal deep-seated uncertainty about the team's capabilities and the high stakes of their mission.
She insisted, "We'll return immediately if things get dangerous."
Her resolve, though firm, held a hint of underlying anxiety. He gripped his temples, the weight of his decision evident in his pained expression.
"It's terrible to leave my family behind." The unspoken guilt hung heavy in the air.
The silence was punctuated only by a relentless, melancholic downpour. His regret echoed the storm's fury, "I should have stopped them." His face crumpled, tears welling in his eyes as he confessed, and they eventually left. The finality of his words mirrored the utter devastation he felt. The guildmaster criticizes the team leader's overprotective nature, questioning their ability to trust their own team.
Is this misplaced faith, or a wise precaution in a world fraught with danger?
A sharp-dressed woman, likely an administrator, demands to know if the man before her has an appointment. The tension in the air is palpable, suggesting a possible conflict or confrontation is brewing. The man's surprised reaction to the coincidence reveals a shared past, hinting at a connection far deeper than their current professional encounter. A journey report from the Tower of Odin reveals exceptionally smooth progress.
This unusual lack of challenge leads to an unsettling reflection on an abrupt change in circumstances. It prompts the question, what previously unforeseen element is now impacting the situation? 1 month has passed.
Today marks the day they reach the 40 kilometers point of the first floor. Prepare the telepathy scroll. A hushed urgency fills the command center as a report comes in.
An ambush by an unknown monster.
A cloaked figure, his face obscured, strains under an immense pressure. The air crackles with raw magical energy.
My head is going to break, he cries out, overwhelmed by the surge of mana. The figure's eyes widen in realization.
They must have torn multiple scrolls at the same time.
Controlling the mana flowing right here.
The sheer scale of the magical disruption becomes clear. A powerful, dark vortex erupts beneath the figure, consuming him in a burst of chaotic energy.
A witness watches in horror. What's happening to that team? The scene leaves no doubt of the danger.
A powerful fist explodes forward, shattering the air with a concussive force. The attacker's shadow is consumed by the fiery red background, emphasizing the destructive power of the blow. The aftermath of the attack leaves a trail of smoke and fire. A man in a brown coat stares up in shock, his eyes wide with fear as the powerful force bears down upon him. A lone figure walks away, a sense of urgency in his gait. He appears to be leaving the scene of the conflict, leaving the consequences behind.
A vortex of dark energy erupts, swallowing a hunting party whole.
The sheer power is terrifying.
A horrified observer watches from afar, his question echoing the growing unease. What's happening to that team?
The aftermath, a figure stands amidst the devastation, a violet white energy still radiating from his attack. The text reveals this as the result of his actions. Fear etched deep into his face, the king stared out, his eyes wide with a terror that spoke volumes.
The weight of his crown seemed to crush him, mirroring the burden of his kingdom's imminent doom.
The urgency in the commander's voice cut through the chaos. A figure lay injured, the call for immediate medical aid underscored the severity of the situation.
A subordinate's immediate, crisp response, "Yes, sir,"
highlighted the gravity of the situation and the well-oiled efficiency of the responding team. Heavy breaths filled the air, indicating both exertion and growing concern. Terror gripped the king's face as fiery destruction raged around him. His eyes, wide with fear, reflected the inferno consuming his kingdom. A frantic command cut through the chaos. The urgent order to dispatch a rescue team immediately, but to only investigate the exterior of the subdimension. Absolutely no entry was permitted.
Devastation.
The messenger's anguished report confirmed the worst. The monsters had annihilated the scrolls, leaving only ruin in their wake.
We haven't seen anything like this monster in the report. The injured man coughs violently, his condition worsening by the second. Urgent action is needed, he needs immediate medical attention. A man in a dark blue cloak kneels amidst a pool of blood, his face etched with grim determination. The severity of his injuries is clear, underscoring the gravity of the recent battle. Observing from a distance, a figure with telepathic abilities intercepts the thoughts of the wounded, realizing the mission's failure. The connection remains unbroken, allowing him to understand the grim reality of the situation. A young woman, her face bruised and bandaged, confesses their failure. Her words hang heavy with the weight of defeat and the crushing weight of responsibility. He urged patience, a low growl escaping his lips as he said, "I can wait, so don't rush things too much." The urgency in his words belied his calm exterior. Time was of the essence, but recklessness would only compound their difficulties. That was their last words, a man stated, his back to the viewer, the weight of the previous events heavy in the air.
He continued, "After that, we tried to hire many hunters, revealing the desperate measures taken after the initial failure." The man's incredulity was palpable.
Tower of Odin? Go there?
"You must be crazy," he exclaimed, the words laced with a mixture of disbelief and concern. He added, almost as an afterthought, "The dungeon is, never mind," his voice trailing off, hinting at a terrifying truth he chose not to voice. A woman with striking silver hair, accompanied by a massive white wolf with piercing red eyes, appeared, the scene shifting dramatically. Her presence suggested a new, powerful player had entered the game, bringing with it both the promise and the threat of untold danger. The young man's face is etched with the strain of a harrowing ordeal, a stark contrast to the towering warrior in the background whose battle-worn armor speaks of immense conflict.
This encounter, a meeting forged in the crucible of war, marks a turning point. He met his rescuer. His superior explains that the young man's selection was deliberate, his capabilities were precisely what was needed to reach the isolated team. A calculated strategy, designed to leverage the young man's unique abilities for the rescue mission. The mission briefing concludes. The weight of the coming operation settles upon the superior's face, a palpable sense of seriousness permeates the scene. Preparation is complete, it is time for action. Departure is set for tomorrow, rendezvous at Odin's Tower. A simple statement, yet it carries the weight of anticipation and unspoken determination. A brutal blow sends the man sprawling. The impact is clearly felt, a jarring force that leaves him dazed and vulnerable. He grits his teeth, barely registering the pain as he unleashes a furious retort at his attackers, "You shitheads." His anger, raw and potent, fuels his defiance. Their superior, Yang Jukiel, leader of the Silver Moon Guild, arrives on the scene, his face a mask of barely contained fury. His words cut through the chaos, "I sent D-class bastards to guard the entrance, but everything got stolen, huh?" The implication of incompetence and potential betrayal hangs heavy in the air. The panel focuses on Yang Jukiel, the leader of the Silver Moon Guild, his name and title clearly displayed. His malevolent gaze reveals a man accustomed to power and expecting unwavering loyalty. The introduction of this key antagonist sets the stage for escalating conflict. A subordinate stammers, offering a weak excuse, most of them were wearing masks and... The implication of a well-organized and masked heist further highlights the incompetence of the guards and the sophistication of the thieves. A grizzled man, his face etched with a mixture of disbelief and anger, mutters, "So you were beaten by an E-class hunter?" His reaction reveals the shocking implications of this unexpected defeat. His eyes blaze with fury, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air, "Do you think, huh?" The intensity of his gaze speaks volumes about the gravity of the situation. The man's orders are blunt and decisive: "This will be over if they replace us with other suppliers. I won't say another word. Find that guy and drag him to me." His determination to rectify the situation underscores his power and influence. A subordinate's curt response, "Got it," confirms the urgency and implicit threat within the orders. Tears streamed down the faces of three men, huddled together in a dimly lit room, their shoulders slumped in defeat. Their distress was palpable. "Ha! Those useless bastards." The disdain in the voice is clear, even without seeing the speaker's face, he is clearly superior. This man watches the scene unfold from afar. A chilling laugh echoes. Kang Chanseon, vice leader of the Silver Moon Guild, revels in the apparent failure of others. His amusement is cruel and calculating. The next day dawns over the JM agency. A question hangs in the air: is something amiss with this particular assignment? The reason behind their attempt to conquer the Tower of Odin is revealed to be suspicious. A superior officer addresses a group, inquiring about the feeling of mission success, specifically regarding the clearing of the Tower of Odin. The undercurrent of the question hints at a deeper issue. The Tower of Odin, it turns out, is empty. This revelation casts a pall of unexpected consequence over the scene. A stark warning echoes: "Don't enter the Tower of Odin to uselessly sacrifice your lives." The gravity of the situation is underscored, hinting at a perilous undertaking ahead. "You are right. Do you want me to look into it?" The concise agreement suggests a shared understanding of the risk, but also the acceptance of the potential need for investigation. Okay. Let's get back to this next. A change in subject is abruptly halted, a question forming, "Huh?" The shift in tone and the sudden interruption foreshadow a surprising development. A young man slumps to the ground, exhausted and defeated. The silent panel underscores the emotional weight of unseen events, adding a layer of mystery to his weariness. Who is that? The question hangs in the air, drawing attention to the previously unseen figure and implying his significance to the unfolding events. Kang Junmo, of the JM agency, introduces himself. His expression is one of practiced neutrality, belying the tension underlying the encounter. A young woman, seemingly his associate, responds with a slight blush and a nervous adjustment of her collar.
Her reaction suggests a level of discomfort or unease with the current situation. The suggestion to eat first hints at a need for a brief respite or a moment to de-escalate the inherent tension of their mission. The subsequent statement reveals they are close to their target. He begins his meal, his focus momentarily diverted to the simple act of eating, a brief pause before the likely resumption of whatever clandestine operation awaits. The name Albideb hangs in the air, a cryptic marker in this clandestine meeting. Two figures sit opposite each other, the tension palpable. A sharp question cuts through the silence. Seeing that you came here, I can expect that you came here to work for the JM agency, right? The implication is clear, this is a recruitment, but under what circumstances? The interviewer presses further, then, may I ask what skill you have? The potential recruit's abilities are now the focus. The answer is surprising, appraising items a little, and making potions. A unique skill set, certainly not the typical candidate profile for a clandestine agency like the JM agency. A sudden, violent outburst, but you will die after drinking. The jovial air dissipates, the potential recruit's potions are deadly. The interviewer slams the table, the tension escalating sharply. He resolves to utilize his newly acquired skills to their fullest extent. Securing funding and equipment for potion production is his next objective. His friend questions his sudden departure, prompting the revelation that he's headed to a dungeon, but not for hunting. This dungeon trip is for a purpose beyond simple hunting, a different goal drives his actions. His friend remains intrigued and slightly apprehensive about his comrade's new mission. He displayed two small vials, one labeled mana and the other strength. I made those potions before, he explained, one is for strength and one is for mana. Service for the food. Their easily identifiable nature was noted. Tension crackled in the air as a young man, flanked by two heavily armed figures, confronted a trio of masked individuals. The palpable unease hinted at a brewing conflict. A sudden, dark vortex erupted behind him. His immediate reaction revealed a preparedness for the worst. He turned expecting an ambush, bracing himself for a dire encounter. A desperate struggle unfolds. Two figures are thrown back by a crimson wave of energy, the attackers utilizing a teleportation scroll in their escape. The narrator reflects on a past decision, lamenting the weakness of trying to save those now vanished, leaving a bitter taste of regret. One of the attacked, a man in a blue coat, stands bleeding, his face etched with pain and shock. A second, cloaked figure watches from the shadows, a stark contrast to the fiery red background. The consequences of misplaced trust are revealed, a reckless decision that shattered all expectations. Everything he had built crumbled before his eyes, a devastating failure he must now confront. Sangtae. A desperate cry echoes as two figures, clad in dark cloaks, crumple to the ground, their faces contorted in pain and fear. The scene is punctuated by a sharp, visceral impact. Their horrified pleas are cut short. No, the portal. The ground cracks, a visual representation of the imminent threat of the otherworldly gateway destabilizing, swallowing them. A new scene unfolds. A figure, seemingly untouched by the chaos, stands firm amidst a swirling vortex of blue energy. Wake up! You are all right now. The telepathy is still connected, right? A voice, calm amidst the storm, pierces through the tension. It's a crucial connection to the events unfolding. A young man, eyes wide with pain, collapses amidst a chaotic scene. A sickly green glow emanates from his chest as two figures, clearly distressed, struggle to support him. The air crackles with unseen energy. The injured man is now carefully laid on a makeshift stretcher, carried away by two cloaked figures. The urgency is palpable. A tense scene unfolds. A high-ranking official, his face etched with worry, is approached by a messenger bearing grave news. Sir, they say there is something they would like to tell you, the messenger reports, his tone heavy with significance. The weight of this unspoken information hangs heavy in the air. The battle is over. This declaration, delivered with a weary resignation, signals the conclusion of a conflict, its full implications yet to be fully understood. A grim determination etched itself onto his face. He muttered, "We could do it." The unspoken weight of the task hung heavy in the air. His resolve hardened.
Facing an impossible situation, he vowed, "I will come back alive, no matter what."
The faint glow of distant stars mirrored the flickering hope in his eyes. The harsh reality struck: his bold offer had yielded no takers. But none of them took the job, he realized, the silence amplifying the gravity of his impending mission. The weight of his team's potential failure pressed down. A challenge was posed: "If we can go in, relying on the teleport scroll, how do you explain your mission team that got trapped in there?"
The question underscored the inherent risks.
A voice, hesitant yet firm, declares, "And of course, I don't want to go by myself." The underlying vulnerability hints at a dangerous task ahead.
Reassurance arrives swiftly.
"Our keenest guild will escort you until the entrance of Odin's tower," a powerful figure assures, the words a promise of protection against looming threats.
The scene shifts, revealing a tense confrontation. Accusations fly. "Did I ask you to go inside there and hunt or something? Did I ask you to do something impossible?"
The speaker's incredulity underscores the impossible task at hand.
Doubt hangs heavy in the air. A defiant challenge cuts through the tension. "You want me to believe that?"
The question marks the beginning of a critical turning point.
"Okay, let's hear who this bastard is."
The man in the white coat, his face a mask of barely controlled fury, demands an explanation.
The weight of his unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air.
"There was one guy who wasn't wearing one, but he wasn't on the list of hunters on or above D-class."
A subordinate nervously reports, highlighting a crucial oversight in their security.
This detail foreshadows a significant threat.
"Do you think we were the only ones manufacturing the jewel crystal?" The man in white presses, revealing a hidden layer of competition and danger within their operation.
The question implies a larger, more dangerous game at play.
"If we can't gather the amount we have to hand over to the Haesun Guild, do you think they will kindly wait for us?"
The implication of immediate violence and the consequences of failure are made clear.
Time is running out.
The man is brutally attacked, a swift and brutal end to his defiance. The thud of his body hitting the ground underscores the gravity of the situation and the merciless nature of those in power. He confidently dismissed their recent defeat, a smug grin playing on his lips. "I'm sure they'll just get beaten again."
It's already happened.
The man's earlier bravado crumbled as he rubbed his eyes, a fresh wave of doubt washing over him. "Where should I get the jewels?" His worry is palpable. One of his associates voiced his suspicion, his tone low and serious.
"I don't think he's lying, but I think there's something important he didn't mention."
The other man, seemingly more knowledgeable, responded with a pensive expression. "I don't know about the hunter industry, but I know about the Tower of Odin." The implication of this revelation hangs heavily in the air. A new, more dangerous element has entered the game. The Tower of Odin, once a legendary site, now holds only a monster.
Treasure and items are long gone.
Hunters abandoned the tower after this discovery, leaving it to become an abandoned dungeon. However, the leader's explanation for his best team's mission to clear it remains elusive. He hasn't articulated why they're undertaking this perilous task.
He dismisses the topic.
His primary mission is rescuing his team, not clearing the dungeon.
The focus remains firmly on the rescue operation.
A young woman, encountered earlier in a hunting ground, has unexpectedly taken refuge at the entrance.
Her presence, though initially unanticipated, sets the stage for the unfolding events. The scene shifts to a dimly lit corridor.
A man, seemingly exhausted, lies on the floor, clutching a phone as two sharply dressed men look down on him with concerned expressions. This encounter suggests a developing conflict or a situation requiring immediate attention. One of the sharply dressed men offers a dismissive yet reassuring comment to the seated man, hinting at a power imbalance and the potential for further developments. He saved his number on the shattered screen of his phone. A silent testament to a life disrupted. His gaze, sharp and apprehensive, betrays a deep unease. The weight of his decision is palpable. The man in the suit, clearly agitated, reacts with disbelief to the revelation about potions that don't kill.
This is new information, altering the dynamics of their operation.
A question hangs in the air, thick with suspicion. Are these potions intended for use on the clones?
The implications are grave.
With a curt dismissal, the man in the suit departs, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease. The tension remains. He offered her a small, unassuming vial. "Take this," he said, his tone serious despite the casual setting of the diner. A small spark erupted from the vial as she accepted it. Her brow furrowed in concern. "Any side effects?" she asked, her gaze intense. The man sighed, explaining, "Strength potions melt your muscles, and mana potions make your body explode." The ominous glow in the tiger's eyes reflected the gravity of the situation. "After then, you know the story." The portal disaster happened. The words hung heavy in the air, a prelude to a catastrophe. A woman, poised and alert, speaks into her phone, "I'm almost there." The urgency in her voice is palpable. Her task, the relocation of numerous valuable jewels, a clandestine operation demanding precision and speed. Her concern is evident as she continues the call, questioning the feasibility of her undertaking. "So you want me to move all the jewels to the Keene building? When would I be able to move all those?" The sheer volume of precious cargo weighs heavily on her mind. Suddenly, a violent crash interrupts her call. She's attacked. The force of the blow is depicted in a powerful visual, as she's sent reeling. Her mission, already fraught with risk, takes a dangerous turn. A gaping hole appears in the wall behind her, a testament to the ferocity of the attack. The woman is clearly outmatched. Her precarious situation intensifies, as she is left vulnerable and exposed. The YOLO Guild's raid is underway. A young woman, her face tight with fury, activates her raider skill, a surge of green energy enveloping her. She's enraged by the audacity of those who dare to rob them. Her skill allows her to see her targets hidden within the guild's storage. "I can see you hiding inside. Get out right now," she commands, her voice cutting through the air. A woman is forced from her hiding place, struggling against a mysterious, dark force. Panic contorts her face as she is pulled from cover. Gasping for air, the woman is left vulnerable, her only words a desperate plea, "Who are you?" Her attacker, a figure cloaked in mystery and wielding an unusual ring, calmly counters, "Do you expect me to answer when we have hidden like this?" The implication is clear, this was a planned, well-executed operation. A powerful blow sends the target reeling, a blur of motion punctuated by the sharp impact sound. The attack is swift, decisive. A dark, viscous liquid spills from a container, its ominous flow a stark contrast to the dusty, yellow background. The substance seems potent, almost alive. Amidst the raging inferno engulfing a building, a declaration is made, for now, they are safe, securing the jewels. The flames paint a backdrop of destruction, yet the words suggest a temporary reprieve. The scene shifts to a fiery cityscape. Amidst the chaos, a woman calmly orders the retrieval of the stolen jewel crystals, her resolve unwavering amidst destruction. The urgency is palpable. A spaceship hurtles through the inky blackness of space, its red navigation lights piercing the cosmic dust. Ahead, a colossal, jagged silhouette looms, a dark mountain range against a nebula of swirling greens and purples. Stepping onto unfamiliar streets, a young man observes his surroundings with a quiet curiosity. "This is my first visit to another country," he reflects, his voice a soft murmur. The new environment hints at the scope of his adventure. A fiery portal crackles to life, its intense orange glow illuminating the dark surroundings. The inscription Valhalla Portal, connecting portal to Odin's Tower, confirms its purpose, foreshadowing a journey of immense significance. Mr. Park Wontae awaits at the entrance. Proceed immediately. He's surrounded, trapped amidst a surge of hostile figures. The air crackles with tension. A young man stood before a colossal, shadowy entity, its form barely visible against the dark expanse. Powerful currents of energy swirled around him, a desperate defense against the looming threat. The young man's gaze darted downward, revealing the sheer precipice beneath his feet, a bottomless chasm stretching into an unknown abyss. The danger was twofold, the monstrous presence above and the deadly drop below. He shivered, his fear palpable. Two figures emerged from the shadows, their dark armor reflecting the cold light. One offered a curt, dismissive okay, signaling a grim acceptance of his plight.
The YOLO Guild's storage is empty.
A meticulously planned heist, all the jewels of Miho are gone.
A frantic search ensues. The team discovers the thief's trail, narrowly avoiding capture. They've found him. The thief is cornered, surrounded by his pursuers. His expression is one of surprised resignation.
The map reveals the thief's last known location, 40 kilometers from the entrance.
The chase continues, now with a defined target.
Their journey was slowed by food shortages, a minor setback in their larger plan. A vital scroll, crucial to their operation, was entrusted to agents number 4, number 5, and number 6, underscoring its importance. The scroll's use was simple: tear it to reveal a marked location.
He promised a meal. Homemade food, he said.
A simple promise, yet it hints at a respite before the coming storm.
The preparations are swift and silent.
A sword is retrieved, potions secured, the gravity of the upcoming mission is palpable.
Obedience hangs heavy in the air.
A simple okay confirms the readiness of the two figures as they prepare to face their unknown challenge.
A chilling premonition.
Three figures, cloaked and ominous, advance in the distance, their approach foreshadowing the coming conflict.
The sense of impending danger is undeniable.
A familiar skill activates, a surge of blue energy erupting as the system message flashes across the panel. The energy coalesces, revealing a figure shrouded in shadow, observing the unfolding event.
A tense silence hangs in the air. A gloved hand unleashes a torrent of ice, a blizzard conjured with practiced ease.
The raw power is breathtaking. The user, partially masked, notes with satisfaction, "Good, the familiar skill is working perfectly."
The ice storm rages, a testament to their mastery.
Despite the potent magic, he grimaces, muttering, "Ugh, the snowstorm is strong, my resistance to cold is relatively high, but it's still cold."
The exertion is evident.
He continues his assault on the frozen landscape, the ice crystals shattering under the force of his attack. The scale of his power is now clear, he shapes the very battlefield.
A cloaked figure, his face obscured by a mask, stands amidst a blizzard.
The biting wind whips around him, but he remains resolute, a quiet intensity radiating from his stance. "We have arrived," the leader announces, his voice barely audible above the howling wind. Before him, a vast, icy expanse stretches into the distance, a forbidding landscape of jagged glaciers and frozen peaks. Two others stand behind, cloaked and similarly masked, their faces hidden from view. A system message appears, familiar/cast type, LV-17, you don't just share all the senses of the target but also control it yourself. This reveals a significant technological or magical ability allowing for precise control of a summoned entity. "Let's go," the leader commands, his figure now imposing against the stark, icy landscape. The team moves forward, their purpose clear, leaving a trail of ice shards in their wake.
A sense of impending conflict hangs heavy in the air. We must rescue Team 1. The urgency is palpable.
A hand, clawing desperately, breaks through a wall of ice.
The desperate struggle is clear.
A figure studies a document, noting the types of monsters that appear near the tower.
Preparation is key.
A high-pitched shriek pierces the air, a chilling sound signaling the approach of enemies.
Surrounded, the team is forced to defend themselves on all sides. The battle has begun. A chilling detail is revealed: frost bats, a D-class monster, possess a powerful leader. The frost bat's boss is a fearsome creature, its very presence radiating a palpable sense of threat. A masked hunter confronts the creature, his eyes narrowed in fierce concentration, ready to engage. The hunter attacks, clashing against the monstrous boss in a flurry of chaotic motion. Three figures in dark cloaks proceed across a desolate, icy landscape.
The air crackles with unspoken tension as they continue their journey, their destination unknown but clearly urgent.
"Let's keep going," one commands, a sense of grim determination underlying the words. A woman, composed and focused, types a message on her phone.
"Okay, sir, I will contact you when I'm done," she states calmly, indicating a mission's conclusion.
This suggests a separate, yet likely related, operation is unfolding concurrently. The scene shifts dramatically.
A man lies wounded on the ground, blood staining his shirt. A woman in athletic wear stands over him, her expression unreadable, hinting at a violent confrontation. The contrast between the icy landscape and this urban setting suggests the narrative branches across disparate locations. A young woman, cloaked in shadow, fled down a dimly lit hallway. Her desperate sprint was punctuated by the echoing thud of her footsteps. The pursuer, a man with dark hair and a worried expression, confirmed his suspicions: someone was inside the storage area. The implication hung heavy in the air: the jewels were in danger. A sudden, sharp impact. The fleeing woman stumbled, a grunt escaping her lips as she was struck. The sound of the blow was visceral, echoing the urgency of the situation. A man in a collared shirt emerged, a smug grin spreading across his face. He nonchalantly announced their need for the jewels, setting the stage for a confrontation. The game was afoot. "Did you get all of it?" the man demands, his silhouette stark against the fiery orange glow of the warehouse. A nervous subordinate stammers a confirmation: "Why, yes, sir." The scene underscores the successful acquisition of some highly valued, and likely illicit, goods. A gloved hand gestures, a small crimson spark erupting into a larger burst of flame, cleaning evidence. The orders are clear: leave no trace. The camera sweeps across a vast, icy landscape. The word Iceland appears, grounding the action in a specific, harsh location. The visual sets the stage for a new phase of the operation, a potential transfer point or a hidden base. A sleek, futuristic vessel descends amidst the frozen wastes, a fiery trail marking its descent. This is not a subtle arrival, this marks an obvious assertion of power, a clear declaration of intent. A young man, flanked by two masked figures in tactical gear, stands poised, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The scene suggests an imminent confrontation. The group advances toward a foreboding chasm, its depths glowing with an ominous red light. Two figures in suits stand watch, their presence adding to the sense of impending danger. This is clearly a place of immense power, and a location of critical importance in this unfolding conflict. Odin's Tower. The words hang heavy in the air, spoken with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The weight of this revelation sets the stage for a significant escalation. A fiery explosion erupts, engulfing figures in the immediate vicinity. The intensity of the blast signals a critical turning point, as the conflict erupts into open warfare. He stared, wide-eyed, at the swirling vortex of energy before him. Doubt clouded his features. "The entrance to the tower," he whispered, uncertainty lacing his voice. The young man's skepticism solidified as he surveyed the scene. "This doesn't look like a tower at all," he muttered, the spectral energy intensifying around him. A deep chill permeates the air as two cloaked figures discuss the recent disappearance of a group. Their unease is palpable. The vice leader remarks on the long wait, signifying the significance of this event. The vice leader's statement, "Yes, this day finally came," marks the culmination of a prolonged period of anticipation and preparation. The scene shifts to a group of soldiers readying themselves for action, their tense postures reflect the gravity of the moment. Despite the anticipation, the distance traveled by the missing group is deemed shorter than expected. This suggests a potential unforeseen factor influencing their journey or perhaps a change in their original plans. 3 teleport scrolls are to be distributed amongst the clones, one for each, as a precaution in case of emergency. Team 1 has been dispatched to assess the situation at 2 p.m. The traces of battle are readily apparent, making the location easily identifiable. He gripped the hilt of his sword, the cold metal a stark contrast to the sweat beading on his palms. Tension coiled in the air, thick and heavy. A chilling wind swept across the desolate landscape, the only sound the whisper of approaching figures cloaked in shadow. Their breath plumed in the frigid air. They approached a shimmering, unstable portal, its blue light pulsing with an ominous energy. One of the figures reached out, a hesitant touch against the ethereal barrier. A young man, cloaked and weary, sits alone, a single thought heavy on his mind: "I gotta go too." The weight of responsibility settles upon him, a decision made, a path chosen. A figure, shrouded in a blue energy, head bowed, seems to crumble under an immense burden. The raw power surrounding him is palpable, the strain evident in his posture speaks of a heavy sacrifice. Mr. Sangwoo, his face etched with worry, accepts the burden. "Mr. Sangwoo, it's all in your hands now." The weight of the world rests on his shoulders, his fate intertwined with that of others. A heavy thud, UGH, marks the impact as a powerful figure crashes to the ground. The earth trembles beneath the force of the fall, a dramatic end to a powerful scene. A chilling wind whips through a landscape of jagged ice formations, a stark, desolate beauty. The air crackles with an unseen energy.
It's here, Odin's tower.
A voice whispers, filled with awe and perhaps a touch of apprehension. The immense structure, partially obscured by swirling snow, looms before them, a testament to ancient power.
3 cloaked figures stand before the tower, their faces hidden. One, slightly ahead, seems disoriented, his hands outstretched as if seeking balance. The weight of the moment settles upon them. The masked figure's inner turmoil is palpable. It feels weird. I'm in total control of number one's body. He thinks, a disconcerting realization dawning. The implications of this revelation are far-reaching.
He could have directed them, but it felt wrong. The sense of being truly in control was missing, their movement felt dictated by forces beyond his command.
This explained their inability to escape. The place was completely sealed off, but how could such a structure have been formed? A frost bat. E-class monsters appeared from the start, always traveling in packs. A chilling shriek pierced the air as a swarm of frost bats attacked. A powerful being, their form obscured by swirling energy, assures their opponent, "Good. I will take care of you." The words, though seemingly benevolent, carry an undercurrent of chilling finality.
A young man, clad in a dark cloak and mask, grips a large, ornate sword. He stands before a stark, icy landscape, his expression a mixture of apprehension and bewilderment.
The weight of his newfound responsibility is evident.
Shivering, a voice trembles, so cold.
Let's go to the Guild Barak.
The urgency in the statement hints at a desperate need for shelter from the biting cold. A sudden, violent gust of wind, a fierce whoosh, tears through the scene. 2 figures, cloaked and bundled against the elements, are caught in its relentless force, their forms blurred by the speed and intensity of the attack.
A brutal clash echoes.
Crimson stains the snow as a figure is violently thrown back, the impact a testament to the raw power unleashed.
Just small fries.
The hunter mutters, his back turned, surveying the scene with detached indifference. The ease with which he dispatched his foes speaks volumes about his superior strength.
He continues his trek, assessing his progress, so it's about 1/4 of the way. According to the briefing, we should encounter new monsters soon. A hint of anticipation, perhaps even excitement, flickers in his eyes.
The hunter and his squad, cloaked against the biting cold, advance into the blizzard. The looming threat of unknown monsters hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension preceding the confrontation to come. A monstrous fist, clawed in green, hurtled towards its target with a guttural roar, "Rrrrrrrr."
The sound echoing the creature's savage intent. The impact.
A figure, cloaked and imposing, stood defiant amidst the explosive aftermath, his comrades flanking him, a silent testament to their coordinated strike. The beast, wounded but unyielding, lunged, its attack a furious maelstrom of claws and teeth, the sound of tang and ohm punctuating the ferocity of the clash. A blizzard rages. The masked figure, cloaked and hooded, unleashes a powerful strike, shattering the frozen earth with a resounding crack. The force of the blow sends ice shards flying.
He's overwhelmed, facing a horde of monstrous, ice-encrusted beasts.
Their terrifying growls echo through the swirling snow. The ground buckles beneath him, another devastating blow from the masked figure pulverizing the very earth. The ground, he gasps, the impact clearly taking its toll. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the masked figure sends their enemy flying.
He crashes into a newly formed icy crag, the force of the impact echoing across the desolate landscape. Zhang Sangwu sits serenely amidst a swirling blue energy, a silent power emanating from him. A voiceover reflects on Sangwu's rapid growth as a hunter.
The mission required a minimum C-rank hunter, yet Sangwu far exceeded expectations, increasing his stats by nearly 20 points each in just 6 months.
The narrator notes Sangwu's current stats are at the level of an A-rank hunter.
His progress is astonishing. Even more remarkably, Sangwu's clones are also growing stronger. Their stats are lower than Sangwa's, but their movements surpass his. They've reached the capabilities of a B-rank hunter.
The assessment is stark: this single individual poses a threat equal to Team 1's collective strength.
Had the YOLO Guild's warehouse not been raided, his power, fueled by the plundered jewels, would be even greater. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on the faces of the three assembled figures as they confront the potential of this formidable opponent. A figure hurtles through the air, a whirlwind of motion against a backdrop of shattering ice, the sheer force of his movement evident in the fragmented landscape. He had failed. The weight of his mistake settled on him as the chilling words, "I fucked up," escaped his lips, a confession etched against the backdrop of a brutal, snowy landscape.
A mechanized monstrosity, a towering behemoth of steel and malice, lunged.
Its attack was a whirlwind of destructive force, a terrifying display of raw power that left a trail of fiery destruction in its wake. The monstrous machine loomed, its single, malevolent red eye burning with cold fury.
The metallic grinding of its gears was a symphony of impending doom. A guttural roar, a sound of pure, unadulterated rage and power, echoed through the ravaged landscape. The creature's attack was relentless, a crushing blow that promised swift and brutal death.
A guttural cry escapes him as a searing pain lances through his body, the force of the blow sends him reeling. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious, snow-white behemoths emerges from the blizzard, their icy breath forming a swirling vortex around their massive forms. Their weapons raised, they charge. He barely manages to deflect a brutal onslaught, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. Overwhelmed, he's thrown back, the ground cracking beneath the immense weight of the creatures.
A colossal fist, frozen solid, descends from above, poised to crush him. A desperate cry rings out, "Dodge!"
The warning comes just in time, as a colossal icy shard hurtles past. He slumps to the ground, catching his breath. A previous instruction echoes in his mind, "Aim for the golem's core."
The battle is far from over. The golem, a towering monstrosity of ice and steel, holds a smaller creature captive. Its core, a pulsating red eye, is clearly visible, yet the situation is dire. The protagonist's question hangs heavy in the air: where's his core at?
His gaze is grim, his face obscured by a mask.
The immediate danger is apparent, the more profound challenge remains unanswered. The question is, how am I supposed to destroy that?
Three cloaked figures launched a coordinated attack, their combined strike creating a blinding flash of energy.
The resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake.
A man in a cap, witnessing the devastation, urgently shouted, "Everyone, get out of that bastard's attack range."
Another cloaked figure, reacting swiftly, narrowly avoided the blast. The impact of the attack was immense.
The man, his face obscured by shadow and a cap, teleports away using a scroll, narrowly escaping a devastating attack. He was pursued relentlessly. This desperate flight underscores the extreme danger he faces. The force of the explosion, a thunderous quang, throws him violently against a jagged, metallic structure, leaving him embedded in the debris. His situation is dire. He is pinned, battered and bruised, the immense power of the attack clearly evident in the wreckage surrounding him. His escape, while successful in the moment, has left him vulnerable. He launched himself, a blur of motion against the colossal metallic fist descending from above. A sharp crack echoed as his blow landed, the force of the impact rippling across the metallic surface. Two figures emerged from the swirling snow, cloaked and masked, their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before them. Their presence hinted at a deeper game at play. The impact sent him flying, a trajectory of destruction marked by a trail of shattered ice. A hulking, blue behemoth loomed, its single, malevolent eye burning with rage. The creature's mechanical frame seemed to defy gravity, a testament to its unnatural power.
A masked figure, breathless but defiant, stood before it. "Did you like what you just swallowed, you bastard?" the masked figure sneered, his voice a low growl barely audible above the wind. He held a tattered piece of what appeared to be a powerful artifact. His defiance is a clear act of provocation. The behemoth recoiled, a searing pain erupting from its chest. A guttural "Kuf" escaped its metallic maw as the artifact's power took its toll. A monstrous roar, ripped through the air as a colossal, energy-charged form convulsed, its crimson flesh crackling with raw power.
A figure, cloaked and hooded, hurtled downwards with terrifying speed, a blur of motion against the stark blue sky. The force of his descent was palpable. 13 kilometers into their journey, a masked figure asks about their progress, highlighting the long distance already covered. The harsh, wintry landscape underscores the difficulty of their mission. Suddenly, a pack of ferocious, snow-white creatures with glowing red eyes ambushes them, a clear and immediate threat that demands action. As if summoned by the very question about their journey's length, 3 armed figures emerge. The implication of their sudden arrival adds a new layer of complexity to the situation. A character activates a magic bullet skill, imbuing their projectiles with mana. The panel visually displays the charging of these enchanted bullets, signaling a shift in combat strategy and technological capacity within this world. A guttural roar, Grarg echoes as a pack of frost-covered beasts lunges. Their attack is brutal, a flurry of claws and teeth. 3 figures, cloaked and masked, move with practiced efficiency through the blizzard, their mission clear: eliminate the threat. One fires a pistol, the shot precise, silencing one of the creatures in a burst of white. The others continue their assault. A warrior, his face grim, holds a sword aloft. "I can just keep going like this," he mutters, his determination unwavering despite the brutal battle. The implication is clear: he's ready for a protracted fight. The scene shifts to a cavernous space, bathed in an eerie blue light. A dark structure, reminiscent of a temporary encampment, sits amidst the jagged rock formations. 2 figures, cloaked in heavy furs, stand before the tent. One speaks, expressing concern that even the guild's elite team struggled in this location. The other reassures them, stating there is no need for worry. This dialogue subtly foreshadows the danger ahead. A close-up on one of the figures reveals worry etched on their face. The mention of Team 1's average rank being B rank further emphasizes the perilous nature of their upcoming mission. One adventurer confirms with his companion that, besides the ice golem mentioned in their reports, no other monsters capable of stopping it inhabit the first floor. The ice golem, a colossal monstrosity of ice and stone, looms before them, its single, malevolent red eye burning with cold fury. A young man, clearly surprised and terrified, stares up at the towering beast. He's clearly unprepared for this unexpected encounter. A fierce clash erupts, a blur of motion and a fiery explosion. He muttered, "My bad," a clear sign of his underestimated the foe. The clumsy swing of his sword barely grazed the colossal ice golem before him, the impact less a blow than a playful tap. The golem retaliated, a powerful blow sending the masked warrior sprawling. The force of the attack was evident in the impact lines radiating across the panel. Frustration etched itself onto the warrior's face. "There's no other way to deal damage to him if I can't even cut him with this sword," he realized, his predicament clear. The situation worsened, more ice golems emerged, their menacing roars adding to the increasingly dire atmosphere. The warrior is clearly outnumbered and outmatched. A monstrous, white yeti-like creature burst onto the scene, its terrifying presence adding another layer of difficulty to the already perilous battle. A soldier, eyes wide with shock, is thrown backward. 2 cloaked figures, their faces obscured, advance, blood splattering across the snow. "What he gasps, the question hanging in the frigid air. The cloaked figures continue their assault, their movements blurred by speed. A harsh, guttural sound rips through the silence. The relentless attack leaves one of the figures struggling amidst the snow-covered trees. Amidst the chaos, a glint of light catches the eye. A yellow crystal, radiating warmth, is unearthed. "Found it," a triumphant shout echoes through the desolate landscape. The colossal mech lunged, its metallic claws tearing through the frozen landscape. A powerful pack echoed as it unleashed a flurry of blows. Then, with a chilling roar, the mech's single red eye glowed, intensifying its already ferocious assault. A figure, cloaked and determined, met the mech's onslaught head-on. The sound of shattering ice and bone-jarring impacts, quang, 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 filled the air as the battle reached its peak. The mech, crippled and falling, revealed the determined figure below, a silhouette against the icy blue. He prepares for the final blow. A hooded figure, eyes narrowed, registers surprise. Teleport? The word hangs in the air, a question and a statement of disbelief simultaneously. This marks the beginning of a sudden, unexpected turn of events.
A colossal, ice-blue behemoth looms, its gaping maw a terrifying sight.
The hooded figure is dwarfed by the creature, a small, vulnerable form against its immense power. The sudden appearance of this monstrous entity throws the confrontation into a desperate new phase. The hooded figure plummets, a desperate grab towards something unseen failing to prevent the fall. The immediate context reveals a harsh reality: the teleportation was a tactical blunder, leaving them vulnerable to a swift, overwhelming attack. A powerful kick connects, the force sending a shockwave across the icy ground. The impact reveals a monstrous, mechanized foe, its single, glowing red eye burning into view. The warrior is thrown back, a cruel laugh echoing from the towering machine. Coo-hoo. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The sound cuts through the biting wind. Do you know what this is? The question hung in the air, a challenge, a mystery yet to unfold.
That's how I see it.
The statement, delivered with a grim certainty, suggested a conclusion reached after much deliberation and perhaps a heavy burden of knowledge. A blizzard rages. Figures are thrown about by unseen forces, the air filled with the sound of shattering ice as a small, furry creature scurries amidst the chaos. The impact throws him back, a guttural cry escaping his lips as the force of the blow sends him sprawling through the snow.
A taunting laugh echoes, hee hee hee. Hee hee hee.
The words are followed by a question dripping with sneering arrogance: "How did you like that, asshole?" The masked figure, a glint of triumph in his eyes, tears a piece of cloth, a symbol of his opponent's defeat. A violent impact, the sound of crushing metal. A bright orange explosion blooms from within a damaged mech, a clear sign of imminent failure. The warrior, cloaked in shadow, gripped a strange artifact. His internal monologue was clear: failure to breach its core meant certain defeat. The weight of his mission pressed heavily upon him. A guttural sound, a pained coo, escaped the warrior's lips as he strained against the artifact's power.
The pressure was immense. A cataclysmic surge of energy, a raw, agonizing UGHHHHH, erupted from within the artifact.
The warrior braced for the inevitable impact.
A monstrous vortex of dark energy pulsed with furious blue lightning, a guttural goo,
escaping its depths as the ground trembled. From the heart of this maelstrom, a colossal, mechanized horror erupted. Its sheer size dwarfed the lone figure below, who could only watch as the gigantic machine descended. The monstrous machine lunged, its attack a blur of motion and destructive force.
The unseen narrator observes the scene, a chilling thought forming: people at the tent must be really scared now.
A palpable sense of unease hangs in the air, the weight of the situation pressing down.
An ice cube? The protagonist's disbelief is palpable.
The scene shifts, focusing on a sudden, unexpected magical effect. A system message flashes before the reader's eyes: the protagonist's clone skill level has increased.
He can now summon 7 clones simultaneously. The ability is immediately available.
Frustration etched on his face, the protagonist mutters: "Unlike the other skills, I couldn't fucking increase the level of my clone skill." His disappointment is clear, highlighting a particular challenge in his skill progression. Undeterred, the protagonist declares, "Let's keep going." He presses onward, facing a formidable icy obstacle. The sheer scale of the frozen landscape underscores the challenge ahead. The young man stood beneath the showerhead, the water washing away the grime and sweat of a long day. His back revealed a network of faded scars, a testament to past battles. He turned off the water with a sigh, the sound of the pipe echoing in the quiet bathroom. He reviewed the files, a frown etching itself onto his face. "None of them are from any South Korean guilds," he muttered, the question hanging heavy in the air. The implication was clear: this was an outsider threat, a dangerous unknown. He dismissed it as nonsense, his shoulders slumping slightly. Something had changed.
The decision was swift, decisive: reject all requests.
His gaze hardened, a shadow falling across his face as he confronted another figure.
The weight of the situation bore down upon him.
A simple, almost curt, "Yes, sir," echoed the gravity of the moment. A heavily built man with intricate tattoos sits, a smirk playing on his lips. "So you were caught by the silver moon, huh?" he asks, his tone laced with amusement. The scene shifts to a younger man, his face bruised and bearing the marks of a recent fight. He explains, well, to be exact, Haesung handed me over to them because I caused a problem. His words hint at a deeper story. The older man nods understandingly. Anyway, it's all well and good. Changwon is so busy lately, so help him out a little. His words reveal a sense of familial obligation and a willingness to support his associate. They share a meal, the older man's amusement subtly apparent. The younger man, looking relieved, eats his noodles. The quiet interaction suggests a complex relationship built on mutual respect and unspoken understanding, despite the recent violent incident. He launched a devastating blow, the force of his punch sending shockwaves through the air. Smaller figures, presumably his enemies, were flung backward by the sheer power. The impact exploded in a blinding flash of light and energy, obscuring the immediate aftermath. Two men, clearly shaken, could only whimper, "Ji Gyunseok Hyungnim," revealing the identity of their opponent and the fear he inspires. Gyunseok, a relaxed smile playing on his lips, appeared in the doorway, a stark contrast to the chaos he'd just caused. Terror seized the man's features as his eyes widened, sweat beading on his brow. His breath hitched in his throat, a silent scream trapped within. A guttural roar ripped through the air, "You bastards." The man, his body convulsing with barely contained rage, bore the brunt of a devastating attack, crackling energy sparking around his form. The attacker recoiled, disbelief etched on his face. He blocked. The sheer unexpectedness of the blocked attack was palpable. A confident smirk played on the lips of the one who had blocked the attack. "But I'm also quite strong, you know?" His words dripped with quiet assurance, underlining the power he effortlessly displayed. A guttural cough erupts, quickly escalating into a pained kukarg. The sound betrays the man's sudden, intense agony. Make sure you can handle someone before you pick a fight with them. The words hang in the air, a cold warning delivered after a brutal blow. The attacker stands over his fallen opponent, his dominance unquestioned. "It makes me really mad to see someone like you act cocky." The sneer is palpable, even in the brief moment of captured anger. This isn't just a physical altercation, it's a clash of personalities. Stop. I will come with you, so please just stop. A desperate plea cuts through the tension. A bystander intervenes, his fear clear. The fight's escalation is suddenly interrupted. "What are you saying?" The question, laced with disbelief, marks a shift in focus. A swift attack follows the inquiry. The intervention has only briefly delayed the inevitable. A sneer plays on the thug's lips as he observes the beaten man. His taunting question hangs in the air, is it because you think he is getting beaten up because of you? The thug's face contorts in a grimace of pain, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief as a powerful blow connects, causing a burst of white light radiating from his face. A swift and brutal counterattack. The thug is thrown violently to the ground, a barely audible "no" escapes his lips as he registers the sudden shift in the fight's momentum. The attacker's silhouette looms large, a dark figure of power and authority. His foot descends, poised above the fallen thug, a stark visual of his dominance. A figure is thrown violently to the ground, the impact echoing the unspoken force behind the attack. The attacker's massive boot is planted firmly, their presence a looming threat. A man laughs, a triumphant, chilling sound, his hand resting atop his head as he savors the victory. The echoes of his laughter suggest the recent struggle's intensity. His confident words, "I told you we would get something good if we beat the crap out of them, right?" confirm the harsh methods used and promise a profitable outcome. His expression reflects a cold satisfaction. The swift retreat begins. Two figures, masked and bundled against the cold, sprint through a blurred, speedlines-filled landscape, leaving the scene of their victory behind. The urgency in their movements speaks of danger possibly still lingering. The trio continues their escape, their destination seemingly a frigid, mountainous region. The harsh environment reflects the risk they've undertaken and the danger that still follows them. A squad surveys the icy wasteland from above. The unsettling silence is broken only by the whispered observation, "It's weird. It's been a while since we've seen a monster." A palpable unease hangs in the air. The scene shifts to ground level. Several corpses litter the frozen landscape, a stark contrast to the recent lack of monster activity. The implication is clear: something dangerous, and likely unseen, is afoot. A cloaked figure, partially obscured by a mask, expresses the difficulty of their mission. The bodies must be recovered, despite the harsh conditions and the inherent risks. The masked figure, along with a companion, assesses their location. They are nearing their destination, confirming their proximity to the source of danger. Tension intensifies. A third member of the squad, his face partially visible, expresses growing concern. They were scheduled to return in a few hours, but the unforeseen circumstances are forcing a reassessment of their timetable. The situation has become significantly more urgent. Terror gripped the masked figure as a hulking silhouette loomed behind him, the biting wind whipping snow into a frenzy. He was clearly outmatched. A blinding flash erupted, the force of the blast throwing the masked man to the ground. Something immense had just unleashed its power. A colossal, ice-forged golem stood revealed, its immense form dwarfing the fallen figure. The creature was a monument to raw, destructive power. He coughed, the frigid air burning his lungs, as he tried to regain his bearings. The battle had just begun, and he was woefully unprepared for the scale of the opponent. A gloved hand delicately peels back a thin, almost translucent scroll. The background hints at a frozen cityscape, vast and imposing. The scroll reveals a monstrous, blue metallic creature with a single, glowing red eye and a gaping maw of jagged teeth. A silent, ominous exclamation point hangs in the air. This is the teleport scroll belonging to number 5. The wearer, a figure in a brown cloak and protective gear, races away from a towering mech. Then I will just teleport it away. With a surge of energy, a teleportation spell takes effect. The teleportation leaves behind only a faint tremor and a low groan. A colossal figure, grievously wounded, stumbles amidst the debris. The teleportation was successful, but not without consequences. A masked figure, cloaked and powerful, stands amidst a blizzard. His red eyes burn with intensity, a stark contrast to the swirling white. The very air crackles with energy. A cry of surprise pierces the air. Kaya. What is this? As a surge of raw power erupts below. It's clear something extraordinary has just occurred. System messages flash: strength and health have been significantly increased. This is no mere power surge, it's a dramatic enhancement of his abilities. The figure, now visibly calmer, declares, "Anyway, I won't summon another one right now, so..." His decision suggests a control over this overwhelming power, a deliberate choice to restrain it. A phone rings, interrupting the man's preparations. He's dressed in a bathrobe, in a luxurious setting. The assistant hands him a list. The list is short. Only a few names are on it. The appointments for this month are surprisingly sparse. A man adjusts a golden amulet around his neck, a subtle unease etched onto his features. Something feels amiss. The man's mentor, a seasoned figure enjoying a simple meal, speaks, his tone revealing concern and a hint of awe. He couldn't contact his protege, the amulet's interference explains it. Despite the previous difficulty, the mentor acknowledges the man's impressive skill in evading his pursuers, those nasty bastards, he calls them, highlighting the perilous situation the young man escaped. A chained man, his face etched with a knowing smirk, watches from a shadowed alcove. His eyes gleam with a chilling amusement. A blur of motion, a swift, brutal strike. The sound of impact echoes, a sharp quack. As a powerful blow sends an opponent reeling. Park Gapsa's hand, adorned with several golden rings, rests against a wall. A subtle, almost imperceptible movement hints at his power. The interrogation begins. Direct, efficient, who was the guy that attacked our guild members at the hunting grounds? The question cuts through the tension, demanding an answer. A bloodied hand, adorned with ornate rings, clenches. The implication hangs heavy: 2 previous individuals denied knowledge, and now this one will face the consequences. Let's see if you don't know anything as well, the unspoken threat resonates. A smirk plays on the lips of a man with dark hair and striking purple eyes as he effortlessly deflects an attack. His casual confidence speaks volumes, hinting at superior skill and power. The attacker recoils, surprised by the ease with which his assault was countered. The question, "You like to show off your strength, huh?" drips with sardonic amusement.
The power imbalance is clear. A swift, brutal takedown.
The tattooed man is thrown to the ground, his strength rendered irrelevant against a superior opponent. The scene ends with an unspoken understanding: this confrontation has been swiftly and decisively settled. A young woman, her face set with fierce determination, grapples with a heavily built, tattooed man. From now on, she declares, her grip tightening. This marks a clear turning point: the fight has begun, and her words signal a shift in power dynamics. A woman observes the scene, her expression a mixture of apprehension and uncertainty. Her silent reaction underscores the escalating tension and hints at the stakes involved.
The tattooed man's expression shifts from anger to wary consideration as the young woman states, eventually, generous?
The underlying threat in her seemingly benevolent words reveals a power struggle. Compliance is inevitable, but the terms are still negotiable. Tension crackled in the air as the powerfully built man, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, braced himself. His apprehension was palpable, mirrored in the steely gaze of the impeccably dressed man standing behind him. A blur of motion, a swift, powerful kick landed, sending the large man sprawling.
The impact echoed in the sudden silence that followed. "Stop, I know."
The words were a desperate plea, raw with urgency, escaping the man's lips as he struggled to rise.
His revelation hung heavy in the air.
He gasped, his voice strained, "The one who attacked the Silver Moon.
I know who that is."
The weight of this knowledge was clearly shattering. A desperate plea echoes, "Please, just once, show us mercy." The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the harsh light illuminating the supplicant's bowed head.
His posture speaks volumes of his fear and despair.
Two men watch, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and grim anticipation. One, sharply dressed in a suit, exudes an air of cold authority; the other, clad in more rugged attire, bears the marks of recent conflict.
The silent tension between them is palpable.
A chilling laugh shatters the silence. A figure emerges, eyes blazing with malevolent glee, a cruel smile twisting their lips. The sudden shift in atmosphere heralds a brutal turn of events. A blizzard of icy projectiles hurtles towards the viewer, a relentless assault that promises destruction. The scene shifts to the height of the conflict, foreshadowing an imminent clash.
The order is given: be alert all the time from here on out.
A squad of soldiers, cloaked against the biting cold of a snow-swept landscape, prepares for the unknown dangers ahead.
The tension is palpable.
The scene shifts abruptly. A figure lies dead amidst the snow, his face contorted in a silent scream. The brutal nature of his death speaks volumes. The scene is a grim portent of the violence to come.
The question hangs heavy in the frigid air: who killed all these people?
The chilling discovery of numerous corpses underscores the scale of the massacre. The search for answers has begun.
The strategy is laid out.
From now on, we are going to look for any traces of battle by the assault team, because they must be hiding in the subdimension near the place where the battle happened. The hunt for the perpetrators is narrowed, focusing on the immediate vicinity of the carnage. A lone figure emerges from the shadows, a bayonet gleaming menacingly in their hand.
The threat is palpable, the image a stark reminder that danger lurks around every corner. A crimson eruption, a brutal blossoming of blood, explodes across the page.
The raw power of the attack is palpable.
The silhouette of a figure plummets, shattering the icy ground beneath them as they fall.
The stark contrast of the black figure against the fractured, light blue surface highlights the force of the impact.
The characters' stats surge upward.
Endurance and mana levels increase, a visual representation of their growing strength, reflecting the struggle and triumph implicit in their fall. A lone figure, cloaked and masked against the biting cold, plunges a dagger into the snowy ground. The intensity of the action speaks volumes. The blade finds its mark, blood blooming across the snow as a muffled cry escapes the assailant.
The struggle is far from over. A flash of blue, a blur of motion. Two gloved hands grasp a sword, its blade shimmering with icy energy as it cleaves through the air. He appeared without warning, a figure materializing from thin air.
The shock is evident on the masked man's face as he stares at the source of the sudden icy attack, muttering, "What is that?" The appearance suggests an ability to vanish and reappear at will. The ground trembles as he falls, the impact reverberating through the frozen landscape. A muttered curse, "Damn it," escapes his lips, revealing his frustration and the unexpected nature of the attack. A horde of shadowy figures, monstrous and numerous, surged across the snow-covered landscape. Their forms were indistinct, yet their chilling presence was palpable. He grimaced, the weight of failure heavy on his shoulders. "We failed to detect their presence sooner, and now we are all ready," he muttered, his voice barely a whisper against the howling wind. The grim reality of their predicament sunk in. Surrounded. The chilling words, "inside their trap," echoed the unspoken dread. The shadowy figures closed in, their numbers overwhelming. A blinding flash of energy erupted as the blade met its target, the impact echoing with a violent tremor. The creature, a hulking monstrosity of sharpened metal and glowing red eyes, staggered, its form momentarily obscured by the explosive energy. A guttural roar, barely audible above the reverberating shockwave, hinted at its pain and fury. "We will push through this side," a masked figure declared, his voice sharp and resolute amidst the chaos. He braced himself, preparing for the next assault. The masked figure's command was met with immediate action. A coordinated assault, a wave of figures surging forward with weapons raised, crashed against the weakened creature. The enemy's attacks dissipate as they vanish once more. A wave of blue energy washes over the battlefield. A young man, his face partially obscured by a mask, watches with narrowed eyes, a bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. Tension hangs heavy in the air. His clones are deflecting the attacks, a fact that leaves him both astonished and concerned. "How are my clones blocking these attacks?" he wonders aloud, his expression a mixture of disbelief and anxiety. He makes a decision, his eyes hardening with resolve. "I better let number one take control of the body and watch," he declares, preparing for whatever comes next. A crimson trail marks the arc of a descending blade, wielded by a cloaked figure whose back is to us. The force is palpable, a prelude to brutal impact. The young man's eye widens, a flicker of apprehension before acceptance. "Okay," he confirms, a single word that speaks volumes of his steely resolve. He lunges, a blur of motion, his attack a whirlwind of speed and power. The young man is now locked in a desperate struggle, an unseen foe looming behind him. The fight's intensity is clear, survival itself hangs in the balance. The monster's movements trigger a reaction from the surrounding environment, a discovery that unsettles him. He realizes he can mimic their sounds, but this skill is still far from perfected. Deep within the subdimension, a young woman's voice cries out, "Captain!" The swirling, crimson energy of this strange realm crackles around her. A sense of urgency hangs heavy in the air. Amidst a mountain of crates, a voice states, "It will be 2 o'clock soon." The scene shifts to reveal Park Yuna, captain of the Kinris Guild assault team. The weight of her responsibility is palpable. A young woman, her face etched with weariness, hangs her head. The crimson backdrop hints at a desperate situation. "Everyone," she whispers, the unspoken weight of her words heavy in the air. Her hands clench, a gesture of profound despair. "I can't even tell them to have hope anymore," she laments, the futility of her situation clear. "I'm sure it would be the same for today too," she continues, resigned to a seemingly endless cycle of bleakness. Her eyes widen, reflecting a fresh wave of horror. The stark red background emphasizes her terror. A masked figure lunges, blade flashing. The swift strike is met with a counterattack, a blur of motion as the combatants clash. The masked warrior recoils, surprised. "Shit, there were 2 of them," he curses, the realization dawning on him as he assesses the situation. His opponents move with unnatural speed, a flurry of blows exchanged. But the warrior maintains his composure, analyzing their weaknesses. "It's not like they have super speed or a great defense stat," he observes, calculating his next move. He focuses on one foe, noting its vulnerability. "Besides the fact that they are invisible, they aren't that dangerous," he concludes, his confidence growing as he prepares for a decisive strike. "These guys." A grim assessment hangs in the air as the protagonist surveys the overwhelming number of enemies. The fight has clearly been brutal.
There are too many of them.
The sheer volume of opponents becomes apparent, highlighting the perilous situation the protagonists find themselves in.
Their initial assessment is confirmed with alarming clarity.
Wounds are still wounds, no matter how small. We can't ignore them when we have a lot of minor wounds. The immediate danger is not just the enemy horde, but the cumulative effect of their injuries, making retreat a necessary consideration.
We should better get out of this place.
I can't estimate if there are hundreds or thousands of those guys around us. The decision to retreat is made, driven by the sheer number and the accumulating injuries.
The situation is critical.
A powerful, dark energy erupts, signaling a sudden, dramatic shift in the situation.
The immediate threat from the enemies is overshadowed by something much more sinister.
His eyes widened, a jolt of recognition hitting him. "Found them," he whispered, the assault team's presence suddenly clear. A sudden, violent impact.
He's thrown back, the force of the blow evident even through his mask. Panic grips the room. A woman cries out, "There is someone outside."
The urgency in her voice reveals a dangerous situation escalating outside their confines. A group of desperate villagers clings to a grizzled elder, their fear palpable.
"Is he here to rescue us?" one cries, while another exclaims, "It really is a person."
The elder, his face etched with worry, snaps, "Don't pull my hair." Their hope is fragile, teetering on the arrival of a mysterious figure. A close-up reveals the newcomer, his features obscured, yet a single blue flame flickers in one eye, hinting at unusual power. The intensity of his gaze promises a dramatic intervention, but the nature of his involvement remains uncertain. Panic erupts anew as the villagers realize the true scope of the situation.
That crazy bastard is bringing all the monsters along with him.
Their initial hope is swiftly replaced by a fresh wave of terror, a chilling understanding dawning on them: this is not a simple rescue.
A desperate plea cuts through the chaos, "So please save me."
The weight of desperation hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the perilous situation the villagers find themselves in and the urgent need for intervention.
The mission is clear: track down the remnants of the assault team.
They're hiding in the subdimension near the battle site.
The hunt begins. A masked figure, eyes wide with apprehension, observes the snowy landscape, tension palpable in the air.
The hunt is on, and danger lurks. A boot crushes crimson stains on the snow-covered ground, the stark contrast a grim testament to the recent violence. The subdimension is a scene of carnage. A pair of glowing, menacing eyes pierce the darkness, signaling the discovery of their prey. The hunt has reached its climax. A colossal, obsidian golem, its eyes burning with malevolent orange light, lunges forward. The creature is a horrifying spectacle of brute force, its form hinting at immense power.
The golem's attack sends its foe sprawling, the impact echoing in the frigid, desolate landscape.
A cloaked figure, barely visible amidst the swirling snow, attempts to regain his footing against the monstrous enemy. That explains the bodies, the horrifying truth dawns. A chilling realization settles over the scene.
He frantically extracts a device, his hands trembling, blood staining his gloves.
This desperate act, a final attempt to counteract the insidious threat, suggests the urgency of the situation.
A monstrous figure lunges, its attack a blur of motion. The resulting impact is devastating. A cloaked figure, face obscured by a mask, stands defiantly amidst a swirling blizzard. The word "OK" floats below, a stark contrast to the harsh environment and the figure's tense posture.
This suggests a calm acceptance of a dangerous situation. The blizzard obscures the figure's vision. Frustration boils over as he mutters, "Damn it, I can't see them."
The stark white background emphasizes his isolation and vulnerability.
A swift, brutal attack. Two figures clash in a flurry of motion, the masked individual lands a powerful blow, punctuated by the sharp impact sounds indicating surprising strength and speed.
Another masked figure watches, unimpressed.
Their words, "It seems easy for them," hint at a significant power disparity, setting the stage for a more challenging encounter ahead. The visual impact of the attack is reiterated, focusing on the power of the masked figures. The battle erupts.
A crimson wave crashes, the prelude to a devastating attack. "Here we go," a voice declares, a grim acceptance of the impending chaos. Amidst the maelstrom, a desperate plea rings out: make a way out. Escape is paramount as the forces arrayed against them prove formidable. A figure sprints, a blur of motion against a backdrop of intense blue energy. The escape attempt is underway, a daring dash for freedom through the heart of the storm. He watches, eyes wide with disbelief. The unexpected occurs, a critical blow is thwarted. He blocked it, the observer gasps, stunned by this turn of events. A clash of steel against ice. A warrior, sword raised, confronts a monstrous, crystalline wolf. The counterattack begins, a desperate struggle for survival against overwhelming odds. The masked figure lunged, his blade a blur, convinced the sound was just the wind. He moved with deadly precision, a whirlwind of motion against his opponent. His attack, however, proved insufficient. He realized, with dawning horror, that his initial assessment was wrong. A powerful shockwave shattered the ice around him, the force of the blow throwing him off balance. The sound, far from the wind, heralded something far more potent. A young woman, cloaked and weary, sits hunched in the shadows, her face obscured. Dust motes dance in the dim light, highlighting her solitude and despair. The woman's face, etched with exhaustion and apprehension, comes into sharper focus. A quiet, escapes her lips, a hesitant question hanging in the air. The scene shifts to a cluttered room, littered with debris and discarded boxes. The suggestion of a recent struggle permeates the space. A thought crosses the woman's mind: we should check the situation outside. 2:00. The young woman's anxiety intensifies as she silently wonders, I wonder if the rescue team is here today. A flicker of hope, fragile yet persistent, struggles against the weight of her circumstances. A woman's lips curl into a grim smile as she mutters, have some hop. The unspoken threat hangs heavy in the air. A crimson figure descends from a swirling vortex of dark red energy, a powerful presence settling over the scene. A woman cloaked in blue, her face obscured by shadow, calmly observes, I'm sure the creepy silent ice field will be greeting us again. Her words hint at a recurring threat, a chilling familiarity with the coming danger. A sudden, powerful energy surge erupts. One on my 3:00, a voice cuts through the chaos, indicating an immediate threat. The speaker's companion, eyes wide with alarm, confirms, one on my 9:00, utilizing military directional terminology. A brief explanation clarifies that this system simplifies spatial awareness in combat. One of the soldiers assesses the situation, I think I can get this done if I do this a little longer. His determination is palpable, despite the clear danger. With a surge of effort, the soldier pushes further, seemingly extending the duration of his attack or ability. The visual intensity intensifies. The result is a devastating blast of energy, a violent wave that engulfs the opponent. A brutal clash erupted in the blizzard. One combatant, his face partially obscured, parried a vicious blow, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. His opponent, a figure shrouded in shadow, pressed the attack. The masked fighter found himself surrounded, facing multiple shadowy figures. He reacted instantly, deflecting strikes with practiced ease, his movements a blur against the howling wind. He stood, alone, before a towering, glacial precipice. The sheer scale of the landscape dwarfed him, the wind carried a chilling prophecy of the battle to come. His eyes widened, reflecting the vast, unforgiving landscape. A sense of dread, cold and sharp as the icy wind itself, washed over him. A desperate command cuts through the icy wind, run towards that thing. Two figures, cloaked and battling against a fierce, bloody assault, are propelled towards a colossal, unseen force emanating from the frozen landscape. The sound of something massive approaches. A chilling confirmation follows, spoken with a mix of fear and determination, I'm hearing something too. A young woman, her face partially obscured by a cap, bursts onto the scene, her voice ringing out above the chaos, everyone! I came here to save you. The arrival of this unexpected savior suggests a turning point in the desperate struggle. A crimson energy sphere explodes between two combatants, the force of the blast visible in the radiating lines and the figures thrown back. The intense battle continues. The masked individual anxiously calculates, They were gonna check every day at 2 in the afternoon, right? How many minutes do we have until?
The urgency of the situation is palpable. A cloaked figure, their face obscured, advances menacingly through a snowy, icy landscape. The sharp angles of the ice contrast with the figure's dark silhouette. A powerful blow sends him reeling, a blur of motion punctuated by the sharp crack of impact. The force of the strike throws him off balance, a testament to the raw power unleashed. But a single word hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the brutal violence just witnessed. It speaks volumes, hinting at a significant shift in the tide of battle, a turning point that defies expectations. A crimson slash tore through the air, leaving a swirling vortex of blood in its wake. The impact was brutal, a visceral shriek that echoed the ferocity of the attack. The force of the blow sent a group of cloaked figures sprawling, a dark, inky tendril engulfing them. Panic tightened their grip on their weapons, their retreat chaotic. A powerful figure, his face contorted with rage, emerged from the wreckage.
The impact of the attack, a resounding whong, reverberated through his very being. A flurry of motion, a blur of energy. Attacks clash. Multiple projectiles, searing green lines of energy, pierce the air, striking their targets with explosive force. He lunges forward, a desperate, powerful burst of speed carrying him through the chaotic maelstrom. A powerful blast of energy erupts, sending a cloaked figure sprawling. The force of the impact is palpable, a clear indication of significant magical power at play. A woman, her face etched with fierce determination, points accusingly at a weary-looking older man.
Her silent command, punctuated by a sharp cha, leaves no room for doubt. She holds the power in this moment.
A young woman, her expression a mixture of relief and exhaustion, breathes out a quiet hue. "Thank you."
The words, though simple, carry the weight of a near miss. The group, now gathered, catches its breath, their ragged huffs a testament to the intensity of the preceding events.
The shared exhaustion underscores their collective ordeal. A weary young woman, her face etched with concern, is questioned, "You are from the Keenest Guild, right?" The inquiry hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a shared urgency. Jong Sang-woo identifies himself, revealing he's arrived on a request from Keenest Guildmaster, Park Won-tae. His arrival, though seemingly routine, adds a layer of intrigue to the already tense situation.
The sudden mention of Song-tae, coupled with visible alarm from the group, alerts us to a critical event, an escape, possibly tied to a teleport scroll. The concern for Song-tae's well-being, unspoken yet palpable, underscores the stakes involved. Sangwoo's observation, she has a strong love for her teammates, reveals a crucial character trait, foreshadowing her actions and potentially hinting at future sacrifices or alliances built on loyalty. Captain Park apologizes, but their priority is to get the group out of danger immediately. To avoid further delay, the group prepares to use teleport scrolls. A young woman notes an inconsistency: 10 people started, 1 left, 9 should remain, yet the numbers don't match. This reveals a hidden element in their predicament. Desperate, the young woman pleads for just one more chance at assistance. The urgency underscores the gravity of their situation and the impending threat. Confusion etched itself onto the young man's face as he questioned, "What? What do you mean by that?" His companion, cloaked and masked, remains silent, the weight of unspoken events heavy in the air. A young woman's worried expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. "We can't leave her behind in this godforsaken land," she pleaded, her voice heavy with desperation. The faces of her companions, etched with weariness and grim resolve, reflected the shared burden of their predicament. The news of a casualty hit them hard. So there was a casualty. What exactly happened? The young man's question cut through the tension, demanding answers. A woman, clearly shaken, stood beside him, her expression a mixture of grief and apprehension. The chilling revelation: it was an ambush. The word hung in the air, heavy with the implication of treachery and violence. The harsh, blue-tinged landscape served as a stark backdrop to the gravity of the situation. Blood splatters across the snow as a figure crumples, the victim of a swift, brutal attack. A survivor recounts the ambush, explaining that they were the first to be targeted. The surprise attack left them vulnerable, highlighting the chaos of the situation.
The young man explains his actions, revealing his selfless decision to draw the enemy's attention away from his less capable teammates, sacrificing his own safety for theirs. Amidst the chaos of the ambush, a single monster slipped past unnoticed, exploiting the confusion to infiltrate their ranks. Panic grips the pair as they tumble through a swirling vortex of crimson and shadow. The young man, glasses askew, shouts in alarm as his companion, a woman with short green hair, clutches at him. The teleport entrance sealed before they could escape, stranding the team. The woman's face is etched with grim determination as she explains the dire situation. Exiting this dimension would trigger the immediate closure of their only escape route, leaving them trapped and without supplies. "Where is this dead member of yours?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the grim silence of the surroundings. The speaker's face is partially obscured, his expression unreadable, yet the query carries an undercurrent of both curiosity and something more sinister. "She's there." The reply is clipped, devoid of emotion. The vast, desolate landscape is revealed. A lone figure lies lifeless in the snow, a tragic testament to the harshness of this frozen wasteland. The visual is a stark reminder of the losses suffered, even as the narrative begins to unfold. Just for a dead teammate's corpse, she gave up escaping and decided to get trapped here for 6 months. The speaker's explanation reveals a depth of loyalty, a sacrifice born from a fierce sense of camaraderie, even in the face of overwhelming hardship. This underscores the stakes involved, making the situation more compelling. The contrast with the cold-hearted question from panel 1 sharpens. "Thank you so much." Relief washes over the woman's face as her companion affirms his intention to retrieve the fallen comrade's body. The gratitude is palpable, highlighting the significance of this act of respect and the strength of the bond between them. A powerful visual contrast between expressions in panel 3 and 4 adds to the impact of this decision. "But I have a condition." The sudden shift in tone introduces a new layer of complexity, hinting at a potential obstacle or unexpected turn of events. The innocent expression from the previous panel gives way to a more guarded look, raising the tension and leaving the reader in suspense. His mission is clear: save the people, not increase casualties. The young man in the cap, his expression grim, makes this his priority above all else. A young woman, seemingly relieved by the clarification, acknowledges that this is also what Soma would have wanted. The tension eases slightly, replaced by cautious hope. A sudden, ominous shift. The three figures are surrounded by an unsettling red aura, foreshadowing immediate danger. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation of an attack. The young woman's eyes widen in shock. "What?" escapes her lips, leaving the reader breathless and anticipating the imminent threat. A figure walks away, a chuckle escaping his lips, amidst the shattered remnants of a room, his dark shoes stepping over broken glass. The scene speaks of recent violence, a casual disregard for the destruction he's wrought. A hand, bloodied and clawing, scrapes against a wall, a desperate, futile gesture. The yellow-toned background only highlights the stark reality of the injury and the character's predicament. The scene shifts to a woman's sharp gaze as she confronts the injured man. Her question cuts through the air: "Wasn't being an enemy of Haesung enough for you?" The query reveals a complex history and a power struggle that surpasses mere personal conflict. The woman's grip tightens on the man's arm, her words chilling. "Now, I'm gonna ask you again." The chains around his wrists suggest a forceful capture, emphasizing the power imbalance and the impending interrogation. A guttural cry escapes a man's lips, his face contorted in agony. Saliva dribbles from the corner of his mouth as he struggles. The scene shifts, a hand violently rips a piece of clothing, the fabric tearing with a harsh ripping sound. Dust and debris scatter in the wake of the violent act. "Next is your right arm," a voice states calmly, the words hanging heavy with menace. A man, Hyung Nim, stands, calmly surveying the scene, holding a document. A sharp pain causes the man to cry out, "Keug," a knife slicing through his shirt, the threat made horrifyingly real. He clutches the document, a pained "ugh" escaping his lips, his gaze revealing a mixture of pain and resignation. The threat has been carried out. Instructions are given to relocate children to Mr. Sangwa's address, a seemingly safe location. The implication is that danger is imminent. A figure is seen lurking in the background, confirming the threat. Silvermoon's arrival at an unexpected location is noted with surprise and alarm. The setting suggests a perilous environment. A breathless arrival. Someone has come to rescue those in peril, a significant turning point in the escalating crisis. A plea for help underscores the urgency and desperation of the situation, highlighting the immediate need for intervention. Team 1, ready for action, a grim determination etched on the leader's face. Her eyes flash with a fierce intensity. A warrior hurtles forward, a blur of motion, demanding immediate support from his comrades. The urgency of the situation is palpable. The team converges, their combined might focused on a single point, a vortex of energy swirling around them as they unleash a devastating assault. A male warrior, eyes narrowed in concentration, activates his magic arrow skill, the power resonating through his very being. The spell is unleashed. Vines of pure energy lashed out from the heart of a collapsing celestial body, narrowly missing their target. The impact threw the figure backward into a cloud of dust and debris, a pained cry escaping their lips. A young man, barely escaping the devastation, shouts, "Safe." His companions, though shaken, are unharmed. The immediate danger has passed. The scene shifts to reveal the aftermath, a scarred landscape, the remnants of a colossal explosion. 3 monstrous figures emerge from the crater, their eyes fixed on the surviving group. Gasping for breath, the rescued member of Assault Team 1 declares himself part of their rescue team, a self-deprecating statement given his current predicament. A superior officer corrects the rescued man, revealing a layer of complexity to the situation. He is only partially accurate in his assessment. The scene shifts to reveal the full rescue team, their leader smiling confidently, highlighting the successful operation and the team's dynamic. The "do" sound effect emphasizes their accomplishment. Relief washes over the group as they realize their companion wasn't truly abandoned, he's alive, though still unconscious. The news, while positive, is tempered by the fact that their comrade remains in a critical state, yet to regain consciousness. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Wante anxiously awaits at Odin's tower, his worry palpable despite a brave front. The scene shifts, revealing a reaction to unexpected news. Intrigue and suspense build as the narrative continues. A concerned gaze falls upon a woman, a silent question hanging in the air, "What's wrong?" The unspoken worry reveals a deeper expectation, she should be happier. The weight of loss presses heavily. A plea for help is made, a request tinged with shame. "I know it's shameless of me to ask you for another favor, but..." The grim truth is revealed, the casual mention of death a stark contrast to the surrounding quiet. "One of our teammates died in this mission." The pieces fall into place. The explanation arrives, confirming the unspoken worry, so that's why they were only 8. The narrator's anticipation of injury is shattered by the reality of death. A young woman, her face etched with worry, stands alongside a man, both cloaked against the biting cold of a snowy landscape. They are clearly on alert, their expressions mirroring a shared tension. The man's gaze sharpens, his attention drawn to something unseen. The narrator's voice confirms their unease, "Our healer, who was behind us." The narrative shifts to a new character, assessing the situation. His deduction is clear, maybe they are attacking the person who is most vulnerable to an ambush first. This suggests a strategic, calculated attack. A chaotic scene unfolds as a powerful blow connects, the earth shaking with the impact. The voice of a witness explains, "When Sona got attacked, I opened the dimension right away and ordered them to fall back." The use of dimensional travel points to a desperate, last resort maneuver. A telepathy scroll was used to immediately report the situation. The messenger, overwhelmed, collapsed amidst a pile of packages. The weight of the news proved too much. The weight of the news overloaded his telepathic connection, causing a surge of energy that he couldn't contain. A young man's pensive gaze holds a flicker of suspicion. Was that the time they lost those extra scrolls? The question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a past event of great significance. A woman, her expression grim, examines a magical map depicting a treacherous, icy landscape. A small island, the apparent destination, sits amidst a swirling vortex of dark blue energy. He nods curtly, accepting the mission's inherent danger. The same icy landscape, now viewed from a different perspective, shows the perilous journey ahead. A determination hardens his features.
If he sees any sign of failure, he will extract her, no matter the cost. The weight of responsibility and the potential for dire consequences settle over the scene. A woman, her face etched with worry, insists, "Second, it will be us who will take care of it." Her apprehension highlights the inherent danger of the task at hand.
A young man counters, "That's too dangerous.
What we are asking for is to help us while we retrieve the body." His objection underscores the risk involved, revealing a conflict in priorities. The young man, flanked by cloaked figures, reveals a startling truth: we aren't real people but clones. This revelation alters the dynamic, introducing a new layer of complexity to the situation and the stakes involved.
The woman's stunned reaction, "What did you just say?" immediately follows, signifying the impact of this shocking confession on their current mission.
A hunter, working with a clandestine organization, lies bleeding on the floor. His attacker, a powerful figure, stands over him, his words dripping with contempt: "A hunter who fucked with us was under your association."
The scene is brutal, the implication clear: betrayal and swift, lethal punishment.
The hunter's attacker sits on his chest, the scene further emphasizing the hunter's helplessness and defeat.
Blood stains the floor, a stark reminder of the violence inflicted.
The scene shifts. A woman, her face a mask of controlled fury, demands an answer.
"What's the name of that bastard?"
The question carries the weight of impending retribution.
A close-up reveals a pensive, concerned expression.
The weight of the situation is clear, as this character contemplates the ramifications of the violence they've witnessed.
A guttural scream rips through the air, a final, desperate sound as a man's lifeblood stains the ground.
His face, contorted in agony, speaks of a brutal end.
"See? We were gonna find it out anyway."
The casual tone starkly contrasts the gruesome scene moments before, revealing a chilling indifference.
John Sangwa's file confirms his identity, a JM agency hunter, specializing in cloning.
His name, now known, adds another piece to the escalating puzzle.
The question hangs heavy: what to do with Kang Junmo? The decision, though unspoken, is swift.
A man's face, framed by dark hair, breaks into a wide, knowing smile. His eyes gleam with mischief, hinting at a plan soon to unfold. He holds something concealed within his gloved hand. The scene explodes into motion. An older man, his face etched with worry, raises a glowing shield to defend against a swift, determined attack.
His younger companion, a fierce expression on his face, lunges forward with a weapon.
The air crackles with magical energy. A young man, his expression grim, is captured in a shadowed corridor. The air crackles with unspoken tension.
He's about to be taken.
A man, his face a mask of pain and defeat, is being interrogated. His captor's actions have consequences. They explain that the young man's capture is linked to a theft of jewel crystals, a significant event. He's learned that Sangwoo, the teeter hunter, has absconded with all their crystals.
A grim realization dawns.
The weight of responsibility crushes him. The question of how to stop Sangwoo becomes paramount. The crystal's theft is a critical setback.
A new character, seemingly a rescuer, arrives.
His priority, he states, isn't saving the current person, but preventing further casualties.
His immediate goal is survival, not heroism. The rescuer's pragmatism is evident.
He intends to extract them if any opportunity presents itself, acknowledging that this situation isn't ideal for anyone involved.
A young woman, cloaked and apprehensive, hears the chilling declaration: "It will be us who take care of it."
The weight of responsibility, and perhaps a foreboding sense of the task ahead, settles heavily upon her. Her eyes widen in shock as she processes a devastating revelation: they are not real people, but clones. The implications of this truth hang heavy in the air, a shocking twist that reframes the entire situation. A young man, his face partially obscured by a cap, calmly states, "This is the plan." His quiet confidence hints at a larger scheme, a calculated strategy that embraces the unsettling revelation of their clone nature.
"Don't ever come outside. The most important thing right now is your safety."
A woman's anxious plea echoes, her words a stark warning against the encroaching danger. The assault team of the Keenest Guild, a formidable group, stands poised.
Their leader, acknowledging their strength, reveals the imminent threat.
Despite their strength, the team's reckless actions in luring a horde of monsters directly towards their location is noted. The situation, once under control, spirals toward chaos. A plan is unveiled, using the monsters as a distraction, a calculated risk to buy some much-needed time.
Trust and patience are suddenly paramount. 6 months have passed since the portal incident.
Driven by a relentless ambition, the protagonist has dedicated himself to rapidly increasing his stats, working tirelessly like a man possessed. A system notification reveals his passive ability, Monster Devour, LV.12, which allows him to absorb a portion of a slain monster's stats with a 12% chance. This grants him a means to enhance his abilities after every encounter.
Despite his considerable progress, he remains unsatisfied. The current state of his abilities is simply insufficient for his ultimate goals.
A look of grim determination hardens his features.
He declares his readiness.
The image shows the man in his dark, armored cloak, preparing for what's to come, a sense of quiet resolve and anticipation in the air.
Take my sword and strength potion.
The young adventurer, masked and cloaked, urgently prepares for battle, tossing the vital supplies. Once we recover the body, we leave right away with the others.
A strategic retreat is planned amidst the chaos, prioritizing escape over prolonged engagement.
Not sure if you noticed, but when there isn't anyone around, those monsters stand still and just wait for days. A chilling observation about the enemy's unusual behavior reveals a crucial tactical advantage.
Okay, I will do that.
A decision is made, the plan is in motion.
The snapping fingers confirm the agreement and immediate action. Let's do this.
The warrior's resolve hardens, a silent declaration before the storm. A desolate, icy wasteland stretches before him, littered with the remnants of a fallen army.
Strange, ring-shaped glyphs mark the frozen ground.
The air itself crackles with anticipation. He spots his target over there. A sudden burst of speed propels him forward. A heavy thud echoes across the frozen landscape as he makes impact.
Maintain distance and stay away from the entrance.
A cloaked figure issues the command, his words echoing in the ominous, swirling crimson energy that dominates the scene.
Will they be all right?
The group, their faces etched with worry, debates the situation. Doubt clouds their decision, but the possibility of intervention lingers. This location is 40 kilometers from the dungeon entrance, escape is impossible. Despite the urgency, a decision is made, they will wait and trust the plan.
Hope remains their only option.
The man's determined gaze reflects a desperate plea for the plan's success, the weight of responsibility heavy upon his shoulders. A powerful blow connects, a sharp crack echoing through the air as the armored figure is sent reeling. The warrior presses the attack, his weapon striking true, shattering the enemy's defenses with a resounding impact. Despite the chaos, a sense of purpose guides the warrior. I can't pinpoint the source precisely, but I sense something, he thinks, urging himself onward.
Keep pushing through. He lunged forward, a blur of motion against the icy landscape. The attack was swift, brutal, a desperate attempt to break through the enemy lines.
Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his shoulder. The enemy had flanked him, he was surrounded. Behind, he gasped, fear momentarily eclipsing his resolve. His eyes darted to the tactical schematic forming in his mind, a chilling realization dawning. The enemy hadn't just attacked from behind, they had encircled them, using the protective shield as a cover to close in. He decided then, a grim determination hardening his gaze. This was it, time to play his last card. I better use this now, he muttered, a grim set to his jaw.
A deafening explosion rocked the frozen battlefield.
The resulting shockwave sent a wave of ice and shattered fragments flying, leaving one enemy soldier reeling back in agony, a pained cook, escaping his lips. A searing pain racks the man's body as he unleashes a guttural cry, "Arg."
The raw agony is etched across his face, reflecting the immense strain of his magical exertion.
He fires a magic bullet, level 11, bypassing his target's corpse, a testament to the unusual nature of his skills.
The system message confirms the activation, this isn't ordinary ordnance.
The resulting blast is a spectacular, explosive wave of blue energy, a visually stunning display of raw power.
The sheer scale of the attack suggests formidable capabilities. Two colossal, blue-armored figures clashed amidst a blizzard, their struggle leaving trails of fractured ice. A crimson Ankh symbol pulsed between them, radiating an ominous energy. Terror etched itself onto the faces of three cloaked figures as they witnessed the destructive power unleashed. Their horrified gasps echoed the sheer scale of the battle. A dark figure, cloaked and armed, declared, "Good, we can go now," his voice firm despite the chaotic scene before him. A powerful surge of blue energy crackled around him, hinting at his involvement in the unfolding events. The same figure, now striding purposefully through a storm of blue energy, issued a sharp command, "Get the body." The urgency in his voice underscored the significance of recovering whatever he sought. Mana surged into him, threatening to overwhelm his body. The pressure was immense, he felt like he might explode. A surge of power coursed through him, a desperate gambit to attract attention. His face twisted in a grimace as he embraced the risk. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating wave of energy, a torrent of blue power that tore through the landscape. The blast sent his enemies sprawling, their numbers dwarfed by the sheer force of his attack. Overwhelmed, he could only issue a desperate warning before the power consumed him. "Run!" A ferocious battle rages. A cloaked figure, snarling, is thrown back by a blast of energy as a colossal, crystalline structure shatters around him. Above, another figure hurtles through the air, a blur of motion against a sky of electric blue. The initial assault continues, several dark figures are hurled downwards by another powerful energy wave, crashing into the fractured landscape below. Two figures, panting, emerge from the wreckage, one carrying a bundled form. "We got her," one states, relief etched on their faces, as the other groans in pain. A heartfelt "thank you so much," echoes, a testament to the recent rescue. The emotional weight of the moment is palpable, even as a swirling vortex of dark energy erupts in the background, hinting at the lurking danger. The dark vortex consumes the scene. A figure, armed with throwing knives, launches a desperate attack against a cloaked adversary amidst crackling energy. This is clearly a last-ditch effort. "Don't worry, it's just a clone," a voice reassures amidst the chaos. The casual dismissal reveals a callous disregard for life, underscoring the larger conflict. The situation has escalated. A brutal, electric-charged assault is underway. A wounded man, fighting back against two relentless robotic assailants, showcases the desperation of their struggle. The quang sound of impact emphasizes the violent energy of each strike. A young man, his glasses askew, face smeared with blood, stares with wide, apprehensive eyes. Sweat beads on his brow, a palpable tension hangs in the air. The scene shifts abruptly. A woman is held captive between two armored figures, their dark forms looming menacingly. Electricity crackles around them, a portent of impending danger. Her wide eyes mirror the young man's fear. A close-up reveals a struggle. A gloved hand, imbued with energy, clashes with another, creating a shower of sparks. The dark background emphasizes the intensity of the confrontation. The young man from the first panel reappears, his face wounded, a grim determination etched onto his features. He touches a wound near his eye, the blue electrical energy around him hinting at his own powerful capabilities. This is no ordinary victim. With a final surge of energy, he uttered his parting words, "See you on the other side," before vanishing in a flash of light. Two menacing figures, robotic in appearance, emerged from the resulting explosion, their eyes glowing ominously. The monster devour skill activates, absorbing the essence of slain monsters. The stats of the Ice Guardian are absorbed, increasing strength, reflexes, mana, and cold resistance. Instructions are given to send children to Mr. Sangwa's address in a desirable neighborhood. Silvermoon's unexpected arrival is noted with surprise. This is bad. Well, you are known to be hard-headed, so I'm sure he didn't tell you. Get it? We are the victims here. But I have a condition. The request is deemed too dangerous, retrieving the body requires assistance, but the potential risk to the helper is a major concern. A young man, flanked by two cloaked figures, assures them that there's no need for concern. His confident demeanor suggests a plan is already in motion. He reveals that the cloaked figures are clones, not easily harmed, alleviating worries about their safety during the mission. The plan is outlined: two clones, designated number 4 and number 6,
will guard the dimensional entrance, while the young man and two others retrieve the body.
Efficiency and a seemingly low-risk approach are indicated.
But we can be of help, the young man offers, a hint of determination in his voice despite the ominous red backdrop. His words convey not only assistance but also a willingness to face the dangers that clearly surround them. But another voice cuts in, a more measured tone, "But I'm the one responsible for bringing you back safely." This individual clearly prioritizes the safe return of the group above all else, even if their methods remain unclear.
A sense of responsibility and perhaps cautiousness underlies his words.
A young woman, her face etched with worry, reveals her own strategy. I had other plans too, even if you couldn't help me out then." Her words highlight her preparedness and resourcefulness, suggesting she had contingency plans in place even before receiving aid.
Okay.
A single word, yet it carries the weight of acceptance and a quiet resolve. The agreement, though understated, marks a significant turning point, signaling a shift in dynamics and a commitment to a collaborative path forward. He revealed the secret to his power, a chilling admission. By relentlessly feeding clones with jewels, he honed his skills to a level the Kinoa's guildmaster desired. This methodical approach, he explained, was the key to acquiring the stats the guildmaster sought.
The scene shifts. A young woman, apprehensive, stands before a man in a cap, who asks, "Are you ready?" The tension is palpable.
The capped man, ever driven, declares his unwavering commitment to growth. "I will always gladly take on any opportunity to get stronger." His determination is unshaken. A young woman, cloaked and hooded, urges caution upon her companion. "Please, be careful."
He, a young man in a cap, carries a dagger, his expression a mixture of resolve and apprehension. The red backdrop hints at the danger they face.
The young man's resolve hardens.
A blue, icy mass shatters violently, CH and KA illustrating the force of the impact.
This is no ordinary ice, this is magical, powerful.
The scene reflects the scale of the immediate threat. They sprint across a desolate, icy landscape. The young man, now leading, declares, "Let's go."
The urgency in his voice, mirrored by the dynamic lines, indicates a desperate race against time. The man in the mask, his face obscured, stood resolute against a backdrop of swirling blue and crimson energies. His posture hinted at a hidden strength, a silent defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. A woman's worried expression reflected the group's uncertainty. "All we saw was him running away from the monsters towards us," she stated, her voice laced with doubt, but her words trailed off, leaving unspoken the troubling implications of his actions. The group, a mix of apprehensive faces and grim determination, listened to their leader.
He revealed a contingency plan. He said he had a plan in case he couldn't get into the portal with us.
The unspoken weight of the situation hung heavy in the air.
A sudden attack.
He blocked it with surprising skill, a grim expression twisting his features as he muttered, "I blocked it." The sharp slicing sound effects underscored the ferocity of the assault and the narrow escape.
A desperate flight across a snow-swept battlefield.
The protagonist, cloaked and determined, sprints through a blizzard of icy attacks, dodging the relentless assault of monstrous figures and mechanical constructs. The impact throws a woman to the ground, her fiery red hair a stark contrast to the cold white snow.
The force of the blow is evident in her crumpled form. Surrounded.
The young man's assessment is blunt, his face etched with worry as he gazes upon the tactical map depicting their precarious position.
Their escape routes are cut off.
A surge of raw power erupts, blue energy crackling around a figure flung violently backward.
The force of the attack is staggering, a testament to the immense power unleashed. Concern etched on his face, one man urgently asks another, "No. Can you move?"
The reply is immediate and resolute, "Yes, no problem." Despite the evident injury and the lingering effects of the electrical attack, his resolve remains unbroken.
A sudden surge of energy erupts, throwing the masked figures backward.
They struggle to maintain their footing amidst a blizzard, a desperate fight for control evident in their strained postures.
Hundreds of shadowy figures plummet from the sky, a torrential downpour of darkness. The scene is one of overwhelming chaos and impending doom. One of the masked figures, now clearly a man, is flung through the air, desperately clutching a heavy sack. The fierce speed of his trajectory underscores the power of the attack.
A figure hurtles through the air, a dark energy erupting beneath him as he crashes into the snow-covered ground. The impact sends a shockwave outward, fracturing the frozen earth. An older man, his face etched with worry, exclaims, "Some are still out there." His words confirm the ongoing threat, despite the recent victory.
A young woman beside him, though visibly shaken, shows a steely determination in her gaze.
A terrifying swarm of shadowy creatures bursts from a chasm in the ice, a bolt of lightning illuminating their terrifying forms amidst the blizzard. This reveals a significant escalation of the threat. A desperate cry, "No," escapes the lips of a figure shrouded in shadow as a surge of powerful, blue energy flares from his hand, a desperate attempt to counter the overwhelming force. The scene emphasizes his struggle against insurmountable odds. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupts from the icy depths, its malevolent power threatening to consume all. His body shatters, revealing a glimpse of the monstrous power within, the icy shards reflecting the light of impending chaos. From the abyss, horrifying creatures emerge, their forms grotesque and menacing, their presence a harbinger of destruction. The system message flashes, a stark white against the purple, confirming the absorption of the Ice Guardian's stats, strength, reflexes, mana, and cold resistance, all significantly enhanced.
A pointed question hangs in the air: why are you looking for Hunter Jong Sang-woo anyway?
The inquiry reveals a simmering tension, a mystery surrounding the hunter's whereabouts.
Number 4, let me borrow that knife. The terse request underscores the urgency of the situation.
The exchange, though brief, highlights a practical need and a willingness to cooperate, hinting at a shared objective despite their different appearances. A group of figures, cloaked and bundled against the biting cold, trudged through a snow-swept landscape. The lead figure, his back to us, shows only the thick fur trim of his coat and a worn, dark cap. The harsh, wintry expanse speaks of a difficult journey ahead.
Suddenly, a flash of movement.
One of the figures, a blurry form in the distance, gasps, a single word punctuating the frigid air, "There."
A clone, its body fractured, cracks widening across its form like shattered glass, emits a faint blue glow as its life ebbs away.
The clone's final, pained expression is clear, resignation, but also a strange peace. As sparks of blue energy fade from the clone, leaving only the remnants of its destroyed form.
Its final words, barely audible, echo the quiet acceptance of its fate: "See you on the other side."
A violent crimson flash explodes across the panel, the sound of a devastating impact implied by the visual.
A wave of energy, born from the flash, obliterates what's left of the clone.
The day of the rescue mission has arrived. A man, his face etched with both determination and worry, stands in a hospital room, offering pastries to a young boy in a bed. The weight of the mission rests heavily upon him. He urges the boy to wake, to greet the others with a smile, hinting at the difficult task ahead that demands strength and resilience. The unspoken urgency underscores the gravity of the situation. A sharp flinch. He recoils, hand instinctively reaching inward, as if probing a hidden injury. Fear etched on their faces, the woman and the man watch, helplessly, as two strange devices, humming with arcane energy, descend from above. The woman's eyes widen in alarm. "A portal, is it the assault team?" she gasps, the question hanging heavy in the air, charged with both dread and a flicker of desperate hope. A surge of blue energy crackles, coalescing into a glyph of raw power. This is the mark of the awakened, a sign of immense potential, but also a warning of the volatile forces at play. The energy explodes, engulfing a man in a winter coat. He stands, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and awe, amidst the chaotic aftermath. The raw power of the awakening has manifested physically. A close-up reveals a man's face, etched with deep concentration, his brow furrowed in intense effort. The strain of controlling the unleashed power is evident. This is the cost of awakening. A man's face, etched with worry, fills the frame. His eyes, narrowed in concern, betray a deep unease. The weight of unspoken anxieties hangs heavy in the air. The young woman, cloaked and apprehensive, stands amidst swirling dust and smoke. Her expression is one of stark fear, a palpable sense of dread emanating from her. The scene speaks volumes of a recent, catastrophic event. The explosion's aftermath leaves him dazed, a single thought echoing, "Ugh. It's my first time experiencing blowing myself up." The sheer absurdity of the situation is palpable. He sits amidst two figures cloaked in dark green, their expressions a mixture of concern and amusement as they take in the scene. The young man's self-destruction, though catastrophic, has a touch of dark humor. "Don't tell me you made a big mess in the guild while I was gone," he accuses, his tone laced with a mixture of exasperation and apprehension. The weight of his absence clearly hangs heavy in the air. A gloved hand gestures towards a scene of chaos, the implication clear: the guild's disarray is a direct result of his absence. His leadership, it seems, was the only thing keeping order. Tears stream down his face as he embraces the figure before him, relief and profound sorrow intertwine, a silent testament to the burden he carried alone. The words, "It's all okay now," are a whisper of comfort, both for the other and for himself. "You are all back," he confirms, the simple statement carrying the weight of a world lifted from his shoulders. The close-up on his eyes reveals the depth of his relief, yet a lingering sadness remains, hinting at the cost of his return. The weight of his actions crashes down on him. Somaya's suffering is his burden. Somaya's sobs echo the devastation he feels, a testament to the consequences of his choices. Fear grips her, the ordeal left an indelible mark. He weeps, sharing her pain, the weight of responsibility etched on his face. A grateful, heartfelt thank you underscores the profound impact of his actions, a glimmer of hope amidst the turmoil. A sharply dressed man, his face partially obscured, offers a curt dismissal, "Let's go back home." His tone suggests a weariness born of a long day, perhaps one filled with more than just business dealings. A team meticulously transports large, oddly shaped objects across a desolate, dark landscape. The secrecy and the nature of their cargo hint at something significant and possibly dangerous. One of the team members, receiving a report, gives a simple acknowledgement, "Oh, right, great job." The casualness of his response belies the potential gravity of the situation, raising questions about the true nature of their mission. Inspecting the results on a digital interface, a young man marvels at the impressive outcome. "Wow, how great are the stat increases this time." This reveals the secret nature of their work and its considerable reward. Hunter Nim. A young man, startled, turns as he's addressed. A woman and a man, cloaked against the cold, regard him with a somber gravity. Their expressions speak volumes of unspoken concern. "There's nothing I can say but this," the man states, his words carrying the weight of a heavy burden. "Contact me if you are ever in trouble, we will help you no matter what," the man assures the young hunter, offering a lifeline of support amidst uncertainty. His gaze is firm, a promise etched in his eyes. He readily agreed, a wide, almost unsettling grin spreading across his face. "If you say so," he added, giving a thumbs up. He produced a small item, explaining, "I used one already for killing an ice golem, but I still have one left. Here it is." The revelation hit them hard. "He was here all this time," one exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Another muttered, "It's such a waste." The fact that he'd been secretly controlling a clone using his familiar skill was astonishing. Yes, he was busy controlling his clone with a familiar skill, but he was here all along, another clarified, the gravity of the situation dawning on them. One of them, a woman, stared in disbelief, the weight of the implications settling on her. "I didn't believe it either, for such a skill to exist." He beat himself up over a missed opportunity, the regret clear on his tear-streaked face. "Ah! I should have just taken it," he cried, his words echoing his desperate self-reproach. A blinding flash of energy erupted, the raw power visible in the crackling blue light. He was thrown back by the force of it. Dazed, but seemingly unharmed, he emerged from the blast, noting the sudden change of scenery. "Ah, it's bright outside," he muttered, the relief palpable in his voice. He's back among his waiting companions, the implications of his mission clear even without explicit words. "You must be busy once you go back," one of them observed, the weight of unspoken tasks heavy in the air. A somber procession approaches a futuristic-looking vessel. A dark coffin, borne by cloaked figures, is about to be loaded into the ship, the scene hinting at a significant loss and the conclusion of a significant event. A young man, his face etched with a pensive expression, gazes off into the distance. The mountainous landscape behind him hints at a journey undertaken, a journey that has clearly left its mark. His eyes widen in alarm, a sudden understanding dawning.
The urgency is palpable. A message arrives, confirming his fears. Agent Nim has been taken by the Silver Moon bastards, their location disclosed.
The young man is already in pursuit. A close-up reveals a gritted jaw, a face contorted with fierce determination.
He will not rest until Agent Nim is safe. Panic grips the scene. One man urgently pleads, "Sir, I need to go somewhere, right now." His companion, clearly concerned, counters with a worried, "What's wrong?"
The immediate urgency foreshadows a grave development.
The answer explodes: the Silver Moon bastards kidnapped Agent Nim from the JM agency.
The speaker's face is contorted in a mixture of horror and desperate determination. The kidnapping throws the narrative into a high-stakes chase.
Further context emerges. The speaker explains, "I had a little fight with them before. They were trying to control the hunting ground that I was going into, so..."
This reveals a pre-existing conflict and establishes the Silver Moon's motivations.
A solution is offered: "Hunter Nim, you should use this to go to the Silver Moon." The implication is that a tool or means of transportation, previously unmentioned, is being provided. The urgency escalates.
The urgency is underscored with a simple, yet impactful statement: "I told you earlier." The understated tone highlights the gravity of the situation and the speaker's previous warnings. A gloved hand clutches a rolled-up document, the material's texture and weight hinted at by the creases and the way it's held. The context suggests a clandestine transaction, an exchange of vital information.
Two sharply dressed men stand silently, observing a powerfully built individual clad in muted, tactical gear.
The atmosphere crackles with unspoken tension, a meeting between contrasting factions. A sudden, violent attack. The young woman is strangled, her face contorted in a silent scream as the attacker's grip tightens.
The harsh KSSSH sound of her constricted breathing adds to the visceral impact.
Fear etched itself onto the young woman's face as the imposing figure loomed, his gaze unwavering and intense. The air crackled with unspoken tension. A surge of dark energy erupted from the man, lightning arcing from his fingertips as he unleashed his power.
The young woman, now battered and bruised, struggled to maintain her composure amidst the electric storm.
The attack had left its mark. Three robotic figures, their forms obscured by the blizzard, advanced, their presence adding a chilling new dimension to the already desperate situation. The young man lay unconscious, his face pale, bearing the faint marks of a recent struggle. A concerned voice cuts through the silence.
"The mission might be over by now."
The speaker's worried expression reveals the weight of unspoken consequences. The travelers made camp on a desolate, rocky shore, the only light emanating from a small fire near a lone tent. A chilling wind whipped around them, hinting at the dangers lurking in this isolated region. A sudden crackle of energy split the night. A gloved hand, crackling with arcane energy, reached towards a dark, imposing door, the air itself seeming to hum with anticipation. This was no ordinary door, the faint, crimson glyph etched upon it spoke of ancient power and forbidden secrets. Terror seized him, a guttural cry escaped his lips as he recoiled from an unseen force. His face, etched with both pain and disbelief, spoke volumes of his impending doom.
Blood blossomed across his chest, a stark contrast to the pallid skin of his face.
The young man with spectacles, visibly weakened, staggered, his grip on reality slipping.
Agony contorted his features.
A choked sob escaped his lips, the silent scream of a dying man overwhelmed by despair. He clutched at his chest, the weight of his injuries crushing him. The king's eyes widened in stark terror, his face etched with a profound fear that spoke volumes. This was no mere apprehension, it was the chilling realization of impending doom. A wave of icy energy washed over the young man, his body enveloped in a chilling blue light. A faint gasp escaped his lips as the power surged through him, a potent force both invigorating and terrifying. He clutched his head, the residual energy leaving him disoriented and overwhelmed. The experience had shaken him to his core, leaving him grappling with its implications. Tears streamed down her face, yet defiance etched itself onto her features.
"Of course I am."
"Who do you think I am?" she exclaimed, her voice brimming with a fierce resolve that belied her distress. The words were a pointed rejection of any suggestion of weakness, a clear assertion of her identity. There's nothing to cry about, the unspoken narrative added, but the tears told a different story. Her gaze darted upwards, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and desperate hope. The subtle shift in her expression revealed a vulnerability that the previous defiance couldn't entirely mask. The silent plea in her eyes added another layer to her internal conflict, hinting at the depths of her emotional turmoil. A barely audible whisper escaped her lips, "Appa." The single word, laden with implication, revealed a layer of intimacy and dependence at odds with her earlier bravado. It was a cry for help, a fragile appeal cloaked in a single term of endearment. A woman, her face etched with worry, confesses to her grizzled companion, "I thought no one was coming for us." Their desperate hope underscores the perilous situation they find themselves in. Overcome with relief, the woman bursts into tears as she embraces her rescuer. Her sobs are a testament to the intensity of their ordeal and the overwhelming joy of unexpected salvation. The rescuer, presenting essential items, declares, "Here are the sword, potion, and the teleportation scroll." This terse announcement highlights their immediate need for escape and the gravity of the situation. A hushed "yes" escapes the man's lips, his gaze fixed on something unseen. His subservience is palpable. He expresses gratitude, a relieved thank you, but his posture remains tense. Two figures in dark cloaks bow before him, their faces obscured. The atmosphere is heavy with unspoken tension. He attempts to lighten the mood, stating that he only accepted the job because it was a good offer. His words are a flimsy attempt to mask the underlying anxiety. A close-up on a man's determined face, "No, this isn't over." The narrative shifts decisively, the relief is fleeting, a new conflict is brewing. The leader of the Keenest Guild offers his unwavering support, promising aid in every possible way. His expression, though serious, conveys a genuine commitment to their cause. He explains that he had already planned to provide them with additional items not used during the recent expedition. The recipient, slightly hesitant at first, accepts the offer, murmuring an "okay," relieved by the explanation. A character's inner thoughts reveal a suspicion that the assurances offered were merely a way to pacify them, a subtle doubt about the true nature of the situation. A grim-faced man, likely a healer given the context, confirms that he must attend to the injured. However, his tone and the weight of his words carry a heavier implication: preparations must also be made for a funeral. The scene's somber atmosphere suggests significant casualties. The weight of this news settles upon him, the impending funeral a stark reminder of the battle's cost. His expression reflects the profound sorrow and the sobering reality of loss. A surge of data floods in, bypassing the portal's usual barriers. The signals were blocked before, but now, they overwhelm the system. The message is stark: Agent Nim has been taken by the Silver Moon bastards, and pursuit is immediate. Shock and disbelief ripple across his face. "What? Why would the Silver Moon do that?" he demands, the question hanging heavy in the air. A young man in a hooded cloak stares upward in disbelief as a teleport scroll is thrust into his hands. He clearly expected a different outcome. A man, clearly agitated, stands under a night sky, muttering about unanswered messages. His impatience hints at a critical situation developing. The man from the previous panel is shown from behind, collapsing in apparent pain or exhaustion, a significant physical setback. A sudden jolt of energy erupts, throwing the scene into chaos. "This is bad," a voice whispers, filled with a dawning sense of dread. The unforeseen event leaves him disoriented, confused, escaping his lips as the fight intensifies. The man, his features etched with worry, is clearly caught in a dangerous confrontation. He's caught in a whirlwind of energy, yet amidst the turmoil, he recognizes something. "You look familiar," he observes, a hint of recognition amidst the chaos. A low groan escaped his lips, the man winced in pain. He checked his phone, a message revealing a package delivery. The news seemed to momentarily distract him from his discomfort. A young woman, clad in a field cap and jacket, is approached. A single word hangs in the air: "Hey." The tone, however, suggests something far more ominous is about to transpire. The casual greeting quickly turns violent. A powerful grip constricts her throat, her face contorting in pain as she gasps, "Ugh." The attack is swift, brutal, and unexpected. The woman's inner monologue reveals her terror. This is bad. The simplicity of the statement underscores the gravity of the situation, hinting at a threat far exceeding her capabilities.
A dark figure, cloaked and ominous, unleashes a surge of crackling energy.
His eyes glow with malevolent intent, setting the stage for a confrontation filled with palpable power and imminent danger. His eyes narrowed, a silent fury building behind them. The air crackled with barely contained rage.
A sudden attack.
A cloaked figure lunged, blade flashing, striking the man in a business suit. The impact sent him sprawling.
Panic surged as a voice echoed, "Where is our agent?"
The scene is consumed by fiery chaos, the crimson glow illuminating the desperation of the situation. The agent, his throat clutched, could only choke out a desperate "Kyo,
before succumbing. "Stop! I know where they took him."
The young man's eyes blazed with urgency, his voice sharp with a desperate hope.
The weight of his revelation hung heavy in the air, a potential turning point in the unfolding drama.
The scene shifted to a brutal confrontation.
A man lay beaten and vulnerable, the blows having left him prone on the ground.
3 figures loomed over him, their menacing silhouettes casting long shadows. Their actions speak volumes of their ruthlessness. This is no simple scuffle. Those Silver Moon bastards took him into that storage.
Some of them are even walking around guarding that place.
The young man's companion, his face etched with grim determination, confirmed the dire situation, painting a picture of the danger ahead.
The location, the storage facility, is now the pivotal point in their mission.
"It's dangerous, so wait here." The instruction, delivered with steely resolve, cemented the gravity of the situation.
The upcoming rescue attempt will demand courage, skill, and a calculated approach. The stage is set for a high-stakes operation.
A ragged breath escapes the masked man's lips, the sound barely audible above the frantic pounding in his ears.
His chest heaves, each inhale a desperate fight for air.
The faint glow of unseen energy flickers around his injured shoulder. His eyes, though pained, fix on something beyond the immediate suffering. A silent plea, a desperate hope, hangs heavy in the air as he whispers a single, barely audible. The scarcity of guilds controlling hunting grounds explains why their guild was targeted. The implication is that this attack wasn't random, it was strategically chosen due to limited alternatives.
Anxiety hangs heavy in the air as they anxiously await young Sangwa's arrival, highlighting his importance to their operation and their dependence on him.
The scene shifts to a tense meeting within a dimly lit warehouse, showcasing a power dynamic. The men, seemingly subordinates, are gathered around a central figure, suggesting a command structure. The older man's eyes widened in disbelief, his gaze fixed on the younger man before him.
A palpable tension hung in the air.
"I thought it would take another couple more hours," the burly man stated, his voice laced with surprise. The younger man replied, "I don't understand how he got here so fast either." The implication of the unexpected speed of arrival hung heavy.
Suspecting others are nearby, the man checks his phone, murmuring, "Are you alone? I heard that there are other guys in masks too. I'll check if anyone else is hiding around." His apprehension is palpable. 2 figures, clearly hostile, approach a masked individual. One of them commands, "Just don't kill them."
The tension is thick, the threat implied rather than explicit.
A man, his face bloodied, pleads, "Hunter Nim, don't."
His fear is evident, a desperate attempt to halt impending violence.
The masked individual, gritting his teeth, mutters, "Just hold on a little longer, Agent Nim." A grim determination settles on his face. He's buying time, but for how long?
A man in a tan jacket grips a weapon, his expression grim.
The words, "Do the same thing they did to you,"
hang in the air, a chilling promise of vengeance. With a blur of motion and a sharp crack, the man is struck.
The attacker remains unseen. The attack is swift and brutal.
A young man with teal hair delivers a vicious blow, sending his opponent sprawling. The teal-haired young man continues his assault, efficiently subduing his foe with a powerful takedown.
A brutal attack unfolds.
A swift blow sends the victim reeling, a guttural cry of "Iuizike" escaping his lips as he collapses. The attacker's victory is short-lived, his triumph turning to agony as he, too, is struck down. He cries out, his body crumpling under a second attack. From a vantage point, a man watches the scene with cold disdain. His frustration boils over. Ha, these useless bastards. He sneers, the weight of his disappointment heavy in the air. The finality of the situation is clear. Another body lies still, amidst scattered debris, the results of a ruthless efficiency. Two men, their backs to the viewer, flee down a dimly lit corridor. A single bead of sweat traces the neck of the taller man, emphasizing the tension of their escape. A man with dark hair and rings watches them go, a smirk playing on his lips. He confidently assesses the situation, believing their defeat was inevitable. He expected you guys to get beaten again, and he wasn't wrong about that, right? His thoughts reveal. The fleeing men are confronted by a new figure, interrupting their escape. He demands answers. His question highlights a hidden conflict concerning crystals. Tell us where you hid the crystals right now, we will let you both go, the man commands. The fleeing men express disbelief and confusion at his words. What the fuck are you talking about? What crystal? One of them protests. The confident man from earlier, observing the unexpected turn of events, utters a dismissive comment. Arrogant bastard, he sneers. The additional information that he found something during a search of the fleeing men's office adds a crucial new element to the narrative. He concedes defeat, acknowledging his opponent's strength. I admit it. You are strong. The statement carries the weight of genuine respect, not mere politeness. A statistical display reveals significantly enhanced combat capabilities. The narrator's commentary underscores the implications, good stats too. With this, I'm sure you can beat up most of the hunters in this field. This is not just about raw power, it's about strategic advantage in the upcoming competition. His cloning skill receives particular attention. The focus shifts to the opponent, a young man with a pensive expression. The question hangs in the air, a subtle challenge: is your skill cloning, right? The implication is that the opponent's victory was not accidental, it is a result of careful, skillful strategy. A burst of laughter reveals the antagonist's insight into the opponent's strategy. Ha, that was the reason. The sudden shift to amusement suggests a deeper understanding of the events unfolded. The laughter intensifies, unveiling a key element of the antagonist's assessment: for you to have been fighting us head-on without using any skills. His astonishment showcases the opponent's unconventional but effective fighting method. He scoffed, his back to the viewer, a dismissive air about him. And I'm sure the masked guys who follow you also have lame skills. His demeanor suggests a condescending certainty, a challenge veiled in mockery. A blur of motion, a sudden, sharp strike. The masked figure's weapon, a staff, snaps through the air. The force is clearly impactful. The masked man, his eyes glowing, advances with a bold confidence. You can test them and see for yourself if they are lame. The challenge is issued, the implication clear: he is prepared to prove his skills, and the previous dismissal will be swiftly addressed. A pained cry escapes the man's lips as he recoils, the impact of the attack visible on his face. The sudden, sharp contrast between boastful confidence and sudden, painful reality underscores the unexpected effectiveness of the masked man's skills. A powerfully built man, sweat beading on his brow, strides purposefully through a room. His tense posture and the wide-eyed fear of the onlookers speak volumes. He's clearly just finished a brutal confrontation. I can see that, a calm voice observes, laced with a dismissive undertone. The speaker's nonchalance only emphasizes the impressive feat of the muscular man. The man, his back to us, grips a sheathed blade. His opponent, a younger man in a hoodie, stands wary. The older man's statement, "I didn't like the idea of beating a single group with a group," reveals a code of honor, even amidst violence. The younger man's challenge is direct and confident: let's see how great your skill is. The stage is set for a duel. Chanbyong Hyungnim, a powerfully built craftsman, stands defiantly amidst a cluttered workshop. His presence fills the space, a palpable tension hanging in the air as he confronts another man seated nearby. The narrative shifts to focus on Hyungnim's face. The text reveals the activation of his stealth skill, a power so refined that even the most advanced detection skills cannot perceive him. It's an ability beyond comprehension to the observer.
A group of masked figures, clearly anticipating trouble, huddle together. The warning is issued, they must prepare themselves. The palpable sense of foreboding underscores the impending danger. Hyungnim's hand, partially visible, grips a weapon. His final statement confirms the terrifying implications of his stealth skill, he's become utterly undetectable. The fight intensifies. A swift, brutal blow sends one combatant sprawling, the impact echoing the unspoken tension hanging in the air. A masked figure unleashes a fierce attack, their dark energy crackling with malevolent power. The blow connects, the force visible in the distorted air around the impact. Terror grips the observer, wide eyes and beads of sweat paint a picture of stark fear. The sheer intensity of the battle leaves him paralyzed with dread. A tense confrontation unfolds in a dimly lit alleyway. A young woman, eyes wide with fear, is challenged by a powerful man. "Who are you? What are you doing in this place?" His voice carries a low, menacing growl. The man's expression shifts subtly, a flicker of something akin to recognition crossing his face as he utters a single word, "Hmm?" A surge of dark energy crackles around him, hinting at a hidden power. A man, his face etched with suspicion, levels a gaze at his opponent. "I think I have seen you," he murmurs, the words hanging heavy in the air. The tension is palpable, the unspoken threat a tangible presence. The scene shifts. A young man watches, eyes wide with alarm, as a powerful hand clamps around another man's throat. A desperate struggle ensues. A young man with fiery red hair glares, his expression a mixture of anger and determination. This is the source of the previous attack, his intent unmistakable. Tears streamed down the man's face, a silent testament to his overwhelming grief. His anguish spoke volumes, hinting at a devastating loss that had just transpired. A young man, his face etched with determination, grappled with an older man. A warning rings out, "You might kill him." The stakes are high, a life hangs in the balance. "Tie them up," a voice commands, sharp and authoritative. A curt okay follows, confirming the order's execution. The scene shifts towards a swift resolution, hinting at capture. The young man's face is now creased with apprehension, a stark contrast to his earlier resolve. He hesitates, caught between his resolve and a growing sense of doubt. A masked operative assures his team, it won't take long, as they stand poised for action in a dimly lit, urban setting. Their mission is imminent. The scene shifts abruptly. Mr. Kang Junmo is addressed urgently. "Look here, Mr. Kang Junmo." The urgency suggests a critical development. A comedic interlude. The speaker exclaims, "Ahahaha, he fell asleep." The gravity of the situation has been momentarily disrupted by an unexpected event. The speaker adds, only slightly embarrassed, "Well, it is a little embarrassing now." An explanation is offered, "He went abroad, so I'm assuming we should wait for a couple of hours." This reveals a crucial piece of information, a delay. Two men in suits stood in a dimly lit office, tension hung heavy in the air. One, older and scarred, watched the other with cold intensity. The younger man shifted nervously, clearly unnerved by his superior's gaze. A metallic clang echoed as a heavy object crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Sparks flew, a clear indication of the force used to break it. His eyes, narrowed and burning with barely contained fury, held a simmering power. A fierce determination hardened his features. He was ready. He urged, the faster, the better, a grim determination etched on his face. The urgency in his tone hinted at a pressing danger. A sudden, violent attack. The man was thrown back, a spray of blood staining his shirt as several sharp objects pierced his flesh. Fear clouded his features as he stammered, "I'll." The unfinished sentence, and the sight of his crude weapon, spoke volumes about his desperate situation. His eyes, wide with a haunted fury, reflected the scars etched across his face. A silent scream was etched into his features. A brutal attack. A man in a dark suit lunged, knives flashing, toward the hooded figure. The younger man braced, his expression grim. The attack connected, sending the younger man sprawling amongst the debris. The force of the blow was evident. A thunderous bang echoes, followed by a pained aack. The raw force of the blow is palpable. The attacker surveys the scene, several men sprawled on the ground.
Damn it, he mutters, the weight of the situation heavy on him. A man with a calm demeanor approaches, a subtle yet knowing smile playing on his lips.
I just wanted to tell you this first, just in case.
He explains, a hint of foreboding in his voice.
A young man's face registers grim determination.
He's been warned, and you have already crossed the line.
This won't end peacefully.
The threat hangs heavy in the air, his actions have irrevocably altered the course of events. Surrounded, the young man is confronted by a group of armed figures. One states, "There was a document about you," confirming his actions haven't gone unnoticed. The tension is palpable, a confrontation is imminent.
An assessing gaze falls upon the young man. The observation, judging by how you are beating our C-class kids, you are about CB class, I think. This casual assessment, however, hints at a deeper game at play.
A subtle shift in expression.
The word "but"
hangs in the air, pregnant with unspoken implications and foreshadowing a critical revelation.
The assessment continues, revealing a crucial weakness: there are people like you. Awakened but has a trash skill, and that's why you focus on stats like an idiot. There isn't anything you can use properly except strike, right? The young man's seemingly impressive strength is built on a flawed foundation. A man, seated and composed, observes a gathering.
His words carry a chilling undertone. I noticed people like you gather in a group. This seemingly innocuous statement foreshadows a confrontation, revealing a calculated awareness of the opposing faction's strategy. The scene shifts to a cloaked figure, their face obscured by shadow, confronting a group of armed opponents. The tension is palpable, the ominous presence of this individual is immediately clear.
This is the leader of the opposing force, their appearance signaling a shift in power dynamics. Hyungnim, a subordinate, conveys grim news. Hyungnim, I think our guys outside are all beaten too.
This reveals the extent of the opposing force's dominance and sets the stage for a desperate situation.
The worry etched onto their face adds another layer to the intensity.
Despite the overwhelming odds, a glimmer of hope emerges. At least you aren't outnumbered now. This statement, while acknowledging the dire circumstances, offers a sliver of tactical advantage, suggesting a potential shift in the conflict's momentum.
I can see you are really confident.
The words hung in the air, a subtle challenge directed at the young man.
His expression, a mixture of apprehension and determination, betrayed a hidden nervousness beneath his outward show of bravado.
A sharp, dismissive note cut through the tension. The woman's eyes, gleaming with a predatory intensity, confirmed her utter lack of concern. Her confidence wasn't feigned, it was the cold certainty of someone who held the upper hand. He watched, unseen, as she effortlessly erased her presence. "It removes all traces of me," she stated, the casualness of her tone belying the gravity of the act.
The implication was clear, she was leaving no evidence behind.
A cruel smile stretched across his face, eyes gleaming with malicious intent.
He savored the anticipation. His laughter echoed, a prelude to violence.
"It will all end soon," he hissed, eyes fixed on his target.
"I'll get him." The ambush was swift and brutal. Shadows lunged, weapons flashing. He was trapped, surrounded by masked figures. Fear etched itself onto his features.
3 figures, cloaked and armed, peered from a doorway, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and surprise.
The scene unfolded within a dilapidated building, the signs above suggesting a medical clinic, now clearly abandoned. A moment later, silence. Then, a single, uncertain syllable echoed in the emptiness, "Ha!"
A man, his expression a sly smirk, chuckled softly. He held a piece of paper, the content of which was as yet unseen, but the nature of his smile suggested something significant had transpired, something that left him quite pleased. The celebratory atmosphere of a bar was thick with the sounds of clinking glasses and laughter.
3 friends, deep in conversation, raised their drinks in a toast.
Cheers! Their 3rd year of friendship was a milestone, a testament to their bond. One friend, his eyes twinkling with mischief, broke the convivial mood.
"Don't you guys have girlfriends?"
His question hung in the air, a playful challenge to their single status. The other 2 men exchanged glances, a mixture of awkwardness and resignation in their eyes. One spoke, his voice heavy with a sigh of defeat. Sorry, let's just drink.
The light-hearted banter gave way to a quiet acceptance of their current reality. A man's face, etched with worry and exhaustion, registers dawning realization. Come to think of it. He mutters, the unspoken implications heavy in the air.
His phone number has changed. The simple fact hangs in the air, pregnant with unspoken worries. This small detail fuels a growing unease.
One man, his expression a mixture of disbelief and concern, speaks, Really? I never thought he would keep doing that.
His companion, the one from the first panel, nods grimly. The conversation shifts to the subject's unusual tolerance for provocation. The scene shifts to the three men seated together. One adds, You guys have no idea what happens to him when he's mad, a statement implying a frightening transformation.
Tension hangs in the air, thick and heavy. Was it in third grade?
The question hung in the air, a flicker of a long-forgotten memory. He recounts the day he was supposed to be going home with Sang-woo, but instead found himself caught by gangsters, his money about to be stolen.
The seed of a past trauma is planted.
A sudden, sharp cry interrupts his recollection. Ah! The urgency in the sound reflects a moment of intense fear.
So, did Sang-woo save you? The question, though seemingly simple, carries the weight of unspoken consequences.
The answer reveals a harsh truth. They were both beaten, and Sang-woo had already been robbed by the same thugs earlier that day.
What? Then why did he fight back again?
The question hangs heavy, revealing a puzzling contradiction in the subject's behavior. But when it's about the people around him, he snaps. This explains the prior conflicting actions, highlighting a key character trait, fierce protectiveness towards those he cares for.
A
reaction of confusion and uncertainty, reflecting the listener's struggle to comprehend the previously described erratic behavior. The speaker's stunned response, a visual manifestation of their disbelief and dawning realization of the situation's gravity. A masked man delivers urgent instructions, take care of these guys and get our agent Nim to a hospital.
His companion, visibly shaken, stammers, how?
The scene's urgency highlights the immediate danger and the severity of Agent Nim's condition. A woman's face contorts in a scream of terror, her wide eyes reflecting sheer panic. The intensity of her expression underscores the dire circumstances. A man, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, calmly declares, I just came back from killing a group of monsters with the same skill as you. His words hint at exceptional combat prowess and a confidence that borders on arrogance, juxtaposed with the surrounding panic.
The man's confident demeanor shatters as he struggles against an unseen force.
Let go, he cries out, his words revealing a sudden, unexpected restriction of his movement. First of all, my skill isn't trash, he insists, revealing a fierce pride and defiance even in his vulnerable state. I can't move, he finally admits, acknowledging the severity of the situation. He was wrong about almost everything, but one thing was undeniably true. A young man, cloaked and bundled against the cold, frantically checked a digital tablet. Beside him, a masked figure, armed and carrying important documents, waited impatiently. The weight of their mission hung heavy in the air. A system notification flashed, 242 new messages.
The Monster Devour skill activated.
The stats of the Ice Guardian were absorbed, boosting strength, reflexes, mana, and cold resistance. This power surge was significant, the implications for the coming conflict were considerable. Absorbing the Ice Guardian's stats resulted in significant increases to strength, reflexes, mana, and cold resistance. Strength, specifically, jumped from 19.271 to 28.467. He grinned, a surge of power evident in his demeanor, boasting, I have great stats. His opponent, momentarily stunned by this sudden power surge, could only stammer, W8. As the hero prepared to strike. A guttural roar ripped through the air, the man's face contorted in a mask of furious rage. His eyes burned with an intensity that promised violence. Another man, his face slick with blood, coughed weakly, his body racked with pain. His desperate gasp, barely audible, spoke volumes about his condition. The scene shifted. Three figures stood in a dilapidated warehouse, the air thick with tension. One, cloaked and mysterious, watched silently as two others subdued a struggling man. One assailant reported back to his superior, one of them got away, and the rest have been taken care of. The implication hung heavy, a dangerous game had just escalated. The team leader barks orders, his voice cutting through the chaos, "Okay, don't chase him. Focus on getting Agent Nim to the hospital." The urgency in his tone highlights the severity of the situation. A subordinate hesitates, concern etched on his face. What about you? His worry underscores the risk the leader is taking by remaining behind. The injured agent coughs violently, a pained expression contorting his features. The words "his strength isn't 19" reveal a shocking discovery: the agent's power levels have inexplicably surged. Another agent, eyes wide with disbelief, mutters, "There's no way he could have increased his stats in that short time." This underlines the impossible nature of the agent's sudden power boost, setting the stage for further investigation and intrigue. He'd heard these excuses before, countless times. This time, there would be no mistake. The man's resolve hardened. He would ensure the consequences were felt. A figure emerged from the smoke, eyes blazing with an unnatural light. The confrontation had escalated. A flurry of debris explodes outward, a chaotic scene of destruction. He mutters, resigned, "I don't want to see everything a man has either." Surrounded, the man is cornered by two shadowy figures wielding knives. The tension is palpable. He is on the ground, his face obscured. "It's not possible to see me with a detecting skill," he thinks, defeated, but still, they caught me. The implication of an unseen, superior ability is clear. His face is a mask of frustrated fury. "I don't want to believe it, but..." He's clearly struggling with the implications of his capture. A realization dawns. They must be assuming my location by the sounds and ripples in the air whenever I move. The mystery of his capture is beginning to unravel. He's remarkably fast, a blur of motion. The young man observes, impressed by the speed of his unseen assailant. The attacker, cloaked and armed, materializes from the dust and debris. The young man is clearly surprised, but he remains watchful. A swift counterattack. "Are you stupid?" he snarls, launching a powerful strike. The implication is clear: this isn't a fair fight, the young man is significantly outmatched. Unseen, a figure confronts the dust-wreathed youth. "You're stirring up clouds of dust to hide your movements? I can see you better now." The challenge is clear: stealth is no longer an option. The youth's unsettling laughter echoes, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere. His opponent, visibly disturbed, demands, "You must have gone crazy, what's so funny?" The power dynamic shifts, the youth's amusement suggests an advantage. The youth's explanation arrives as a breathless chuckle. "Keith, I knew something was weird." His words hint at a hidden, possibly dangerous, truth. The escalating tension implies a significant plot twist is imminent. He gripped the small vial, its contents a deep crimson. A surge of power coursed through him as he muttered, "Must have increased the stats with this." "You better not drink that," a warning echoed, just as the vial's contents disappeared down his throat. The crimson liquid's effect was immediate and drastic. Veins bulged, his body straining under the sudden increase in strength. Numbers, 224, materialized and pulsed across his chest. A violent explosion rocked the building, a powerful force, signified by the kanji, "ha," shattered the roof, sending debris flying. His strength stat, 51,224. A formidable number, even for a seasoned warrior. The young man, his face etched with a weary resignation, deflects responsibility. He's clearly carrying a burden, but not one he's willing to share just yet. 3 years have passed, and yet their bond remains strong. The clinking of beer mugs hints at a deeper, unspoken conversation. A pensive question hangs in the air, a subtle undercurrent to their celebration. It hints at a shared history, and perhaps, a lingering loneliness beneath their camaraderie. "Do you guys talk to Sangwoo?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension between the two men seated at a table laden with food and drinks. One, powerfully built, shows clear concern, the other, thinner, sits in quiet contemplation.
The scene is set in a dimly lit eatery, the atmosphere thick with unspoken anxieties. A shot of soju is poured, the clinking sound a small, almost insignificant counterpoint to the larger conversation. Maybe he can't. I can't reach him either, the slimmer man states, the unspoken implication clear. Sangwoo's isolation is deepening. The narrative shifts, the quiet concern explodes into action. Sangwoo, witnessing a confrontation, intervenes violently. And when Sangwoo saw that, he attacked those guys, the narration concludes, the sudden burst of aggression underscoring the escalating tension and hinting at a volatile situation. Terror contorted the boy's face, tears streamed as he clutched his ears, a picture of pure, raw fear. The narration shifts to a bystander, explaining that the boy's distress stemmed from being harassed, a situation that was unexpectedly resolved when the assailants were suddenly attacked. A figure, cloaked in shadow, reveals glowing blue eyes. The implication is clear, the unseen assailant has extraordinary abilities. Suddenly, a voice rings out, shocked, "How did you see me?" The mystery deepens, the previously unseen attacker has been detected. He seemed confident in his skills, but the man's words were a torrent of insults, a rapid-fire barrage of disrespect. Bound and restrained, he calmly revealed the depth of his training. He hadn't merely focused on physical strength. The Ice Guardian's stats have been absorbed. Strength, mana, reflexes, and cold resistance are significantly increased. A powerful blow sends the opponent reeling. A powerful blow sends a figure crashing through a wall, the impact echoing with a resounding quang. Dust and debris erupt as he is thrown violently to the ground. Observing the scene, a man notes, "Looks like he can still move," his expression conveying surprise at the target's resilience. This is unexpected. The observer's surprise deepens, he mutters, "This is impossible. It's different from the report." The discrepancy between expectation and reality is significant. He shares his assessment with his companions, and the other guys weren't weak either. The implication is that their opponents are far stronger than anticipated intelligence suggested. A man's eyes, wide with a chilling intensity, reflect a dawning realization. He mutters, a barely audible whisper of suspicion, "There must be something." The stats appear, a B-class hunter's capabilities are laid bare, strength, reflexes, health, and mana reserves. This numerical display underscores the seemingly insurmountable gap between the hunter and what's about to come. A defiant smirk crosses the man's face. He declares, "You haven't seen everything. I got it." The earth cracks around him as powerful energy surges. With a resounding quang, a powerful blow lands, sending his opponent reeling. The sheer force is palpable. The masked figure lunged, his hand outstretched, a silent predator moving through the shadows. His movements were precise, deadly. Then, a blur of motion, a man with long black hair, wielding twin blades, attacked with impossible speed. The air crackled with the energy of his assault. His intent was clear, to silence the sounds of the brutal confrontation unfolding. He would block out the chaos. His opponent, unseen but clearly formidable, possessed superior reflexes. The masked man's attempts to muffle the battle were futile. This was no easy task. And was this his only method to counteract the noise? A pained cough, then a strangled gasp, the masked man's plan had failed. He was overwhelmed. A young man lies prostrate, his body slumped over a dark surface. A single word escapes his lips, a pained coo. His gold rings glint faintly in the dim light. Another young man, witnessing the scene, recoils. His eyes widen, reflecting shock and disbelief as he mutters, "After seeing this?" Two figures in dark, armored suits confront the shocked young man. One of them explains, "Your stats were too different from the profile we found at your agency." This revelation hints at a system or organization monitoring the young man's abilities. The armored figure's gaze is intense. He declares, "I will give you some advice." The weight of his words and his serious expression foreshadow a turning point. A strength indicator flashes, 29,968. A figure, poised and tense, his knuckles white, utters a single, incredulous word, "What?" A strength reading of 37,647 appears. A foot crushes a small vial, the impact emphasized by motion lines.
The scene depicts a swift, decisive action. A building collapses in a chaotic explosion of dust and debris, illustrating the raw power unleashed. A figure grins, his face a mask of cruel amusement.
I couldn't hear you.
I was busy getting stronger, he casually explains, highlighting his disregard for others and his relentless pursuit of power. The antagonist's admission hangs heavy in the air. He underestimated his opponent, never anticipating such a swift counter.
This reveals a crucial shift in the power dynamic.
The effects of the potion were staggering. His strength nearly doubled, a feat rarely achieved even with the finest elixirs.
Agents 4 and 6, critically injured, were rushed to a hospital.
The protagonist, burdened by responsibility, knew his own efforts were far from over. He stood defiant, sword drawn. "That's not enough for me," he declared, facing an unseen opponent, the weight of his resolve palpable. He lunged, his blade a blur, the impact a thunderous crash that sent his opponent reeling. A desperate parry, a desperate cry of pain, the blade found its mark. Towering over his fallen foe, the victor sneered, "Seems like you don't understand what I meant when I said read your file."
His opponent, barely conscious, could only manage a week. "Did you think all I saw were your stats?"
The men, their faces grim, acknowledged the urgency of the situation. "We wasted too much time," one states, the weight of their words hanging heavy in the air. The implication is clear: their target, whoever it is growing impatient.
With a sense of foreboding, the group prepares to move. "Let's go."
You know his temper, a warning is issued, underscoring the danger they are about to face.
The hurried pace speaks volumes about the imminent threat.
Inside a quiet home, a couple is disturbed by an unexpected visitor. The woman's question, "Who is it at this hour?" hints at a disruption to their peaceful evening, foreshadowing the encroaching conflict.
A phone call is all it takes.
That's the audacious claim made by a young man, two gleaming swords held effortlessly at his sides, as he prepares to tackle his next mission.
His confidence is absolute. He moves with lethal precision, dispatching his opponent with contemptuous ease.
For him, this is child's play. The situation, however, proves more challenging than anticipated. His opponents are more resilient, their numbers greater.
He is forced to admit their tenacity, a rare concession from a warrior of his caliber.
A fiery glow erupts, the unmistakable sign of a powerful weapon being unleashed. The battle escalates. He stood, a figure split by a blade of fire, his rage a tangible force.
The very air crackled with his fury.
The impact sent him reeling, a barely contained roar of frustration escaping his lips.
"Stupid,"
he began, the unspoken word hanging heavy in the air, fueled by his impotent rage.
His opponent, equally enraged, pressed the attack.
The clash of wills was mirrored by the violent energy exploding around them. A swift, brutal strike. The sound of tearing flesh, a desperate cry cut short. A figure, thrown violently, hurtles through the air, the ground rushing up to meet him in a blur. The force of the impact is palpable, a testament to the power of his assailant.
The masked ninja's strike is swift and precise, a brutal blow landing squarely on his opponent's chest.
The impact sends the man reeling, his defenses shattered. Another figure, this one clad in dark futuristic armor, unleashes a powerful blast of energy. The raw power of the attack is evident in the sheer force of the explosion. A young man, agile and resourceful, escapes the grasp of his pursuers, leaping with surprising strength across a crumbling wall. His escape is precarious, but his determination is unwavering.
A defeated man curses, "Fuck," as his opponents taunt him, "Did you lose? After acting so cool?" The scene is set in a dilapidated, caged arena, highlighting the brutal nature of the conflict.
The tension ratchets up as a new figure confronts the defeated man.
"Who is that man beside you?"
he demands, focusing his anger on the apparent ally of the loser, setting the stage for further conflict. Ignoring the previous threat, the man with purple hair calmly draws his sword. "Okay," he says before the question, "you still want to fight," hangs heavy in the air, indicating his readiness for a renewed confrontation. The purple-haired man's opponent seems to finally register the gravity of the situation.
"Didn't you just hear what I said? Do you think I was joking about sending my men to your address?"
The implication of a significantly escalated threat, one going beyond the immediate conflict, is made clear, emphasizing a looming danger.
It's almost time,
he adds, his tone chillingly resolute.
He smirks, holding a phone.
This must be why people take some pictures for proof, he muses, the implication clear, he's about to receive irrefutable evidence of a brutal act.
The man's command echoes the casual cruelty of his previous statement: cut his parents' fingers, really pretty, and send it to me.
His tone is devoid of emotion, highlighting the chilling nature of the order. A sudden, sharp pain rips through him.
His arm contorts violently as the phone slips from his grasp.
What's wrong with my arm? He cries out, his casual confidence shattered. The cause of his agony remains hidden for now, but the shock is palpable. From a distance, a figure watches. The sound of a heavy thud echoes, confirming a violent end.
A single word hangs in the air, finally. The observer's satisfaction is chillingly evident. The observer holds 2 small vials.
It's one of the few potions I made recently. One is for strength and the other is for mana, he explains, a hint of pride in his voice. The potions, clearly potent, represent a significant power that shifts the balance of this conflict. Jiangshik, his body ravaged, gasps, my arm, my leg. He collapses, the pain evident in his contorted face.
A figure looms over him, a chilling calm in his voice as he adds, didn't I tell you?
The scene speaks of a brutal confrontation, the consequences already clear.
The masked figure's threat hangs heavy in the air, you fucking bastard.
If you lay a finger on me, your family will all die.
His rage is palpable, a desperate attempt to intimidate his opponent into submission. The demand for the antidote follows, a desperate plea against certain death.
The man's grip tightens on his phone as he looks at the screen, eyes narrowed with lethal intent. He replies, coldly, sorry, but you got the wrong person. The chilling calmness in the reply suggests a deliberate deception, foreshadowing a deadly twist.
A man in a suit, his face etched with grim determination, speaks into his phone.
This is the Keenest Guild, he states, the words hanging heavy in the air. Below him, a body lies crumpled, a stark testament to the guild's brutal efficiency. A figure engulfed in flames laughs maniacally, ha ha ha. The inferno rages, consuming everything around them.
This uncontrolled power speaks to a force beyond mere human capabilities. The flames subside, revealing a man holding a burning weapon.
He is clearly in control now, his power contained, yet menacing. Was it young Sangwoo, he asks, his voice laced with threat. If you tell me who made this, I will let you go after just taking 1 or 2 of your limbs.
The implication hangs over his words, even cooperation carries a heavy price.
He casually draws a wicked-looking crimson blade, a smirk playing on his lips as he mutters, 1 or 2 limbs, huh.
The nonchalance is unsettling. His opponent, clearly enraged, unleashes a furious attack, snarling, arrogant bastard. The raw fury is palpable.
The ensuing clash is a whirlwind of motion, a blur of fists and blades.
The man in the shirt is clearly outmatched.
A powerful blow sends the arrogant man flying, the impact echoing with a resounding quang. The fight is far from over, but the tide has turned. A wave of dark energy washes over the young man, his eyes blazing with defiance as he grips his weapon. The intensity of the moment speaks volumes about the peril he faces. A masked figure, wounded and slumped against a wall, raises a question that hints at a larger conspiracy: why is a hunter on guard duty? The scene shifts to a man with fiery red hair, his expression one of thoughtful concern.
He muses, this is where Hunter young Sangwoo lives, right? His statement reveals the target of the unfolding events.
A group of men, their faces grim and determined, approach a location. One responds curtly, yes, Hyung Nim, confirming their arrival at their destination and foreshadowing impending confrontation. A man, eyes wide with terror, peers from behind a shadowed doorway. His whispered question hangs heavy in the air, who is it?
The assailant bursts into view, a cruel smile splitting his face as he brandishes a wicked blade.
You get it now, he shouts, the words a venomous sting.
The full weight of the attacker's accusation crashes down.
His face contorted in fury, he spits out the horrifying truth, burying your family alive. A powerful blow lands, a burst of energy erupting as the man crumples. A guttural ugh escapes his lips before he falls.
Rage consumed him.
His eyes burned, a fiery intensity mirroring the crimson flush spreading across his face. The building crumbled, a testament to the raw power unleashed. He deflected the attack, a furious "you," escaping his lips as his own weapons shattered. His grin widened, a predatory gleam in his eyes as he activated his strike skill. A crimson slash tore through the air, connecting with its target with a violent impact. A powerful blow sends debris flying, the force of the impact is palpable. The young man, overwhelmed by the potion's effects, collapses to the ground, his body racked with pain. His face contorted, he gasps, "The effects of the potion are too overwhelming."
The strain is evident in his every breath.
A witness observes, "He came running a while ago. He rushed towards me, and this guy got him."
The narrative subtly hints at a larger conflict unfolding.
A muscular man, flames swirling around him, smirks. "Are you making a plan B?" he asks, the question hanging heavy in the air, suggesting a level of preparedness and calculated risk.
Suddenly, a figure appears, seemingly materializing from thin air.
His shocked expression speaks volumes, he is clearly unprepared for this unexpected encounter. The unexpected arrival catches another man completely off guard.
He stumbles back, gasping, "What the?"
The sheer surprise and the violent implication of the previous scene are palpable. The strength potion melts your muscles, the mana potion causes your body to burst.
These are the easily distinguishable side effects.
Huffing, the man with the gold chain explained the severe consequences of ingesting the potions. His warning was clear: don't drink them. Enraged, he screams, demanding the immediate capture of the bastard's family as hostages.
A powerful blow sends the masked man reeling. The force of the strike is palpable, the air itself crackling with energy.
The attacker, eyes blazing with barely contained fury, follows through with another attack.
The masked man's surprise is evident.
The masked man, his face now grim, prepares for a counterattack.
The weight of the impending conflict is heavy in the air.
A hand, adorned with gold rings, holds a smartphone.
A terse message is sent: "Are you there yet?"
The implication: someone is waiting, the stakes are high, and time is of the essence.
A man, his face etched with fear, is cornered.
His eyes widen, reflecting a deep unease. The oppressive darkness surrounding him only amplifies the tension. A powerfully built man, his demeanor sharp and serious, enters the scene. He calmly identifies himself as belonging to the Keenest Guild, a statement that carries significant weight. This introduction subtly shifts the power dynamic of the situation. Concern washes over the red-haired man's face as he anxiously inquires about Sangwoo's well-being. The question, laced with worry, hints at a pre-existing relationship and a shared stake in Sangwoo's safety. This is a turning point, shifting the narrative towards a more personal concern.
"Of course, he's fine," they said, offering a drink, a false reassurance masking the tension in the room. The man's quiet insistence that he was all right only highlighted the injury he desperately tried to conceal. The man's desperate internal monologue, "I will die. I have to go back," revealed the true weight of his condition and his unwavering commitment. His eyes burned with a dark determination. A brutal attack. A hammer blow.
The man collapses, his body crumpling under the weight of the assault. Despite his critical injuries, his hand instinctively reaches for his phone, a desperate call, a last attempt at connection.
Panic grips the scene. A man cries out, "What's wrong with my arm?" The chilling response, "Cut his parents' fingers, really pretty," reveals a horrific act of violence. The scene shifts to a man in a suit, blood staining his shirt, speaking on the phone. He states, "This is the Keenest Guild," solidifying the involvement of a powerful organization in the unfolding events.
His frustration boils over. He throws his phone down, the fury evident in his terse exclamation, "My ass, fucking idiot." The escalating tension points towards a significant conflict within the Keenest Guild. The narrative shifts to a chilling deduction. Then Mr. Young Sangwoo must be already aware, indicating a higher-level player is implicated in the unfolding tragedy. Mr. Young Sangwoo is shown, his face a mask of shocked horror. The scene underscores his unexpected involvement and the grave consequences to follow. A face contorted in furious rage fills the panel. Eyes blaze, teeth bared in a snarl, promising violence. The young man recoils, a guttural hsk escaping his lips as a brutal force slams into him, a wave of concussive energy leaving a trail of smoke and shattering sound. He coughs, wheezing, his face pale. If you want to live, the attacker commands, from now on, you should only utilize your energy for breathing. Survival hangs by a thread. The attacker's grip tightens, a chilling blue energy pulsing within his hand. Don't ever lay a finger on the people around me. The threat, stark and absolute, hangs heavy in the air. A pained groan escapes the young man. A gasp escapes the young man's lips, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and apprehension. The strain is evident on his face. A cacophony of screams erupts, a violent assault on the ears that speaks of brutal pain and struggle. The scene shifts to a hospital room. A man lies in bed, his expression one of discomfort and exhaustion. He is clearly recovering from an injury. A shadowy figure stands silently over him, his presence ominous. Another figure approaches, crouching low. They said it's way past curfew for allowing a visitor, he explains, his tone hushed. How are you feeling? The question hangs heavy in the tense atmosphere. The concern masked by the question belies a deeper worry for the injured man. He examined his own hands, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ah, no, I'm all healed now. I have great regeneration. The self-assessment revealed a remarkable ability to recover from injuries. He pushed himself up, his hand gripping the edge of a surface, a clear indication of his recovery. The smooth, almost effortless action further solidified his statement. An older man addressed him, his tone conveying a mixture of observation and assessment. Well, your rank increased and got acknowledged for rescuing people during the portal incident, but you didn't get tested after then. The conversation shifted to the implications of his actions and his official standing. The younger man's response revealed a change in perspective. He admitted his previous motivations were primarily self-serving, focusing on personal gain rather than a deeper sense of responsibility. The recent events, however, had reshaped his understanding of his role. He's asked for a rank increase. The agency will be grateful, and it would be beneficial for them. The young man understands the risks. Increased rank means increased attention, leading to more dangerous situations like the one he just escaped. Despite the dangers, he's made his decision. The clerk is surprised to see his application for a hunter rank re-evaluation. The tension is palpable. A seasoned hunter, his face etched with concern, explains the established protocol. When encountering a C-class monster, C-class hunters must form a group to ensure a successful hunt. He concedes that a one-on-one fight might be feasible under certain circumstances, a slight softening in his expression betraying a hint of cautious optimism. The younger hunter, however, insists he's capable of handling the situation alone. The older hunter sighs, then reveals another critical rule. To progress through hunter ranks, D, C, B, one must kill a monster of a higher rank and provide irrefutable proof. The implication hangs heavy in the air. This younger hunter is clearly aiming high, perhaps too high. The older hunter's worried expression speaks volumes as the younger hunter's audacious ambition is laid bare, to challenge and defeat monsters of ranks D, C, and B simultaneously. The sheer scale of this undertaking underscores the immense risk he's willing to take. He confirmed his understanding, then hesitantly inquired about the specific monster he must slay to attain D rank. His expression shifted to one of dawning realization. This was all it took. Reviewing the paperwork, he noted another D rank monster, prompting a dismissive gesture from the clerk who seemed irritated by his presence. He anticipates the applicant's return to revoke his request, filled with a sense of foreboding. Rage contorted the instructor's face as he clenched his fists. His fury was palpable. A young man, seemingly unfazed, stood before a stern-faced instructor. The atmosphere crackled with unspoken tension. The instructor's disbelief was evident. The young man's words clearly shocked him. The instructor's frustration boiled over as he recounted the young man's apparent inaction. 2 hours of inactivity had pushed him to the brink. A late-night disturbance jolts a man from his sleep.
His wife, startled, asks, "Who is it at this hour?" The scene is tense, hinting at an impending event. A man in a suit, appearing flustered, enters the home. He hesitantly greets them, mentioning the Keenest Guild. The suited man delivers grave news: Mr. Young Sang-woo successfully completed his mission and is returning to Korea. The implication of urgency hangs heavy in the air. The panel shifts to reveal a man clutching his head, eyes wide with pain, whispering, "My head's gonna burst." The sudden, intense physical distress suggests the gravity of Sang-woo's mission's true nature. A door closes quietly. "Okay, thank you," a voice says, the words calm despite the urgency implied. A group of men, weapons drawn, forcefully apprehend their captives. "Come with me," their leader commands, his tone brooking no dissent. A man speaks into his phone, his face a mask of controlled fury. "Hello," he begins, the greeting a thin veil over the seething anger that follows. Seized and incapacitated, one of the captured men screams, "Fuck, my arm, and now my legs, I take this bastard's family hostage." His threat is countered immediately, "Sorry, but you got the wrong person." The brutal fight concludes with the man lying defeated, blood staining his face. Another figure watches from a distance, his silhouette dark against the city lights. The victor walks away, his movements slow and deliberate, a single phone call his only apparent concern. The city stretches behind him, quiet and cold. A report is delivered. It's brief, confident, the situation is handled. But an immediate response reveals a depth of worry and fear. Panic erupts. A desperate plea for mercy is cut short, a visual testament to the devastating consequences. A man, bound and gasping, his face contorted in agony, collapses. The sound of strained joints, a cock, punctuates his suffering. His ragged breaths, barely audible as "ha," hint at his imminent demise. His choking coughs, a desperate kuak, intensify his distress. The man's struggle is clearly reaching its end. The scene shifts abruptly. A young man, his expression grim, stands amidst a chaotic backdrop, the question understood, hanging heavy in the air. His understanding is implied. An agent, his face marked with bandages, looks worried. The word Agent Nim suggests he's been summoned concerning the events just witnessed. Thankful for the healer's swift intervention, the injured man, Hunter Nim, is expected to make a full recovery within a few weeks. His arm is in a cast, a testament to his recent ordeal. More pressing, however, is the concern for his well-being, as his injuries are not insignificant. The news that the Silver Moon Guild is no longer a threat brings a measure of relief. His focus shifts from immediate physical pain to the lingering uncertainties that shadow his future. A question of rank hangs heavy in the air, a reflection of Hunter Nim's internal conflict. The concern for his own status, however, is secondary to the unspoken weight of the recent events. A question regarding a sudden change of plans is posed, hinting at a hidden agenda or unexpected development. His response is left to the next sequence of events. A wounded man's hand clenches, his knuckles white. He reflects, "If I were stronger, or an A-class hunter, the Silver Moon wouldn't have dared attack the JM agency office." The implication is that his current rank leaves him vulnerable. The injured man continues, "Just having a high-ranked hunter makes our stand stronger." He's emphasizing the strategic advantage of his position, despite his current injuries. A young man's eyes are shown, his gaze heavy with contemplation. The caption reads, "It's your decision to make." The decision offered is not specified, but it's clearly a pivotal one for the young man. The young man sits, his back to the viewer, and quietly says yes. This confirms he has made his decision, accepting the consequences that come with his choice. He observes, a hint of concern in his eyes. Normally, people would take this test as a group. "Are you here alone?" His apprehension is palpable. The second man, clearly injured, responds, "Then that must mean the monsters are usually stronger than the hunter, but that doesn't apply to you." His words carry a weight of unspoken respect. A message arrives: security troops will validate his recent hunt and re-evaluate his rank. The young man's face registers a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Can I?" he begins, his voice uncertain. His bewilderment is clear. "What?"
The man's disbelief is palpable as he processes the implications of the unexpected message.
He exclaims, "What the hell is this man? Is he trying to mess with me?" He even said that he wouldn't do it by himself. The situation is clearly escalating.
His companion explains, "Sorry, but you can only apply for a rank directly above.
You can't do that at the same time. The D-rank monster designated for the test is the fishman.
Its cloning is proving problematic." The scientist scoffs at the low quality of his work.
The scientist, clearly frustrated, watches as a young man in a red hoodie leaves the building.
He wonders about the subject's progress.
His impatience grows.
The scientist demands to know why the fishman clone isn't hunting as planned. A young man stands in a waiting area, his phone in hand.
The question hangs in the air: is he finally leaving?
A sense of uncertainty permeates the scene.
The question lingers, unspoken but heavy with implication: why did he return?
His reappearance throws the previous narrative into sharp relief, suggesting a change in circumstances.
He declares, "I got the fishman. I also got the evidence. Please register me as a D-rank hunter."
His words mark a decisive action, a commitment to a dangerous path.
The fishman and evidence suggest a significant event that required his return.
A cloaked figure with glowing red eyes lurks in the shadows, a clear indication of the danger this young hunter now faces. The intensity and darkness of the panel highlight the formidable opposition he's encountered.
A man, startled, whispers, "Who is it?" The question hangs heavy in the air, laced with apprehension. 3 figures burst into view, their faces grim, weapons drawn.
The scene is tense, the threat immediate. A furious roar cuts through the tension, "You fucking useless pieces of sh*t." The outburst reveals a volatile leader, his anger a palpable force. A calm voice cuts through the chaos, "And even for you, as a hunter, it's the best way to prove your ability." The statement hints at a calculated plan, a dangerous game unfolding.
Hunter Young Sang-woo receives his E-rank designation. His unique skill? Cloning. Sang-woo sits in a cafe, seemingly surprised by the news of his ranking.
The weight of his newfound abilities settles upon him.
"Do you perhaps want to cancel?" The young man's expression is one of quiet determination, a stark contrast to the weary look on the official's face. He simply replies, "I got it."
This signals his resolve to proceed with his hunter registration despite any potential obstacles.
The official, surprised, asks, "What?"
The young man's earlier calm is replaced by a confident assurance as he explains, "I got the fishman.
I also got the evidence. Please register me as a D-rank hunter."
His statement reveals a successful mission, completing the necessary requirements for official recognition. A subtle shift in the young man's demeanor hints at underlying doubt.
He asks, "Can you check it first?" His slight apprehension is understandable given the weight of his claim.
The response follows immediately, "I'm sure the team from the hunting grounds sent a confirmation message, alleviating some of his initial concerns." A hunt record confirms young Sang-woo's party successfully hunted 5 fishmen, but another party's claim of 3 giant rats is unconfirmed, leaving a lingering question mark over their success. The Re-Evaluation Center contacts Fire Spa Hunting Ground Guard, questioning the validity of Sang-woo's reported fishman kill. The guard's reaction reveals doubt and possibly concealed information. The guard's response is dismissive and suspicious. The guard confirms Sang-woo never left the center, casting doubt on the authenticity of his reported hunt. The implication is that something is amiss, potentially involving fraud or a cover-up. Suspicion clouded the superior's gaze as he observed the newly promoted hunter. "I'm sure he did something dirty," he muttered, a calculating smile slowly spreading across his face.
The official announcement followed, "It's done. Congratulations on getting promoted to a D-rank hunter." "Okay, thank you," the young hunter replied, a hint of unease in his voice. A pause, then a hesitant, and.
The subtle shift in the conversation hinted at something more. A hand reached out, seizing a dark, heavy cloak. The tension was palpable.
"I'm sorry."
The whispered apology hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the earlier celebration. The context suggests a dark secret is about to come to light, connected to the recent promotion.
It's his fault. The young man, guilt etched onto his features, confesses to stealing jewel crystals from the hunting grounds of the JM agency, a theft that precipitated their attack. The weight of his actions settles upon him. The man now understands why the agency demanded the crystals return. A second individual, aghast, questions his actions, even in light of the harm he caused. The man's culpability is undeniable, his regret palpable. The reason for the agency's actions is revealed. The stolen crystals are at the heart of the conflict between the agency and Silvermoon. The young man's motivations are subtly challenged. It's implied that his theft wasn't a simple act of mischief. He adjusted his cap, a quiet dismissal in the air. "You don't have to apologize," he stated, his tone firm yet gentle, suggesting a burden he carries alone. With a determined stride, he melted into the night. "This is a problem between me and them," his words echoed the weight of his solitary mission, a conflict he intends to resolve without involving others. Two figures watched, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. "Take a video," one gasped, the sheer strangeness of the events overwhelming them. "That's crazy." A quiet exchange, a simple thank you, marked the end of a tense encounter, hinting at a complex web of obligations and unspoken agreements. One man marvels at another's achievement, his words dripping with disbelief. The other, equally stunned, simply questions who this remarkable individual is. The first man continues, excitedly recounting how a doctor had described the newcomer's abilities as unparalleled, yet he remains unconvinced, attributing the praise to alcohol. His skepticism is about to be shattered. In a startling reveal, the previously unknown individual rapidly ascended through the ranks of a hunter's organization in a single day, from the lowest E rank all the way to B. The implications of this extraordinary feat are immediately apparent. A week has passed, and the narrative focuses on the impact of this newcomer's actions. His rapid advancement is a topic of widespread discussion, fueling speculation about his unique abilities and potential. The text also highlights his physical clone ability, a unique power previously unseen in this world and a source of growing attention. The hunter's web, even with its vast reach, has failed to provide respite for young Sang-woo. His decision to join a doomed agency is questioned, with speculation about his rank and the implications of his actions. The conversation shifts, a story is promised, hinting at the existence of multiple clones and the overwhelming power they might possess. The scene ends with a cliffhanger, a single, stark word, and a character, likely privy to the secrets discussed, reacts with astonishment. His eyes widen as he processes the sheer scale of the numbers, the zeros piling up to reveal a staggering amount. The sheer scale of the situation is highlighted. The use of the word favor to describe rescuing the assault team is deemed insufficient. Agent Kong Junmo's omission of crucial information is revealed, adding a layer of intrigue and foreshadowing potential conflict. He ended the call, a grim determination settling on his face. The job was dangerous, but necessary. The guild's offer was tempting, a chance to earn enough to keep his sister's treatment going. A wave of frustration washed over him, the weight of his sister's illness, and his own desperate need to help her, crashing down. He sank to his knees, the phone slipping from his grasp. The young man's despair deepened as he contemplated the financial burden of his sister's treatment. Even with the high pay from his dangerous work, the costs threatened to overwhelm them. A fleeting image of a powerful healer. The whispered legend of an S-class healer, a figure capable of miracles, flashed in his mind, a desperate glimmer of hope in the crushing darkness. Overcome with desperation, he vowed to find this legendary healer, pledging to do anything, even kneel and beg, to secure his sister's healing. Rage contorts the man's face as he slams his fist down, spitting out a venomous curse, "Kang Chonseon, that retarded bastard." The intensity of his fury is palpable, fueled by a clear sense of betrayal and loss. The man's anger intensifies. He furiously declares, "What's the use of getting jewels from Yolo now? There is no one to work on them." His frustration highlights the immediate practical consequences of the theft. The situation is perilous. A woman with striking blue hair and feline features appears, her gaze sharp. She accuses, "I heard it was you who robbed our storage." The implication of her words is clear, she holds the man accountable for the theft. Han Miho's name is revealed as she faces the man, and a tense atmosphere hangs between them. She attempts to de-escalate the situation, saying, "I think there is a misunderstanding."
This suggests a potential miscommunication or unforeseen complications regarding the theft. A young man with striking blue hair and intense red eyes glares, his expression forbidding. "Don't open your mouth," he commands, the unspoken threat hanging heavy in the air.
He has no plans to speak. An older man's face, etched with worry and bearing the marks of a recent struggle, fills the panel. His wide eyes reflect a deep unease. A young man is apologetically dismissed by a stern-looking official. "Sorry," the official says, "but I didn't even see you leave the premises for hunting." The implication hangs heavy: this departure was unauthorized, and the young man is aware of it. The official checks a monster hunting record. 5 fishmen and 3 giant rats have been confirmed.
This casual confirmation of significant monster kills sets the stage for something more urgent. The official's expression sharpens. He's just confirmed something vital: a record exists verifying the young hunter's presence. This sets the stage for a confrontation or investigation. Young Sang-woo, both leader and member of his team, raises an eyebrow at the system's apparent malfunction. He questions whether bribery was involved in his team's surprisingly low rank at the hunting grounds. The clerk, flustered, apologizes and promises to rectify the error by increasing Sang-woo's rank.
Sang-woo, however, remains unconvinced, declaring it impossible. The clerk assures Sang-woo he will report the incident immediately. Until then, Sang-woo should simply enjoy his undeservedly low D rank.
Despite the clerk's assurances, Sang-woo expresses his desire to register for a C rank, highlighting his ambition and disbelief at the current situation. A young man, his face etched with worry, clutches a dark garbage bag. The city lights cast a stark glow on his anxious features. Another young man, his expression questioning, reacts. "What do you mean?" he asks, his voice laced with uncertainty.
A growing sense of unease fills the scene.
Tension rises as the 2 young men confront each other. The first, still holding the bag, looks downcast and fearful. Despite the gravity of the situation, a reassuring voice cuts through the tension. "It's not your fault," the words offer a measure of comfort amid the unspoken burden. He recounted the events, his voice low and strained. The Silver Moon organization had attempted to harm his family and their agent. This wasn't a personal matter, he insisted, it was a conflict between him and the Silver Moon. The other man listened impassively, already dismissing the details as insignificant.
His problems were trivial, the man declared. A simple, weary okay.
The agent, burdened by his task, adjusted the heavy bag slung over his shoulder, silently accepting the dismissal. The agent, Hae-sung, was now surrounded. Tension crackled in the air, a palpable shift from the previous scene's detached indifference. Congratulations echoed in the man's mind, his mouth agape in stunned surprise. A man, concerned, explains that he requested an overlapping entrance permit into the hunting grounds.
The implication is that access is restricted and requires special authorization.
The scene shifts, onlookers observe a long-haired man, seemingly oblivious to the attention he commands. A sarcastic comment about requesting an autograph highlights his unrecognized status, contrasting sharply with his demeanor.
A lot of things changed.
The narrative focuses on young Sang-woo, a rookie hunter who rapidly ascended to rank B within a single day.
His exceptional talent has garnered significant attention, prompting an interview with JM Agency.
The agency is clearly pleased with his success and anticipates a bright future. However, underlying anxieties are revealed regarding the instability of Sang-woo's guild, Silver Moon, which is on the brink of disbandment due to a lack of members. Whispers circulate about Sang-woo's methods.
The rumors focus on his use of clones, questioning their authenticity.
The discussion highlights the key to his rapid rise, his ability to operate seemingly in 3 locations simultaneously, dispelling the notion that his clones are mere illusions.
Sang-woo's financial success is undeniable.
A bank statement displays a substantial balance of 5,142,366,200 won, augmented by a recent 5 billion won deposit from the newly formed Kinu Guild. This underscores his value and the strategic investments being made in his future. The sheer scale of Sang-woo's recent financial gain is staggering. A shocked reaction to the 5 billion won figure emphasizes the magnitude of his accomplishment and the significant impact it will likely have on his future.
The payment for a successful mission is announced, a substantial sum.
A smug smile plays on the lips of the man on the call, clearly pleased with the outcome. The recipient of the news, a young man in a red hoodie, expresses shock at the sheer magnitude of the payment. He'd known there was a contract, but this far exceeds his expectations.
His face registers disbelief and a dawning comprehension.
The weight of what just happened settles upon him.
A newfound determination hardens his expression.
This unexpected windfall offers a chance. With this money, he believes he can finally achieve his goal. A young man's eyes widen, a barely suppressed fury in his gaze.
Just you wait,
he mutters, the threat hanging heavy in the air.
Yang Jukiel, the Silver Moon Guild master, is overcome with rage.
He believed the young man would be a valuable asset, a mistake he now deeply regrets. A woman with dark hair, her expression grim, makes a decisive statement: she must destroy the incriminating documents, no matter the cost.
The weight of her mission is palpable. Ignoring the offer of conversation, a swift, brutal attack ends with a desperate cry, "Die!" A fiery explosion erupts as a sword pierces flesh.
The attacker, a young woman with feline features, stands victorious over her fallen foe, blood spattering the scene.
Her swift, deadly precision speaks to her formidable combat skills.
A young man hangs his head, burdened by the weight of his recent achievements. The announcement of his passing both rank C and B assessments hangs heavy in the air. The implication of further challenges lies ahead.
An observer's face is etched with disbelief, sweat beads forming on his brow.
The young man's rapid advancement triggers a mixture of awe and apprehension.
A man in a suit, his arm in a sling, stands in a modern office building. He looks startled, his eyes wide as he exclaims, "Ah, Mr. Junmo." Junmo, seemingly unfazed by the man's injury, calmly asks, "You said the people who ambushed you were from Silvermoon?" The question reveals a developing conflict involving a group called Silvermoon.
The scene shifts to a meeting room. Junmo learns that Kong Chansung, the main culprit behind the Silvermoon incident, is under the protection of the Haesung Guild, adding a significant layer of complexity to the investigation.
The man's concern deepens, his eyes widening in disbelief as he incredulously questions, "Are you saying Kong Chansung is under Haesung Guild?"
The revelation suggests a powerful organization shielding a dangerous individual. A woman with cat ears, a serious expression etched on her face, holds a file. The acronym DEP floats above her head, hinting at a developing mystery. The woman reveals that Yang Jukiel, a key figure, visited the Silvermoon, confirming Mr. Wanti's suspicions. He's identified as that bastard, suggesting a history of conflict. The woman assures her audience that Yang Jukiel remains alive and that she intends to bring him to justice, adding a layer of suspense and hinting at her power.
The mystery of DEP deepens as she questions its meaning.
The woman's concern intensifies as she reveals the Haesung Guild's deep involvement in the situation, expanding the scope of the conflict and suggesting a powerful opposing force. The hunter's profession, once seemingly stable, had fractured. Some hunters, defying identity registration and hunting restrictions, formed clandestine societies. These unlicensed hunters, operating in the shadows, brokered deals with illegal weapons and information to safeguard their illicit earnings.
Yu Haiyan arrived, delivering the promised crystals.
A man, deeply concerned, sought a discreet buyer willing to pay a premium for the crystals.
A man, startled, cries out, Who are you?"
The question hangs in the air, revealing his fear in the sudden, unexpected intrusion.
The masked man, observing the scene, calmly remarks, "So noisy."
His tone implies disdain for the interruption, suggesting a power dynamic where he feels entitled to silence.
Tension ratchets up. The masked man commands, "Step back." The crisp order, devoid of unnecessary words, underscores his authority and the imminent threat.
A swift, brutal strike. A sharp quang echoes the force of the blow as the masked man delivers a devastating punch.
The impact is immediate, leaving no room for doubt about his capabilities. A masked man, clearly irritated, mutters, "So annoying." His annoyance hints at a larger conflict brewing beneath the surface.
With a swift, brutal movement, the masked man is sent sprawling.
The force of the blow is evident in the dramatic motion lines. From the ground, the young man looks up, smugly stating, "See? I told you." His confidence suggests a calculated victory.
The scene shifts, revealing another figure, a shadowy individual who speaks calmly. "You don't have to apologize."
Their words suggest a surprising understanding or lack of concern. The young man, clearly shocked, stammers, "How?" This question underscores the unexpected turn of events.
He's been told he's bait, a pawn in a larger game. The tension is palpable, his expression betrays his unease. A strict time limit is imposed, 10 minutes. The stakes are high, the pressure immense. In a stark, cold room, two figures in suits observe, their silence heavy with unspoken orders and implications.
Curiosity is forbidden.
Shin Haesung, guild master of the Haesung Guild, a chilling smile playing on his lips, prepares to examine the subject. His amusement hints at a cruel plan.
A sinister question hangs in the air: does the subject want a boulder dropped on him? The implication of impending violence is clear. The door opens. A man in a suit, his face etched with weariness, gestures for you to enter.
"You can go in," he says, his voice a low murmur.
The oracle awaits. A grand hall unfolds before you, a futuristic temple bathed in electric blue light.
The man leads the way toward a looming figure draped in darkness at the far end of a vast staircase.
The anticipation hangs heavy in the air.
The oracle, shrouded in shadow, speaks.
"It was you who said that. It was going well until now, but now what? Give up?"
Their voice is laced with both weariness and a hint of challenge, their words carrying the weight of a long-standing conflict.
Uncertainty grips the scene.
"Then who the hell is it?" a voice cries out, revealing a desperate search for answers amidst escalating chaos. The following admission, that, "I don't know," underscores the gravity of the situation, highlighting the speaker's powerlessness.
A desperate plea interrupts the tension: "Kill me instead."
The accompanying sound effect, a sharp quang, punctuates the statement, painting a picture of someone overwhelmed and ready to sacrifice themselves for a greater good, yet simultaneously revealing the level of danger present. The scene shifts, revealing two men confronting the source of the chaos. Accusations fly: "It was him who caused this mess. How dare that crazy bastard?" Their rage underscores the severity of the situation and the weight of the consequences.
The observer calmly assesses: "It seems like they are really mad."
He also mentions the possibility of their victims being dead and implies the threat they pose to the observer's continued existence.
A man, his back to us, sits in a dimly lit office.
The tension is palpable, a sense of unease hangs in the air, even before we understand his concern. Something has clearly unsettled him. The man's face is shown, eyes narrowed in thought. His words, "Good. Move them to Factory 3, reveal a calculated decision, hinting at a clandestine operation and a level of ruthless efficiency." He's now on the phone, a stressed urgency in his posture.
His words, "Don't let anything happen to DEP production.
Our CEO is really mad about what happened to Silvermoon," reveal a significant event, Silvermoon, and the stakes involved.
The pressure is mounting.
The scene shifts. A younger man confronts an older, terrified one. The older man pleads for his life, desperately trying to avoid revealing the location of a factory. The younger man holds a phone, a recording perhaps, as a bargaining chip in this high-stakes encounter.
The fear is palpable.
The older man's pleas are met with cold indifference. The younger man's anger explodes: "You dirty bastard.
It's not what you promised."
His actions leave little doubt, this situation will escalate to violence.
A guttural yook
escapes the man's lips as he clutches his throat, his face contorted in agony, blood trickling down his chin.
The desperate rasp speaks of a fatal injury.
The young man, a casual observer of the previous gruesome scene, is now nervously thanking someone off-panel. His reaction reveals his awareness of the events, but also a disturbing detachment, perhaps stemming from a deeper involvement. He is seemingly addressed about his recent cloning feat. His casual demeanor shifts as he's identified as the potion maker, the implications of this title hanging heavy in the air. His companion's surprised expression confirms that this is not a casual revelation. The previous scene's brutality is now linked to this young man's abilities, suggesting a dangerous level of skill and possibly a darker purpose.
Anyway, why are you here alone? Where are your clones?
The question hangs in the air, a clear sign of suspicion directed at the lone figure.
His companion, visibly distressed, shrinks back. They are busy.
The brief reply is accompanied by a shot of several figures, identical in appearance, diligently working over sizzling meat on a large grill. Their focus is intense, their activity suggesting a shared purpose far removed from idle time. Concern shifts to gratitude.
Is your arm all right? The doctor said I shouldn't move it for a while anyway.
I heard that you protected Hunter Young Sangwa's family. The words express deep relief and profound respect, the weight of the implied debt heavy in the atmosphere. The man's expression shifts to one of deep thought as he confirms, yes, and I don't think that's all there is to it. His words hint at a larger, more complex conspiracy than initially suspected.
He continues, revealing a critical piece of information. Yes, Hunter Kong Chansung, he was actually one of the hunters I managed when I worked with Haisung Guild.
This links a seemingly unrelated figure to the previously established Haisung Guild, raising suspicions. The conversation shifts, the implication of the relationship between Haisung and Silvermoon is laid bare. A woman's voice cuts in, the relationship between Haisung and Silvermoon is known.
So are you thinking that Haisung Guild is related to this incident? But to prove that is?
The question hangs heavy in the air, underscoring the gravity of the situation. The speaker unveils a crucial detail: the Silvermoon bastards were manufacturing jewel crystals and offering them to the Haisung Guild.
And it wasn't just one or two guilds that manufactured jewel crystals anyway.
This reveals the scale of the illegal operation involving Silvermoon and multiple guilds. A new character is introduced, a woman with a devilish smirk, greeting Agent Kong Junmo, her voice laced with casual familiarity. Ah, nice to meet you, Agent Kong Junmo.
I heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you too, Guild Master Han Miho. So you visited Silvermoon?
The scene subtly shifts the focus to a personal interaction, yet still heavily steeped in the broader context of the Silvermoon investigation.
The man in the suit, his expression grim, revealed a crucial detail: the Silvermoon Guild's jewel crystals were linked to a body-strengthening drug.
His suspicions were clear: an organization of their stature wouldn't dabble in such illicit activities without powerful backing. The legalization of monster hunting following the cataclysm brought with it a complex system of management. Soldiers oversaw the hunting grounds, taxes were levied on hunters' earnings, and the trade of monster drops became legal. A tense scene unfolded in a bar. The muscular man with long hair and sunglasses, seemingly at ease, seemed to be the subject of a hushed conversation with a more formally dressed man behind the counter, suggesting an impending confrontation or a clandestine meeting.
A bartender, wiping down the counter, is startled by a hurried Mr.
The urgency in the unseen caller foreshadows trouble. The bartender's reply, "I told you not to," reveals a prior conversation and the young man's disobedience. The statement, "It was true that they were in the Sinseildong station," confirms the bartender's earlier warning about a dangerous situation, setting the stage for escalating conflict. Two menacing figures, faces obscured by white masks, appear, their chilling demand, "Are you Kim Yu-hyun? You should come with us," instantly establishes a hostile confrontation. The young man's fate hangs precariously in the balance. Overcome with fear, the young man confesses, "I'm really sorry. I had no choice. They threatened me with my family," revealing the desperate circumstances that forced his hand and highlighting the stakes involved in his actions. A man, his face etched with fear and confusion, is confronted. "Who are you?" he stammers, his question hanging heavy in the air. The intruders, sharply dressed and out of place, press their advantage. "Wearing suits like that in this place. Do you know what this place is?" Their tone is a threat, a clear indication of their intent. One of the intruders, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, responds, "I don't know who you think you are, but..." His voice trails off, replaced by a surge of violence. "If we bury you here." The threat is unmistakable. This is a place where such actions are commonplace and the intruders clearly feel they can act with impunity. The scene explodes into motion. A brutal fight erupts. The man, despite his initial fear, fights back with surprising ferocity, his opponents are taken by surprise by his unexpected resistance.
Swift and decisive, one of the intruders is struck down. The masked figure's attack is sudden, efficient, and brutal, highlighting their superior combat skills. Let's.
The word hangs in the air, a prelude to further violence.
The fight continues, relentless and unforgiving. The masked figure's opponent is sent sprawling with a sharp, precise blow. The power and skill displayed leaves no doubt as to the outcome.
Unseen forces have wronged him. He vows not to take this lightly, despite his current lack of knowledge regarding the Silver Moon and Haesung's involvement.
He offers aid and confirms the young man's affiliation with the JM agency.
The man is instructed to sell the jewel crystals he's obtained.
Suddenly confronted by two men, one masked, the young man is demanded to reveal his identity.
"Don't you think this is funny?" the older man sneered, his words dripping with sarcasm. He gestured wildly as he continued, checking the belongings of an A-hunter.
"Did you think I would bring a gun or something?"
His amusement was chilling.
"I'm just kidding," he chuckled, the tension easing slightly.
"If I was really planning to do that, I'm sure that man behind the door would have run away already."
His laughter betrayed a hint of underlying menace.
The word prophet oracle loomed large against a shadowy figure, cloaked and ominous, hinting at a looming power play. The implication hung heavy in the air, a prophecy was about to be fulfilled.
"Sounds like you didn't expect this, you little coke, huh?" The older man's smirk widened.
His calm demeanor held a steely resolve as he finished, "Of course not.
I know why you are here, but my answer is still the same. Give up."
"I hope you will be satisfied with your current life," the man sneered, his words dripping with false concern.
"Listen, it was you
who said every powerful man, including the politicians, would be bowing before me."
He knew the truth, a change was coming. His destiny, drastically altered. To be exact, it changed because of someone.
The man's face contorted in a silent scream, reflecting the brutal shift in his fortunes.
"It's your phone, right?"
"Tell me the password," a gruff voice demanded, the threat barely concealed.
The man, injured and vulnerable, was forced to comply. "What? Why are you being so brutal?" "Kill you?"
the young man pleaded, his voice laced with horror and disbelief at the unfolding violence.
"I can't do such a thing."
His innocence clashed starkly with the brutality surrounding him. Shin Jinik, leader of the Haesung Guild's Team 1, confirmed the request over the phone, his expression tight with unspoken tension. A concerned voice on the other end of the line questioned the change in Jinik's tone.
Simultaneously, from a different location, a frantic report came in, "We are at the basement now." The speaker, seemingly injured and breathless, reported the situation with staccato bursts. His companion impatiently urged, "Let's go now." The news was grim.
A report of refusal, delivered with a chillingly casual tone, was met with disbelief and a decision to leave the wounded man behind. Overwhelmed by the brutality, the caller confessed his own weakness, deciding to leave the scene and head home. He declared, his eyes gleaming with determination, "I will tell you. I will." Under the cloak of night, he instructed his companion, "Send that to Agent Nim along with the factory's location."
His companion, seemingly unmoved, observed, "You didn't know?
So you don't have much interest in others." A sudden, horrifying realization dawned on him.
"His mouth agape," he screamed, "change it right now. It's Kim Yu-hyan."
A sly smirk plays on the young man's lips as he lets out a low chuckle, "Haluhu." The sound hints at a plan forming, a calculated strategy about to unfold. A young man savors a perfectly grilled piece of meat, his expression one of pure contentment. The culinary delight is so satisfying, he declares it's delicious, like ramen. This seemingly simple moment highlights the normalcy amidst the protagonist's extraordinary circumstances. A tiny calf, barely able to stand, lets out a soft moo, its innocence stark against the harsh realities to come. The gentle sound foreshadows the stark contrast between the simple pleasures and the brutal world the protagonist inhabits. The camera pans to reveal the calf's location, a field bordering a slaughterhouse. The juxtaposition of the vulnerable animal and the looming facility underscores the harsh realities of life, a backdrop against which the protagonist's actions unfold.
The mission is underway. A team has successfully acquired the crystals. Instructions are clear: transport them to Factory 3 immediately.
Shin Jinwook, leader of Team 1 within the Haesung Guild, is identified.
He's shown here, ready to move.
This indicates a significant operation involving a powerful guild.
The Silver Moon crystal supplier has been disbanded.
4 similar locations remain, all run by B-class guilds.
This reveals a network of crystal suppliers, now fractured but not destroyed. I heard that making crystals is illegal. I would love to, but even if we get them in prison, they will be released in no time. And Mr. Junmo, you shouldn't be wandering around all alone. We will assign some bodyguards to you immediately. Okay. I will tell Hunter Young Sangwoo to be careful too. Mr. Ongwoo doesn't need to be that careful. There isn't anyone who can kidnap him.
We heard the voice recording and that man is from Haesung Guild.
And we have found out that the crystal is the raw material for a drug called DEP.
He scans the street, a simmering resentment in his eyes. Did they already fix everything those Silver Moon bastards broke? The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken anger fueling his inquiry. The young man explains, his tone measured despite the disruption. I visited several places already, and since the office is broken now, I just moved a little early. His words suggest a pragmatic acceptance of the situation. A smile plays on his lips as he adds, and there is a room specifically meant for you, too. A subtle hint of welcome and perhaps anticipation underlies his words. The older man gestures around the spacious laboratory. Most of the machines are already here, he explains, but if you need anything else, just tell me.
His offer, though seemingly simple, reveals a level of preparedness suggesting this meeting was far from impromptu.
A young man, his cap pulled low, subtly adjusts it, a hint of anxiety in his posture. The unspoken understanding hangs heavy in the air. His host already knew he was without a place to stay. This demonstrates a calculated act of providing aid, not merely generosity. The older man's face registers alarm as he urgently ends a phone call. The brief, sharp exclamation underscores the gravity of the unseen information that has just reached him. Panic etched onto his features, the young man is told, I think you should go to the hospital right now. The urgency of the command leaves no room for debate. The situation has rapidly escalated. The aftermath of a devastating event is revealed. A city street lies in ruins, cracked pavement and crumbled buildings mirroring the shattered piece. Rain slicks the debris-strewn ground, adding to the desolate atmosphere. A man in a sharp suit, his expression a blend of fear and disbelief, observes the scene. His wide eyes reflect the gravity of the situation. A masked figure, holding a broken mask stained with blood, speaks grimly. The question, the crystals too, hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a deeper conspiracy involving powerful artifacts. His statement reveals that his team possessed knowledge of the location of a clandestine factory. He clutched 2 vials, their contents unknown, a grim determination etched on his face. The man is clearly prepared to make a significant exchange. His resolve hardened as he declared, I want DEP that badly, I will give it to them. The urgency in his tone hinted at the high stakes involved. A dark, oily substance pooled on the floor, a chilling indication of recent violence. He was inspecting the aftermath, his expression unreadable, yet hinting at a heavy consequence. His eyes widened slightly in surprise as he realized CEO Shin Haesung did. To save me? The implication of this unexpected rescue carries immense weight. A masked figure, his face obscured except for a single, glowing red eye, is interrupted. Hey! What are you doing? A voice shouts, the urgency palpable. The scene is tense, the masked man's actions clearly warrant concern. The masked man's purpose is revealed. He intends to extract information from Yang Jukiel, a target of some significance. His female companion expresses doubt, worried about the risk of kidnapping in their undertaking. The stakes are high, and the potential consequences are grave. The woman's fear is justified. They are ambushed. The guild building. She gasps, recognizing their perilous location. The sudden attack throws her into immediate danger. The aftermath of a brutal battle. Several figures stand amidst the fiery wreckage, their boots stained with the blood of the fallen.
A body lies prostrate, the fight clearly lost. A report echoes through the scene, a monster appeared in the basement. Our B-class hunters couldn't stop it.
The gravity of the situation hangs heavy in the air, even elite hunters were overwhelmed.
The speaker's voice is laced with disbelief, impossible. There isn't any portal nearby, so where did it come from?
The unexpected emergence of the monster points to a larger, unknown threat. A woman's voice, filled with shock and dawning horror, whispers, Yang Jukiel.
The name itself is a clue, hinting at a connection between this unexpected event and a known individual.
A man lies in a hospital bed, his face pale and drawn, a breathing mask obscuring his features. The rhythmic, BBI, sounds above him suggest the steady, mechanical rhythm of life support. A masked figure looms, their face hidden, yet their voice carries a chilling weight.
He trusted you and sent you to Silvermoon. The masked figure prepares a syringe, their movements swift and precise.
But don't worry, they say, their tone betraying little reassurance. A sharp stop rings out just as the needle plunges towards the man in the bed.
The action is abruptly halted.
The masked figure's gaze is unwavering, their mask hinting at a hidden emotion, perhaps frustration, or a deeper, more sinister plan. A woman clutches her throat, eyes wide with pain as a syringe plunges into her neck. A sharp thwack echoes as she collapses.
The scene shifts dramatically. A young man smiles serenely, chopsticks in hand, enjoying a meal in a peaceful restaurant.
The contrast with the previous violence is stark. A young man, his face etched with concern, finds himself unexpectedly close to a large bull.
The animal's presence is unsettling. Recognition dawns.
A man, his expression a mixture of surprise and dread, whispers, I know that voice.
The weight of this realization hangs heavy in the air.
The image reveals Shin Haesung's son, his face etched with worry and beads of sweat clinging to his brow.
The weight of his family's legacy and the implications of the evidence is clearly pressing down on him. The connection between Haesung and the jewel crystals is now undeniable.
This revelation sets the stage for a confrontation, one with significant implications for the established power structures.
The question hangs heavy in the air, can the Haesung Guild be brought down using the evidence presented?
The urgency of the situation is palpable.
A decision will have far-reaching consequences.
A cautious approach is advised. The speaker, her expression serious, advocates for a measured response to the unfolding events, emphasizing careful and deliberate action to avoid unforeseen repercussions.
A man's face, etched with worry, fills the frame.
His brow is furrowed, his gaze intense, reflecting a deep unease.
Two young men stand on a city street at night. One holds a phone, his expression mirroring the words he reads aloud, "This sounds really dangerous." Relief washes over a man's features as he exclaims, "Ms. Yuhyan is here too. That's great. I just got here too."
His concern visibly lessens. Two men boast about their place in the national agency, dismissing a recent B-class hunter's victory as insignificant. Their confidence speaks to a considerable power imbalance within their organization. A young man is shown a room filled with advanced potion-making technology.
This signifies a significant resource at the disposal of the agency.
The young man is told he can use the room to eat and sleep.
This suggests a more personal and comfortable arrangement than typically afforded by the organization.
A man receives a concerning phone call, indicated by the musical notes and his expression. This hints at upcoming complications.
A tense encounter unfolds in a laboratory.
A young man, apprehensive, is questioned by a sharply dressed official who holds a smartphone, its screen illuminating his face.
The scene's sterile environment hints at a clandestine operation.
The scene shifts to the Silvermoon storage room. A man in a sharp suit surveys the aftermath of a violent struggle. Shattered glass, overturned bottles, and a spreading pool of blood paint a grim picture of recent chaos.
The cracked earth beneath his feet underscores the intensity of the conflict.
A close-up reveals a dark, oily substance seeping into the cracked ground, a lingering residue of the destructive force witnessed moments before. The Korean characters Sik and Lik further emphasize the lingering effects of a potent, perhaps supernatural, energy. A masked figure, shrouded in shadow, sits in a darkened room, his voice cutting through the silence. I'm here. The stark declaration signals a sinister presence has arrived, adding another layer of complexity to the unfolding events.
Where is Yang Jukiel? He's locked in the YOLO Guild's underground, and all the DEP-related documents have been taken. You know who you should use that on, right? Damn it. YOLO Guild basement. Silvermoon Guild Master Yang Jukiel. A hooded figure, their face obscured by shadow, stands before a terrified CEO.
Why are you here? The CEO sputters, fear etched onto his face. The hooded figure remains impassive, calmly responding, calm down.
The CEO sent me.
This unexpected visit foreshadows a critical development in the unfolding events.
The CEO's apprehension deepens as a syringe comes into view, poised dangerously close.
A silent question hangs heavy in the air, amplified by his expression of dawning horror. The scene shifts to a nighttime cityscape. A woman observes the scene from a distance, revealing the scope of the operation.
She realizes, oh my, you didn't have to escort me too.
The unexpected escort suggests a wider, more complex plot than initially perceived.
A new element is introduced.
The woman, observing the scene, detects a strange scent and comments, by the way, I smell something burning. This detail hints at a parallel plotline and a potential escalation of the situation.
A colossal inferno engulfs the city streets.
Amidst the flames, a lone figure, clad in dark armor, stands defiantly, surveying the devastation.
Casualties lie scattered around him, silent testament to the battle's ferocity.
A man in a suit, his face etched with concern, kneels beside a woman with cat-like features.
He cries out, "Are you alive?
What the heck happened here?" His eyes widen as he takes in the scene, landing on a monstrous form amidst the wreckage.
"Monster!" he whispers, horrified.
A young woman with fiery red hair, her expression grim, observes the scene.
A single tear tracks down her cheek as she mutters, "So it's at least an A-class."
The gravity of the situation dawns on her. The monstrous creature is far beyond what they could have anticipated. The monster turns, revealing a distorted, monstrous face. The sheer scale of its power is immediately apparent. This is no ordinary threat. A man lay in a hospital bed, his face obscured by an oxygen mask, his breathing labored. His condition was critical. The harsh reality of his situation was laid bare, but look how you ended up.
His current weakness was a stark contrast to whatever strength he once possessed.
A woman, holding a technological device, spoke with a mix of concern and determination. I don't know what you plan on doing to him, but not in this hospital. Her words implied a plan to move the man elsewhere, possibly for a dangerous procedure. A shadowy figure, eyes blazing crimson, advances on a woman with purple hair, syringe in hand. Then I will use this on you, the figure threatens, their voice dripping with menace. A young man with short, dark blue hair clutches a syringe, his expression grim. In a hospital, only doctors and nurses are supposed to use syringes, he observes, highlighting the unusual situation.
A masked figure violently strikes the young man from panel 2, sending him sprawling.
The force of the blow is palpable. 5 locations supply crystals to the Haesung Guild, a crucial fact revealed in hushed tones. This information establishes the Guild's reliance on these external sources. Securing these crystals is, however, far from simple.
The Haesung Guild doesn't manufacture them, and the Korean Hunter Association provides substantial protection.
The sheer scale of the operation is revealed as someone remarks on the use of an entire floor. This detail hints at the vast resources and ambition behind the scenes. The response, "I've been meaning to move for a long time," actually suggests a deliberate and long-planned expansion. Agent Nim's meticulous preparation is evident as the agent observes the vials, his sharp gaze betraying a grim determination. The stakes are high. This operation, whatever it may be, clearly demanded significant effort. A man's anguished cry fills the air, his face contorted in a mask of pain and terror, the needle in his arm a stark reminder of the impending suffering. His words, "It won't hurt much," ring hollow against the backdrop of his obvious distress. A woman, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief, questioned the strength of a hunter named Yang Jukiel. Her companion, skeptical, responded that while not A-class, he was at the upper end of the B-class hunters, further noting his appearance and likely origins from the guild's basement.
The man's disbelief deepens.
The implication hangs heavy in the air. Jukyeol's strength is unexpectedly, significantly greater than previously imagined.
A demonic figure, radiating infernal energy, rises from the wreckage.
The air crackles with power as a single word escapes his lips, perhaps. This hints at a looming confrontation, a critical turning point in the ongoing conflict. The scene shifts abruptly. Siena, in the midst of a chaotic urban landscape, reported a suspicious individual to Mr. Junmo, escalating the situation and demanding immediate action. Mr. Junmo, acknowledging the urgency, instructs, "Let's get this one first," focusing his attention on the immediate threat posed by the suspicious individual, suggesting a calculated approach to the unfolding crisis. Siena unleashes a concentrated blast of dark energy, a swift and powerful counterattack against the suspicious individual.
The speed and precision of her movements suggest experience and capability. A close-up reveals a clenched fist, radiating dark power, poised to strike.
The tension builds, anticipating an imminent, decisive blow. He lunged forward, a brutal fist connecting with his target. The impact was visceral, a spray of blood marking the ferocity of the blow. His eyes blazed with raw power, a surge of energy crackling around him. This was no ordinary man, this was a force unleashed. The energy surged, a blinding flash as he met his opponent. Blades clashed, the fight had begun. He moved with deadly grace, his opponent matching his skill. The battle was a dance of lethal precision.
A demonic figure, its crimson skin stretched taut over sharp horns, roared as a spear pierced its chest.
The force of the blow sent tremors through the very air, a violent testament to the battle's intensity. The spear, imbued with incandescent energy, tore through the demon, leaving a blazing trail of destruction in its wake. The creature's form dissolved into shimmering particles of dark energy as the light consumed it. The scene shifted dramatically. Ilgan, and a woman, his concerned expression etched into his face, walked calmly down a city street as a heavily armored figure emerged from the shadows, his words a hushed whisper, "You were around here?"
The woman exclaimed, "Ilgan Appa."
A masked figure, cloaked in shadow, was violently thrown back.
The impact shattered the illusion of serenity, violently juxtaposing this new scene with the previous battle's chaos.
A dark, ominous force had been unleashed. A young man, eyes wide with disbelief and fear, stares up at a towering, shadowy figure. The oppressive darkness of the figure contrasts sharply with the young man's brightly colored clothing.
The scene is tense, charged with unspoken threat.
The young man, reacting instinctively, unleashes a burst of energy against his shadowy assailant. A blinding flash momentarily obscures the details of the confrontation, highlighting the raw power of the attack.
The young man's companion, her face etched with worry, observes the scene unfolding.
Her words reveal concern and a deeper understanding of the situation's gravity. "He set it off."
"This won't do, a flame. You can't use that in a hospital."
It's not something a guy with a needle, who sneaked in, can say. The revelation hints at a larger, more complex conspiracy. A powerful blast throws the young man backward, his body impacting the ground with a sharp hook. The impact underscores the raw power of the unseen force and the danger he faces.
Concern etched on her face, she asks if he's alright.
He responds, grateful for her swift arrival. A powerful figure emerges, acknowledging the protagonist's strength. This scene subtly establishes a power dynamic and foreshadows future conflicts.
The arrival of several clones is confirmed, escalating the stakes.
The antagonist, amused, questions whether the protagonist is attempting to provoke him.
The antagonist departs, hinting at further encounters and emphasizing the ever-present danger.
A young man, clad in a red hoodie, stares intently, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. The scene is bathed in a vibrant blue light, suggesting an unusual or perhaps dangerous environment. Suddenly, the young man is in motion, drawing a sword with surprising speed and skill. His casual attire is at odds with the deadly weapon now in his hand, hinting at a hidden potential. His face contorts in a grimace of exertion and disgust as he mutters, the word "ha," a breathy expression of exasperation. He clearly finds the situation distasteful, a reaction that may speak volumes about his character or mission. A crucial piece of world-building information is revealed. A recent monster attack in the city was quelled by the combined forces of three powerful guilds, the Sun Guild, the Yolo Guild, and the Keenest Guild. This establishes the context of a world grappling with supernatural threats and the existence of organized forces dedicated to their containment. That fucking Shin Haesung bastard was weird. The enraged man's words leave no room for doubt, his fury is palpable. He points an accusing finger, his condemnation clear. The Silver Moon Guild, once glorious, is now defunct. The disappearance of young Jukiel proved insurmountable, leaving countless hunters scattered to the winds. The jewel crystals vanished, taking with them all associated personnel. Only the machines remained. Reports of monsters swarming the city center add a terrifying coda to the unsettling events. The aftermath of an unprecedented monster attack unfolds. Hunters assess the scene, their faces grim. The sheer scale of the carnage is evident in the callous price list: 200,000 for the head, 400,000 for the skin, and 250,000 for the blood. Even seasoned hunters are unnerved, they've never encountered anything like it. The immediate concern shifts to the impact on hunting efficiency. A man in a suit expresses worry that any future operations may be compromised, highlighting the necessary prioritization of hunter safety despite the economic implications. A plan is laid out for the strategic deployment of clones. One clone will be positioned at Sanghwa's house, another at the hospital, and a third at the JM agency. 2 more clones will engage in constant training and patrols. This carefully orchestrated approach indicates a heightened state of alert. Further emphasizing the gravity of the situation, additional support is being brought in. A colleague confirms that the Keenest Guild is being deployed to assist. A familiar place. Before us lies a desolate landscape, scarred by dark energy. A fiery vortex burns at its heart, crackling with chaotic power. This is the Nexus, the source of immense magical energy, and a location known to only a select few. A lone figure, bundled against the biting cold, stands in a frozen wasteland. He raises a megaphone, his voice echoing across the desolate landscape, "Here I am." This is a bold announcement in a hostile territory. The ground trembles. A powerful burst of energy erupts from the figure's hand, a fiery explosion streaks across the snow-covered ground. He has activated something significant and unpredictable. A grand unveiling. The air crackles with anticipation as a high-ranking official dramatically reveals a new hunter academy. This initiative aims to bolster the ranks of monster hunters, particularly those of lower skill, and increase monster drop production. Reporters furiously scribble notes, capturing every detail of the academy's purpose: to provide low-ranking hunters with crucial skills training at minimal cost, thereby maximizing the yield of valuable monster drops. The official's words are blunt, yet driven by pragmatism: bad skill or low rank. Anyone is fine. If you learn with your other hunter allies and train with them, you would be able to confidently go into the hunting ground. The emphasis is on collaboration and practical results. A shimmering elixir, the prize for those who complete their training, is presented. Its glow promises enhanced abilities and a more successful hunting career. The businessman, his face contorted in fury, unsheathed a gleaming sword. The intensity of his rage was palpable. A furious clash erupted. Blades met, sparks flew, and a wave of destructive energy tore through the air. The force of the impact shattered buildings, sending debris flying through the night sky. The scale of destruction was breathtaking. His eyes widened in horror as the truth dawned on him: a monstrous transformation was underway, turning humans into grotesque creatures. A woman's suspicion is confirmed. The substance is a body-enhancing drug. Its source, however, remains shrouded in mystery. The rarity of Silver Moon crystals points towards a powerful, unseen orchestrator. The implications are dire. If Yang Jukiel is involved, Haesung is likely targeted. Furthermore, Kong Chansung's hospitalization places him in immediate danger. A monstrous figure bursts forth, its roar echoing the impending chaos. The threat is undeniable and immediate. A young woman, eyes blazing with determination, prepares a counterattack. Her magical energy crackles, forming a sphere of potent power. The impact explodes in a violent burst of energy.
The attack lands, the result yet unseen. The demon lunged, a brutal fist aimed at the young woman's face.
She met his attack head-on, her expression unwavering. A sickening cock echoed as the demon's attack was met with a counterforce.
Blood sprayed from a deep wound across his face.
The demon, reeling from the blow, braced himself, a furious red energy sparking in his hands.
His counterattack was imminent.
He launched another attack, but this time, the young woman was ready. The impact sent him flying, his form a blur against the night sky.
A monstrous roar, a guttural kaah, echoes as a crimson demon unleashes a torrent of fiery energy.
He used a drill, they said. Amidst the fiery chaos, Kim Il-gun, the Sun Guild's guild master, stands defiant, his massive warhammer poised against the inferno.
A monster has appeared in the heart of the city. Il-gun's face is etched with grim determination, a single tear tracing a path through the grime. He wonders, where did this guy come from? The scene shifts. A figure amidst the destruction cries out, "Miho and Wante? What happened here? I need an explanation."
The weight of the situation is heavy. A powerful blow sends the figure sprawling. The force of the impact is palpable. He stares at his injured hand, surprised. The unexpected nature of the attack is clear. A woman, fiery energy crackling around her, confronts him.
She expresses disbelief at his ability to remain unnoticed after warping into a hospital.
He kicks out, a blur of motion, escaping. The masked figure assesses their opponent, a chilling statement hanging in the air, "You are quite powerful." The weight of this acknowledgement underscores the gravity of the situation. A woman explains, "I was on my way as soon as I heard about it. It was fortunate that our new office was near the hospital." Her words reveal a calculated response, highlighting the proximity of their new office to the hospital, a detail that suggests premeditation or preparedness.
The man, understanding the context, replies, "Now I understand why Chansung ended up that way."
The masked figure's head tilts slightly, a subtle movement that carries an unspoken question, an implication of further investigation into the situation.
And
the word hangs heavy with unspoken meaning.
The masked individual's suspicion is made clear, planning to run away? The close-up on the man's eye reveals a mixture of apprehension and defiance. The mana absorber, a terrifying entity, lurks in the intensive care unit directly beneath them.
A young man stares down, his face etched with worry, as his sister lies unconscious above.
A masked figure, his identity obscured, utters a chilling warning, "Your sister."
The implication hangs heavy in the air, her fate is intertwined with this ominous presence.
The mask shifts, revealing a single, malevolent eye. The masked figure emphasizes his point with a sharp, "See?" The threat is unmistakable.
The young man, reacting swiftly, prepares himself for action.
He mutters, "See you next time," a clear signal that this confrontation is far from over. A dark energy swirls around him, mirroring the ominous power of his foe.
The narrative concludes abruptly. Things were concluded really quickly after that incident, a stark statement leaving the exact nature of the resolution deliberately ambiguous, hinting at a swift, perhaps brutal, conclusion to the conflict. A monstrous figure lies defeated amidst the fiery chaos of a city under siege. Firefighters battle the inferno, their efforts dwarfed by the scale of the destruction. The incident is officially declared a simple monster attack emanating from a short-lived portal. Yang Jukiel, however, is listed as a missing person. Kim Il-gun receives an award for his heroism in subduing the creature and saving the city. A conversation reveals a startling truth: the A-class monster was actually human. The initial discovery of the monster was in the Yolo Guild basement. The question of whether a human was kept there is raised. The response confirms the absence of any prisoners in the Yolo Guild basement. It is empty. A masked individual stands in a laboratory, echoing the emptiness found earlier. "It's the same here too," he observes, solidifying a chilling suspicion. The monstrous assault, a maelstrom of rage and claws, is now a forgotten nightmare. The hunters swiftly eradicated the creatures, leaving behind only whispers of a terror quickly erased from collective memory. A young man, his expression troubled, voices a simple but critical need: "We have to get a bodyguard." The weight of unspoken dangers hangs heavy in the air. The suggestion is immediate, blunt, and reveals a unique ability: you are going to use your clones. The practicality of this solution is questioned, highlighting a recent power increase. Can't you summon 7 clones since your level increased? The path to safety, it seems, lies in exploiting this newfound strength.
Confusion flickered across his face as he muttered, "What? Dispatch? Where?"
The question hung heavy, hinting at an imminent and unknown summons. A figure emerged, cloaked and masked, a megaphone in hand. The harsh landscape amplified the urgency in his voice as he announced the arrival of a lone, unarmed human.
The announcement, "A fresh human is here. It's unarmed," echoed the growing tension.
The stark visual of a desolate, icy expanse underscored the vulnerability of this newcomer. Suddenly, a swarm of menacing, robotic figures sprang into action, their red eyes fixated on the unsuspecting human. The chilling sight signaled an immediate and overwhelming threat. Academy President Won Haksu addressed the assembled crowd, his smile wide and welcoming.
"Thanks for coming here, ladies and gentlemen."
The implication was clear: this was a significant event. He gestured towards a magnificent, ornate bottle displayed on a pedestal. This, the president explained, was the prize awarded to the Academy's most accomplished student each year. A crimson demon, its eyes blazing with malevolent energy, lunges forward.
Its ragged form speaks of brutal power, a terrifying force unleashed.
Kim Il-gun, enraged by the truth he's just learned, attempts to spread the word, his efforts thwarted.
A chilling cry pierces the night: "Monsters!" The terror is palpable.
He strained, lifting a 250 kilograms dumbbell, but found it underwhelmingly easy. The weight was insignificant, he yearned for something more challenging. Even a basic workout proved insufficient, lacking any stimulation. His boredom was palpable.
News broke: Chancellor Won Haksu announced the opening of the Hunter Academy's Korean branch, with applications opening on the 12th. Additional admission points were offered to lower-ranked hunters, encouraging wider participation. The announcement further revealed that the prize for the upcoming World Branch competition was a precious elixir, a fact that has left many in awe. The urgency was palpable: 3 figures pointed, shouting, "Let's go! Go!" Their excitement underscored the importance of their mission. Their destination, a grand palace, its blue spires piercing the sky, a beacon of power and, perhaps, hope. A golden compass, an all-seeing eye at its center, pulsed with power. Its message was clear: even with lacking skills and weak abilities, this quest must proceed. The Hunter Academy competition's grand prize is a powerful elixir, attracting participants from academies worldwide. This significant prize underscores the Academy's influence and the elixir's importance. Hunter Academy's origins lie with Jumper, a leader of an enlightened group. This reveals a powerful figure behind the Academy's founding and hints at a rich history. The preferential admission conditions are counterintuitive: lower rank and fewer skills are better. This unusual system suggests a hidden purpose or unique challenges within the Academy. A man, clearly agitated, recoils as another forcefully exhales a puff of air in his face. The tension is palpable. The second man's words hang heavy: "You should possess at least 70 skills, the number of lousy skills you currently have." He emphasizes the young man's inadequacy. This establishes a power dynamic and a system of skill-based evaluation. Despair etched on his face, the young man breaks down, tears streaming. His overwhelming incompetence is undeniable. The question cuts through the silence: the reward from keenness, do you still have it? The focus shifts to a valuable object, hinting at a crucial plot element. A sweeping vista of a grand, imposing palace unfolds, the implication being this is where the reward's significance will soon be revealed. Welcome to the Academy. The scene opens on a grand, European-style campus, students milling about near a central fountain. The air hums with anticipation. Academy Chancellor Won Haksu is introduced. His presence underscores the importance of the upcoming events. A young man, seemingly a new student, expresses his eagerness to contribute to the Academy's goals. His humility belies a hidden strength, soon to be revealed. The student observes that the Academy, while similar in structure to other universities, lacks the same level of national recognition and funding. This underfunding is a key factor in the Academy's unique approach to education. The low average rank of awakeners at the Academy, ranging from F to D, is revealed. Whispers identify Zhong Sang-woo, a student with cloning skills, adding another layer of intrigue to the student body. Confusion etched his features as a single word escaped his lips. The young man's eyes widened. He was told that the hunter in question was as famous as he was, but he couldn't place the name. A burst of laughter followed. The instructor confirmed that it was indeed their first day, explaining that they would review their class schedule the following week. This was because high-ranking hunters like those present had no merit in attending a place such as this. The implication hung heavy in the air. This was a training ground for B-rank hunters, far beneath their current status. A welcoming committee greets new students. A woman informs them of a party this evening. One student, however, declines the invitation, preferring to work. He finds himself unexpectedly celebrating with colleagues. Amidst the revelry, a pointed question about his destruction of Silvermoon is raised, met with a non-committal response. The casual setting starkly contrasts with the gravity of the question. He overheard a conversation. Besides himself, another, incredibly powerful, hunter also entered the academy. Looks like those around him are unaware of this second hunter's presence. He's urged to go inside. The situation is far from over. Recognition dawns in his eyes. Hold on, that voice. He murmurs, a flicker of understanding crossing his features. The speaker continues, the offer hanging in the air. Then would you like to drink with me? The scene shifts to a sleek, modern gym. The words inside the JM agency, personal gym, identify the location. The setting establishes the context for the upcoming interaction. He stands in the gym, a thoughtful expression on his face. His internal monologue reveals his surprise. Where is the remote? What's wrong with Agent Nim's hobbies? To think he would turn on the news. All incoming students will have the opportunity to obtain the elixir, a powerful motivator that encourages all students to showcase their abilities to the fullest. The announcement concludes, a musical flourish underscoring the significance of the Hunter Academy. Believe. The enthusiastic applause underscores the faith placed in the sacred system. Everything can be learned. The scene opens on a happy couple, their faces reflecting contentment, standing before a grand, imposing academy. The image suggests a bright future, full of potential. A young man sits at his desk, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. He has just learned that the Hunter Academy, where the winning prize is a powerful elixir, is much more significant than it initially appeared. The young man's concern intensifies. He discovers that the Hunter Academy boasts branches across numerous countries, making its influence truly global. The winning prize, an elixir, is further proof of its immense power and resources. The perspective shifts, revealing a powerful figure in a lab coat. This individual is no mere educator. The Hunter Academy is revealed to be one of the world's largest corporations. This unexpected revelation adds another layer of intrigue to the young man's discovery. An older man, his face etched with concern, comments on the peculiar circumstances. The recent events, he explains, stem from an attempt to narrow the gap between low-ranked and high-ranked individuals with special abilities, known as awakeners. This detail hints at a potential power struggle or social upheaval within the world of awakeners. News of the recent events has reached Nim, though his current rank is high enough that he wouldn't see a significant immediate increase. However, the man across the desk explains that his unusually high number of completed hunts grants him a substantial advantage. Nim is taken aback by the news that he has more than 10 completed hunts, clearly surprised by this revelation. The interviewer explains a donation-based admission system, a loophole that could potentially benefit Nim greatly given his exceptional record. A visual of the Hunter Academy's Korean branch is shown. This prestigious institution represents a significant opportunity for Nim. A jovial man, his mustache practically vibrating with mirth, cackles, ho ho ho. It's my honor to meet such a distinguished person. His exaggerated politeness hints at something more. The younger man observes, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes, to be able to enter with money, what a strange system. His quiet assessment reveals his unease with the unusual transaction. The agent's negotiations, it turns out,
secured a staggering 25 billion won. Whether it be 5 billion or 10 billion, if you can get your hand on the elixir, I'm sure anyone would spend that amount of money, the agent explains, highlighting the elixir's immense value.
There are no competitors here, but even winning first place doesn't guarantee effortless success. Even if I take it easy in my class, I should still be able to qualify for the year-end competition, the young man muses, a hint of apprehension in his voice. The academy, it seems, is blessed with exceptionally talented students. The young man's confusion is palpable as he's informed of another B-rank hunter, Jong Sang-woo, who also donated like him. The implication hangs heavy in the air: competition has arrived. Professor Kon Yi-suk introduces himself, promising instruction in basic elemental magic. This marks a pivotal point in the protagonist's journey, offering him the tools to potentially compete with, or even surpass, Jong Sang-woo. Unfazed by potential rivals, the young man declares his disinterest in the competitive aspects of the hunter industry. He prioritizes personal progress over ranking, highlighting his unique approach. A woman urgently issues instructions, calling for a gathering at Goryeo Bar near the academy at 8 o'clock. This abrupt announcement suggests an imminent event, adding a layer of urgency to the unfolding narrative. Hold on. Won't that other B-rank be there? Is it true that you saved people from a portal disaster with a baseball bat? Yes, that's right. I heard you killed a B-rank monster there. No, I was completely beaten. Please show us your cloning technique. He sure is popular. They are hunting somewhere else right now, so that's impossible. Another B-rank. I don't know. Is another B-rank coming? He dismissed the articles online as inconsequential, but his worried expression betrayed his true feelings. The man clearly believes someone is deliberately concealing themselves. Approaching a welcoming party for new students, he hesitates, his uncertainty palpable. He explains his departure, revealing a lack of connection to his peers and a desire for solitude. The other student, intrigued by his early exit, presses for an explanation. A young woman, casually dressed in a denim jacket and jeans, stands on a city street, a confident smirk playing on her lips as she adjusts her baseball cap. Her purple hair catches the light. The young woman from the street scene is now close to a startled young man. His wide eyes reflect her sudden appearance. He assures her, "Yes, you are right. It's still going on. You can go inside." The weight of his words suggests a clandestine operation underway, one she's intimately involved in. The hooded figure, startled by a familiar voice, hesitates. A proposition follows, then, "Would you like to drink with me outside?" The casual invitation masks a deeper, more calculated purpose. His wide eyes and slight perspiration reveal a growing unease. The night's events are clearly taking an unexpected, unsettling turn. A young woman, her face etched with concern, confronts a man. "What? Why did you fail Gyeonguk College?" she demands, her voice sharp with a chill that makes the man visibly flinch. The scene shifts to a dimly lit bar. The woman sits opposite the man, her composure unchanged. He states, "You just graduated recently, you can't ask me for drinks." Her response is immediate and indignant. "What do you mean? I should be buying you a drink because I graduated." Her expression softens slightly as she adds, "Of course, I got in." The undercurrent of her statement, however, remains pointed. "Then why did you come to this academy?" The question hangs heavy in the air, hinting at a deeper, unspoken conflict. It was his parents' wish for him to attend college, but he secretly planned to become a hunter immediately after graduation. His sister, after hearing his intention, revealed that their parents considered his desire dangerous but ultimately allowed it after a few days of deliberation. She playfully teases him about his apparent shyness, urging him to continue addressing her formally as teacher. He finds this odd. The scene shifts to a bar. His sister calls out to him using a term of endearment, revealing her playful and familiar relationship with him. A sinister chuckle fills the opulent room. The conversation resumes, the interruption apparently due to a broken phone. Concern crosses the face of the man watching the increasingly inebriated woman. Her alcohol tolerance is clearly a concern. He discreetly obtains her phone number as she slurs her words, a smirk playing on his lips.
She passes out, leaving him with his prize. A young woman carries a slightly dazed man on her back through a bustling city at night. The weight of him seems effortless. She asks if he's awake, questioning their destination. He's clearly still disoriented, his thoughts are unclear and possibly clouded by the events that led to this moment. The implication is that she is not taking him home. He mumbles a response, indicating he's conscious enough to vaguely register their location, a bar counter. She instructs him to walk if he can, showing a blend of impatience and an almost challenging invitation. His response is a curt, dismissive "suit yourself," hinting at an underlying tension and perhaps a history between them. The scene leaves the reader anticipating what unfolds next. Sang-woo Appa. The young man's apprehension is palpable, his gaze reflecting a mixture of worry and uncertainty. Even if his phone number changed, he could have found a way to contact them. The subtle accusation hangs in the air, highlighting the strained relationship. He was furious that Sang-woo didn't leave a message. Now, a softer tone emerges, he saw Sang-woo couldn't actually do that. The confrontation shifts from anger to a deeper understanding. He ends by asking, "I enjoyed today, did you enjoy it too?" A delicate question hinting at a burgeoning connection. Did I enjoy today? The question hangs in the air, followed by the answer, "I did. This day is the best of my last 6 months." The statement underscores the profound significance of this unexpected reunion. He feared that continuing his current life would drain him of all resolve. The weight of his burden pressed heavily on his shoulders, a visible manifestation of his internal struggle. To protect himself from further emotional pain, he severed all his ties. But this decision, he now revealed, was not without its regrets. Despite her past, she offered him a rare moment of leniency. One small act of mercy, a brief reprieve. A young man, young Sang-woo, smiles knowingly. His eyes, though friendly, hold a subtle hint of calculated ambition. A man sits alone in a lavish office, his back to the viewer, gazing out at a futuristic cityscape. The solitude underscores his contemplative state. He is clearly a man of power and influence, reflecting on the events to come. The text introduces young Sang-woo, a rookie hunter whose exceptional skills and mysterious cloning ability have caused a stir throughout the hunter's world. His rapid ascent and unconventional methods have made him a figure of both intrigue and controversy. A masked figure, his identity shrouded in secrecy, observes a device, his expression unreadable. He speaks of Sang-woo's unexpected strength, highlighting the young hunter's potential as a significant threat. The man sits in his office, a wave of regret washing over him. He realizes that young Sang-woo, the individual in question, should have been dealt with long ago. He considers the preparations for an upcoming operation. The question hangs heavy in the air, is everything ready? His response, the operation will commence next week. A younger man, seemingly confident, assures him, "Don't worry, I am confident." The instructor, a kindly man with a gentle smile, addressed the class. "Today, we continue our exploration of basic elemental magic, building on last week's introduction." A student, her expression a mixture of mischief and excitement, proudly declared, "I followed you." A fiery blast erupted from the instructor's hand, a demonstration of the fireball spell. "The versatility of this spell is unmatched," he explained. "Even cooks are learning this one." The scene shifts to the classroom. The student from earlier now sits attentively, taking notes. The instructor's words, "Even cooks are learning this one," resonate in the casual yet significant observation about the practical applications of elemental magic. The instructor, a kindly man with a warm smile, presented a basket overflowing with crimson orbs. "We will give you the skill balls." These weren't ordinary balls, they held the key to unlocking extraordinary abilities. A fellow student, noticing the protagonist's early departure, inquired, "Aren't they having a welcome party for the new students of the academy?" The question highlighted the protagonist's unusual haste, hinting at a pressing reason for his immediate leave. Facing the curious gaze of another, the protagonist explained, "There isn't anyone I know, so I'm planning to return." His simple statement concealed a deeper truth, a loneliness that belied the extraordinary circumstances he was about to face. A sudden, unexpected encounter left him speechless. A powerful aura emanated from the woman with vibrant purple hair,
a figure who clearly possessed immense power. His wide eyes and beads of sweat betrayed his fear and apprehension. It's been 6 months since the start of this journey. A significant time frame, full of challenges and growth. The student's surprise is palpable. She's clearly unaware that her teacher is also a student at the same academy, adding unexpected complexity to their relationship. He suggests drinks, a subtle move towards informal conversation, hinting at a desire for a deeper connection beyond the usual student-teacher dynamic. A drink, named Purple Rain, is presented. The vibrant color and the name itself hint at a magical or unique quality, subtly introducing a fantastical element into the seemingly ordinary setting. A young woman, her expression a mixture of contemplation and slight unease, sips from a glowing glass. The faint sparkle within hints at something extraordinary. So, she begins, her thoughts clearly racing. The narrative shifts, revealing the woman's motivation. The creation of a Hunter Academy provided an opportunity, a chance to finally pursue her own desires after fulfilling her family's expectations. But then, a Hunter Academy was created, so I convinced my parents to let me do whatever I want since I got into the college they wanted. A younger man, seemingly her former student, interrupts, his tone demanding. It's your turn now, teacher. The woman, however, firmly rejects the title, her resolve evident. Stop calling me that. I'm not your teacher anymore. And drinks slowly. The man's face falls, his earlier assertiveness replaced by a look of clear disappointment and perhaps a touch of regret. She pleaded, eyes downcast, one more, please. Her desperation was palpable. He smirked, holding up an empty glass. The woman beside him sighed, her weariness evident. The scene suggested a late-night rendezvous, the tension thickening. A sudden, clumsy movement sent her phone flying. "Ack, my phone," she exclaimed, the interruption breaking the charged atmosphere. Her gaze sharpened. Now, she held the upper hand. Now, you don't have any excuse to not contact me. She thought, a subtle shift in power dynamics. He flinched, a defeated expression on his face. "Bill out, please," he mumbled, the evening clearly over. A young woman rests her head on a man's shoulder, her expression a mixture of weariness and contentment. The scene is softly lit, hinting at a quiet intimacy. The woman's perspective shifts. Confusion clouds her features as she internally questions her precarious position. What the? Why am I on his back? The scene widens. Now fully awake, she laughs, a dawning realization dawning on her face. I fell asleep. The pair stands on a city street at night. He carries her, her head resting on his shoulder again. She's clearly unsteady on her feet. I feel so dizzy, I can't walk. He. The moment is both tender and humorous. A young woman, perched on the shoulders of a young man, confronts him. Why didn't you contact me in the last 6 months, she demands, her tone tinged with both accusation and underlying hurt. The scene, set against a blurred city backdrop, hints at a strained reunion. He explains, I was planning to hit your face when I see you today. His words, though seemingly aggressive, reveal a nervous energy and a suppressed yearning for reconciliation beneath a facade of anger. The physical closeness in the image emphasizes the conflicting emotions. His excuse, a terse, "I have something to do," reveals a deep-seated fear of repeating past mistakes. The brief, drawn-out final syllable suggests hesitation and a sense of weight. The scene shifts dramatically. A young man lies unconscious in a hospital bed, hooked up to machines. The stark monochrome palette underscores the gravity of his situation and the profound consequences of his past actions. The caption, "I was afraid to repeat the same mistakes and regrets," clarifies his motivation for avoiding contact. Returning to the initial confrontation, the man struggles to support the woman. The image reflects the weight of his unspoken feelings and the difficulties he faces in repairing his relationship. His statement, "People don't change easily," speaks to the challenges of overcoming past trauma and rebuilding trust. He insisted, "I still want you to know that it doesn't mean they weren't all that precious to me." His tone, though firm, held a hint of vulnerability. The weight of his past actions clearly burdened him. A woman, her face etched with a mixture of confusion and understanding, responded, "So he came to my house. I misunderstood. Her initial confusion is replaced with dawning comprehension of his true feelings. He cautioned her, "Don't tell you otherwise the next time?"
His words carried a silent plea for trust, a subtle shift in their dynamic. The woman's initial misunderstanding had uncovered a deeper layer of emotion. A man, his face etched with worry, holds a phone to his ear, his gaze distant. The text below reads, "From E-class to B," hinting at a significant advancement in rank. His concern, however, suggests that this achievement doesn't bring him peace. The narration expands on the previous panel, introducing young Sangwoo, a hunter who rose remarkably from E-class to B-class in record time. His swift progress, however, came at a cost, a secret failure hanging heavy in the air. The man on the phone speaks, a single, heavy sentence revealing his failure at a hospital. The weight of this admission speaks volumes, contrasting sharply with his earlier rank advancement. The scene shifts. Darkness. A tense question cuts through the silence. "Why did you turn off the lights?" "It's dark in here." The response is equally curt, "I just had to." This dialogue establishes a clandestine meeting, the mood thick with unspoken tension. He's under pressure. The expectation weighs heavily on Shin Junying, a B-class hunter from the Haesum Guild, as he's reminded that his performance must justify the considerable investment made in securing his place at the academy. Shin Junying, a B-class hunter from the Haesum Guild, places a hand over his heart, a gesture suggesting pride and a commitment to meet these high expectations. The scene shifts to reveal his objective, to obtain a powerful elixir. The imposing academy, a bastion of power and knowledge, looms in the distance, its architecture suggesting the vast resources and influence it wields. A week has passed, and Junying, sitting amongst other students, quietly harbors a confident expectation of a reunion. The casual demeanor subtly hints at a deeper underlying purpose or anticipation. The instructor holds a small, flickering fireball, announcing, "The first skill we are gonna learn is this." This marks the beginning of the student's magical training. He explains the fireball's practical importance, stating, "It's magic which is really crucial during hunting or even when you get lost." This highlights the immediate, survival-oriented application of the skill being taught. The student, skeptical, questions the instructor's methodology, pointing out the unconventional nature of their instruction, considering where they're supposed to learn to create fireballs. His self-taught skill through physical combat is revealed here. Skill balls, capable of granting new abilities, emerged onto the hunter market. Their discovery created an immediate frenzy, with everyone scrambling to obtain these powerful artifacts. However, the initial euphoria quickly faded as the true cost became apparent. A ludicrous price tag placed these powerful skill balls beyond the reach of most. Consequently, only the wealthiest and most powerful hunters could afford to acquire them, once again creating a significant disparity within the hunter community. This exclusivity further inflated the price, solidifying the skill ball's status as commodities accessible only to the elite. A man in glasses, a smug grin playing on his lips, stands in a lavish, blue-lit hall. He's about to deliver an unsettling truth. The young man clutches a glowing red orb, his apprehension clear. The cost of magical power is revealed. Fireballs, the cheapest spell, cost 1 million each. The distribution of this power is far from equitable. The instructor, the same man from the hall, stands at a podium. He asks if the lesson, likely the mastery of this magical orb, has been learned. A resounding yes confirms their success, setting the stage for the next phase. Welcome to the Hunter Academy Skill Training Grounds. The instructor poses a crucial question: how does one strengthen a skill? The instructor illustrates his point: simply adding more fuel to a small ember won't automatically create a larger fire. The students, a mix of apprehensive and curious expressions on their faces, ponder this analogy. One student murmurs, "Is that all there is?" The instructor, emphasizing the importance of focused practice, activates his fireball skill. A small, intense burst of fire materializes in his hand, illustrating the concentrated power needed for true skill growth. The instructor explains that skills, much like the fireball he just demonstrated, have their own levels of proficiency. He reveals the status window details for the fireball skill. It's level 37, cast type, and requires gathering and shaping mana into a ball. The plan is underway. A leader addresses his team, his words sharp, just like before. We will begin with the people on the front. This indicates a pattern of prior engagements, suggesting a systematic approach to conflict. A sudden explosion erupts, a fiery burst illuminating the scene. The intensity of the blast is clearly intended to demonstrate the power being wielded, underscoring the threat faced by the team. A woman, her expression one of both surprise and understanding, reflects on her mana skill. Thank you. My own skill is something like making a mana ball, so this felt very familiar to me.
Her reaction shows a proficiency that's newly recognized, promising enhanced capabilities.
The instructor confirms that with continued use, the power will increase too.
Two men observe the woman's success. Wow! It's young Sangwoo. He is a B-class, doesn't he have like 10 times the mana we have?
Their awe underscores young Sangwoo's exceptional capabilities, placing him distinctly above his peers. This establishes a hierarchy of power within their world.
The instructor, reacting to the comment, simply confirms, to be honest, I do too.
This seemingly minor admission highlights a vast difference in power levels between B-class and other ranked fighters within the story, further emphasizing young Sangwoo's exceptional strength. Now, just in case this gets dangerous, let's all take 2 steps back, the instructor cautioned, his eyes sharp as he sized up the tense situation. The air crackled with anticipation. Gathering his mana, he began to form it into a sphere. A fiery energy pulsed within the forming orb, mirroring the growing tension in the room. With a surge of power, he launched a concentrated blast of energy. The raw power illuminated his hand, a stark contrast to the anxious faces around him. The blast impacted with a powerful pshh, shattering a section of the wall and sending dust and debris flying. The sudden explosion cut through the silence. A young woman, witnessing the aftermath, stared in shocked silence, her eyes wide with disbelief and a hint of fear. A trio of men, their faces partially obscured by dark shades, exchanged amused glances, a low chuckle, kek, escaping one's lips. Their amusement hinted at a shared secret, a knowing smirk playing on their lips. A young man explained, his voice laced with a hint of frustration, that a surge of mana had disrupted his control, causing the flame to extinguish. The implication is that he's a practitioner of magic, and his powers are not yet fully mastered. A new figure arrived, apologizing for his tardiness. The partially obscured face and formal attire suggest a person of importance, adding an element of intrigue to the scene. The newcomer's identity is revealed, Shin Junying. His arrival immediately commands attention, suggesting a pivotal role in the unfolding events. The professor's apprehension is palpable. Having 2 B-class hunters in his class is, in his words, bad. The implication hangs heavy, managing such powerful students will be challenging, possibly even dangerous. A late arrival, another B-class hunter, casually apologizes for interrupting.
This seemingly minor event subtly foreshadows the escalating chaos to come.
The nonchalant apology, despite the context, highlights his confidence and perhaps a hint of arrogance. The student, already displaying exceptional abilities, casually mentions mastering Fireball. The casual nature of his statement underscores the extraordinary normalcy of this skill among his peers. It is not a remarkable feat but rather an expected baseline ability. A powerful fireball erupts. The visual impact serves as a stark reminder of the raw power these young hunters wield, further emphasizing the professor's earlier anxieties. The sheer destructive potential is undeniable. Amidst the fiery aftermath, a calm figure emerges. This is likely a significant player, judging by the panel's focus, their seemingly unfazed demeanor, and the controlled environment amidst the explosion's chaos. The young man's performance is met with enthusiastic approval. His mentor beams, declaring it perfect, the culmination of their shared ambition. The student, however, modestly dismisses the praise. Doubt clouds his face. The young man's self-assessment is harsh. He judges his success as insignificant for a B-class student, revealing a relentless drive for improvement. His first class is deemed a complete failure by the instructor. This contrasts sharply with the previous panel's self-criticism, highlighting the vast gap between the student's high standards and external perception. The scene shifts, revealing a disheartened young man. His mother's callous words, "Move on already." You're worthless, deepen his feelings of inadequacy and demonstrate a frustrating lack of support. His tears indicate the weight of his self-doubt and external pressures. He shrugs, a casual dismissal in his posture, as he states, I just have to make use of what I have. The implication is clear, he's resourceful, adapting to a situation beyond his control. A young man stands amidst the wreckage of a battle, a fiery aura surrounding him. The scene is chaotic, the remains of large, mechanical creatures lie scattered. This reveals the scale of what he's just survived. Two soldiers watch in wide-eyed disbelief as he conjures a small, fiery horse, followed by several smaller, unstable fireballs. His control is clearly imperfect, highlighting his novice status. He struggles, sweat beading on his forehead. The inner turmoil is palpable, the words "Enno, pull yourself together," betray his lack of confidence despite his recent demonstration of power. From now on, maintain continuous use of your fireball skill for 24 hours. This intense training regimen is designed to rapidly increase your skill level.
The young man, seemingly unconcerned by the guard's presence, continues his training.
The ability to repeatedly increase one's skill level through continuous use is a significant advantage in this world.
A sudden interruption. He's noticed. The inherent risks of such intense training are now apparent.
The interruption was brief but effective. The young man's training session is abruptly concluded, leaving behind only a smoking pile of ash. The fireball skill level increased from 1 to 2. Beyond the mana needed to maintain it, the skill requires no further prerequisites.
Even young children can wield it.
The increased efficiency of high-ranked hunters fueled a surge in demand for skill balls. Contrary to expectations, the skill balls did not bridge the gap between high and low-ranked hunters, instead, the disparity widened. A worker efficiently sorts vibrant red orbs into crates, a seemingly endless supply. You don't have to worry, we have a lot of skill balls, he assures someone unseen. This casual remark subtly hints at the Academy's unique training methods, foreshadowing the abundance of magical resources available to students. A young woman marvels at a fiery red orb, her excitement palpable.
A boy, beaming with pride, holds it aloft. Wow!
Fireball, he exclaims.
The scene establishes a clear sense of wonder and accomplishment, focusing on the successful acquisition and initial use of a skill. This panel underscores the ease with which students acquire and utilize magical abilities in this setting. The boy, slightly awestruck, examines his hands.
A system notification confirms his mastery of the fireball skill, detailing its mechanics.
I got it. I really learned fireball, he declares.
This panel reveals the immediate and tangible results of practice, highlighting the game-like progression system within the Academy's magical training. They are now outside, preparing for further practice. Then let's go practice using it. Let's move to a different place, the boy suggests. The setting shifts to a grand academy courtyard, suggesting a structured environment designed for skill development and application.
This panel serves as a transition to further training sequences. A man in a brown coat stands before a colossal, translucent block of ice, its surface etched with intricate, almost invisible cracks. The scene hums with latent power. Before, sensitive control of mana that suits the trait you are going to change was required. But nowadays, after the system showed up, it started to automatically control the mana for us. The words explain a fundamental shift in how mana is wielded, suggesting a technological advancement that simplifies the process. A burst of energy erupts from a small, ice-like formation, mirroring the larger block of ice from the first panel, reinforcing the link between the visual and the explanation of mana control. The word practice appears, emphasizing the necessary effort for skill development. A young woman, eyes-focused, summons a fiery orb in her hands. Good, now next person, please come out forward, she instructs, the words hanging in the air as the fireball crackles with energy. The activation of her skill is clearly indicated.
A young man steps forward, a nervous energy radiating from him.
The onlookers murmur, their words a low hum of anticipation. It's rare to witness a B-class hunter using their abilities.
He attempts to replicate the fireball technique, but the result is uncontrolled, a chaotic burst of flames.
Calm down.
He mutters, his brow furrowed in concentration as he struggles to contain the power.
The young man unleashed the strike skill, a surge of power mirroring the sensation he described.
He channeled all his strength, preparing for a full-scale release. Meanwhile, a man in glasses, likely a teacher or authority figure, urgently called for everyone's attention.
The situation is escalating.
Trust the system, the young man is told, a nervous tremor in his hands betraying his apprehension. He's clearly uncomfortable with this process. The scene shifts, a man in a robe urges others forward, his words sharp and impatient. Next person.
Let's hurry up, people. The urgency is palpable. This is likely some kind of organized event. Whispers ripple through the onlookers, from the Haisung Guild? He's handsome.
The arrival of a strikingly attractive young man causes a stir. His affiliation hints at a significant social standing.
The initial admiration quickly morphs into shock. The young man's eyes widen as he utters, "What? B-class from the Haisung Guild at that?"
His reaction suggests a profound surprise, implying that this placement is unexpected or even irregular.
"It's okay, the order doesn't matter," one man said, his gaze intense. He turned to his companion, pressing for an update. "Did you get the skill ball?"
A blinding flash of light erupted, the raw power of the skill ball unleashed in a devastating explosion. A close-up on the man's eye revealed a flicker of something dangerous, a subtle shift in his demeanor. "Well," he muttered, the implication heavy with unspoken consequences.
That was perfect. The young man, awestruck, realized he'd mastered a B-class fireball technique. He completely became a different man. The observer, clearly impressed, noted the profound transformation.
"Just practice diligently until next week, or maybe I can teach you, if you want." The instructor, surprised by his rapid progress, offered additional training.
Activating familiar skill.
A system message signals the activation of a new, familiar skill, hinting at a deeper, underlying system at play.
Numbers 5 and 6, already bloodied and battered, braced for another attack. Their grim determination was clear, even through their masks.
Witnessing the clones' effortless skill with their weapons, a young man in a red hoodie was overcome with awe and a touch of jealousy.
"Why?
You guys can use it so well," he exclaimed, his voice cracking with disbelief.
This wasn't the time for such sentiments.
A figure emerged, radiating power, silencing any further displays of emotion. His declaration echoed the gravity of the situation. "This is a message to all the clones." Another clone, observing from a distance, received final instructions: "You don't have to shoot it, so, as long as you still have mana, keep using it." A trio of smirking men discuss a B-class something, unconcerned about grades. Their nonchalance hints at a system where rank surpasses academic achievement.
One woman, seemingly their superior, observes silently.
A masked young man, clad in tactical gear, holds a small, burning orb. His statement, "is the best condition that gives me a great advantage," reveals a strategic use of this power.
Two masked figures, resembling the young man from the previous panel, crouch in a hospital, clutching similar orbs. A nurse confronts them, sharply demanding, "What are you doing in the hospital?" Their presence and actions signal a clandestine mission. A determined declaration: "I won't let others be top one."
This statement confirms the fiercely competitive nature of this world, and the protagonist's unwavering ambition. Today's training focuses on enhancing a specific skill. The atmosphere is one of focused determination, with a group of students observing a demonstration.
A student defends Sang-woo, asserting his exceptional strength as the reason for a recent incident, not a mistake.
The implication is that Sang-woo's power is exceeding the expectations of the training regimen. The professor's instructions emphasize the importance of repeated practice to master this particular skill, highlighting Sang-woo's exceptional talent and the need for consistent training to control such powers. The skill in question is clearly related to fire manipulation. "Repeat it, it's actually nothing," one insisted, dismissing the other's concerns. A skeptical "what" hung in the air, unanswered. A young man sits, a small ball of fire flickering in his hand. His expression is one of mild discomfort as a woman beside him remarks, "Of course, it hurts, you got burned." The scene establishes a casual domestic setting, hinting at the protagonist's ongoing training. The focus shifts to the young man's hand, the fire intensifying, showcasing his determination. He declares resolutely, "I have to keep practicing." His words underscore his dedication to mastery, regardless of the pain.
He continues, explaining his training regimen since his awakening.
"I practiced a lot for my skill too after I got awakened. I tried to put strength in my hand and did image training to increase the mana output, but it just made it worse." This reveals a crucial detail about his powers and their limitations, suggesting a need for a more refined approach.
The young man, his face partially obscured, addresses an unseen entity, system.
"Anyway, don't push yourself too hard. Let's go already, we might be late to class." He shows concern for his own well-being while emphasizing the urgency of their shared schedule. A sense of accomplishment washes over him. "It feels great when things go as you planned," he reflects, highlighting the satisfaction of meticulous preparation. Today's training will focus on refining skills through repetition. He assures whoever is watching, "I feel perfectly fine," a declaration that belies a possible underlying tension. His relaxed posture and smile, however, belie any apprehension. The scene shifts to a classroom, confirming their arrival at their destination. A young man in a red hoodie stands beside another in a white shirt, a stark contrast highlighting the chasm between their perceived worth. The unspoken tension crackles. This isn't just a difference in attire but a reflection of a deeper rivalry. The text, "The gap between my worth and his," underscores this silent competition. The narrative shifts, a man apologizes for being lost, his words a facade masking a deeper ambition. This panel foreshadows a calculated strategy. He's not merely lost, but strategically maneuvering himself into a position of power. The implication is clear: this seemingly humble apology is a carefully chosen deception.
His competitive spirit is undeniable. He declares his intention to surpass his rival, regardless of the cost.
Eventually, because of this, "There is no way he is gonna dare get a better grade than me," solidifies his determination to dominate, even if it means crushing anyone in his path. He smirked, a faint glow in his eyes. "I practiced a lot."
The words hung in the air, a testament to his dedication.
The smoldering embers behind him hinted at the intensity of his training. A woman, clearly concerned, observes him. "Of course, I knew it would be different this time because you came here with a bandage on your hand, but I didn't expect this much." Her astonishment is palpable, highlighting the extent of his rapid recovery. Walking with a companion, he acknowledges his progress. Yes, it was worth the effort. His words confirm his resolve and hint at the difficulties he overcame.
However, his recovery also draws concern from his companion.
"But still, no more getting hurt.
I won't be able to help you with the bandages anymore."
The conversation shifts to the nature of his healing.
"You know what regeneration is, right? It's fortunate that you healed real quick." The woman's tone is a mix of amusement and relief at his rapid recovery, despite the underlying concern.
By next week, his magical abilities should reach level 20.
A significant milestone in his training.
The other man, impatient, offers him money or even buildings in exchange for the elixir. The desperation in his voice is palpable. He cuts him off, demanding to know the true price the man is willing to pay for the potent elixir. The tension between them intensifies. He refuses the offer of buildings, declaring the elixir's value far surpasses material wealth. His resolve is unwavering. The other man, enraged by this rejection, warns him that he'll regret this decision. The scene is poised for escalation. A face, contorted in furious anger, fills the frame. Teeth are bared, eyes narrowed, a silent scream of rage hangs heavy in the air.
The name Young Sangwoo
is uttered, a breathy whisper laced with barely contained violence. The context suggests this is not a friendly greeting. Young Sangwoo explains that the potion increases poison resistance. A system interface flashes, confirming a boost from 6.692 to 8.132. This is a crucial detail, hinting at a dangerous situation requiring enhanced defenses. Sangwoo's companion is shocked. The side effects of the potion, a crucial component of its design, have been reduced. This alteration represents a significant complication, potentially impacting their overall strategy. A tense confrontation ensues. The altered potion is identified as a critical problem. The statement, "There's no one who would make a bomb called potion tool," reveals a shocking truth: someone is sabotaging their operation, a deliberate act with potentially catastrophic consequences.
DEP's previous attempt ended poorly, but it provided an opportunity for retribution.
They'll get another chance someday. The speaker is also curious about the nature of Shin Haesung's dealings. The man in the red hoodie identifies the other as the second son of Shin Haesung.
The speaker asks if there's any information on Shin Junying's skills.
Shin Junying, despite his family connections, only attracted attention recently, a contrast to his older brother's established abilities. The sudden shift in public interest towards Shin Junying is noted. Before, his accomplishments and potential were ignored. "It's been a while, so I'm not sure, but I think it was called Sage. Whatever skill he learns, it would reach the highest level right away." This hints at an exceptional talent or ability, one that accelerates skill acquisition to unprecedented levels.
What the fuck? That's cheating.
The outburst reveals a reaction to the previously mentioned Sage skill, highlighting its perceived unfair advantage. A powerful, dark energy erupts. The visual depicts a dramatic display of power, the visual intensity underscoring the gravity of the situation.
In one Nizan hunting ground area B, one man asks another, "Hey, what do you mean?"
The scene shifts to a new location, suggesting a change in the narrative focus. The question implies an imminent revelation or confrontation.
Hush. Just keep quiet. Look.
Two figures in dark uniforms fire upon something unseen, a flash of light marking the impact. The men they are watching from the shadows tense.
A large, mud-caked monster lies dead. The uniformed men approach. They only call the retrieval team once the area is completely secure.
One of the hidden men sweats, contemplating the significant bounty such a capture represents. In Area B6, a soldier on a call receives orders to retrieve corpses. He inquires about their type, his concern evident. The soldier, now alone, produces a glowing blue symbol, its form suggesting a potential classification or identifier for the corpses.
A phone call interrupts the soldier, prompting a sharp "what?"
His shocked reaction reveals the unexpected nature of the information. He smirks into his phone, a confident glint in his eyes.
The call is clearly going well.
A system notification confirms his enhanced abilities, his fire resistance and regeneration have increased significantly. A woman confronts him, her voice laced with concern and a hint of accusation.
She questions his actions, highlighting the potential risk.
The woman holds a glowing orb, mirroring the fireball from his earlier experiment. The connection is confirmed, hinting at the system's true nature. A young woman, seemingly unconcerned, observes as a young man conjures a small, flickering flame in his hand.
"Okay, let's go," he states, his focus unwavering. A man, radiating a friendly and encouraging demeanor, inquires, "Did you practice the skills diligently?"
His kind eyes suggest he anticipates a positive response. The young man's arrival causes a stir. A woman exclaims, "Ah, Mr. Junying, hi," her surprise evident.
The panel shows that he has seemingly mastered his abilities.
A close-up reveals the young man's confident smirk, eyes gleaming with subtle intensity.
The subtle shift in his expression suggests he is ready to face whatever challenges await. A demonstration of power captivated the onlookers, showcasing the stark difference in their abilities. A request follows, "Can I try it?"
Next in line, a young man is denied the elixir.
"It's nothing personal, but I can't let you have the elixir."
The casual dismissal of a remarkable feat underscores the expectations. "I heard this is the least thing a B-class should be able to do." The academy instructor beams, his words a clear affirmation.
"You've shown us the result of your practice. You have shown us the path our academy was meant to show you." The student, clearly pleased but also slightly bewildered by the praise, simply nods. The student's left hand, previously bandaged, is now revealed as healed. A female student, observing this, asks, "Huh?"
The implication is clear: the rapid healing suggests the efficacy of the training they've undergone. The student, having demonstrated his progress and healed from his injuries, declares, "I still have a class to take, so bye."
He rushes off, leaving the female student to say, "Okay, bye."
A system notification abruptly appears. Level of fireball skill increased, LV.14-LV.15. The student, already walking away, is suddenly interrupted. "What do you want?" he asks, a hint of suspicion in his tone. The unexpected interruption suggests a new development or perhaps an unwelcome visitor.
Mr. Junyoung? What do you mean?"
The young man, clearly unnerved, questioned the older man's intentions. His uncertainty highlights the unexpected and potentially antagonistic nature of their interaction. Junyoung's dismissive reply, "You aren't the only one who needs it," reveals a shared resource or objective, and the ensuing tension suggests a conflict over its acquisition.
The subtle shift in body language between the two foreshadows escalating confrontation.
The young man's sharp retort, "You better watch your mouth," marks an escalation. This aggressive warning underscores the growing conflict and hints at a potential power imbalance. Junyoung's frustration explodes as he slams his fist against a wall. "So you are really gonna ruin my plan?" His outburst reveals the stakes of the conflict, a meticulously planned scheme, now threatened. A close-up on a vial of blue liquid in Junyoung's hand subtly reveals the object of their dispute, and foreshadows that a critical element of his plan may involve this unidentified substance.
"I've been refining my potion-making skills for days.
As my skill level increased, the side effects have become significantly less pronounced.
No one else would use a potion for something like this."
Right.
"Did you hear the news? Are you okay? We all did our part. There's nothing else we can do."
"What?
A son? But he doesn't look like him at all."
The revelation that their surnames are the same explains this unexpected familial connection.
Even before he entered elementary school, the boy was already being hailed as the rightful heir to the Hysun fortune.
The sheer scale of the attention was overwhelming.
Another observer remarks on the boy's exceptional abilities, likening them to cheating. His skill is clearly far beyond what is considered normal.
The young man is clearly facing a powerful, looming presence, an imposing figure whose mere presence evokes a sense of dread. The source of the previous power is revealed, its immense strength is now understood. A revelation, Shin Junyoung is the name of the young man facing this overwhelming force. A plan is needed to oppose him. A man ponders aloud, questioning the feasibility of an undertaking without even a preliminary hunt. Another man clarifies that the target isn't the young Sangwoo clones, but rather a different individual already on the scene. A suggestion to steal the target is made, but concerns are raised regarding getting caught. They're described as emotionless automatons.
The suggestion is met with resistance, a quiet but insistent plea to calm down. Amidst the tension, more information is promised.
The callous disregard of the adversaries for their fallen comrade is highlighted. Picking up what was abandoned, they indicate a lack of emotional attachment.
Is it the Wonmizon monster retrieving team? The question hangs heavy, hinting at an ongoing investigation into a significant incident.
A team member reports back, 10 giant blood-sucking spider queens, 3 troll bosses, and 20 cursed predator scorpions, but the team is finding no monsters in B6 area.
The situation is immediately perplexing.
The corpses have vanished. A chilling revelation, someone stole the bodies while the retrieval team was occupied.
The implication of a cunning, unseen adversary is stark. The question hangs heavy in the air, should we pursue them?
Bloody footprints, stark against the grim, gray ground, are the only clues left behind.
A calculated strategy unfolds.
Feigning ignorance of the classroom's location, she arrives immediately after young Sangwoo completes his turn, a subtle move revealing her keen observation skills and a hint of a manipulative plan. Her words carry a chilling confidence. "I never saw any guy who ended up well after being cocky with me."
The implication is clear, Sangwoo's arrogance will be his downfall. Doubt gnawed at him. "I didn't think this would really work,"
he muttered, his skepticism palpable. Yet, a cunning plan began to form in his mind.
He knew selling the stolen goods on the black market would make them untraceable.
A phone call confirmed his suspicions. A nervous associate asked, "Who do you think it is?" The implication hung heavy in the air, their operation had been discovered. A triumphant chuckle escaped his lips.
KKK. I knew this would work. The plan, as audacious as it was risky, had succeeded beyond his wildest expectations. The black market ensured his anonymity, while the initial uncertainty served as a perfect smokescreen. A man with a relaxed smile checks his phone, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. He seems to be reading something interesting.
News spreads about a remarkable feat. A new F-class hunter has captured hundreds of horned rabbits, a feat of incredible skill.
The news is met with disbelief and speculation.
The images, seemingly showing the hunter in action near Yujang Mountain, are blurry, but people are buzzing about it.
The incredible feat, and the almost impossible efficiency, prompts a question: what is going on?
The sheer volume of horned rabbits harvested leads to a radical theory: the hunter may be a clone, utilizing some unknown trait or ability to replicate the hunt in an astonishingly efficient manner. He focuses intently on efficiency, prioritizing it above all else.
This is his methodology, his unwavering approach.
The man explains that the high payout is due to the dangerous nature of the retrieval. The area is infested with monsters, and the significant reward reflects the risk. The sheer volume of monsters underscores the perilous nature of the mission. A sharp-dressed man assesses the situation, wondering if the individual before him can still refuse an offer of money considering the circumstances. The undertone suggests the man's desperation. The young man's distress is palpable. His hunted monster clones have been stolen. This revelation significantly impacts the narrative. A man in a suit recounts the events, stating that the attack on the fisherman wasn't random, it was meticulously planned.
The retrieval team was swiftly dispatched after the area was cleared, yet disappeared just as quickly.
He confesses to attempting to retrieve the alien fish that killed the fisherman, but his clone was eliminated.
A colleague presses him on the numerous alien fish corpses remaining.
Another man explains his inability to collect the large number of corpses due to logistical challenges and a lack of the necessary skills for corpse preservation. A young woman, her face etched with worry, explains something to a man whose back is to the reader.
He seems unconvinced.
The woman confirms, yes, before recounting how she accidentally discovered a unique skill while following an online breathing technique. She apologizes for the unusual request, admitting it was presumptuous to ask him to teach her something so specific. But she is genuinely hoping for help. The woman emphasizes that this particular skill, unlike others, cannot be taught conventionally. The man reacts with confusion. A detailed informational box appears, revealing the woman's unique skill set: unbreakable weapon, passive, which enhances weapon strength, speed, and durability based on skill level, and dimension, active, which allows summoning a subspace pocket dimension to hold living organisms. The scale increases with skill level. The text explains this is a unique hunter's skill that's impossible to explain, let alone teach.
A woman explains, but there are people who have the same awakening skill, right?
The teleport user and jumpers, for example.
Those are all slightly different. She gestures emphatically, highlighting the nuanced variations within seemingly identical abilities.
Data panels flash across the screen. One teleport skill boasts a 2 km range, a 72-hour cooldown, and supports multiple users. Another has a 2M range, a 5-minute cooldown, and only works for one person at a time. The narrator clarifies, all those people might seem to have a similar skill, but the range, cooldown, and other aspects differ. The narrator continues, there are a lot of people with teleport skills, but there is only one man who has the ability to jump.
A young man's face registers concern and confusion.
This emphasizes the rarity of certain specific manifestations of the skill. A man stands before a tall building, lost in thought.
He muses, I thought she was going to come with me.
The scene sets a somber tone, highlighting a sense of loss or disappointment regarding a missed encounter. Mr. Sangwoo, visibly anxious, is questioned by a stern-faced man. A younger man in a hoodie, seemingly unaware of the tense exchange, stands nearby in a modern building. The air crackles with unspoken tension.
Sangwoo explains that he's visiting the main building of Heritage, a company whose familial ties he unexpectedly possesses. He is at the elevator.
The elevator arrives at floor F-170. A poised woman, Arya Burchell, CEO of Heritage, introduces herself. She confirms she's expecting Sangwoo, having been contacted by the Keenest Guild. Arya extends a formal welcome to Sangwoo as he enters the Heritage Building, setting the stage for a potentially significant encounter. A hopeful voice offers a parting wish, "I hope you find the skill ball you are looking for." The implication is that the speaker believes the protagonist's quest is about acquiring a powerful, possibly game-changing, artifact. The protagonist, a masked warrior, executes a swift, precise strike. A sharp kick echoes as his blade connects with a monstrous, insectoid creature, cleaving it. This showcases his skill and the brutal efficiency of his combat. The system message, activating fireball skill, flashes across the panel before the warrior unleashes a fiery blast. This confirms the existence of in-game skills, the nature of the power system within the story, and its practical application in combat. The fireball engulfs multiple enemies. A series of smaller fireballs, launched rapidly in succession, continues the attack. This demonstrates the warrior's control over his skill, and his ability to rapidly chain attacks for optimal effect. The final panel shows the devastating result of the warrior's attack. 2 more insectoid creatures are incinerated by the blast. The scene confirms the overwhelming power of the warrior and showcases his effective use of his fireball skill. A wave of fireballs erupts in the distance, prompting a question: why are those guys using so many fireballs? The scene sets the stage for a larger conflict, suggesting a significant battle is underway. 2 figures, burdened with sacks, move through the aftermath. One observes, "It's quiet. Seems like the hunt is over," indicating a recent, large-scale confrontation has concluded. Their weariness hints at the intensity of the preceding events. Suddenly, a new confrontation erupts. A group of archers is ambushed, the attackers demanding, "Who are you? Why are you taking those?" The sudden shift in action indicates a new threat has emerged amidst the chaos. The ambusher, face contorted in frustration and anger, growls, "These bastards." The raw emotion reveals his fierce resentment and the deep stakes involved in this conflict. The hunt, it seems, is far from over. A man, sweat beading on his brow, utters a single, apprehensive thought, "I'm sure now." His expression betrays a dawning realization of the dangers ahead. The weight of their recent success is addressed. A pragmatic leader proposes a fair distribution of their spoils. "Let's divide the earnings we get here equally," he announces. He further suggests collaboration against any latecomers, solidifying their shared position. A younger warrior voices a concern, highlighting the precarious nature of their situation. His cautious words hint at potential internal conflict. "Get if things here complicated, you also know this would be bad for everyone, right?" His expression underscores his apprehension. The proposal is met with quiet acceptance. A simple, yet significant agreement: "That's a good idea." The shadows within the castle walls conceal 2 figures, clad in dark tactical gear. One meticulously documents something in a notebook, the other, poised with a firearm, remains vigilant. Tension hangs heavy in the air. A group, seemingly unaware of the lurking danger, moves through a stone corridor. A voice calmly instructs, "Let's just act natural and leave." The implication is one of stealth and controlled escape. A close-up on a pair of boots reveals a meticulous detail: 275mm, H Company shoes, 265mm, D Company shoes, 250mm, T shoes. This seemingly trivial observation suggests a deliberate forensic analysis of the scene by the earlier observers. The 2 figures from the first panel reappear, confronting a man. One reveals his eyes, burning with a fierce intensity. "We have some questions to ask," he says, "so can you come with us?" The stage is set for a confrontation. "Ha ha ha. I told you that would work. We are rich now." The triumphant laughter echoes, a stark contrast to the impending chaos. Their audacious scheme, a viral video, has struck gold. A sudden interruption. A call. One of the men, his face etched with a mix of surprise and apprehension, receives a communication that disrupts their celebration. This call will foreshadow a far greater struggle than they could have anticipated. "Yes. We succeeded." I'm sure they are all panicking right now. The call continues, confirming the success of their plan, but their relief is short-lived.
A new order is issued to maintain the momentum, to keep the chaos escalating. Half a year ago, one video was all over the internet.
The narrator shifts the narrative backward in time, placing the present events within a larger context. A single video was the catalyst for this current crisis, now unfolding with unexpected consequences.
The scene unfolds amidst the grim aftermath of a brutal battle.
A pile of corpses, a stark testament to the violence, lies at the center. Around it, a grim collection of onlookers and armed figures watch, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and morbid fascination. Among them, some individuals are clearly involved in the cleanup effort, while the expressions of others reveal underlying tensions and unspoken questions.
The revelation strikes: young Sangwoo's clones are exposed.
The Eagle Eye, previously believed to be a singular, powerful entity, is revealed to be a clone, part of a larger, disturbing network. This disclosure sparks a wave of uncertainty and fear, highlighting the hidden depths and manipulative nature of the power structures at play. A clone, clad in tactical gear, stands resolute. His cold, efficient bearing speaks volumes. The narration clarifies a crucial element of their operational strategy: they function with machine-like precision to maximize efficiency. Their every action is calculated, designed to accomplish their objective with ruthless effectiveness.
The clone's single-minded focus on efficiency is further emphasized.
They prioritize the acquisition of corpses, continuing their grim task until the retrieval team arrives. This stark description illustrates the cold, mechanical nature of their existence and their role within a larger, horrifying operation.
A crucial distinction is made: while hunting low-class monsters presents manageable risks, high-class monsters are a different story entirely.
This sets up a significant escalation, foreshadowing a considerable increase in danger and difficulty in the coming conflict. The contrast establishes a clear power dynamic, setting the stage for a more significant challenge.
What? Stolen monsters? Didn't this happen before once?
The man in the suit voiced his disbelief, a clear unease etched onto his face. His companion, seated opposite him, remained silent, his expression grim.
This wasn't the first time giant rats had been inexplicably removed from their holding facility. The man in the suit offered a solution, a glimmer of hope in his suggestion. If it's the skill of storing you are worried about, can't you ask a favor from her? He gestured towards the door, hinting at a potential ally with unique abilities.
A young woman, her eyes wide with surprise and a hint of mischief, appeared, seemingly summoned by the unspoken request. The potential for a resolution, and perhaps even a new, unexpected complication, hung heavy in the air.
Mr. Sangwoo, recently promoted to B-class, receives congratulations as he enters a bustling warehouse. The news of his advancement is clearly significant within this community.
Later, a young man, perhaps a student or apprentice, inquires about learning a subspace skill, hinting at the existence of advanced abilities and a structured system for acquiring them within this world. His interest in the underlying principles suggests a studious approach to power. He's informed that his unique awakening skill is singular, there are no exact duplicates. This revelation establishes a key world-building element: the rarity and individuality of these abilities. A system interface displays the specifics of his teleport skill, highlighting its range, cooldown, and limitations. The details underscore the regulated and potentially dangerous nature of these powers. So it means, a glimmer of understanding dawns on her face, a subtle shift in her expression hinting at a breakthrough. She offers a tentative suggestion: I don't know if there are any subspace-related skills left, but would you like to check? The question hangs in the air, a cautious offer of assistance. The scene shifts to the imposing main building of the Heritage Company in New York City, a towering skyscraper that speaks of power and influence. He arrives alone, a quiet solitude contrasting with the bustling atmosphere of the building's entrance. The protagonist's isolation highlights his vulnerability in this unfamiliar and potentially hostile environment. He glances at his translating bracelet, a small comfort in this vast, foreign city. Good thing I have the translating bracelet, at least, he mutters, relief evident in his tone. This technological aid is crucial for navigating this situation. This is really amazing. I can talk with them even if I don't know how to speak English, he marvels, showcasing the technology's invaluable practicality. A young man, seemingly surprised, stands before a striking woman with purple hair.
Her expression is unreadable, but her presence commands attention.
The young man's surprise turns to awe as he silently observes the woman. His inner thoughts reveal his astonishment at her beauty and the fact that she is the CEO. The scene shifts to a grand, opulent building. The woman, now identified as the CEO, enters with a male companion, revealing a glimpse of her powerful position and the influence she wields. A brutal, close-up view of a monstrous creature, its body ravaged, suggests a recent, violent struggle. The image emphasizes the ferocity of the combat. The young man from the first panel, now masked and in action, delivers a swift, powerful blow to his opponent, illustrating his unexpected combat skills.
A guttural scream, "Kai!" echoes as a fiery explosion engulfs the landscape. Soldiers scramble amidst the chaos. Amidst the wreckage, a soldier assesses the damage. "We can't use this. Let's just take the useful parts and keep following them," he declares, his gaze resolute despite the destruction. The scene shifts to a tense confrontation. A woman with a bow, eyes narrowed, demands, "Do you also take what Hunter Young sang was clones caught? Watch your mouth, do you have any proof?"
An older man with a spear stands beside her, his expression grim.
News of the discovery spread faster than anticipated.
A tense negotiation begins.
"Let's make a deal," one hunter proposes, recognizing the futility of conflict. The proposition is met with a cynical question: "Aren't you all also B-class hunters?"
The shared rank highlights the precarious nature of their situation.
Despite the initial tension, a pragmatic decision is reached.
"Okay, let's continue," one of them states, signaling an uneasy truce and a resumption of their shared mission. "Why are they there?" one man demanded, his frustration evident. He'd expected the hunting grounds to be clear after their recent work. A sharp intake of breath followed by a strangled cry.
Panic sets in.
The team leader points out the significance of the footprints. "These are the footprints we saw around the hunting area we cleared." The discovery confirms their suspicions: someone has been there after they left. Two soldiers face a colossal, insectoid creature in a jungle.
Its chitinous carapace and multiple limbs suggest a formidable foe. The tension is palpable. The arrival of a skilled rookie, an annihilator of horn rabbits, sparks debate.
Questions arise about this individual's exceptional marksmanship, especially given their low F-class ranking. Speculation centers on access to superior weaponry, perhaps through wealth or access to hunting ground armories. The very existence of the clones and the source of their skill remain a mystery, fueling intense discussion. A woman, surprised, asks a man if he wants to learn her subspace skill. This suggests the existence of advanced abilities and a potential for training or knowledge transfer. He almost missed his flight, if not for a mysterious device. His companion, seemingly unconcerned, simply suggests turning on the translation. A man, his face etched with worry, struggles under the weight of a large sack.
The scene is dark and ominous. The man from the sack, now alone in a dimly lit alley, appears bewildered and anxious. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air.
A hushed whisper reveals a disturbing truth: the corpses are already gone, taken by a black market dealer.
There is no need to panic. Other hunters are here.
The reassurance hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the grim setting.